Web novels and web novel audiobooks are not the same. If you simply copy and paste a web novel into an audiobook format, the final result will provide a poor listening experience. That's why I carefully revise every single chapter in this novel to ensure an enjoyable and immersive experience for you. I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and listening to make sure the narration flows naturally, almost as if you were reading it out loud yourself. This is not just a direct copy of the original novel. However, I do acknowledge that I adapted this novel for commercial purposes, so most chapters are paid content. I hope you understand that this does not violate copyright policies. The reason I do all of this is simple: I'm just a big fan. As many of you know, I love listening to web novel audiobooks, and this is one of my personal favorites. The audio speed is set to 3, but if that feels too fast, let me know. If there's a novel you'd like me to turn into an audiobook, feel free to suggest it, and I'll do my best to make it happen. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1, Seizing Calamity at the Border of the Land of Fire. The war front between Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Mist Village. The land lay scarred and broken, littered with bloodstains, shattered kunai, and shuriken. Wisps of smoke still rose from the recent battle. Near the edge of the battlefield, a few teenage shinobi were whispering among themselves. I heard they still haven't found Rin Nohara, the Yellow Flash's student. She's been missing for days. First Obito Uchiha sacrifices himself, and now it looks like another one of his students is in trouble too. Leaning against a tree, Akira Uchiha idly listened to their chatter. He knew all too well. This was a scheme orchestrated by Madara Uchiha to push Obito into darkness and awaken his Mangekyō Sharingan. As a transmigrator, Akira was well aware this event had nothing to do with him. After a moment's rest, he dusted off his clothes and headed back toward his camp within the forest. Akira Uchiha was 17, a transmigrator with a 3-Tomoe Sharingan. He was a Chunin skilled in fire, wind, and lightning style, as well as Uchiha-style taijutsu and medical ninjutsu. He had arrived in this world during the peak of the Third Shinobi War. His predecessor's final memory was of witnessing a friend's death, triggering his Sharingan's evolution to 3-Tomoe right before a fierce clash with a Hidden Mist Village Jonin left him fatally wounded. Now not only had Akira fully inherited his predecessor's abilities, he had also refined and expanded upon them, including advanced ninjutsu and a deeper mastery of medical ninjutsu through the Sharingan. Though the war was winding down, its intensity still burned in certain key regions. For many figures who would one day shape the shinobi world, such as Obito and Nagato, this year would leave lasting impacts on their psyches. But for Akira, these affairs didn't matter. He neither had the power nor the interest to intervene. Lacking any cheat-like powers or system, Akira's sole focus was survival. After experiencing death once, he now deeply cherished the preciousness of life. This front, where Hidden Leaf Village clashed with Hidden Mist Village, was on the eastern border of the Land of Fire. Among the forces here, the Uchiha and Hyuga clans were prominent, backed by other minor shinobi clans and civilian ninjas. As Akira returned to his camp, he heard a firm set of footsteps approaching. Turning, he saw Fugaku Uchiha, dressed in his Jonin vest, walking toward him. Akira's heart sank. Instinct told him this would not be a simple visit. Fugaku had earned a fearsome reputation on the battlefield as the Wicked Eye, his strength ranking among Hidden Leaf Village's elite. Here, he was one of the high commanders. He was also Akira's mentor, having offered him guidance over the past year. Fugaku's presence here could only mean he had a task in mind. Clan leader, Akira greeted, trying to mask his apprehension. Fugaku nodded, fixing his gaze on Akira. Akira, there's something I need you to take care of. Suppressing a sigh, Akira nodded. Please, tell me, clan leader. We've discovered traces of Rin Nohara and Sakamo Hatake, Fugaku explained, his tone somber. They're being hunted by a large force of Hidden Mist Village Anbu. This level of mobilization over one medic ninja doesn't make sense. I want you to investigate what's going on. Akira's heart sank. This mission was perilous. The Hidden Mist Village unit chasing them could easily number in the hundreds. If he were discovered and surrounded, he'd face serious risks. It's a simple investigation, Fugaku added, as if sensing Akira's hesitation. We can't spare many people right now. You're one of the few with the skills for this. Akira knew there was no way out of this assignment. Reluctantly, he nodded. Understood, clan leader. I'll handle it. Accepting was inevitable, but he could decide how far to go. He'd already resolved to simply scout the outskirts and avoid deeper involvement. Fugaku gave a satisfied nod. I know this mission is dangerous, but our clan needs leverage for negotiations with the higher-ups. Your efforts will help our cause. With a serious look, Fugaku held out a scroll. This is the ultimate Ganjutsu of our Uchiha clan. A forbidden jutsu. Izanagi. Izanagi? Akira echoed, feigning ignorance. He knew well what this forbidden Uchiha technique entailed. It was the ultimate genjutsu, triggered at the cost of the Sharingan, allowing the user to rewrite reality itself. Turning misfortune into nothingness and transforming favorable outcomes into reality. It represents the glory of our clan, Fugaku said with a hint of pride. After giving Akira the details of the mission location, Fugaku turned and left, returning to his duties as commander. Akira scanned the scroll, swiftly memorizing the Izanagi. With the correct hand seals, he could activate it. An invaluable insurance for his mission. Once outside Hidden Lee Village's camp, Akira deliberately slowed his pace. Rin's capture by Hidden Mist Village was all part of Madara's plot to drive Obito to darkness. He'd be a fool to arrive too early and end up in the crossfire with an enraged Obito. If I could avoid running into anyone, that'd be ideal, he thought. He wanted nothing more than to keep his head down. Just being a member of the Uchiha clan was dangerous enough. He didn't need more trouble. But life had other plans. As soon as he entered the mission area, he stumbled upon a gruesome scene. The ground was torn apart, corpses lying everywhere in chaotic disarray, as if crushed by overwhelming force. Victims of Kamui combined with wood style. This is terrifying, he muttered, surveying the scene. Hidden Mist Village's Anbu numbers were even greater than he'd anticipated. In the center of the battlefield, Akira spotted Kakashi, silver hair streaked with blood, lying unconscious. An idea stirred within him. This might be my one and only chance to obtain a Mangekyō Sharingan. Awakening the Mangekyō varied in difficulty by individual, and Akira knew his chances were slim. I'm sorry, Kakashi. But I'll borrow this eye for a while. I'll return it someday. Akira crouched beside Kakashi, using medical ninjutsu to place him in a deep sleep before carefully removing Kakashi's left eye. Gritting his teeth, Akira extracted his own left eye and transplanted Obito's Sharingan into his own socket. With both hands glowing green with healing chakra, he quickly stabilized the wounds and completed the eye swap in a matter of minutes. Chapter 2, Tracking Hidden Mist Village. After the transplant was complete, Akira took a brief moment to sense the new eye. Then, he controlled his left eye, changing the Scarlet Sharingan back to a regular black pupil. Now wasn't the time to explore the powers of this Mangekyō Sharingan, though he could already feel the subtle changes that came with it. As an Uchiha, he could control the transplanted eye with ease. Unlike Kakashi, who couldn't deactivate his Sharingan, Akira could turn it on and off effortlessly. Instead of leaving the battlefield right away, Akira began examining the area. All traces of wood style were gone. Likely erased by Obito to hide his abilities. Furthermore, Akira found no sign of Rin's body, suggesting that Obito had taken her away. What's this? Akira's gaze sharpened as he noticed a strange, white, viscous substance at the forest's edge. He recalled a scene from the story, a moment when Obito, witnessing Rin impale herself on Kakashi's Rikiri, unlocked his Mangekyō and lost control. Back then, white matter had burst from his body. Could this be cells from Hashirama Senju? He wondered. Akira immediately pulled out a clear container and collected some of the white substance splattered on the ground and tree trunks. After gathering enough, he left the scene. A few minutes delay, and Hidden Lee Village's reinforcements would soon arrive. That night, Akira returned to Hidden Lee Village's camp and went directly to Fugaku Uchiha, who seemed surprised at his quick return. Back so soon? Fugaku asked seriously, his gaze fixed on Akira. Did you find anything? Akira nodded solemnly. Hidden Mist Village's entire pursuit squad. Over 100 shinobi. Were all killed, and in a brutal fashion. What? Fugaku's composed expression broke, his disbelief evident as he pressed for more details. Over 100 Hidden Mist Village shinobi, at least Chunin level, dead? Could Kakashi possibly be strong enough to do this, even at his age? No, it wasn't him, Akira replied, shaking his head. When I arrived, Kakashi was already unconscious. Someone else killed those Anbu. Fugaku's expression darkened as he murmured, few have the power to accomplish something like that. This is enough to shift the tide of an entire war. After a moment's thought, he looked back at Akira. Does Kakashi still have his Sharingan? Yes, he does, Akira confirmed. Then, who could it be? There shouldn't be an unknown master of this level. Fugaku sank into deep thought. At that moment, Akira hesitated before saying, Clan leader, I also found something else, though I can't be entirely certain. Fugaku's gaze sharpened. What did you find? I think they're cells from the first Hokage, Lord Hashirama. As he spoke, Akira held up a bottle containing the white substance. Without a word, Fugaku's Sharingan activated, and he stared intensely at the bottle. His eyes widened with shock as he muttered, it really does look like Lord Hashirama's cells. This chakra is so rich in life force. It's unmistakable. Akira had already suspected this on the way back, which was why he'd brought the sample. Researching Hashirama's cells required far more resources than a single person could provide. But with the vast wealth and connections of the Uchiha clan, they had the means to make progress. So, it might have been a powerful shinobi with wood style who slaughtered the hidden mist village Anbu, Fugaku muttered, his expression darkening. And Kakashi was left unharmed. Could this wood style user be a hidden asset of Hidden Leaf Village? Akira held back a smirk. Fugaku, after considering all possibilities, finally laid the blame on Hidden Leaf Village's higher-ups. This might actually work in his favor, as Fugaku's suspicion would make it easier to push his plans forward. Unbelievable, Fugaku sighed. The higher-ups have secretly reintroduced Hashirama's KK Genkai. The weight of the situation seemed to press down on him, making his shoulders sag slightly. After a moment, Akira spoke up, "Clan leader, maybe it's time the Uchiha made some changes. Even with the power of the Night Tails, Madara Uchiha couldn't defeat the first Hokage. Perhaps we need to consider other ways to gain comparable strength." Fugaku was silent for a long time before he replied, "Akira, mastering the first Hokage's power is no small feat. Hidden Leaf Village conducted experiments long ago, but the none succeeded. Those experiments hastened the downfall of the Senju clan. The Senju were now virtually extinct, and much of that decline could be attributed to the failed wood-style experiments of the past. But now, Hidden Leaf Village has succeeded, haven't they?" Akira's tone was resolute. "Even with the Mangekyō Sharingan, it's hard to counter wood-style. Madara proved that long ago. We need a power equal to theirs if we want to hold our own." Fugaku took a deep breath, looking intently at Akira. "Akira, this matter requires careful consideration. Keep those cells safe, and we'll discuss this after the war." "I understand," Akira nodded. "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." "Wait." Fugaku raised a hand. "Be ready to move out at any time." "Has something happened?" Akira asked, puzzled. Fugaku allowed a small smile. "The Hyuga main house has reported that one of their members went missing during a patrol. Traces of Hidden Mist Village shinobi were found, and one of the Hyuga's Byakugan has been taken. Ever since the Senju's decline, the only real rivalry left in Hidden Leaf Village was between the Hyuga and Uchiha clans." Seeing his rival suffering a setback put Fugaku in a rather good mood. "A lost Byakugan?" Akira was taken aback, recalling an event from the Third Shinobi World War when the Hyuga clan did, in fact, lose a Byakugan to Hidden Mist Village's Jonin. "Ow! Stay prepared for your mission." Fugaku's voice was firm. "I understand," Akira nodded. In the deep, silent woods, Akira held a polished kunai, its smooth surface reflecting the unique Sharingan in his eyes. His right eye had the standard 3 Tomoe pattern, while the left eye was markedly different, with 3 curved blades linked together in a distinct Mangekyō pattern. As a member of the Uchiha, Akira felt no strain in using the transplanted eye. "No problem at all," he murmured, feeling the difference. "My chakra is more refined, and my perception has greatly improved. The Mangekyō's vision surpasses that of my right eye even in its normal state." Satisfied with the new power, Akira gave a slow nod. Fugaku's concerns proved justified. Only an hour after Akira returned to camp, he received a mission: eliminate the Hidden Mist Village shinobi who had infiltrated the Land of Fire to steal the Byakugan, and prevent it from falling into enemy hands. Chapter 3, The Byakugan. Though Akira was a Chunin, he worked alone, without any team members. He used to have 3 teammates. Nuganin, who had just graduated from the academy. But war showed no mercy. Even the grandson of Senju Hashirama had fallen. What chance did fresh academy graduates stand? All 3 of his teammates perished in a large-scale battle. Although Akira was from the powerful Uchiha clan and had a strong skill set, he couldn't constantly watch over his team in the chaos of war. After their deaths, the village stopped assigning him Nuganin. During these harsh times, fresh academy graduates were scarce, so there was no option to replace his fallen team members. Akira had no complaints. Being alone suited him just fine. It meant he didn't have to worry about protecting others during his missions. He could rest or act as he pleased without anyone reporting on him or spreading rumors behind his back. Like now. Akira had left the Hidden Leaf Village camp, taking his time, hardly invested in this mission. In truth, he never took orders from Hidden Leaf Village's higher-ups too seriously. If it wasn't too dangerous, he'd do the job, but if it required risking his life, he'd simply leave it. As an Uchiha, he didn't need Hidden Leaf Village's mission rewards that badly. After all, it wasn't as though Hidden Leaf Village's leaders would ever allow the Uchiha access to the jutsu in the Scroll of Seals. There was no point in going overboard. So, he was wandering along the Fire Country's border, somewhat idly. Maybe he'd used up his luck when he intercepted Obito's Mangekyō Sharingan, or maybe it was just Murphy's Law kicking in again. While lazily pretending to track Hidden Mist Village shinobi, Akira suddenly looked up into the depths of the dark forest. The shadows shifted, and two masked figures in Hidden Mist Village Anbu uniforms appeared in an instant. Akira immediately focused on the one with long, bluish-gray hair. Exactly the color of the Hidden Mist Village Jonin who obtained the Byakugan in the original story. Another Hidden Leaf Village brat here to die. How tiresome. Grumbled one masked Hidden Mist Village shinobi. The one called out scanned Akira and said in a low voice, "Tsuki, don't underestimate him. He's an Uchiha. If they sent him alone, it means he's no ordinary kid." "I get it. We'll wrap this up quickly, we can't let him stall us too long, or Hidden Leaf Village's top fighters might show up," replied Tsuki, his gaze locking on to Akira. Water style, water blade jutsu. With impressive speed, Tsuki completed the hand seals. Using the body flicker jutsu, he appeared right in front of Akira, swinging the water blade to cut him down. A sharp sound rang out. Under his mask, Tsuki's face twisted into a grin. Until he felt an indescribable pain in his neck. Gah! Clutching his throat, Tsuki staggered and collapsed, darkness engulfing him as a calm voice reached his fading consciousness. "Who told you to look me in the eyes? As Hidden Mist Village Anbu, you should know better than to meet an Uchiha's gaze." But he hadn't even activated his Sharingan. Tsuki's confusion melted into oblivion. Akira remained cool as he stepped back, keeping a watchful eye on Ao. Lightning chakra crackled along his skin in subtle sparks, ready to strike the moment Ao made a move. Behind his mask, Ao's eyes widened in shock. His comrade had succumbed silently to the Uchiha's Ganjutsu, compelled to plunge his own neck into Akira's blade in a suicidal frenzy. Ao shuddered. If he had rushed in first, he'd likely have met the same fate. This kid. He's young, but his power is no joke. He didn't even need the Sharingan to take out Jonin-level Tsuki. Ao thought, already contemplating his escape. Even though he was fatigued from being trapped behind enemy lines, he hadn't expected his partner to be eliminated so quickly. "What are you waiting for?" In the next moment, a cold voice sounded right by Ao's ear, freezing him in place. A streak of blue lightning blazed forward, too fast to react. Lightning style, palm strike. He barely glimpsed the brilliant, electrified hand headed straight for his heart. Boom. The dark forest echoed with a thunderous explosion as blinding electric arcs erupted, engulfing Ao. His scream shattered the silence, then faded to stillness. When faced one-on-one with a Sharingan user, retreat was the only safe option. A lesson Hidden Sand Village had learned through countless casualties. If Ao had fled immediately after Tsuki's death, he might have had a slim chance to escape. Staying was a fatal mistake against powerful Uchiha. After rifling through Ao's belongings, Akira found a scroll with the character for seal written on it. The seal wasn't difficult to unlock, possessing the Sharingan, he knew exactly how to break it. As the seal unraveled, he found a container filled with a faintly green liquid, and inside floated a Byakugan. A smile played at the corners of Akira's mouth as he gazed at the eye. Perfect. This Byakugan is mine. He had no intention of returning it to the Hyuga clan. If he hadn't come across it, that would have been that. But now that he had it, there was no reason to give it back. The Byakugan's potential was on par with the Sharingan. The Tenseigan was said to rival the Rinnegan in power. While the Sharingan could evolve to the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan and eventually awaken the Rinnegan through the fusion of Indra and Asura's chakra, the Byakugan could similarly evolve into the Tenseigan by merging with Otsutsuki chakra. Compared to the complex path to the Rinnegan, the Tenseigan's evolution seemed more direct and powerful in combat. Securing the Byakugan, Akira tidied up the battlefield, ensuring there were no traces left behind. For now, no one would know he possessed the eye, which meant he could afford to let this mission drag on a bit longer. But his luck didn't hold out for long. Just an hour after he'd begun idling along the Fire Country's border, a bright flare erupted in the forest a few hundred meters ahead, lighting up the sky. Chapter 4, The Seven Ninja Swordsmen of the Mist. At this moment, Akira cursed his lack of sensory skills. The signal flares bursting overhead were a clear sign. Hidden Leaf Village ninja calling for help in a crisis. Before he could react, he heard the quick pounding of footsteps approaching. Akira turned to see three young ninja, around 12 or 13, sprinting through the dense forest toward him. One wore a tight green jumpsuit and had a bowl-cut hairstyle that made him look like a green-skinned kappa. Another had a senbon clenched in his teeth and wore a blue cap. The third sported dark sunglasses and a blue headscarf. Seeing them, Akira immediately realized he'd stumbled into something big. These were none other than Might Guy, Genma Shiranui, and Ebisu. Given the context of the Third Shinobi World War, Akira knew that an intense battle was likely on the way. Sure enough, the sound of swift movement cut through the forest, and 7 men with distinct appearances flashed out from the shadows, positioning themselves behind the fleeing trio. Juzobiwa, with his short black hair, sharp fangs, a cross-shaped scar on his right cheek, and a bandage-wrapped neck, stood wielding his massive decapitating cleaver. Next was Fuki Suikazan, a massive man with wild orange hair and green striped face paint, holding his bandage-wrapped sword, Saimada. Then came Jinpachi Munashi, tall with spiky yellow hair and an Anbu mask, dressed in black with a sewing needle strapped to his back. Amiri Ringo wore a pointed ninja hat, sharp teeth bared, and a loose bandage around his neck. He held the blunt sword, Kabatawari. Kuraiara Kashimaru had black hair, a long mustache, thick lips, and a cloth over his left eye, gripping the explosive sword, Shibuki. Rikakirasuki, with green hair and thick brows, had bandages peeking from under his black clothes and carried the thunder sword, Kiba. Last was a man I'll call Momotaro. He wore a blue pointed hat and blue attire, and he carried the twin swords, Hiram Cry, wrapped in bandages. I had to come up with a name for him since the original owner of the twin swords is unknown. The seven formed a loose circle around the terrified Guy, Genma, and Ebisu, each with a playful but cruel smile. Guy, what do we do? These are the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. We don't stand a chance. Ebisu asked, looking desperately at Guy. Genma, the one with the senbon, looked equally anxious. Though Guy was mainly skilled in taijutsu, both he and Ebisu knew that he was undoubtedly the strongest among the 3 of them. Guy's expression turned grim, and just as he was about to say something, he noticed that the 7 swordsmen's attention had shifted toward the figure standing behind him and his friends. They turned around and saw a young boy, about 15 or 16, with black hair and dark eyes, standing on a branch. He wore a black, high-collared short-sleeved shirt, a ninja headband with the Hidden Leaf Village symbol tied on his forehead, and carried a sword on his back. His Sharingan, with 3 tomoe, glowed a deep red as he fixed his gaze on the 7 swordsmen. A Sharingan? Looks like we've got an unexpected treat. Juzo sneered, baring his fangs. My blade could use some fresh blood from the Uchiha to mend the chips in its edge. Bold of him not to run at the sight of us, Fuki Suikazan added coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. Maybe our reputation hasn't spread far enough. Enough talk, grumbled Jinpachi, swinging Shibuki. Don't forget our mission. In a flash, Jinpachi vanished and reappeared in front of Guy, his sword darting down. Just as Shibuki was mere inches from Guy's head, a flash of blue lightning crashed down, striking Jinpachi directly. Boom. The ground cracked, massive fissures tearing through the earth. Jinpachi was forced several feet deep into the ground, crushed under the electrified foot of the young Uchiha. The impact sent Guy, Genma, and Ebisu stumbling back several meters. As the dust settled, they saw that the one standing on Jinpachi's back was none other than the same Uchiha boy. Move back, Akira ordered, not even sparing a glance at the lifeless body of Jinpachi beneath him. The 7 swordsmen were momentarily stunned, shocked by the sheer speed of Akira's attack. This was what happened when they underestimated their opponent. Hearing his command, the 3 young Hidden Leaf Village ninjas snapped out of their daze and nodded hastily, retreating as fast as they could. As they withdrew, Guy looked back at Akira, worry evident on his face. Uchiha-san, be careful. They're the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. All of them are elite jonin. Akira nodded silently, keeping his focus on the swordsmen. These men weren't ordinary ninja. Each was an elite jonin of exceptional skill. He caught Jinpachi off guard, but the other 6 wouldn't fall so easily. Even with his Mangekyō Sharingan, Akira wasn't certain he could come out unscathed against them. I need to avoid getting surrounded. Somehow separate them, he thought. TCH. Who would have thought Uchiha brat would be this tough? Sneered Kashimaru, glaring at the scene in annoyance. Poor Jinpachi didn't even get a chance to fight back. Pathetic. If he's dead, Fuki scoffed. Momotaro spoke up, alright, let's finish this quickly. We're in Hidden Leaf Village territory. If more of their shinobi show up, it'll be trouble. Trouble? I'd welcome them. Kashimaru chuckled darkly. My sword is itching for action. Seeing that Guy, Genma, and Ebisu had reached a safe distance, Akira quickly formed a hand seal. Fire style, majestic flame annihilation. With a deep breath, he unleashed a vast wave of flames that roared toward the 7 swordsmen like an engulfing tidal wave. Not stopping there, he formed another seal immediately. Wind style. With a powerful thrust of his hands, a fierce white gale swept through the forest, fueling the flames into a blazing inferno that looked capable of devouring the entire forest. The Uchiha clan was known for its chakra reserves, rivaled by few. After fusing with his former self, Akira's mental energy was immense, giving him an even greater supply of chakra. His chakra levels far exceeded those of an ordinary jonin. He might not have the reserves of someone like the Raikage, whose chakra was rumored to rival that of tailed beasts, but it was more than enough for large-scale ninjutsu. Amazing. From 100 meters away, Guy, Genma, and Ebisu stared in awe at the spectacle. Chapter 5, Clash with the Seven Ninja Swordsman. Might Guy murmured to himself in awe, is this really the power of an Uchiha prodigy? He doesn't look much older than us. In the sea of flames ahead, a thunderous voice erupted from Fuki, water style, exploding water colliding wave. Hiss. Water and fire collided, creating an immense, searing steam cloud that quickly spread, shrouding the surrounding area for hundreds of meters. The steam rose rapidly but was blown skyward as Akira unleashed a powerful wind style, transforming it into a thick layer of clouds above. Release, Hiram Grai! Cried Mangekyō Hazuki. With his shout, a massive blue energy blade slashed through the dense mist and raging winds, aiming to cleave the forest in two. The blade was fast, but Akira was faster. A burst of crackling electricity lit the air as Akira vanished, reappearing 100 meters away in an instant. With a mighty boom, the giant energy blade cut through the mist, extending to the horizon and making it seem as if the entire forest had been split. Riga's chilling voice pierced the air through the haze, lightning burial, banquet of lightning. Suddenly, a swarm of lightning tendrils, like tree branches, shot out from the smoke, homing in on Akira's agile form. Akira's Sharingan spun, his body wrapped in sparking electricity as his hands crackled with intense blue lightning. Swinging both hands, he conjured a veil of lightning chakra that neutralized Riga's attack. Just then, a large, blunt blade bound with thick rope surged from the smoke, cutting through the air with a menacing whistling sound. It was part of Kusagakure Ribicho, wielded by Juzo. Clang! The sharp ring of metal echoed as Akira unsheathed a blade strapped to his back to block the strike. Juzo had timed his move perfectly, attacking at the exact moment Akira was recovering from his last exertion. Without missing a beat, Juzo's sneering grin widened as he swung the hammer end of Kusagakure Ribicho down with full force, striking the blade against Akira's weapon. Clink! The sharp sound of breaking metal rang out, and Akira's sword shattered in his hands. With a sickening crunch, the blunt edge of Kusagakure Ribicho sliced into Akira's side, tearing through half his body. But just as Juzo's expression twisted in triumph, Akira's broken body crackled and exploded in a flash of lightning, engulfing Juzo. It was Akira's lightning clone. Swish! With a swift motion, Akira emerged from beneath the ground, his kunai enveloped in invisible wind chakra. In one strike, he drove it upward from Juzo's jaw through to his skull. With a final slash, blood and fragments erupted from the wound, and Juzo collapsed with a heavy thud. From afar, Guy, Genma, and Ebisu stared in stunned silence. Incredible. No wonder Hidden Sand Village warns that if you encounter an Uchiha on the battlefield, you run if you're one-on-one. Genma muttered, his ever-present senbon dropping to the ground as he gawked at the scene. In mere moments, 2 of the 7 ninja swordsmen had fallen. While it could be said that Kashimaru Kuraier had been caught off guard, Jinpachi's defeat was purely a matter of overwhelming power. The 7 ninja swordsmen were known for their prowess, a name that commanded fear and respect. But this only highlighted Akira's own strength. Ebisu, his sunglasses askew, mumbled, so strong. Are all Uchiha this terrifying? Guy clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. One day, I'll become just as strong. To protect everyone. Meanwhile, in the heart of the battlefield, Akira moved again. In a flash, he completed a series of hand signs. Fire style, dragon fire jutsu. 4 massive, roaring fire dragons, each over 10 meters long, hurtled toward Riga with ferocious intensity. The remaining swordsmen had already scattered, having underestimated Akira's prowess at first. But after seeing Jinpachi's brutal defeat, their arrogance faded, and they closed in from all directions, ready to attack together. Fuki and Zabuza leaped forward simultaneously. Water style, Great Waterfall Jutsu. Juzo opened his mouth, expelling a huge water sphere that transformed into a surging river, crashing into Akira's blazing fire dragons. Water style, Water Formation Pillar. Fuki, wielding the massive Saimata, unleashed a torrent akin to a dam breaking, the immense flood extinguishing the flames instantly. Amidst the dense steam that blanketed the forest, Akira's scarlet Sharingan spun, alert to any sudden assaults. Lightning style, Lightning Fang. Riga lunged with a direct assault. Bright blue lightning surged from the tips of his dual lightning blades, launching twin bolts of electric fury toward Akira. At that moment, a green blur flashed through the forest, moving too fast for the naked eye to track. The green light clashed with Riga's attack, dispersing the lightning style into faint blue sparks. Guy and his team felt a sudden rush of wind as a familiar figure appeared on the battlefield. It was Mangekyō, with the 8 gates open to the 6th gate, the Gate of View. Encased in a green aura, the powerful currents of energy flowing from his body stirred waves across the lake below. Dad. Guy's eyes widened in shock as he saw his father, fists raised, standing before Akira. Young man, I hope I didn't keep you waiting. Dai turned, his large grin flashing as he gave Akira a thumbs up. Don't worry about them. Leave this to me. I have to thank you for watching over my son." With that, Dewey faced the remaining 5 swordsmen, his expression growing serious. 8 gates, already up to the 6th gate. "You're planning to go all the way to the 8th? Akira asked, his Sharingan spinning, instantly assessing Dewey's chakra flow. The Sharingan, after all, could see chakra itself, and Dewey's was blazing brilliantly before him. Dewey's voice came firmly, "This is the only move I have. It's time to let my youth burn." Akira countered, "If we work together, you might not need to open the 8th gate. That way, your youth can keep burning. Uchiha, these guys aren't your average shinobi. If I only open the Gate of Wonder, I might manage 2 of them," Dewey replied gravely. "That's enough." As the two spoke, the remaining swordsmen closed in, finally taking Dewey's arrival as a serious threat. In an instant, the battlefield filled with streaks of green and flashes of blue lightning as the 5 swordsmen attacked in unison, only to find Dewey's movements faster and stronger than they'd anticipated, even with their combined efforts. Chapter 6, The 8 Gates. The Gate of Shock Boom. A violent explosion reverberated as Might Dewey, enveloped in green vapor, was sent flying back. "TCH, grumbled Juzo Biwa, clearly displeased as he tossed his sword back onto his shoulder. Juzo had thought he could finish Might Dewey off with a single surprise strike. However, Dewey's reaction time was far quicker than he'd anticipated. Despite looking like some kind of rare beast, Dewey was no slouch in terms of strength. A bead of sweat rolled down Dewey's forehead. The situation just now had been close. If he hadn't reacted at the last second, he would have suffered serious injuries. From the corner of his eye, he noticed Akira surrounded by Biwa Juzo, Ringo, Fuki, and Momotaro. Akira looked like he was walking a tightrope, one wrong step away from being torn to shreds by 4 notorious swords. As they fought, the group moved further from the lake Fuki had created and deeper into the forest. In the next instant, thick white mist engulfed the battlefield where Akira was. Seeing an opening, Juzo quickly made hand signs, invoking the hiding in mist jutsu. Akira found himself in a precarious situation. Even with his Sharingan, he struggled to keep up, especially as the mist obscured his vision. He was up against Juzo with the Kubakirbacho, Amiri with the Kiba, Suikazan with the Seimata, and Momotaro with the Hiramcry. These were all masters of taijutsu, and even though Akira was using lightning style to enhance his speed, he was gradually being overwhelmed. The mist made him vulnerable, and Amiri's speed was close to his own, relentlessly disrupting his movements. Juzo and Suikazan's strikes were powerful and wide, forcing Akira to dodge quickly and avoid direct confrontations. He was especially wary of Momotaro's Hiramcry, a weapon almost as deadly as the same model when fully unleashed. "At this rate, I have to find a way to break through. These 4 may be cold-blooded, but they're working together with surprising coordination," Akira thought, his crimson eyes flashing. Gripping his blade, he charged it with lightning until it crackled with a dangerous energy. In one swift move, he slammed his lightning-charged blade into the ground, sending a web of electricity shooting out in all directions. Taking advantage of the opening, Akira swiftly formed hand seals. Wind style, opulent maelstrom. A massive burst of chakra erupted from his hands, transforming into a blinding white whirlwind that swallowed the thick mist and tore trees from the ground. "Release the Hiramcry!" shouted Momotaro. A brilliant blue light exploded as he unleashed a shockwave from the Hiramcry, breaking apart Akira's wind style. Juzo burst through the lingering winds, his Kubakiribacho gleaming coldly. But Akira was ready. His blade, still crackling with blue lightning, moved to intercept. Clang! With a sharp metallic sound, Akira's lightning-coated blade sliced through the chipped Kubakiribacho, shattering it further. If it had been a one-on-one fight, Juzo would already be out of the game, paralyzed by Akira's lightning-infused sword. But he had allies to back him up. "Release the Hiramcry!" Hayato's voice cut through the air as he wielded the weapon, firing a massive blue chakra blast straight at Akira. At the same time, Amiri crossed her Kiba blades, forming a large lightning sphere that shot toward him. Water style, water whip. Fuki completed his hand signs, lashing out with a ghostly blue whip of water. At that instant, Akira formed hand seals, unleashing a burst of energy that crackled in his hands. Lightning style, thunderstorm. The forest erupted in a blinding blue light, transforming the area around Akira into a field of razor-sharp lightning spears. A booming explosion followed, reducing the surrounding forest to dust as smoke and debris clouded the sky. In the smoke-filled chaos, the clashing figures continued their deadly dance. Akira emerged from the smoke, looking battered, his clothing scorched. The unleashed Hiramcry was even more powerful than he had expected. Although he managed to take Juzo out of the fight, he hadn't escaped unscathed. Just then, a low growl echoed across the battlefield. 8 gates. 7th gate, Gate of Shock, open. A wave of blue energy swept across the field, instantly clearing the smoke, When it settled, Juzo lay on the ground, his body scorched and motionless. The remaining swordsmen, Amiri, Momotaro, and Fuki, stood around, their expressions dark. Their pride as the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist was wounded. To be outmatched by a young Uchiha was nothing short of a disgrace. Consumed by anger, they glared at Akira, seething with the desire to crush him. But before they could react, Might Dewey vanished from Juzo's line of sight, appearing behind him in a flash. Forced to act quickly, Juzo raised his sword. In response, Dewey shouted, "Daytime Tiger!" Suddenly, his figure sharpened into focus as he threw hundreds of lightning-fast punches. The sheer friction ignited the air, forming a massive white tiger's head that swallowed Juzo whole. Boom! In an instant, the white tiger exploded, sending shockwaves that flattened the forest ahead, clearing a swath of land in a single, breathtaking blow. Chapter 7, Ganjutsu Guy, isn't your dad just a Genin? How is he this strong? Abisu's sunglasses nearly fell off, leaving him utterly stunned. Genma swallowed hard, staring at Guy in amazement. Guy, your dad's so powerful. Why didn't you tell us? Afraid we'd beg him to teach us? Guy was just as dazed, unable to process that his father, the man who was always shouting about youth, could possess such immense strength. Watching the scene with growing dread, Riga, Fuki, and Momotaro began to sweat, realizing they'd picked the wrong fight this time. In a swift, silent agreement, they each gripped their swords and vanished in different directions, retreating without a second glance. However, Akira had anticipated this. With quick, practiced hand signs, he created a shadow clone that immediately split off to chase after Fuki and Momotaro. As for Riga, he was already being pursued by Dewey, who'd shot after him like a streak of blue light. Just before speeding off, Dewey called out to Akira, "Hey, Uchiha. I can only attack once more in this state. The rest is up to you." Though Fuki and Momotaro were elite Jonin level, they weren't especially fast. Akira caught up easily. His clone went after Fuki, while he personally focused on Momotaro. Clearly, Akira intended to take down the wielder of the dual swords, Momotaro, first. Compared to Fuki, who wielded the monstrous Samada, Momotaro was the easier target. Fuki's chakra reserves were vast, allowing him to unleash high-level water-style techniques. An element that effectively countered fire-style. If possible, Akira wanted to save him for last to focus his efforts. Though Momotaro's chakra wasn't insignificant, it was still nothing compared to Fuki's. With his Sharingan, Akira could see everything clearly. Now that Momotaro was isolated, he was far less intimidating. The dual swords weren't particularly fast weapons, and Akira pressed him relentlessly, giving him no chance to wield their full power. Under Akira's lightning-fast attacks, Momotaro quickly found himself covered in wounds. Meanwhile, Riga was desperately fleeing. His speed was impressive, but Dewey, who had unlocked the 7th gate, was even faster. A blur of blue light streaking across the ground. Within mere breaths, Dewey had closed the gap. Realizing his escape was impossible, Riga combined his twin swords, channeling all his chakra into them. Lightning strike armor. With a crackling blue aura surrounding him, Riga released a thunderous surge of lightning that roared down upon Dewey. Thunder strike. Dewey responded with a barrage of punches, creating shockwaves in the air. With an explosive boom, his attack shattered the lightning almost instantly, unleashing a wave of energy that obliterated a large swath of forest around Riga. Back in the other two battles, Fuki and Momotaro were startled by the explosion, but Akira kept them firmly engaged, giving them no chance to retreat. The burly Fuki swung his Samada furiously, gritting his teeth in frustration. This Uchiha kid seemed to know the blade's quirks all too well. Never meeting its edge directly, avoiding head-on ninjutsu exchanges, and bombarding him from every angle with shuriken and kunai. Fuki could not afford to be careless with these projectiles. To make matters worse, the kid was even infusing the weapons with wind and lightning chakra at random, making it nearly impossible for Fuki to counter with jutsu. And then there was the Uchiha's Sharingan Ganjutsu, which constantly kept him on edge, feeling like his strength was being sealed off, bit by bit. For the first time in his life, Fuki felt utterly constrained. Damn Uchiha clan. Damn Sharingan. He roared, his large frame twisting and dodging the relentless rain of weapons. Even his vibrant orange hair bristled, batting away incoming shuriken-like steel cables, creating a metallic ring with each hit. Finally, rage giving way to strategy, Fuki released a massive wave of chakra. His orange hair stretched and hardened, forming a shield around him. But even that wasn't enough. With a few sharp whistles, Akira's chakra-infused shuriken tore through Fuki's defenses, leaving trails of blood in their wake. Through the pain, Fuki forced himself through a set of hand seals. Water style, hiding in mist jutsu. Thick, chakra-laden mist spilled from his mouth, enveloping the forest in a shroud that even the Rinnegan couldn't penetrate, let alone the Sharingan. Using the cover of the mist, Fuki finally managed to slip away. Akira knew he'd likely lost the chance to take Fuki down today. No matter how injured he was, as long as he wielded Saimata and had chakra, he'd remain an unstoppable force. The blade's regenerative powers rivaled the finest medical jutsu, keeping him refreshed and ready for battle. And with the mist too thick to dispel, Akira's clone had no choice but to redirect its attention to Momotaro, who was in dire straits. The dual swords weren't made for speed, and with both Akira and his shadow clone closing in, Momotaro found himself backed into a corner, his life on the line. Chapter 8, Aftermath of the battle. Even though Akira's shadow clone was only acting as a distraction, it still managed to keep Momotaro constantly on edge. As the situation grew increasingly dangerous, Momotaro's frustration and desperation intensified. Damn Uchiha! Momotaro gritted his sharp teeth, nearly cracking them in anger. In all his life, he had never experienced such a humiliating fight. Uchiha brat, I'll finish you off. He snarled, unleashing a surge of chakra from his body. Without hesitation, he poured all his remaining energy into his twin blades, Hyramgrai. The swords absorbed the chakra, bursting into a brilliant blue light as the immense chakra condensed and formed a massive hammer-like ball at the tip of each blade. But just as Momotaro prepared to strike, he froze, his gaze locking onto a pair of sinister, crimson eyes. In an instant, his world changed. He found himself trapped in a hellish realm of black and red, bound to a wooden post. Above him, a monstrous Sharingan spun in the sky, and flames began to lick at his body, consuming him like a paper effigy. I'm caught. In a Sharingan Ganjutsu. He realized with horror as the flames intensified, and his consciousness plunged into darkness. In the real world, Momotaro dropped to the ground with a thud, his body collapsing as he released Hyramgrai. The chakra-infused energy dissipated instantly, and the massive twin blades clattered lifelessly beside him. Akira Uchiha watched Momotaro fall and took out 4 shuriken, tossing them with precision to immobilize his opponent's limbs. Only after he was sure Momotaro was fully incapacitated did Akira approach, knocking him out cold. Grabbing Hyramgrai and dragging Momotaro by the foot, he started toward the group of Hidden Leaf Village shinobi led by Might Dewey, who were busy cleaning up the battlefield. Dewey, who had opened the 7th gate of the 8 gates, was now slumped against a rock, breathing heavily. The strain of using the 7th gate was immense, even for him. Seeing Akira approach with the subdued Momotaro and Hyramgrai on his shoulder, Dewey managed a shaky thumbs up, flashing his trademark bright smile, white teeth gleaming. Akira grinned back, returning the thumbs up with a nod. The acknowledgement filled Dewey with joy, as if he had received some invaluable validation. Akira tossed both Momotaro and Hyramgrai aside, then turned to Dewey. Are you alright? What should I call you? I'm Akira Uchiha. Might Dewey, he replied, smiling brightly. Don't worry about me, young Uchiha. My youth hasn't burned out yet. It's just catching its breath. Glad to hear it, Akira responded, sitting down on a nearby rock. The battle against the 7 ninja swordsmen had been intense. If they hadn't been overconfident at the beginning, things wouldn't have ended so smoothly. Even now, he felt a lingering fatigue. The mental strain from a high-stakes battle. Soon, Might Guy, Shiranui Gemma, and Ebisu returned, each holding one of the defeated swords of the Mist Swordsman. They breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Akira. He's incredible. Actually captured one alive. Ebisu muttered, still in awe. That's nothing. Before Dewey-san arrived, Akira held off all 7 of them by himself. It's only natural he managed to capture one, Genma said, nonchalantly chewing on a senbon. We'd have been goners without him. The 3 approached Akira, bowing in thanks. Akira waved a hand dismissively. It's fine. Any Hidden Leaf Village shinobi would have done the same in that situation. Besides, we had Dewey to back us up. With his power, he could have saved you on his own. Dewey gave a weary smile, looking over at Akira. If it weren't for you, young Uchiha, I might have had to open the 8th gate and become the Red Beast. Akira said nothing, only gave Dewey another thumbs up. Guy, did you see? That wasn't even Dewey's full strength, right? Ebisu asked in astonishment. Only in the most desperate situation can Dewey bring out that move, Guy replied, proud of his father's display. As a fellow practitioner of the 8 gates, he understood the power of that technique. The 8th gate was a one-time move. A path to certain death. Genma's senbon dropped from his mouth as he looked at Dewey in awe. Guy, does your dad take students? I think I could really improve. Huh? Students? Guy looked surprised, then hesitated. Well, my dad's technically still a gain-in. So what? Genma shrugged. Just now, he could have taken down an elite Jonin in one strike. Even the Hokage couldn't do better. Yui quickly interjected, I'm nothing compared to Hokage-sama. He's the strongest of all Hokage. I'm just a genin, a long way from that level. Genma laughed nervously. Just kidding. The third Hokage is definitely the god of shinobi. That's true, Ebisu agreed, eyes full of admiration. If the Hokage weren't needed to defend the village, this war would already be over, wouldn't it? What do you think, Akira? Ebisu asked, looking at the resting Akira. Akira rubbed his chin thoughtfully before saying, probably. As a transmigrator, Akira had always wondered about Sarutobi Hiruzen's true strength. He remembered only a few standout moments, Hiruzen using the Monkey King Inma to push the Nine Tails out of the village and his confrontation with the 5-element attacks during his fight against Orochimaru. His exact power level was hard to gauge. As they chatted, a golden flash flickered through the trees. The light moved at blinding speed, stopping in front of them to reveal a young man with striking blue eyes and golden hair. Minato no Mikaze Minato looked over the group, relief softening his expression. I'm so glad you're all safe, he said, glancing at Akira and the large sword by his side. The mist swordsman? Akira nodded, a trace of regret in his voice. They were here, though the leader, Fuki Suikazen, managed to escape. Minato's gaze shifted between Akira and Yui, his admiration evident. It's amazing that 6 of the 7 ninja swordsmen fell to you both. Yui nodded with a wistful smile. All thanks to young Uchiha here. He took down 4 of them on his own. Chapter 9, Confession. It was just luck. A quick strike while they weren't expecting it, Akira waved his hand dismissively. There's no such thing as luck on the battlefield, Minato replied, smiling even wider. I can only imagine how pleased Fugaku will be when he hears about this. Minato's girlfriend, Kushina, was close friends with Mikoto Uchiha, Fugaku's wife, which had helped him secure the support of the Uchiha clan. The stronger the Uchiha became, the happier Minato was, as their strength would lessen the political restraints he might face if he ever rose to the position of Hokage. The Uchiha clan had made a significant impact in the Third Great Shinobi War. First, Fugaku had earned the nickname Wicked Eye on the battlefield, then Shizue Uchiha became renowned as Shizue of the Body Flicker. Now, it seemed Akira Uchiha was well on his way to forging his own fearsome reputation. In the Hidden Leaf village camp, within the tent where the Uchiha clan was stationed, Fugaku wore a broad smile. Walking from the command tent, he had drawn plenty of envious glances from other Hidden Leaf village shinobi along the way. Knowing that Akira had managed to defeat 4 members of the 7 swordsmen of the mist brought great joy to Fugaku. As the clan leader, the emergence of powerful Uchiha shinobi like Akira and Shizue was the best affirmation of his leadership. At that moment, Akira had just finished dealing with clan members who'd come to check on him after hearing the news. No sooner had he sat down than Fugaku arrived. Akira, you've really outdone yourself. A rare look of pride softened Fugaku's usually stern face. I never expected you to reach this level of power. Even I couldn't have done better. Akira shook his head. You're exaggerating, clan leader. The Uchiha clan's leader had to be formidable, and Fugaku was certainly one of the top 3 most powerful Uchiha. If not the strongest. Otherwise, the clan would never have accepted him. Not to mention, he might have already awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. If Fugaku indeed possessed it, Akira believed Fugaku could very well be the strongest among the Uchiha of Hidden Leaf Village. Shizue was still young and lacked experience, after all. I'm serious. Fugaku shook his head, smiling. Your strength now isn't far behind mine. You could even give Shizue a run for. I'm probably still a bit behind Shizue, Akira replied. Although Shizue was younger, he was a true prodigy of the Uchiha, already possessing the Mangekyō Sharingan. Akira believed that, with only one Mangekyō Sharingan, his own eye power was still lacking. The Sharingan's true potential could only be unleashed with a pair of Mangekyō Sharingan. Akira? Fugaku's voice turned serious as he looked at Akira intently. Have you awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan? In that moment, Akira made a decision, his expression growing slightly strange. More or less. To strengthen his influence within the Uchiha clan and advance certain plans, Akira decided to come clean, if only partially. The Mangekyō Sharingan would serve as a valuable leverage. More or less? Fugaku frowned, puzzled. It's a simple yes or no. What do you mean by more or less? Akira raised a finger, pointing to his left eye. Only my left eye has awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. My right eye is still in its 3-tomoe form. What? Fugaku's stern expression faltered as he stared at Akira, astonished. How is that even possible? In all the records of the Uchiha, there's never been such a case. Take a look, clan leader. Akira shrugged. His left eye shifted, transforming into a pattern of a scythe with curved blades joined end to end. It really is. Fugaku exhaled slowly, Muttering to himself, only one eye awakened to the Mangekyō. Fugaku's expression shifted to one of mild regret as he looked at Akira. With only a single Mangekyō, Akira wouldn't be able to fully tap into its potential. Akira, you've set a new precedent. Though it's a bit unfortunate. As clan leader, Fugaku knew well the rarity of awakening this legendary eye. Most shinobi had only one chance in their lifetime, as the emotional intensity needed for a second awakening could rarely match the first. Akira shrugged. I'm content. Even with one eye, it's been a game changer for me. Then, glancing at Fugaku, he asked, Clan leader, you've also awakened these eyes, haven't you? After a brief pause, Fugaku nodded. Yes. Through blood and tears, I, too, have awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. Just as I thought. Akira's face showed a look of confirmation. You suspected it all along, huh? Fugaku chuckled. Shisui has also awakened the Mangekyō. Counting you, that makes 3 of us in the clan. I guessed as much. Shisui is so young yet so powerful. It's difficult to explain otherwise, Akira nodded. Indeed. Fugaku's tone grew somber. But remember, Akira, never reveal this ability, not even to other Uchiha. I understand. Akira nodded. The more you use the Mangekyō, the more it strains your body. And the closer you come to blindness. Fugaku looked at him gravely. Akira, use your eye with caution. Never activate it unless absolutely necessary. Is there any way to prevent that? Akira asked. Yes. Fugaku nodded. The Mangekyō Sharingan isn't the peak of our clan's power. The true peak is the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, a form only awakened by transplanting another Mangekyō Sharingan. But, he continued, it's incredibly risky. In our clan's history, only Madara Uchiha successfully obtained it, after transplanting his brother's eyes. We suspect the closer the blood relation, the higher the chances of success. Unfortunately, you, Shisui, and I aren't closely related, so our chances of reaching the Uchiha's true peak are slim, Fugaku said, a hint of regret in his eyes. I see. Thank you for explaining, clan leader. Akira bowed his head in gratitude. It's nothing. Fugaku shook his head. As your clan leader, it's my responsibility to tell you these things. Chapter 10, Placing Bets. After a brief conversation, Fugaku's gaze shifted toward the 4 famous swords laid out on the ground, the twin swords Kiba, Kubikirdacho, Nuibari, Sewing Needle, and the blunt sword Kabatawari. These swords, once belonging to elite mist shinobi, had become spoils of war for Akira, who had slain their previous owners. Seeing Fugaku hesitate as if he wanted to say something, Akira spoke up first. Clan leader, do you need these 4 swords? Hearing Akira take the initiative, Fugaku's expression softened. These weren't ordinary weapons, each sword was powerful enough to forge an elite jonin. As the war approached its end and with the 7 swordsmen of the mist now defeated, it was clear that victory over Hidden Mist Village was within reach, especially with Minato no Mikege's arrival on the battlefield. Hidden Mist Village would likely try to reclaim these legendary weapons after their defeat, lending them a certain political value. The Uchiha clan was currently backing the Mikeige, and possessing these swords could strengthen their position. Fugaku pondered for a moment before speaking. Akira, you may have heard whispers. When this war ends, the 3rd Hokage plans to step down, and Hidden Leaf Village will elect its 4th Hokage. I've heard. The council has been hinting at it for a while, Akira replied, nodding. Are we placing our bet on the Yellow Flash? That's right, Fugaku confirmed with a nod, his voice steady. While Orochimaru is one of the Sannin and commands a loyal following, our support would merely be an addition to his already considerable base. Minato, on the other hand, is an up-and-comer with far fewer established allies. For him, the Uchiha clan's support would be invaluable. A subtle smile appeared on Fugaku's face. Orochimaru's reputation in Hidden Leaf Village is impressive, but Minato's achievements, driving back both Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Clouds Village, have given the Yellow Flash a level of respect and fear even the Sannin don't command on the battlefield. Finally, Fugaku said, moreover, despite his fame, Orochimaru lacks the people's trust. I don't think he stands a strong chance in the race for Hokage. Akira nodded in agreement. You're right. Compared to Orochimaru, Minato is like a warm sun bringing hope to Hidden Leaf Village. After this war, our people will need someone to light the way forward. He glanced at the 4 swords in the corner. If these swords can serve as our clan's bet, then please, take them, clan leader. Minato is worth supporting. Fugaku smiled and nodded. Akira, this won't go unrewarded. I'll make sure you gain access to 1 or 2 high-level jutsu from the Scroll of Seals. These swords from Hidden Mist Village were priceless weapons, crafted with great effort, each capable of elevating a skilled user to Jonin. Trading them for just a few techniques from the Scroll of Seals seemed like a poor exchange. The jutsu documented in the Scroll of Seals were notoriously difficult to master, often restricted or forbidden due to their power. The Flying Thunder God Jutsu had made Minato the Yellow Flash, while the Spirit Transformation Jutsu had brought fame to Tsunoda's former lover, Dankato. However, Akira wasn't too concerned about this reward. Having access didn't necessarily mean he could learn them anyway. Sometimes, it's best not to overthink. Are we waiting until Minato officially takes place? Akira asked. Minato was expected to assume the role of fourth Hokage soon after the war's end. Akira was prepared to wait patiently. Yes, Fugaku replied, his tone serious. The third Hokage has grown somewhat indecisive with age. Patience is necessary here. Understood, clan leader. I can wait, Akira nodded calmly. By the way, has there been any progress on the stolen Byakugan incident from the Hyuga clan? Akira asked. Fugaku let out a chuckle. Progress? The mist shinobi who set that trap were slippery. Our Hidden Leaf village trackers have yet to find any trace of them. They might as well have vanished into thin air. I'd say the Hyuga clan's Byakugan is as good as lost. Akira couldn't help but smile at Fugaku's tone. Little did Fugaku know, the Byakugan was in Akira's possession. As a traveler between worlds, Akira had a habit of collecting rarer treasures. And the Byakugan was certainly worth keeping. After receiving Akira's consent, Fugaku picked up the swords. T-twin swords Kiba, Kubikirbacho, Nuibari, Sewing Needle, and the blunt sword Kabatawari. And set off to deliver them to Minato's tent. The news of the defeat of the Mist's 7 swordsmen spread rapidly across the battlefield. When it was revealed that a single teenager from the Uchiha clan, along with a mere genin from Hidden Leaf village, had managed to defeat 6 of these elite warriors, jaws dropped across the war front. In an instant, both Akira Uchiha and Might Dewey became legends, their names carried to all 5 great ninja villages. For Akira, his fame seemed natural. After all, the Uchiha name alone commanded respect, especially in the Third Great Ninja War, where many Uchiha had proven themselves formidable. Fugaku Uchiha, the clan's head, was highly respected, and Shizue Uchiha had a terrifying reputation on the Mist battlefield. Another young Uchiha achieving greatness was almost expected. But Might Dewey's story caused even more shock. A mere genin, one who used only taijutsu, had, in a flash, defeated 2 elite jonin. Eyes were practically bulging in disbelief. The tide of battle had completely turned. With Minato on the field, the Mist forces had suffered loss after loss. Victory for Hidden Leaf village seemed inevitable, a wave crashing down on the Mist's crumbling defenses. With the Mist's defeat now all but certain, Akira finally received a rare 2-day respite. After his brief rest, Fugaku appeared with a new mission for him, escorting a group of injured shinobi back to Hidden Leaf village for treatment. The battlefield's medical resources were limited, and many of the wounded could only receive basic care. Fugaku smiled as he approached Akira. By the way, I've spoken with Minato. Once he becomes Hokage, he'll let you choose 2 techniques from the sealing arts to study. Thank you, clan leader, Akira replied with a nod. Being allowed to freely select 2 techniques was more than he'd expected. The Scroll of Seals contained incredibly powerful jutsu like the Flying Thunder God Jutsu and also simpler, yet still restricted techniques like the multiple shadow clone jutsu. Now that he had the freedom to choose, he knew he'd need to choose carefully. Chapter 11, The Escort Mission. The mission to escort the wounded was classified as A rank, and Akira wasn't undertaking it alone. Altogether, 12 shinobi and 3 teams were assigned to this operation. When they gathered, Akira recognized some familiar faces: Dewey, Guy, Ebisu, Genma, and even Kakashi. The higher-ups were taking no chances with this escort mission. The team was high caliber, with not only skilled shinobi like Akira and Dewey but also members of the Hyuga clan providing reconnaissance. The group was sizable, with 100 members, including wounded and a contingent of medical nin. Such a large group, carrying injured personnel, couldn't move stealthily. However, no one seemed worried. No one expected any enemy would be reckless enough to attack them. With the Hyuga's Byakugan on watch and warriors like Akira and Dewey, who had once taken on the 7 swordsmen of the Mist, everyone felt an unshakable sense of security. Any enemy would need more than a handful of jonin to pose a real threat to this escort. Good to see you again, Dewey, Akira said, greeting him along the way. Ah, Uchiha boy. What a coincidence. I didn't expect we'd be on a mission together, Dewey replied with enthusiasm, his energy as boundless as ever. Definitely a pleasant surprise, Akira nodded with a smile. After this mission, Dewey, you should finally be able to advance to jonin, right? Dewey's face lit up, though he hesitated a bit before replying. Minato recommended me, but I feel like I still have a long way to go before I'm truly at a jonin's level. So I'm not in a rush to advance. I'm quite content with being a chunin. That way, I can still get assigned to some interesting missions. Well, I wouldn't be surprised if you make Jonin soon, Akira. Dewey gave him a thumbs up, his bright smile gleaming. Akira shrugged. Maybe. The two continued chatting casually at the rear of the group, while nearby, Guy, Genma, and Ebisu were conversing quietly among themselves. Kakashi, however, radiated a chilling aura, his demeanor colder and more distant since the recent death of Rin. Even Guy could only exchange a few words with him. Kakashi barely acknowledged anyone else. To ensure Kakashi didn't lose himself in grief and rage against Hidden Mist Village, Minato had assigned him to this mission, giving him a chance to return to Hidden Leaf Village and hopefully find some peace. With the war nearing its end, it made sense to start sending some troops back. Kakashi, you should have seen Akira fighting the 7 swordsmen from the mist. If only I had such strength, Guy said, looking at Kakashi with envy. Kakashi's tired eyes twitched slightly as he glanced at Akira chatting with Dewey nearby. He thought to himself, Akira is so different from Obito and the other Uchihas. He's neither as thick-headed as Obito nor as arrogant as most of his clan. In a way, he's a bit like Minato-sensei. Guy, unbothered by Kakashi's silence, continued, Kakashi, do you think Akira could take on a tailed beast? At the mention of tailed beasts, a flash of pain crossed Kakashi's eyes. He recalled the recent horror of seeing Rin used as a vessel for the Three Tails, feeling a surge of frustration over his own weakness and his failure to keep his promise to Obito. Kakashi looked at Guy and replied coolly, why don't you ask him yourself? Unfazed by Kakashi's icy tone, Guy cheerfully walked over to Akira and asked, Akira, with your strength, could you take on a tailed beast? I hear they're the trump cards of every major village. Guy. Dewey's voice turned serious as he shot a reproachful look at his son. That's a personal question, you shouldn't ask such things. Indeed, questions about a shinobi's abilities were often private, and even close friends avoided bringing them up. They weren't even particularly close to Akira, making Guy's question all the more audacious. Please don't take offense at Guy's question, Dewey said, scratching his head in embarrassment. Realizing his mistake, Guy looked sheepish. Sorry about that, Akira. Not far away, Genma and Ebisu, who had been eavesdropping, sighed in disappointment. They'd been just as curious as Guy about the answer. Having spent over a year on the battlefield, they knew that each village's tailed beasts were their deadliest assets. While they hadn't seen a tailed beast up close, they'd seen the massive craters left by their tailed beast bombs. It's alright, Akira replied with a friendly smile. Seeing that Akira didn't seem bothered, Guy's curiosity got the best of him again. Akira, I bet you're strong enough to handle a tailed beast, right? Guy. Dewey scolded, giving him a stern look. The kid is getting a bit too bold with these questions, he thought. Akira chuckled, thoughtfully stroking his chin. Well, tailed beasts vary in strength. With my current abilities, I might have a shot against some of the weaker ones. That's incredible. Guy said, visibly impressed. Akira grinned. Though if it were your dad, he could probably take on any tailed beast except the 9 tails. Really, Dad? You're that strong? Guy looked at Dewey in awe. The mention of the 9 tails left Guy truly stunned. Known as the mightiest of the tailed beasts, it was viewed as a true force of destruction among shinobi. Dewey quickly shook his head. I'm not that powerful. Even with the 8 gates, I'd have a hard time against a tailed beast. There's still a long way to go for me. If it were Hokage-sama, though, he might even be able to handle the 9 tails, Dewey added with a touch of admiration. Akira merely chuckled without offering a comment. Sarutobi Hiruzen could probably hold his ground against the 9 tails for a while, but that's about it. The raw power of the 9 tails was leagues beyond the other tailed beasts. Without specific tactics, it was difficult to counter. Even Uzumaki Kashina had more effective means of handling the 9 tails than Hiruzen. Just then, one of the Hyuga scouts, Hyuga Haman, appeared beside them in a flash. He looked at Akira and Dewey, his face serious as he reported, there's a squad of 13 Hidden Mist Village shinobi 1 kilometer ahead of us, at our 10 o'clock. One of them has an unusually large chakra reserve. Possibly the 6 tails Jinchuriki. Chapter 12, The 6 Tails Jinchuriki. Guy, Genma, Ebisu. Go ahead and stop the team, Akira Uchiha ordered, looking at the assembled Jonin. Their mentor, Choza Akimaki, was still fighting on the front lines. Despite only being a Chunin, Akira Uchiha held considerable authority within the team due to his impressive achievements, respected as if he were a Jonin himself. What's the plan now? Hyuga Haman asked gravely, his gaze fixed in the 10 o'clock direction, where a figure that appeared to be a Jinchuriki loomed, filling him with unease. I'll handle that one. No, I'll take care of it. Before Dewey could finish, Akira interrupted him. Hidden Mist Village has deployed only the 6 tails Jinchuriki, Akira said, his eyes sharp as he looked at Dewey. It's best if you, Dewey-senpai, focus on coordinating with the other Jonin to take out their high-level combatants. Turning to the Chunin and medical ninja around him, Akira continued, the Chunin and medics, your priority is to protect the injured. We have the upper hand here. Although Hidden Leaf Village had only 3 teams. 12 shinobi in total. Each team was reinforced with a Jonin, meaning they had more high-level fighters than Hidden Mist Village. None of the others raised objections to Akira's plan. Despite his official rank, Akira's strength warranted respect, and with a potential Jinchuriki on the field, it made sense to follow his lead. Plus, if something went wrong, they'd have someone to hold responsible. Hyuga turned to him, serious. You need to be cautious. If they're willing to deploy their Jinchuriki, it's likely they're experienced in wielding the beast's power. I'll be careful. You all stay vigilant as well, Akira replied. Any Hidden Mist Village shinobi making it this far in means they're no ordinary fighters. Mike Dewey's gaze turned intense as he looked at Akira. Akira, I'll give everything I've got in this fight. But until then, you'll need to hold him off. Akira nodded. I'll draw the Jinchuriki away from there as much as possible. Suddenly, Hamon's eyes narrowed as the veins around his Byakugan bulged. They're on the move. Coming right for us. As soon as he spoke, 5 figures burst forward, Hamon, Kakashi, Dewey, and Akira. The full might of Hidden Leaf Village's elites aiming to swiftly crush the Hidden Mist Village forces. After a rapid advance through several hundred meters, they encountered the Hidden Mist Village shinobi in a dense forest. Akira's gaze immediately locked onto a middle-aged man with brown hair and loose blue robes, holding a bubble blower. This was clearly not Utakata, the Six Tails Jinchuriki Akira was familiar with, but rather Hori, Utakata's predecessor. Given the similarity in appearance, Akira guessed they must be related. Through his Sharingan, Akira observed the vast chakra surging within Hori, comparable to his own. A rare feat matched only by the likes of the 4th Raikage and Uzumaki Kushina. Dewey immediately opened the 6th gate, the Gate of View, unleashing Morning Peacock at the 13 enemy Hidden Mist Village shinobi. Boom. A powerful explosion erupted, throwing the battlefield into chaos as the shinobi paired off against their opponents. Kakashi, Hamon each took on a Jonin, while Dewey engaged Hidden Mist Village's Chunin with relentless aggression. Meanwhile, Akira and the Six Tails Jinchuriki exchanged a few probing blows before both deliberately distanced themselves from the main battle, moving several hundred meters away. Facing his opponent, Akira's Sharingan glowed red as he swiftly completed a set of hand seals. Fire style, Great Fire Destruction. A vast wave of flames surged forward, flooding the forest like an inferno. The Six Tails Jinchuriki was quick to respond, forming seals and unleashing a torrent of water. Water style, Water Formation Pillar. The torrent erupted, clashing violently with the sea of flames. Boom. A powerful shockwave rocked the area, sending waves of dark red chakra into the air, forming a fierce chakra storm that tore up trees and created a massive, scorched crater in the ground. In the center of the crater, a figure emerged, half transformed into the Six Tails form, with 6 dark red tails and a human-like silhouette, emitting a low, guttural roar. Dark red chakra ripples expanded in waves from the Jinchuriki's body. A partial transformation. Looks like Hidden Mist Village has made some serious advancements in harnessing the power of their tailed beasts, Akira muttered, impressed by the Jinchuriki's potent display of strength. Suddenly, the half-transformed Jinchuriki surged forward, appearing in front of Akira in an instant, a clawed, chakra-covered hand descending with tremendous force. Fast. Akira's face remained calm as he channeled lightning chakra, his body flickering away in a flash of blue electricity. A few dozen meters away, Akira's form reappeared, solidifying as the earth cracked beneath him and dark red chakra tendrils burst from the ground like blades. With another burst of lightning chakra, he vanished again. Fire style, Dance of Flaming Dragons. Midair, Akira executed hand seals and unleashed 4 crimson fire dragons, attacking the Jinchuriki from above, below, and both sides. Roar. The Jinchuriki, influenced by the Six Tails chakra, released a dark red bubble that exploded outward, dispersing the 4 fire dragons into a blazing red haze that painted the sky. Crackle. The air sizzled as Akira suddenly appeared beside the Jinchuriki, unnoticed until the last second. Lightning style, Lightning Blade. In a flash, Akira drove a chakra blade formed of pure lightning at the Jinchuriki's chest. A deadly technique he created, B rank, capable of amplifying his blade's sharpness with an extended lightning edge. SHHK. However, something was wrong. The lightning blade barely penetrated 2 centimeters into the Jinchuriki's chest, stopped by the protective layer of tailed beast chakra. At that moment, Hori's 6 tails lashed through the air, targeting Akira. Crackle. Akira vanished once more, reappearing a safe distance away, watching as the Jinchuriki roared toward the heavens. A standard ninjutsu won't work against someone partially transformed to this degree, he thought. I need to create a terrain advantage and use the environment to my benefit. Chapter 13, Lightning Style. In the next moment, Akira moved. With a powerful leap, he soared into the air, his hands a blur as he completed a series of hand seals in an instant. Fire Style, Majestic Flame Annihilation. Gathering a massive amount of chakra, Akira released it in a fiery torrent, launching a colossal fireball. Tens of meters wide. Downward like a blazing meteor ready to crush everything in its path. Roar. The Six Tails Jinchuriki, Haori, let out a deep growl, restricted by his transformed state and unable to use water-style techniques. He inhaled sharply, drawing dark red-tailed beast chakra into his mouth like crippling waves. Then, with a powerful exhale, he unleashed a condensed tailed beast chakra bubble, surging forward to collide with the enormous fireball. Boom. With a deafening explosion, the chakra bubble struck the fireball, shattering it into fragments. Fiery embers scattered in all directions, illuminating the sky in a crimson glow. Sparks rained down, igniting the surrounding forest in a roaring inferno that quickly spread over hundreds of meters. The fighters on the distant battlefield couldn't help but turn their attention to the spectacle. What an intense fight! Hyuga murmured, his Byakugan narrowing as he observed the half-transformed Jinchuriki. In the next instant, several dragons of fire erupted into the sky from the other side of the battlefield. The clouds above thickened, churning with the ominous weight of a brewing storm. Meanwhile, a dense fog enveloped the battlefield as the shinobi from Hidden Mist Village employed their hiding in mist jutsu, drenching the area with chakra-laden mist to obscure vision and hinder the Byakugan and Sharingan. Their plan was well conceived, but the reality was harsh. Even for the Hidden Mist Village shinobi, the mist only offered a marginal advantage, as the Hidden Leaf Village elite had honed techniques to counter such tactics. In the dense fog, each of Hidden Leaf Village's jonin devised their own strategies, remaining calm and waiting for an opening rather than recklessly attacking. Amidst the swirling mist, Dewey's body radiated a fierce green steam, dispelling the fog within a 10-meter radius around him. Ha! He roared, unleashing a barrage of punches that scattered in every direction, burning through the mist with sheer force. Screams echoed as 3 Hidden Mist Village shinobi fell, struck down in Dewey's indiscriminate assault. Now exposed, several Hidden Mist Village shinobi wielding swords closed in, only for Dewey to flash forward, a green streak cutting through the battlefield. As he moved, the sounds of cracking bones and desperate cries followed, and within moments, 9 Hidden Mist Village shinobi lay lifeless on the ground. Dewey's gaze drifted to the intense battle between Akira and the Six Tails Jinchuriki in the distance. Even the sky appeared transformed by the clash, with dark clouds rolling above and flames raging below. A sinister chakra emanated from the battlefield's heart, making Dewey's chest tighten. What incredible chakra! Even from here, it feels suffocating, Dewey muttered. Following the original plan, he intended to assist Hidden Leaf Village's jonin in eliminating the Hidden Mist Village shinobi before joining Akira Uchiha. Elsewhere, Akira continued his fire techniques, creating updrafts that accumulated into thunderclouds overhead. He was preparing to unleash his most powerful jutsu, an adaptation of Sasuke's future S-rank lightning style, Kirin, honed into his own S-rank lightning style technique. Fire Style, Majestic Flame Annihilation. Akira's hands formed seals, and another massive wave of flames surged forward, rolling in crashing waves toward the half-transformed Six Tails Jinchuriki. The intense heat distorted the air, and the blazing light turned the darkened clouds above into a searing brightness. Haori, though partially transformed, dared not face such fearsome flames head-on. With a thunderous crack, the ground split as Haori drove a massive boulder, more than 20 meters wide, with his chakra-formed tail into the earth, creating a shield against the oncoming inferno. The flames split, diverted into the burning forest behind him. As the flames finally weakened, Haori's figure vanished in a flash of red chakra, moving at a speed imperceptible to the ordinary eye. However, to Akira, every move was clear as day. Lightning Style, Lightning Pierce. Seeing Haori's approach, Akira's hand crackled with lightning as he shaped it into a sharp spear of pure energy, thrusting it toward the Jinchuriki. Roar. Haori's red eyes flashed as he swung a massive chakra-formed arm to counter Akira's lightning spear. A blinding flash lit up the sky, and red and blue chakras clashed, splitting the battlefield in two. As they struggled, Haori's six tails whipped through the air, piercing towards Akira in a ferocious attack. But with a burst of lightning, Akira's figure disintegrated into a radiant flash, trapping Haori in an electrified field. In an instant, Akira appeared by Haori's side, his chakra blazing as he unleashed a punch charged with crackling lightning toward Haori's heart. The sheer speed carried an overwhelming force, sending the Jinchuriki flying 100 meters, crashing into the blazing forest. A furious roar echoed from within the flames, the tailed beast's chakra pulsing and creating a massive buffer zone, a 10-meter-wide ring of protection around the Jinchuriki. Harry's half-transformed body shook with anger as he opened his mouth wide, even dislocating his jaw to an unnatural extent. Streams of purplish black and blue yin-yang chakra coalesced within his gaping maw, forming a small, dense black sphere. Chapter 14, Six Tails. Akira's ninjutsu had been disrupting Harry, preventing him from using the Tail Beast Bomb. But now, with Akira's punch having knocked him back, Harry finally had the chance to unleash his ultimate move, a technique that could determine the battle's outcome. As Harry, the partial Jinchuriki of the Six Tails, began to charge up the Tailed Beast Bomb, Akira smirked, his lips curving up in amusement. Let's see which is faster. Your Tailed Beast Bomb or my lightning? With a flash of lightning around him, Akira leaped into the air. Lightning style, Divine Thunder Sword. Raising his right hand, he directed a beam of lightning into the dark, stormy clouds above. In an instant, thunderclouds gathered, sparking with relentless lightning that converged above him, forming a colossal lightning sword spanning the sky. A blade of thunder, nearly 100 meters long. That level of lightning jutsu. From a distance, the Hidden Leaf Village Jonin, who had just finished off Hidden Mist Village's elite with Dewey's help, looked on in awe, witnessing the display. Kakashi and the others had never seen such powerful jutsu before, not even on the battlefield of the Third Great Ninja War. The immense lightning sword stretched across the heavens, altering everything they thought they knew. That's... Hyuga Hamon's face grew serious. Hidden Mist Village's Six Tails Jinchuriki is entering partial beast mode and preparing a Tail Beast Bomb. He glanced around at his comrades, his tone urgent. We need to move. Whether it's Akira's attack or the Tailed Beast Bomb, being in range could be deadly. No sooner had he spoken than the colossal lightning sword vanished, as though it had never appeared. Reacting quickly, Kakashi formed hand signs and pressed his hand to the ground. Earth style, multiple earth style wall. With a loud rumble, layers of thick earth walls shot up, encircling and shielding their group. Meanwhile, Akira's right hand moved, and the enormous lightning sword above Harry vanished. Just as Harry completed the Tail Beast Bomb and was about to release it, the sword reappeared, striking down upon him. A thunderous explosion shattered the sky as the lightning collided with the Tailed Beast Bomb. The resulting shockwave erupted in a blinding light, turning the landscape into an inferno of searing heat. Boom. A second, even louder explosion followed as the Tailed Beast Bomb detonated under the lightning's force. A vast mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and the ground shook violently, throwing up waves of debris. Within a kilometer radius, everything was obliterated by the devastating blast. Watching over the injured, Guy and others were stunned as the shockwave reached them, like a gale from a hurricane. Had they not used Earth style to dampen the force, the wounded might have been swept away. Guy, did you see that? Ebisu nudged Guy. That lightning jutsu. What kind of opponent would force Akira-senpai to use such a powerful lightning jutsu? Genma muttered, awestruck. Could it be a tailed beast? Guy whispered, thinking about the towering chakra pillar they had seen earlier. Around them, injured soldiers and medical staff were murmuring as well, in awe of the spectacle. The massive lightning sword had been visible even to them. Trust in Hidden Leaf Village's Jonin. With the Uchiha and Hyuga clans here, we can't lose. Despite their attempts to reassure each other, everyone kept glancing anxiously toward the battlefield, where the energy storm continued to rage. Kakashi and Dewey, tense and worried, exchanged grim looks, feeling the immense power from afar. How's it looking over there, Hamon? It's not good. Hamon's face was pale. Hidden Mist Village's Jinchuriki has lost control. The Six Tails has broken free of its seal. The Jonin around them exchanged uneasy glances. They knew a fully unleashed tailed beast was beyond their ability to handle. The only one here who might stand a chance is Dewey, Hamon said gravely. What? The Six Tails broke free? The group turned to Hamon in disbelief. Swallowing hard, Hamon nodded. Yes, the Jinchuriki was cornered and went all out, releasing the Six Tails. What do we do now? Hamon's gaze shifted to the group. We'll support Akira and prepare to retreat. We're no match for a fully formed tailed beast, Dewey said, his expression solemn. Can anyone summon Minato? This is way beyond us, someone asked, looking to Kakashi. Kakashi shook his head. Sensei's summoning beasts are the toads of Mount Myabaku. Mine are Ninken. Summoning him isn't an option. Wait, Dewey. We may not need to go over, Hamon said, staring at the battlefield, his expression shifting to one of disbelief. It looks like Akira is using his Sharingan to control the Six Tails. What? The group was stunned, recalling the legends of Madara Uchiha controlling the Nine Tails. So, the Sharingan really can control tailed beasts. Kakashi whispered in awe. Thank goodness, Dewey exhaled in relief. From the edge of the battlefield, Akira emerged, slightly singed but otherwise unharmed. The lightning sword technique he'd unleashed had been performed by one of his shadow clones. A jutsu with a range of 1 kilometer and a target distance of 500 meters. Using a clone to manage its destructive power was simply more practical. Now, the battlefield was reduced to a massive crater, several hundred meters wide. At its center stood the enormous form of the Six Tails, a massive white creature resembling a slug, covered in thick, sticky mucus. Charred black scars marred its white hide, remnants of the powerful explosion. Akira narrowed his Sharingan eyes. Harry was definitely gone. There was no way he could have survived the blast of both the lightning and the tail beast bomb. But in the chaos, it was unclear if he had intentionally broken the seal or if the Six Tails had forced its way out upon sensing its host's death. As Akira advanced, the Six Tails growled, eyes filled with rage. He smirked. If you hadn't broken free, I'd have had a tougher time. But now that you're out, things are just perfect? The three tomoe in his left eye spun, transforming into the pattern of the Mangekyō Sharingan. In an instant, the Six Tails froze, its body stiffening as though its mind had been shut down. The colossal beast, poised to strike, now stood motionless, completely subdued by the power of the Sharingan. Chapter 15, A Bold Idea. As it turns out, the rumor about the Mangekyō Sharingan's ability to control tailed beasts isn't a myth. It's absolutely true. After implanting cells from Hashirama Senju, Obito Uchiha's ocular power became strong enough to control even the perfect Jinchuriki, Yagura of the Three Tails. Not even the mighty Nine Tails escaped his grasp. Akira hadn't implanted Hashirama's cells, so his ocular power wasn't on the same nearly eternal Mangekyō level as Obito's. However, the Six Tails was no Nine Tails. And with the death of its Jinchuriki, the Six Tails, Skin, was now in the wild. An unbound beast, free to be subdued by Akira's Sharingan. After capturing Skin with the Mangekyō Sharingan's Genjutsu, Akira frowned, muttering, the Chakra drain to control a tail beast is intense. This is only the Six Tails. If it were the Nine Tails, it'd break free in no time. The Nine Tails' power far surpassed that of the other eight-tailed beasts. While ordinary Mangekyō Sharingan might handle the lesser beasts, the Nine Tails was in a league of its own. By Akira's calculations, his Mangekyō could only control the Six Tails for about 3 minutes before the Genjutsu's grip would shatter. 3 minutes. Definitely not enough time to bring it back to Hidden Leaf Village, Akira mused, glancing at the massive beast in the crater. If Minato were here, he could potentially bring it back, letting Kushina seal it safely. But with things as they were, he was stuck in a difficult position. Should I kill it? Akira considered, rubbing his chin. Even that's a challenge. I can't create powerful ninjutsu in 3 minutes, and there's no guarantee a lightning jutsu would be enough to kill the Six Tails. His face tightened with indecision. He could destroy the Six Tails, true, with his left eye's Mangekyō ability, Kami, he could obliterate it. But that would damage his Mangekyō, something he was reluctant to risk. Should I kill Skin or let it go? As he pondered, a green blur shot into view from behind. A figure radiating a vibrant aura. It was none other than Might Dewey. With the sixth gate open, he moved with incredible speed, arriving first at the scene. He flashed Akira a bright grin, thumbs up. Young man, you've really done it this time. He cheered. To think even a tail beast is no match for you. Sharingan is a fearsome KK Genkai. Akira shook his head, his expression serious. Dewey-senpai, I can't hold it for long. 3 minutes, at most. You need to evacuate the injured as far from here as possible. What? Dewey's face darkened as he looked at Akira with a newfound intensity. Understood. I'll go back and start moving them immediately. With a burst of speed, Dewey vanished, a green streak heading back toward Kakashi and the others. Jonin Haman, Kakashi, we need to start evacuating the injured. His voice carried even before he was visible. Uchiha-kun can only hold the Six Tails for 3 minutes. We need to get everyone to safety within that time. What? Kakashi and his group halted immediately, processing Dewey's words before sprinting toward the injured Hidden Leaf Village personnel. They had no time to waste. 3 minutes was a blink when evacuating the wounded, and they needed every second. The tailed beast towered over them, a massive entity. Even if its movements were slow, it could outpace them easily, especially burdened with injured comrades. If the beast broke free, it'd be chaos, shooting tailed beast bombs indiscriminately. Getting far enough away from its reach was their only hope. While Dewey and the others could retreat, Akira had to stay. If he left, Skin would immediately break free of the Genjutsu and go on a rampage. Damn it. Skin's struggles intensified, and Akira muttered a curse under his breath. If only I'd had time to learn sealing jutsu. For an Uchiha, sealing jutsu wasn't an insurmountable challenge. With a Sharingan, copying techniques was easy. Given time, he could master high-level sealing jutsu by carefully analyzing and practicing them. but the Uchiha clan's focus was always on the Sharingan. Fire style was secondary, and sealing techniques received little to no attention. Since coming to this world over a year ago, Akira had wanted to study sealing, but battle after battle had robbed him of the time. If he had the skill, he could seal skin into his own body, becoming a Jinchuriki. With the Mangekyō Sharingan, he had no fear of the Six Tails rebelling, a single look would keep it in check. The benefits of being a Jinchuriki were clear. Never having to worry about running out of chakra, for one. Although Akira's chakra reserves were substantial, they couldn't compare to a tailed beast's. No way I'm leaving empty-handed. I've got it under control, letting it go now would be such a waste. Stealing his resolve, Akira moved behind skin, his hand sparking with lightning. A blue blade extended from his hand, slicing cleanly through one of the beast's massive tails. With a wet crunch, a section of skin's tail fell to the ground. Akira quickly pulled out a sealing scroll and stored the tail within it. The scroll was an expensive, high-capacity sealing scroll, capable of storing living material, though its space was limited. This was the largest scroll Akira had, enough to fit the 4-meter section of tail he'd cut. If he'd had more scrolls, he could have taken more, but this was all he carried. What a shame. Such a massive beast. If only I could bring it all back. Akira sighed. Wait. He paused, struck by a sudden idea. Looking at the snow-white beast before him, a thought crossed his mind. If Madara Uchiha could contract the 9 tails and turn it into his summon, why can't I do the same? Yes. Make the 6 tails his own summon. If he could form a contract, he wouldn't have to kill or abandon the beast. Chapter 16, The Contract with the 6 Tails. From the current situation, it seemed that the 6 tails, skin, might be left for some time. Eventually, it would be hunted down. Either by Hidden Leaf Village or Hidden Mist Village would likely make a move. Capturing a tailed beast wasn't easy, it required preparation. However, if Akira could form a summoning contract with the 6 tails, making it his own summoning beast, then this situation could be handled differently. After some quick preparations, Akira could summon the 6 tails directly and capture it. There was a chance he could secure the 6 tails for himself before Hidden Leaf Village or Hidden Mist Village acted. Creating a summoning contract scroll wasn't difficult, and he happened to have a blank scroll with him. In less than a minute, he completed the contract, drawing up a summoning scroll. He used the blood of the 6 tails, taking materials on the spot to finalize the contract. Once the summoning contract was ready, Akira activated his Mangekyō Sharingan, compelling the 6 tails to inscribe its name on the large scroll. Then, Akira wrote his own name beside it, finalizing the pact. After all this, 2.5 minutes had passed. As time ticked by, the 6 tails grew increasingly restless, making it harder for Akira to maintain control. Even the power of a fully developed Mangekyō Sharingan struggled to keep the beast in check for long, as tailed beasts were beings made purely of chakra. It looks like I'll have to retreat for now and hope Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Mist Village take their time, Akira thought. He intensified the chakra in his left eye. Instantly, the struggling 6 tails went silent, as still as death. In the next second, a flash of blue lightning coursed over Akira's body, and he vanished. In the blink of an eye, he had traveled 100 meters away, pushing himself to his top speed as he dashed into the distance. As Akira left, the 6 tails shook off the Mangekyō Sharingan's hold, and 20 seconds later, it let out a furious roar. Chakra erupted from it, and the sheer force raised a cloud of dust that spread through the area. By this time, Akira was already over a kilometer away. The 6 tails watched him retreat with a hint of wariness in its eyes, clearly shaken. Even in its illusionary nightmare, it had realized that the Uchiha didn't use his full strength against it. As an ancient and wise beast, the 6 tails knew much, including the terrifying power of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Not wanting to risk another capture, it turned and dashed into the depths of the forest. It had finally broken free of a Jinchuriki and regained its autonomy. Now, it was determined to protect its hard-won freedom and avoid another imprisonment. When Akira sensed that the 6 tails hadn't followed, he let out a sigh of relief. Though he still had chakra reserves, conventional ninjutsu was nearly useless against tailed beasts. If the 6 tails had pursued, he might have had to resort to using Kamyu to put it down. After sprinting a few kilometers, Akira returned to Hidden Leaf Village's group. Uchiha, are you alright? Gyui asked, coming forward as soon as he saw him. At the same time, Kakashi and the others on guard turned to look at Akira. Seeing only a few scorch marks on his body, the group breathed a collective sigh of relief. I'm fine, Akira assured them with a shake of his head. The 6 tails has left the area, though I have no idea where it might go. Relieved that the 6 tails was no longer nearby, the group visibly relaxed. The sheer pressure of a tailed beast's presence was overwhelming. One tailed beast bomb could wipe them out in an instant. Thank goodness it's gone, muttered Hyuga Haman, releasing a deep breath. This incident happened so suddenly. Should we report back to the front lines? Dewey asked the Jonins present. After all, a completely free-tailed beast could change the course of the battle. Perhaps we're overthinking it, said a Jonin who wore an ordinary vest and had an unassuming appearance. Tailed beasts are no fools, they have intelligence rivaling ours and probably won't rush toward a battlefield on a whim. Still, it's worth reporting, Hama nodded, looking at Kakashi. What do you think, Kakashi? We should alert the front lines, Kakashi replied solemnly. Though young, he had just taken down a hidden mist village Jonin on his own without relying on Yui, so the others respected his opinion. I'll go, Dewey volunteered. Akira just fought the Six Tails and could use a break. The others agreed. Dewey's speed, especially with the 8th gate active, was unmatched by anyone except Akira. At full pace, he could reach the front lines in half a day. Thank you, Akira replied, welcoming the chance to rest. The battle with the Six Tails Jinchuriki had drained most of his chakra. With Dewey gone, the group resumed escorting their injured back to Hidden Leaf Village. As they moved closer to the village, the journey became uneventful. Meanwhile, after half a day of swift travel, Dewey reached the front lines. When the commanders received the news, they looked grim. Hidden Mist Village's audacity was beyond their expectations. To send a Jinchuriki into battle so quietly was madness. The Land of Fire's border is far too vast for us to guard every point, sighed Minato. Hidden Mist Village's infiltration is almost effortless. They've gone completely unhinged, Minato muttered, then looked at Fugaku, the commander of their contingent. Luckily, Fugaku, you suggested having Akira accompany the team. Otherwise, things could have gone terribly wrong. Fugaku waved his hand dismissively. Minato, I was only being cautious. I didn't expect Hidden Mist Village to go this far. Looking at Minato, Shikakunara, Choza Akimaki, and the other high-ranking ninja, Fugaku asked, as for the Six Tails, it's still somewhere in the Land of Fire. How should we handle it? Chapter 17, Haruko. After a brief moment of contemplation, Shikaku spoke. Since Hidden Mist Village has deployed the Six Tails on the battlefield and the Jinchuriki has fallen, the beast has surfaced within the borders of the Land of Fire. For both the safety of our citizens and the interests of the village, we can't afford to sit back and ignore this. If they could capture the Six Tails, then Hidden Leaf Village would have considerable leverage in negotiations with Hidden Mist Village. Even if Hidden Mist Village wasn't willing to reclaim it, Hidden Leaf Village would still benefit. The value of a tailed beast is immeasurable. It serves as a powerful deterrent. You're right. Minato nodded in agreement, then shifted the conversation. However, a tailed beast isn't something ordinary shinobi can handle. Right now, we don't have many capable of fighting a tailed beast, and according to intelligence, it seems the third Mizukage himself might join the battlefield. The third Mizukage is indeed a significant threat. Despite his age, he hasn't lost his edge, Shikaku acknowledged with a nod. Minato turned his gaze to the silent figure of Fugaku, who was standing with his arms crossed. Fugaku, what do you think? After a moment of thoughtful silence, Fugaku finally spoke. Minato, why not let our Uchiha clan's Shizue search for the Six Tails within the Land of Fire? Fugaku, this is a tailed beast we're talking about. Minato's expression turned serious. Shizue is barely Kakashi's age. We can't send a kid on such a mission. I agree, added Shikaku. Even though Shizue has made a name for himself on the battlefield, sending him to confront a tailed beast is too dangerous. Choza Akimaki and Inoyachi Yamanaka, though silent, shook their heads in clear disapproval. The name of Shizue Uchiha was well known, despite his young age, but they all agreed he was too inexperienced to face a tailed beast. A force of nature in itself. Even if he could fight the Six Tails, does Shizue have the sealing techniques required to contain it temporarily? Minato pointed out the critical flaw in the plan. Fugaku sighed, clearly eager for Shizue to make a bigger name for himself. In that case, Minato, it seems the task falls to you. Our forces will continue advancing the front line. The hunt for the Six Tails and advancing the front lines don't have to conflict, Minato replied, shaking his head. The first step is finding the Six Tails. Once we locate it, everything else will fall into place. For Minato, who possessed the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, the main challenge lay in tracking the Six Tails. The capture and temporary sealing would be comparatively straightforward. Minato, won't that be a bit much for you? Shikaku asked with a hint of concern. The Inoshikacho trio had also supported Minato in the decision for Hokage, so they were naturally worried for his well-being. It's fine. Minato offered a gentle smile. The sooner we end this war, the better. Hidden Leaf Village can't afford to drag this out. Dewey, do you know where the Six Tails might have gone? He asked, turning to Might Dewey. Dewey, who had been quietly awaiting orders, perked up at Minato's question. According to young Akira, The Six Tails was last seen heading toward Mount Okawa. Minato nodded, then looked at the group. Nearly a day has passed. The Six Tails might have changed course by now. Hisashi, we'll need the Hyuga clan's help with this. For the sake of Hidden Leaf Village, it would be our honor, Hisashi Hyuga replied solemnly. While they discussed the plan to capture the Six Tails, Akira and his team were already halfway back to Hidden Leaf Village, about 2 days away from the village. Their progress was slowed by the presence of injured team members. That night, as planned, Kakashi and Akira took turns keeping watch. Having recently gone through the ordeal with Rin Nohara, Kakashi wasn't inclined to engage in conversation and sat silently by the campfire. From the corner of his eye, he noticed Akira poking at the fire with a stick, clearly lost in thought, much like himself. Rin. The memory of Nohara Rin pained Kakashi. She had feared that the three tails sealed within her would wreak havoc on Hidden Leaf Village upon her return, choosing to sacrifice herself instead. Looking back, her worries seemed unfounded. How could the three tails alone threaten Hidden Leaf Village? Akira had even managed to subdue the Six Tails on his own. With the strongest Hokage and Lady Kushina, an expert in sealing techniques, watching over the village, even the three tails wouldn't stand a chance. The realization filled Kakashi with regret and frustration at his lack of understanding of Hidden Leaf Village's true power. Perhaps things could have been different for Rin. What a fool I was. Kakashi muttered bitterly. What he didn't realize, however, was that Rin's fate was sealed. If she hadn't died by his hand, she would have perished at the hands of the Hidden Mist Village forces hunting her. The plan had always been to drive Obito Uchiha into darkness, to awaken his Mangekyō Sharingan and turn him into Madara's pawn. Rin's survival had never been an option. While Kakashi was caught in his remorse, Akira suddenly looked up, his eyes fixed on the dark forest. Kakashi, someone's coming. Startled, Kakashi immediately snapped out of his brooding, his gaze turning cold as he scanned the forest. The sound of footsteps grew louder, and soon, a figure emerged from the shadows. A tall, fair-skinned man with striking white hair and a beige high-collared coat stepped into view, his handsome face casting an unsettling familiarity. Akira frowned, a sense of recognition tugging at him. He was certain he had seen this man before, but he couldn't immediately recall where. Meanwhile, Kakashi's expression hardened, and he spoke in a low, guarded voice. Hiruko. What is it that you want, you rogue? Hiruko? Hearing Kakashi's words, Akira's expression shifted in realization. So it was him. Hiruko, once a friend of the legendary Sannin, had been left behind in terms of skill and talent. In his desperation to catch up, he had turned to forbidden techniques, eventually creating the Chimera Jutsu. Discovered by the third Hokage, he became a rogue nin. In Akira's memory, Hiruko had looked entirely different. A short, bandaged, disfigured individual. But the man standing before them now was tall, handsome, and altogether intimidating. With an unsettling glint in his eyes, Hiruko fixed his gaze on Kakashi. Kakashi. I've come for you. The fervor in Hiruko's gaze made Kakashi shudder, an icy chill running down his spine as though he were being crawled over by thousands of ants. Chapter 18, Ganjutsu Control. Akira looked at Hiruko with a strange expression. Was this guy a little unhinged? Have rogue ninja really grown this arrogant? Does he not understand his own limits? With your Sharingan, my Chimera Jutsu will finally be perfected. Surpassing the Sannin and achieving true immortality won't just be a dream anymore. Hiruko's eyes blazed with fervor as he spoke, his gaze fixed on Kakashi. A chill ran down Kakashi's spine. He looked at Hiruko oddly. Was this rogue really so out of touch? You want a Sharingan? The guy standing right next to me is a full-blooded Uchiha. Why focus on me? Kakashi asked, giving Hiruko a look as if he were crazy. Because your Sharingan was transplanted. That means your adaptability is extraordinary. A perfect match for my Chimera Jutsu, Hiruko replied, surprisingly patient. Watching this, Akira quickly realized just how clueless Hiruko was about the situation. His smug confidence made Akira inwardly laugh. Chimera Jutsu? Kakashi glanced at Hiruko, puzzled. Seeing Kakashi's confusion, Hiruko chuckled smugly. The Chimera Jutsu is my masterpiece. It's too early to reveal its full effects to you, but you'll understand soon enough. His gaze shifted to Akira. I must be lucky today. A real Uchiha, right here. What a coincidence. You really don't know who he is? Kakashi raised an eyebrow at Hiruko, as if watching a fool perform. Does it matter who he is? Under my Chimera Jutsu, what could he possibly do? Hiruko scoffed dismissively. He's just a young Uchiha, hardly Fugaku Uchiha. What threat could he be? Akira responded calmly, I hear you are close with the Sannin. But how much of their strength do you really measure up to? At Akira's words, Hiruko's face darkened. It was a wound that never healed. During the Second Shinobi War, the Sanin's fame had spread across the world, but he was just an ordinary jonin of the leaf. He couldn't even keep up with their shadows. That frustration drove him to experiment with forbidden techniques, leading to the creation of the Chimera Jutsu, a means to steal others' KK Genkai. Hiroko's expression turned cold. "Young Uchiha, you'll see my strength soon enough. I'll leave it to you, Akira," Kakashi said, looking to Akira. In the next moment, a streak of blue lightning lit up the dark forest. With a heavy thud, Hiroko barely had time to raise his hands in defense as Akira's attack struck him head-on, sending him flying back into the forest. Sizzle. Akira moved like lightning, shrouded in a blinding blue aura, diving into the darkness of the forest after Hiroko. Kakashi glanced briefly in the direction Akira had disappeared, then relaxed. He had full confidence in Akira's abilities. Though Hiroko had been a jonin during the Second Shinobi War, experience alone didn't guarantee strength. Kakashi himself was proof of that. He had become a jonin at 12 and, with his mastery, was already considered one of the stronger jonin. Akira, on the other hand, could take on tailed beasts in direct combat. Even the Sanin would struggle against him, let alone a mere rogue ninja like Hiroko. Confident in Akira's victory, Kakashi heightened his vigilance. "Kakashi, what's going on?" Roused by the sounds of battle, Hyuga Haman, fully armed, approached Kakashi. "Not sure if it's good or bad luck, but a rogue ninja decided to show up," Kakashi replied casually. "A rogue ninja?" Haman activated his Byakugan and saw Hiroko locked in fierce combat with Akira in the forest. "Hiroko? The former friend of the Sanin," Kakashi explained. "A friend of the Sanin? Is Akira going to be alright? Should we go back him up?" asked Haman. Haman shook his head. "No need. That rogue, Hiroko, won't last long. Under Akira's attacks, he'll fall soon." "A friend of the Sanin, yet he's this pathetic?" murmured. "Seems like he hasn't made much progress in all his years on the run. What made him think attacking us was a good idea? Remember, this is a battlefield. Without underground channels like the black market, information for rogues can be delayed, often by quite a bit," Haman shrugged, chuckling. "Looks like Hiroko just signed his own death warrant. Any updates, Haman? Has Hiroko been dealt with yet?" asked, glancing back at him. Haman shook his head. "Turns out I underestimated him a bit. His jutsu is unlike anything I've seen before. He is fused with a summon creature." Then Haman's voice rose in surprise. "He is escaping. Hiroko merged with his summoning creature and is fleeing. Akira's chasing him, but they've disappeared from sight." A hint of regret crossed his face. "Maybe we should go check on them, just to be sure," Kakashi suggested. "It won't be necessary," Haman replied nonchalantly. "Hiroko's already injured. 10 minutes, tops, and Akira will finish him off." The rivalry between the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, so Haman's reluctance to go was understandable. "Suit yourselves." Seeing Haman's indifference, Kakashi shrugged, not pushing the matter. He had faith in Akira's abilities and doubted that Hiroko could pose any real threat. Elsewhere, Hiroko was in a desperate state. Fused with his summon, he had transformed into a monstrous beast tearing through the forest, but Akira moved like a blue flash, darting around the towering, winged creature. Streaks of blue lightning crackled from Akira, striking the giant beast to keep it grounded. Inwardly, Hiroko was furious. He never expected to encounter someone so powerful right off the bat. He had came to this Hidden Mist Village battleground specifically to find worthy KK Genkai for his Chimera Jutsu. After searching for days without finding a suitable target, he'd stumbled upon Kakashi. A rare chance. He planned to place a curse on Kakashi, making him easier to capture later to complete his Chimera Jutsu. The Sharingan was already high on his list of desired KK Genkai. Chapter 19, The Jutsu. To his utter shock, Akira, the young shinobi standing beside Kakashi, was far more powerful than he had anticipated. "If I'd known this, I'd have gone to the underworld first to gather intel." Hiroko thought bitterly. A seasoned jonin since the Second Great Ninja War. Yet here he was, utterly defeated by the Uchiha. When the Sanin were his age, they weren't this strong. Hiroko seethed with frustration. In the next instant, the massive beast he had been controlling froze mid-stride in the forest, and Hiroko's vision was engulfed in a sea of dark red. Suspended in the sky above him, a sinister Sharingan with 3 tomoe swirled ominously. Looking down, he found himself bound to a colossal wooden stake. A Sharingan illusion. A flicker of panic crossed Hiroko's face. Before he could react, his consciousness plunged into darkness. With Hiroko subdued by the Sharingan's Genjutsu, his Chimera Jutsu unraveled. His physical body detached from the giant summon beast, reverting to his usual form. By now, Akira Uchiha's left eye had transformed into a Mangekyō Sharingan. To ensure he controlled Hiroko completely, He had put forth nearly all his strength. Similar to when he had subdued the six-tailed rhinoceros. Unlike the six-tailed beast, Haruko was a shinobi without a tailed beast's vast chakra reserves. This allowed Akira to maintain control over him for a much longer duration, providing an opportunity to explore the secrets of the Chimera Jutsu. The potential of this jutsu was undeniable. It allowed its user to seize Kekkei Genkais and assimilate them as their own. By combining 5 different Kekkei Genkais, the technique even granted immortality. This enormous potential made it possible to ascend to the ranks of the most elite shinobi in the ninja world. In realizing that his opponent was Haruko, Akira set his sights on the Chimera Jutsu. If left unclaimed, this powerful forbidden jutsu would go to waste. But now that it was within his reach, he couldn't resist. Watching Haruko, standing entranced by the Genjutsu, Akira tossed a blank scroll and a pen in front of him. Write down everything about the Chimera Jutsu, he ordered, and include any critical details about mastering it. Without hesitation, the entranced Haruko bent down and began to write on the scroll. 5 minutes later, he straightened up, the scroll now filled with details of the Chimera Jutsu, including its practices and precautions. Satisfied, Akira swept his Sharingan over the text, memorizing it instantly. Then, he rolled up the scroll and stowed it away. With a quick series of hand seals, he unleashed a massive fireball that reduced Haruko to a heap of ash. No need to go looking for him, Akira said as he reappeared near the camp. He's taken care of. Seeing Akira return, Haman shrugged. See? I told you he'd come back on his own? Kakashi glanced over but said nothing, turning his attention to Akira as he approached. How did it go, Akira? It's done. A fire style took care of him, Akira replied. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Fire style, huh? Yep, Akira confirmed, nodding. He then turned to Haman. Haman, you should be able to see that with your Byakugan. Haman shook his head. Not from this distance. Soon, it was just Kakashi and Akira left by the fire. Silence fell over the scene, each lost in thought. Kakashi, staring into the flames, seemed to drift off somewhere deep within his mind. Meanwhile, Akira, newly armed with the secrets of the Chimera Jutsu, was similarly absorbed. This Chimera Jutsu has immense potential. He thought as he reviewed the jutsu details in his memory. It was no wonder that Haruko had dared to challenge the 5 great nations, his arrogance fueled by the sheer power of the completed technique. Haruko had only begun to scratch the surface, fusing with beasts and other shinobi as crude practice. To truly master the Chimera Jutsu, one needed to combine 5 shinobi with compatible Kekkei Genkais under optimal conditions, thereby attaining immortality. The 5 Kekkei Genkais had to be chosen carefully. Not only did they need to be powerful, but they also had to complement each other. Otherwise, incompatible abilities could work against each other, weakening the final result. If I truly want to pursue this Chimera Jutsu, I'll need to carefully select the 5 Kekkei Genkais, Akira mused. For him, one was already clear, the wood style passed down from Hashirama Senju. Hashirama cells would allow him to use his left Mangekyō Sharingan without restraint, making wood style a critical component. Luckily, I already possess the Sharingan, so I don't need another one, Akira thought. On top of that, I have a Byakugan. He remembered the eye he had taken from a mist village Jonin. The Byakugan's potential was significant. If it could evolve into the Tenseigan, a power that rivaled the Rinnegan, it would be a worthy addition. Wood style's strength, while dependent on the user, was devastating in Hashirama's hands. Even Madara Uchiha, armed with the 9 tails, had been unable to defeat him. In the hands of others, however, like Yamato, its impact was far less impressive, more a testament to Hashirama's own chakra than to wood style itself. For Akira, it wasn't the wood style that mattered most, but the life force contained within Hashirama's cells. The other 3 Kekkei Genkais need careful consideration, Akira thought, though no perfect candidates came to mind just yet. Chapter 20, Choosing the Kekkei Genkai. Akira was deep in thought, carefully deliberating over which 5 Kekkei Genkai he should fuse using the Chimera Jutsu. This decision required precision. No resources could go to waste. Which 5 Kekkei Genkai would be best to choose? Akira pondered, his thoughts swirling as he struggled to settle on a decision. In the ninja world, renowned Kekkei Genkai were few and far between. Many were achieved through dedicated training rather than being passed down through bloodlines, and the truly inherited ones were rare. The Sharingan of the Uchiha, the Byakugan of the Hyuga, the Shikatsumiyaku of the Kaguya, the Ketsuryugan of the Chinoiike, and the ice techniques of the Yuki clan. These were among the most well-known. Although the Senju and Uzumaki clans were descended from the Sage of 6 Paths, neither clan appeared to have a unique Kekkei Genkai. With limited options, Akira immediately dismissed artificially cultivated abilities like Scorch Style or Steel Style. Such techniques, although potent, lacked the immense potential of ancient bloodline abilities linked to the Sage of Six Paths and Kaguya Otsutsuki. Those bloodlines, originating from the Divine Tree and the Sage himself, held secrets of the world that no man-made ability could rival. Thus, Akira's attention centered on Kekkei Genkai associated with the Sage and Kaguya Otsutsuki. I wonder, would that ability Karen has, the one where single bite can restore chakra, count as a Kekkei Genkai? Akira's thoughts began to expand. He then recalled Jugo, whose natural ability to absorb sage energy essentially granted him a sage body. Perhaps, Akira mused, the unique powers of Uzumaki heritage and Jugo's sage transformation could also count as Kekkei Genkai. He nodded to himself. Having sage capabilities was crucial. Without sage mode or the ability to use natural energy, fighting future threats like the Ten Tails or a Jinchuriki with the Ten Tails would be a losing battle. Akira resolved to find both Karen and Jugo after the war ended, using the influence of the Uchiha to bring them to Hidden Leaf Village. With that settled, I only need one more Kekkei Genkai, he thought. For now, it looks like the Shikatsumiyaku of the Kaguya clan is the best choice. After much consideration, Akira decided to go with this option for the time being. His lineup would include the descendants of Kaguya, Uchiha, Hyuga, Senju, Uzumaki, and Kaguya clans, and Jugo's sage body. Akira felt this combination offered the best potential. The Chimera Jutsu might yield incredible results once completed. There's only about 6 years until the next solar eclipse, Akira noted. During this time, he hoped to locate his targets with the help of the Uchiha clan's resources. The Chimera Jutsu would require the unique conditions of the eclipse for the final fusion ritual, which had to be performed on Mount Shumaizen. The upcoming eclipse was scheduled for the 56th year of Hidden Leaf Village. Missing this opportunity would mean waiting another 12 years, until year 68. The timeline is tight, and there's much to accomplish, Akira thought, considering the accelerated development of biotechnologies. Once he found Karen and Jugo, Akira had no intention of treating them as mere tools for his fusion, like Haruko would have. Instead, after the war ended, he planned to use the Uchiha clan's resources to advance biological cloning. Using clones would suffice. He felt more comfortable avoiding direct usage of their bodies. The journey back to Hidden Leaf Village was uneventful, and after 2 days, Akira and his team safely escorted the injured shinobi back. As they approached the village gates, Akira and his team saw the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, waiting alongside a team of medical ninja. "Well done, all of you," said Hiruzen, wearing the Hokage's ceremonial robe and cap. Despite his age, he stood with a powerful presence, his smaller stature belying his strength. "This is simply our duty as Hidden Leaf Village shinobi," Akira and the others replied. Hiruzen glanced at Akira for a brief moment before turning to the medical ninja. "Take the wounded to the hospital for treatment." The battle reports had already reached Hidden Leaf Village, so Hiruzen was well aware of Akira's accomplishments on the battlefield. Observing the young Uchiha, he thought, another prodigy from the Uchiha clan. With a slight smile, Hiruzen addressed the group, "Go get some rest. When you're ready, submit your mission reports." "Yes, Hokage-sama," Akira replied, along with Kakashi and the others. Back in the Uchiha district, Akira was met with a hero's welcome. His battlefield exploits had spread, and even the more reserved shinobi came out to greet him. As for the civilians, they were openly exuberant, greeting him warmly as if he were a returning champion. What should have been a few minutes' walk to his home ended up taking nearly half an hour. The next morning, Akira met with Kakashi and the others, and they proceeded to the Hokage's office to report their mission. "Hokage-sama, that's the full account of our mission," Kakashi reported solemnly. "Remarkable that you encountered not only Hidden Mist Village's ambush but also Haruko," Hiruzen said gravely. "This mission's level is now officially upgraded to S rank. It's our duty as Hidden Leaf Village shinobi," Akira and the others responded. Hiruzen turned to Akira. "Akira, are you certain Haruko is dead?" Akira nodded. "Yes, Hokage-sama. Based on the circumstances, I am confident he's been eliminated." Hiruzen's expression relaxed, clearly pleased. "Impressive work. Haruko was already a jonin during the Second Great Ninja War. You've done well." Akira remained calm. Eliminating rogue ninja is a duty all Hidden Leaf Village shinobi uphold. Hiruzen gave a satisfied nod, addressing the group once more. "Get some rest, but stay ready. The battle may be nearing its end, but there may be sudden changes, so be prepared to return to the front if necessary." "Yes." After formally acknowledging the Hokage's orders, they all exited the office. Shortly after they left, Denzo Shimura entered, his head wrapped in bandages. Chapter 21, Unexpected Developments. Denzo got straight to the point, his face grave as he looked at Hiruzen. In a low voice, he said, "Hiruzen, we must capture the Six Tails this time." "We're already working on it," Hiruzen replied calmly, glancing at Denzo. "Since the Six Tails has practically landed in our hands, we're certainly not going to pass up the opportunity. It'll also make for a useful bargaining chip in negotiations with Hidden Mist Village." Denzo stepped up to Hiruzen's desk, his face stern. "Are you really planning to return the Six Tails to Hidden Mist Village?" Hiruzen looked deeply into Denzo's eyes and replied, "We'll see. It depends on how much Hidden Mist Village is willing to concede." "Humphrey," Denzo scoffed. "Hidden Mist Village has no grounds to negotiate anymore. The Three Tails is dead, the Six Tails Jinchuriki is gone too. What can their third Mizukage possibly accomplish?" He leaned in, his voice confident. "If we capture the Six Tails, there's no need to return it. I'll keep it under my control. With the Six Tails in my custody, Hidden Leaf Village would gain another ace." Hiruzen raised an eyebrow, replying evenly, "Whether or not we keep it depends on the stance of the other hidden villages. Keeping a tailed beast isn't simply a matter of wanting it. Do you think Hidden Stones Village, Hidden Clouds Village, or even Hidden Sand Village would allow Hidden Leaf Village to gain another tailed beast?" Hiruzen asked, resting his chin on his hand thoughtfully. Denzo scowled, but Hiruzen's point was undeniable. Tailed beasts served as ultimate assets for the great villages, the others would never allow Hidden Leaf Village to monopolize another. Denzo let out a cold laugh. "That's easily handled. I have ways to make Hidden Mist Village voluntarily relinquish the Six Tails." Hiruzen's gaze hardened, glaring at Denzo. "Don't get reckless and stir up more trouble for us. We're in the final stages of this war. It can't be dragged on any longer. After such relentless battles, Hidden Leaf Village needs time to recover. Precisely why we should keep the tailed beast. The stronger we are, the less likely they'll cause trouble." Denzo's expression soured as he looked at Hiruzen, who was seated in the Hokage's chair. "If you give the Six Tails back to Hidden Mist Village, you'll regret it." "Humphrey." "Denzo, your vision is too narrow," Hiruzen replied with a cold smile. "I'm the Hokage here." Denzo opened his mouth but quickly fell silent, his face twisting in frustration. He spun on his heel and stormed out, leaving Hiruzen shaking his head as he watched him go. Denzo's perspective was indeed limited. Useful for handling unsavory tasks, but lacking in any true vision for Hidden Leaf Village's future. Right now, simply holding on to a tailed beast wasn't feasible, the other villages would never allow it. Mishandling the situation could easily lead to another all-out shinobi world war. Hidden Leaf Village might be strong, but standing alone against an alliance of the other villages would be no easy feat. Hiruzen knew all too well that these weren't the days when the first Hokage could single-handedly subdue the entire shinobi world. While Hidden Leaf Village appeared to thrive with elite shinobi rising, Hiruzen understood the deeper issues. The constant warfare had thinned their ranks of Chunin and Geinin, the foundation of Hidden Leaf Village's power. The endless fighting had taken a heavy toll, and the academy simply couldn't produce new ninjas fast enough. The war had seen Hidden Leaf Village go up against Hidden Clouds Village, Hidden Stones Village, and Hidden Mist Village in succession, leaving many lower-ranking shinobi either dead or injured. If things continued this way, Hidden Leaf Village would soon face a critical shortage of forces. Hiruzen's thoughts then drifted to the Uchiha clan. He tapped his fingers on the desk absent-mindedly, muttering, "The Uchiha clan has produced quite the talent. First Fugaku, then Shizui, and now this new one, Akira." Since assuming office, Hiruzen had never fully trusted the Uchiha clan. The attempted coup during Dobirama's era left scars that ran deep. Though it had been suppressed quickly, the ramifications endured, and the Uchiha remained under scrutiny by Hidden Leaf Village's leadership. Under the second Hokage, there was even an Uchiha, Kagami, who served as one of Tobirama's trusted bodyguards, allowing the clan a tentative place in Hidden Leaf Village's inner circle. But by Hiruzen's time, they were completely excluded. The Uchiha's past transgressions left Hiruzen wary. They're putting all their support behind Minato now. Hiruzen mused, his gaze sharpening. Fine. If Minato becomes Hokage, he can handle whatever arises with the Uchiha. Minato Namikaze was one of the most promising ninja of his generation, and it seemed likely that Hidden Leaf Village's fourth Hokage would be either Minato or Orochimaru. Hiruzen frowned slightly, thinking of his talented yet unpredictable student. Orochimaru has been getting far too close to Denzo. Denzo was constantly scheming, and if Orochimaru was in league with him, nothing good would come of it. Hiruzen resolved to have a word with him. If Orochimaru wants to be Hokage, he'll need to operate in the light, not in the shadows. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Akira Uchiha summoned one of the clan's ninja cats, a longtime partner and intelligence source for the Uchiha clan, as well as their supplier for specialized weapons. Akira's objective was to acquire containers capable of storing chakra-laden flesh from the Six Tails. Such medical-grade equipment was hard to obtain within Hidden Leaf Village. Many knew that flesh and chakra extracted from a tailed beast could be nurtured and cultivated. A fact that wasn't exactly a secret. Orochimaru had previously succeeded in growing part of the eight tails horn by scraping powdered bone from it, and another shinobi, Sora, a monk, had collected nine tails chakra during the nine tails attack and used it to fashion a pseudo-jinchuriki. The challenge wasn't cultivating tailed beast flesh or chakra, it was securing a sample in the first place. Once solidified, tailed beast chakra would remain stable rather than dissipating. As Akira awaited the arrival of the containers, deep within a secret underground cave, another conversation was taking place. Dobi, now assuming the identity of Madara Uchiha, listened quietly as White Zetsu reported on the war's progress. Black Zetsu, looking at Obito in his tiger-striped mask, asked, "Obito, should we go capture the six tails? This would be an ideal opportunity." "I am Madara Uchiha now," Obito replied coldly, giving Black Zetsu a sidelong glance. "Do you know where the six tails is hiding?" A sly smile crossed Black Zetsu's face. "Yes, Madara-sama. White Zetsu has located its hiding spot." "Good," Obito nodded. "Then let's capture it. We'll offer the six tails as a gift to Nagato. It's always better not to show up empty-handed." Chapter 22, The End of the Third Great Ninja War. Black Zetsu let out a sly chuckle at Obito's remark. Going empty-handed wouldn't be very impressive, would it? He thought. Obito, of course, had no intention of meeting Nagato empty-handed. He planned to use the six tails as a show of strength, a way to subtly assert his power. "Obito," Black Zetsu began, "over the past 2 years, a number of strong shinobi have emerged from the Uchiha clan. To ensure our plan's success, I believe it's time we start paying closer attention to the Uchiha." "The Uchiha?" Obito muttered, lost in thought. After a moment, he said, "Let's set that aside for now. Securing Nagato is our first priority." "What's Nagato's current situation?" Obito asked, turning to Black Zetsu. Hey. Black Zetsu chuckled darkly. "He's still roaming the land of rain with that fool Yahiko, trying to make people understand each other to bring about peace." "So naive," Obito sneered. "Then again, the more naive he is, the easier he'll be to control. First, we capture the six tails, then, we'll go meet with Nagato in the land of rain." "Obito, with Yahiko around, Nagato may not be so easy to sway," Black Zetsu cautioned. Obito laughed dismissively. "In the harsh environment of the land of rain, someone like Yahiko won't last long. That's inevitable. The shinobi from the major villages. Are they still fighting in the land of rain?" Obito turned to White Zetsu, who stood nearby. "Yes," White Zetsu replied respectfully. "They're still engaging in small-scale skirmishes, although Hidden Leaf Village's root forces, led by Denzo, have been surprisingly active." "Denzo?" Obito murmured, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. "At the right moment, he might be useful. His actions could push Nagato completely over to our side." Without another word, Obito announced, "I'm going to capture the six tails." The moment he finished speaking, he disappeared from Black Zetsu's view. With the speed of his kami, Obito's teleportation was nearly as fast as the Flying Thunder God Jutsu of Minato no Mikeji, and with both Mangekyō Sharingan active, his speed surpassed even that of the Sage of Six Paths. In an instant, he arrived at the edge of the Land of Fire, in a vast, ancient forest. Cloaked in the living armor of Tobi's form, Obito stood atop a towering tree. About 50 meters ahead of him, a massive creature with 6 long, slimy tails and an enormous, white body rested quietly. As soon as Obito spotted the 6 tails, it noticed him as well. Fear was plain on the beast's huge face. It had encountered this ominous chakra and deadly eye power once before. Submit to the power of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Obito's eyes flared as he unleashed his Mangekyō Sharingan's Ganjutsu. The 6 tails froze in place, its consciousness plunging into the illusionary world created by Obito's Mangekyō Sharingan. Within moments, Obito stood above the beast's massive head. The colossal creature seemed to melt into a liquid-like state and was promptly absorbed into Kamuyu's dimensional space. With the cells of Hashirama Senju implanted in him, Obito's Mangekyō Sharingan had been enhanced to near-eternal levels, making it almost effortless to control a tailed beast over extended periods. Meanwhile, Akira Uchiha was still in Hidden Leaf Village, waiting for the arrival of the special containers he had ordered for his experiments. Little did he know, the 6 tails he had been so eager to get his hands on had already been captured by Obito. Not that he'd be overly surprised if he knew. After all, with the cells of Hashirama Senju and the support of White Zetsu, capturing the 6 tails was almost inevitable for Obito. Days later, Akira carefully placed a severed tail of the 6 tails he had acquired into one of the prepared containers for preservation. He knew that attempting to grow a full-tailed beast from a mere fragment had its limitations. It wouldn't fully develop into a complete beast. After securing the tail fragment, Akira focused on studying and practicing sealing techniques. While the Uchiha clan didn't specialize in sealing techniques like the Uzumaki clan, they still had a respectable foundation. The Uchiha flame formation, created by the Uchiha clan sealing experts, was a protective barrier similar to the four violet flames formation or the four red yang formation. Although this barrier technique was only a B rank, its strength was formidable. Even a fully formed 8 tails couldn't easily break through it. Given Akira's status, gaining access to the clan's collection of sealing techniques had been simple. Unlike the Hyuga clan, the Uchiha didn't have a complex structure with elders holding influence. Power within the Uchiha clan was simple. The stronger you were, the more respect you commanded. To Akira's surprise, he found not only the flame formation but also the 5 elements seal in the clan's archives, a difficult A-rank sealing technique. The 5 elements seal required a skilled user of all 5 chakra natures, making it challenging to learn but capable of sealing even a tailed beast. In the original series, Kazuma from the 12 Guardian Ninja had used this technique to seal 9 tails chakra into his son, turning him into a pseudo-Jinchuriki. While this wasn't quite as effective as a true Jinchuriki seal, it served its purpose well enough. For Akira, the 5 elements seal's difficulty level was perfect. It provided a suitable challenge for his current skills. 10 days flew by as Akira immersed himself in mastering sealing techniques, losing track of time completely. Suddenly, cheers erupted throughout Hidden Leaf Village. The entire village was celebrating with unrestrained joy. The war. It's finally over. Hearing the jubilant shouts from outside, Akira looked out the window. The street below was bustling with activity, and even members of the Uchiha clan had joined the celebration. Chapter 23, Decision. The war ended with Hidden Leaf Village's decisive victory over Hidden Mist Village. The Yellow Flash, Minato no Mikaze, had crushed Hidden Mist Village's forces with unmatched skill, driving them out of the Land of Fire. Even the third Mizukage was forced to retreat, leaving the Land of Fire alongside the remnants of his defeated troops. Of course, while the main battle was over, a formal peace treaty hadn't yet been signed. The large-scale fighting had ended, but true peace was still a distant hope. Hidden Leaf Village had defeated both Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Clouds Village on the battlefield, but no peace agreements had been reached. Minor skirmishes continued along Hidden Leaf Village's borders with both villages. In particular, Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Leaf Village were still engaged in sporadic battles within the Land of Rain. Despite the lack of a treaty, Hidden Leaf Village had withdrawn most of its forces, leaving only a small contingent of shinobi stationed at the front lines as a precaution. Back in Hidden Leaf Village, the village was buzzing with excitement. Nearly every villager lined the streets to welcome their returning heroes. Amid the crowd stood Akira, mingling among his fellow clansmen as he watched the procession. At the front was the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, flanked by his advisors, Koharu Utatane and Hamura Mitakato. Behind him stood the white-haired Jiraiya and the stoic, intimidating Orochimaru. They awaited the approaching forces at the village gates, smiles lighting their faces. Leading the group was Minato, followed by Fugaku and Shikaku. They returned the crowd's cheers with bright smiles, waving to acknowledge the outpouring of gratitude. That day, Hidden Leaf Village held a grand celebration, and everyone joined in the joyful festivities. Later that night, after the festivities had calmed, the Uchiha clan gathered in the underground meeting room of their shrine. It wasn't a secret coup in the making, though the Uchiha had grievances with the leadership. These were merely frustrations, far from thoughts of rebellion. Gathering in the shrine was simply an old tradition. One clan member excitedly turned to Fugaku, asking, "Clan head, will you run for the 4th Hokage position this time? We'll support you all the way." The Uchiha clan has earned a powerful reputation on the battlefield, making invaluable contributions to the village. Surely this time, you have a fair shot at the Hokage title. Exactly. We're long overdue for a Hokage from the Uchiha clan. We helped found this village alongside the Senju, after all. Another member added, "It's true, the positions stayed within the Senju line for 3 generations now. Isn't it about time for the Uchiha to take a turn?" Quiet. Fugaku raised a hand, signaling for calm, then spoke firmly, "I won't be running for Hokage this time. Compared to the Yellow Flash and the Sannin, I'm still a step behind." At his words, the previously eager clan members fell silent. The Sannins and Minato's reputations were untouchable. Fugaku couldn't compare with them in terms of notoriety. "Well, I guess we'll just have to look toward the 5th Hokage. The 5th Hokage has to be from our Uchiha clan. Our clan has no shortage of talented shinobi. Shizue is only 12 now, but he'd be perfect for the position when the time comes. Akira, what do you think?" Tika, a friend of Akira's, called out to him, pulling him out of his thoughts on sealing jutsu. Akira shrugged. I think we should focus on improving our strength first. Once we're powerful enough, everything else will fall into place. Everything else is just talk. Strength is what's real, Akira added with a slight smile. If someone from our Uchiha clan had power like the first Hokage, Hashirama Senshu, we wouldn't have to worry about the Hokage position. They'd offer it to us without us even asking. Tika's mouth twitched, and he replied awkwardly, come on, Akira. Everyone knows that strength is what matters, but Hashirama was one of a kind. Even Madara, with the strongest tailed beast, the Nine Tails, wasn't a match for the first Hokage, he said with a sigh, shaking his head. It's impossible to reach that level. Akira shook his head, looking a bit exasperated. He'd noticed the Uchiha had a tendency to see things in black and white. I meant that if we raise the clan's overall strength, our chances at the Hokage position will naturally increase. All we need to do is be patient. You're right. The Hokage line can't always produce worthy successors. Tika's face lit up in sudden realization, then he looked at Akira with newfound determination. We have Shizui, clan head Fugaku, and you. Our clan only grows stronger. The village leadership will have to consider the Uchiha for Hokage. Good that you understand. Akira patted him on the shoulder, smiling. Though Tika's interpretation was slightly off, he had the general idea. After venting their thoughts, the room gradually emptied, leaving only Akira, Fugaku, and Mikoto Uchiha. Clan head, Mikoto-san, Akira greeted them. Now, it was time to discuss the real issue. Akira, the Six Tails has disappeared, Fugaku said, getting straight to the point. Disappeared? Akira blinked in surprise. Fugaku nodded grimly. Our scouts found signs of it deep in the forest. It seems like it vanished without a trace. The Six Tails had vanished. Only the Seven Tails among the tailed beasts was known to have the ability to fly. Could it have been Obito? Akira wondered, thinking of Obito, who had access to White Zetsu and Akami. With those abilities, he could have easily captured the Six Tails undetected. There were no signs of battle, and the Six Tails appeared to offer no resistance, Fugaku continued, his face darkening as he met Akira's gaze. You must have some idea of who could have done this. Akira nodded. The one who attacked Kakashi and Rin of Hidden Leaf Village's team not only had wood style but also the Mangekyō Sharingan. Wood style and the Mangekyō Sharingan in one person. Mikoto's eyes widened, her disbelief plain. Fugaku looked her way, his tone grave. As strange as it sounds, the evidence all points to this being true. So the higher-ups in Hidden Leaf Village have gained control over both wood style and the Mangekyō Sharingan. Mikoto frowned. Wood style and the Mangekyō Sharingan in one individual. They must be incredibly powerful. Fugaku sighed, then looked at Akira with resolve. Perhaps it's time we seriously consider researching the transplantation of the first Hokage's cells. Chapter 24, Framed Studying the Transplantation of Cells from the First Hokage, Hashirama Senju? Mikoto stared at her husband, astonished. She never imagined he would even consider something so extreme. As the wife of the Uchiha clan leader, Mikoto herself was no weakling. She was a jonin of Hidden Leaf Village. She knew a bit about the lengths the village had gone in the past. Years ago, Hidden Leaf Village had conducted extensive human experiments to revive the first Hokage's wood style. One failure followed another, resulting in many volunteers losing their lives. Eventually, after too many resources and lives had been spent with no success, the village leaders had no choice but to halt the research and lock away everything they'd gathered. Fugaku, this is too dangerous. We don't need to go to such extremes, Mikoto said gravely. Minato has a high chance of becoming Hokage. There's no need for us to take such a risk now, right? In Hidden Leaf Village, experimenting with Hashirama cells was absolutely forbidden. If discovered, the entire Uchiha clan would be implicated. Their 1,000-year honor would be completely destroyed. Hearing Mikoto's words, Fugaku's face showed a trace of hesitation. As things stood, Minato was likely to become the fourth Hokage. Given the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Minato, it was only a matter of time before the Uchiha gained more influence within the village. Tampering with Hidden Leaf Village's forbidden knowledge now would be a reckless move. What's your opinion, Akira? Fugaku asked after a brief silence, turning to Akira Uchiha. Akira was determined to push this project forward. To perfect his Chimera Jutsu, a substantial investment in resources was required. Whether it was Hashirama cells, cloning technology, or organ cloning techniques. He needed the Uchiha clan's financial backing. Clan leader, Mikoto, I believe this is something we should pursue, Akira replied. Go on, explain your reasoning, Fugaku said with a slow nod. Mikoto also looked at Akira with a searching expression. Clan leader, You know that Denzo has been getting close to Orochimaru lately, Akira began, his tone pointed. Not only is Orochimaru a formidable ninja, but he's also led many of Hidden Leaf Village's research initiatives, especially in biological studies. Denzo. Fugaku murmured, a gleam of cold light in his eyes. Everyone knew Denzo was no friend of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku, as clan head, knew him well enough. Some Uchiha Jonin had even gone missing under suspicious circumstances, with all signs pointing to Denzo and his route. But with Denzo serving as the Hokage's advisor and commanding forces rivaling the Anbu, the Uchiha could only swallow their suspicions without evidence. So, you think this wood-style user with the Mangekyō Sharingan was created through an alliance between Denzo and Orochimaru? Fugaku asked thoughtfully. There's a strong possibility, Akira nodded, his lips curling in a cold smile. Denzo is the type to stop at nothing to achieve his goals. His route has some interesting methods. Fugaku's expression changed as he turned to Akira, his voice rising. Wait, Akira, did you actually infiltrate Denzo's route? Mikoto looked at Akira with worry. That's too dangerous. Route is no ordinary place. Akira chuckled. Relax, clan leader, Mikoto. I'm not that reckless. Fugaku and Mikoto let out a sigh of relief. The last thing they needed was Akira losing sight of his own limitations and charging into route. Then what do you mean when you say route is interesting? What exactly are Denzo and Orochimaru up to? And how do you know this? Fugaku asked, his brow furrowing as he studied Akira. Seeing their puzzled looks, Akira smiled and pulled out a scroll, placing it on the table between them. With a puff of smoke, a glass vial filled with light green liquid appeared, revealing what was inside. A Byakugan? Fugaku exclaimed, eyes widening. Akira, how did you obtain a Byakugan? Mikoto's eyes rounded with surprise. In the ninja world, obtaining a complete Byakugan was harder than acquiring a Sharingan. With the caged bird seal, Hyuga clan members' Byakugan were destroyed upon death, and members of the main family rarely ventured to the battlefield. You intercepted the Byakugan lost by the Hyugan on the battlefield? Fugaku recalled the incident and quickly connected the dots. Yes, Akira confirmed. I was lucky enough to track down a group of Hidden Mist Village shinobi and recover it. That explains it. Mikoto nodded in realization, having also fought in the war as a Jonin. So, you're saying you used this Byakugan to spy en route? Fugaku asked, his face clearing with understanding. Akira hadn't actually used the Byakugan to infiltrate route, of course. But letting Fugaku believe so would only reinforce his story and strengthen his resolve. Mikoto's expression grew serious as she turned to Akira. Akira, what exactly did you see? Denzo and Orochimaru are conducting secret experiments in wood-style transplantation, human cloning, and organ cloning, Akira said slowly. Upon hearing Akira's report, Fugaku's face darkened. This news was far from welcome for the Uchiha clan. Denzo, an advisor to the Hokage with a force rivaling the Anbu. Orochimaru, one of the Sannin, Sarutobi's prized student, revered in Hidden Leaf Village with many loyal followers. The alliance between these two held considerable power. The worst part? Were they acting under the Hokage's orders? Experimenting with wood style and human cloning was one thing, but the idea of cloning specific organs meant one thing: they were eyeing dujutsu like the Sharingan and the Byakugan. Seeing Fugaku's grim expression, Akira decided to add more fuel to the fire. Clan leader, Denzo has already transplanted a Sharingan. What? Fugaku's face contorted with rage, his Sharingan flashing to life. I'm going straight to the third Hokage. Are you sure the Hokage doesn't know about this? Akira's question brought Fugaku back to his senses. Whether or not Hiruzen Sarutobi knew wasn't the point. To Fugaku, Sarutobi's silence was as good as consent. Grinding his teeth, Fugaku muttered, how dare they? Chapter 25, The Plan. Akira spoke with pointed emphasis. Denzo is the Hokage's advisor, and a close friend of the third Hokage. Plus, we don't have any evidence. Fugaku stood there, rigid and unmoving, his chest heaving with suppressed anger. His face shifted between expressions, and his Sharingan gleamed with a chilling light. After standing silently for several minutes, he let out a deep sigh, his frustration palpable. Looking over at Akira, Fugaku asked, what's your take on researching wood style? Akira's face lit up slightly as he replied, my plan is to acquire a biomedical research company, then funnel significant funding into it. We'll hire a large team of researchers to work on this. An individual can only accomplish so much, but a collective effort is on a different scale. Even though civilians aren't ninja, their research capabilities often surpass those of shinobi who haven't received rigorous scientific training. Civilians? Fugaku frowned, doubt clear in his gaze. Are you sure they're up to it? They don't know anything about chakra. Akira's expression turned somewhat amused. So, All of Hidden Leaf Village's research has been led solely by shinobi? Mostly, yes. Our medical ninja usually oversee such projects, rarely do we hire civilian researchers, Fugaku replied, nodding. Akira fell silent, speechless. Isn't that a bit closed-minded? It's really underestimating what civilians are capable of. They're not ninja. They don't have chakra, Fugaku replied dismissively. What a medical ninja can handle easily, a civilian researcher has to go through great lengths to accomplish. Fugaku's view reflected the mindset of most shinobi. For ninja, who wield chakra, many things come easily. Take surgery, for instance. For civilians, surgery requires specialized medicine, equipment, and a team of healthcare professionals to work in unison. However, a medical ninja can perform a procedure virtually anywhere. Rin, fresh out of the academy, was able to replace Kakashi's eye, and it worked immediately after. For civilians, even attempting such a procedure would be far-fetched, and recovery would take far longer. The advantage chakra gives is like a gulf between two worlds. Akira's expression grew solemn. Never underestimate the strength of ordinary people. As a time traveler, he knew well how powerful a unified populace could be. Even without supernatural abilities, a well-coordinated group could create extraordinary changes. Shinobi are few in number compared to the vast population of civilians, Akira explained to Fugaku. With a large enough pool, we're bound to find true talents among them. If we cultivate those, our research will undoubtedly progress faster than Hidden Leaf Villages. Fugaku seemed moved by his words, his gaze wandering to the household electronics, all things made by civilians who didn't possess chakra. Ninja. All we know is how to kill. Aside from that, what do we truly contribute to the world? This thought surfaced unbidden in Fugaku's mind. Then let's give it a try. I'll make arrangements to get this started as soon as possible. Fugaku nodded, looking at Akira. Where should our research base be located? I'm wary of putting it in Hidden Leaf Village. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan poses a real risk. There's no need to hide it, Akira replied confidently. We'll establish the research institute within our clan's territory. There, we can work openly. This was something he had thought through long ago, not a sudden idea. Isn't that too risky? Mikoto voiced her concern. Mikoto-san, we're a legitimate company. We won't be breaking any of Hidden Leaf Village's or the Land of Fire's laws, Akira said with a smile. Cloning technology isn't banned. Under the guise of studying biocloning, they could work on incorporating cells from the first Hokage, Hashirama Senshu, into their research. Hidden Leaf Village's ninja might be elite assassins, but when it comes to scientific research, they're out of their depth. A standard inspection wouldn't detect any issues, and without Sharingan or Byakugan, identifying Hashirama cells would be next to impossible. What's more, the Uchiha clan controls the Hidden Leaf Village police force, responsible for maintaining order. This means they would conduct the inspections themselves. Policing themselves, it was almost laughable. As long as we're not conducting human experiments outright, it shouldn't be a problem. The Uchiha and Hyuga districts aren't close, so they're out of the Byakugan's range. Given the current tension between the clans, it's unlikely any Hyuga would come near Uchiha grounds. I understand. Fugaku nodded. With the police force covering us, we shouldn't run into major issues. No one would suspect the Uchiha clan of pursuing the first Hokage's wood style. That's a mental blind spot, Akira noted. Fugaku smiled dryly. Our clan's pride is in our Sharingan. Yet here we are, coveting the power of the Senju. It's shameful in the eyes of our ancestors. Fugaku, you're doing what's necessary. The survival of our clan is paramount, and the Uchiha need to acquire greater power. Mikoto's voice was soft but firm. Fugaku sighed, then turned back to Akira. Regarding human experimentation, we'll use death row prisoners from the Fire Country's prisons for test subjects. But the experiments themselves can't be conducted in Hidden Leaf Village. Of course, Akira nodded. Denzo's just waiting for an excuse to act against us. We can't hand him one on a silver platter. One more thing. Akira's tone grew serious as he addressed Fugaku. Clan leader, let's keep our true purpose hidden from most of the clan, especially Shishui. Naturally. Until we have results, only a few will know. Fugaku paused, then asked, why single out Shishui? Do you think he's a risk? He is close to the third Hokage and the village elders, and the will of fire runs deep in him. It's best he remains unaware. You think he'd reveal our plans to the higher-ups? Fugaku raised an eyebrow, unconvinced. Shishui is young, but he's mature. I doubt he'd do that. It's just a precaution, Akira shrugged. Isn't the third Hokage considering him for the Anbu? He'd be the only Uchiha with that opportunity. Fugaku nodded slowly. Very well. I won't let Shishui in on this. Chapter 26, Yakushi Nano. I'll have someone start working on acquiring the biotech company tomorrow. Fugaku looked over at Akira. Is there anything else? Akira had been about to leave, but something crossed his mind. Clan head, do you know someone called the Wandering Mangekyō? He wasn't entirely certain of Yakushi Nano's scientific prowess. She was undoubtedly skilled in medical ninjutsu, but she'd primarily been trained as a spy. While Nano was a top-tier operative in the world of espionage, that didn't necessarily mean she had the expertise for research. However, her adoptive son, Yakushi Kabuto, was a different story. Later, he would become an expert with ambitious dreams and play a critical role in the Fourth Great Ninja War. If Kabuto hadn't been involved, the intensity of that conflict might have been halved. Like Orochimaru, Kabuto was a genuine genius. Of course, right now, Kabuto was just a 6 or 7-year-old child, but his future potential was undeniable. Someone with that much potential was worth bringing into the fold early on. The Wandering Mangekyō? Fugaku's gaze grew thoughtful. I remember she was with the Root. Rumor has it she left some time ago and is now running an orphanage. Why do you ask? Is there something unusual about her? Mikoto asked, looking puzzled. I heard she's a very kind person, taking in many of the war's orphans. No, nothing wrong, Akira replied, shaking his head. I just think it'd be worthwhile to recruit her. He turned to Fugaku, speaking with conviction. The Uchiha can't afford to go it alone anymore. If we want to achieve our goal of one day becoming Hokage, we'll need more support. Fugaku nodded, considering this. She's not only a top spy from Root but also highly skilled in medical ninjutsu. She'd make a valuable ally. Mikoto frowned slightly, looking between them. But if we try to recruit her so openly, won't that draw the suspicion of the third Hokage and Denzo? Nano wasn't just anyone. As Root's elite, she knew many of its hidden secrets. Akira shrugged nonchalantly. So what? We're not doing anything against the laws of Hidden Leaf Village. Just offering her a job as a researcher in the new company we're setting up. Mikoto shook her head with a smile. You both sound like she'll just agree to join you. Don't forget, she was once a Root elite. Do you really think she'll want to align herself with the Uchiha? She'll want to. Maintaining that orphanage isn't easy. From what I've heard, her funds are running dangerously low. Akira's confidence was clear. Then I'll leave it to you, Fugaku said, nodding at Akira. Once the acquisition is finalized, I'll let you know right away. With the power of the Sharingan aiding them, what might have taken months was accomplished in just 10 days. The Uchiha acquired a mid-sized company called Shinten Biotech, a solid enterprise in both research and sales. For the Uchiha, with their long-standing wealth, this acquisition was a manageable expense. In Hidden Leaf Village, people barely reacted to the Uchiha's venture into the pharmaceutical industry. Most simply assumed they were trying their hand at a new side business. This recent war had made both weapons and pharmaceutical businesses highly profitable, and practically every major clan in Hidden Leaf Village had a side business of some sort. Merely relying on missions alone wouldn't be enough to sustain such large clans. The Nara clan was known for their prized deer antlers, while the Yamanaka clan specialized in cultivating flowers and medicinal herbs. At an orphanage on the outskirts of Hidden Leaf Village, Yakushi Nano sat at her desk, her face lined with worry. The funds will only keep us going for 3 more days, but the next village subsidy isn't due for another 2 months. Her brows furrowed deeper with concern. Just then, a knock came at the door. A round-faced, middle-aged woman appeared in the doorway. Sister, there's someone here to see you. A ninja from the Uchiha clan. He's waiting in the main hall. The Uchiha clan? What would they want with me? Nano's brow creased slightly, but she rose to go meet them. In the main hall, a young man with black hair and dark eyes, a sword strapped to his back, was glancing around the room. I'm Yakushi Nano. How can I help you? She asked, her professional smile in place. Akira Uchiha, he introduced himself without preamble. I have a job offer for you. Are you interested? I'm afraid not, Nano replied, shaking her head. I'm no longer a ninja, so I have no interest in whatever work you're offering. In her mind, the Uchiha's interest was undoubtedly in her skills as a spy, a life she'd long grown tired of. Now, all she wanted was to protect and save as many of the war's orphans as she could. You misunderstand. We're not asking you to go back to your old line of work. Akira shrugged. The Uchiha are moving into the field of biopharmaceuticals. We recently acquired a company called Shinten Biotech and want to offer you a position as a researcher. Nano relaxed slightly at his words. The Uchiha clan was powerful in Hidden Leaf Village, and their members were known for their pride. She preferred not to be entangled with them, and running the orphanage was difficult enough without getting on the Uchiha's bad side. After a moment, she said, I'm the director here and responsible for these children. I don't have the time to work at your company. Akira's expression turned knowing. From what I understand, the orphanage is struggling financially. Hidden Leaf Village's subsidies alone won't keep it afloat. Nano fell silent. It was true. Hidden Leaf Village's subsidies were far from enough to sustain the orphanage. To make ends meet, she often had to find side work or have some of the children help out wherever they could. Shinten pays its researchers generously, Akira continued, arching a brow. Surely you don't want the orphanage to close? After a pause, Nano finally spoke. What kind of work would I be doing? You don't need to worry. It's nothing forbidden. Akira offered a reassuring smile. Mainly work in cloning and targeted organ cultivation. For him, that research was of utmost importance. Not just studies involving Senju Hashirama's cells. With the Chimera Jutsu at his disposal, cloning alone would be not enough to serve his purpose. Once he mastered it, the Senju cells would naturally fall within his reach. Chapter 27, The Current Situation Cloning. Nano murmured under her breath, a thoughtful expression crossing her face. Known as the Wandering Maiko for her expertise in medical ninjutsu, Nano was no stranger to the latest research in the shinobi world. Cloning had been discussed for over a decade, and research in the field had never truly stopped. As the second most skilled medical ninja in Hidden Leaf Village, just under Tsunade, she knew quite a bit about the technology. From her perspective, the Uchiha clan's true objective likely involved targeted cloning. Cloning itself was probably just a means to an end. The shinobi world was not far from a breakthrough, and at the current pace, it was only a matter of time. This isn't exactly forbidden territory, she remarked to Akira. I'm open to accepting your clan's offer, but I do have one condition. What would that be? Akira asked, intrigued. Nano looked directly at him. I assume you've done your research on my background? We're aware of your past, he replied with a nod. Nano sighed. My condition is that, should Denzo ever try to force me back into route, you'll help keep him off my back. This orphanage needs me, and I can't just abandon it. You can rest easy on that, Akira said with a reassuring smile. Since you've left route and joined us, we'll protect you. There's one more thing. Nano hesitated, a slight blush coloring her cheeks. Could I possibly get an advance on my pay? Just as you mentioned, the orphanage's funds are nearly dried up. Akira nodded. We can arrange that. How does half a year's salary sound? 1 million ryo up front, which you can pick up from us tomorrow. Nano's face lit up in gratitude. That would be more than enough. Thank you. The Uchiha clan truly was the wealthiest family in Hidden Leaf Village, she thought. For a regular jonin, earning this much from a year's worth of S-rank missions would be nearly impossible, especially considering the amount that had to be split with the village and teammates. Glad to hear it, Akira said, clearly pleased that the matter was settled. Nano's expertise was well worth the generous salary. He was confident she'd be an asset. If everything's clear, let's consider this arrangement official, he said with a smile. Hold on, Nano said, slightly embarrassed. Do you know what my position will be in the clan? Akira paused thoughtfully. We haven't settled on a title yet, but rest assured, your base salary will be 2 million ryo a year, at minimum. And if I were to head the project, what would the pay be then? Nano's eyes gleamed with ambition. Akira's interest piqued. You have experience with cloning? She smiled confidently. I know a thing or two. I've handled related assignments in the past. Akira's face showed a hint of realization. Most likely, this experience came from tasks assigned by Denzo, who'd long coveted the power of the Nine Tails and had dabbled in various secret projects, including experiments with the Sharingan and the cells of the first Hokage. A project lead earns 5 million ryo a year, Akira answered, but if you can't show significant progress within 2 years, the salary drops by half. 5 million. Nanu repeated, eyes alight. With that, I could expand the orphanage, and those kids could stay with me longer. They wouldn't have to fend for themselves so soon. And what would it take for me to lead this project? She asked, determined. That depends on your capabilities, Akira said after a pause. Nanu nodded confidently. I'll prove myself. Before she left, he added, we'll have a team come speak with you about specifics once our research center is set up. Back at the Uchiha compound, Akira made his way to the clan leader Fugaku's residence. Did she agree? Fugaku asked. She did, Akira replied, smiling. It seems she has a solid grasp on cloning technology. That's an unexpected boon, Fugaku nodded approvingly. Akira then shifted to the larger topic at hand. What's the current state of affairs? Any word on when the 4th Hokage election might happen? The village is still focused on wrapping up the war. The 3rd wants to finalize peace treaties before moving forward, Fugaku explained. Akira nodded slowly. And on the battlefield, we're still seeing skirmishes with Hidden Stones Village in the Land of Rain? It's not just Hidden Stones Village, Fugaku replied. Ninjas from all the major nations are treating the Land of Rain as a battleground. Akira raised an eyebrow. And Hanzo isn't putting a stop to it? Not at all, Fugaku replied, looking equally puzzled. According to the Ninja Cat's reports, Hidden Stone's village's forces have wreaked havoc on several villages there. I can't imagine what Hanzo's endgame is. By the way, Fugaku continued, the third recently sent Denzo and Root to the Land of Rain as part of the peace negotiations. Denzo? Leading Root to broker peace in the Land of Rain? Akira muttered, contemplative. While the Hokage's orders were to secure peace, Denzo seemed to have his own agenda. Once in the Land of Rain, he operated under the guise of ninjas from other villages, inciting chaos and sabotaging any hope of a treaty. His actions were the exact opposite of the Hokage's intentions, fueling the conflict rather than calming it. Akira suspected Denzo had his reasons, though he couldn't fathom what. Hidden Leaf Village was hardly in a position to keep fighting, the village needed time to recover. If nothing changed, Denzo's schemes in the Land of Rain might lead to even darker consequences. Namely, the tragedy that would one day give rise to pain. Chapter 28, Beginning the Research. Why don't we take this chance to deal with Orochimaru? A cold glint flashed in Fugaku's eyes. I'd like to see how he plans to run for Hokage after being exposed for human experiments. Probably not feasible, Akira replied, shaking his head. Orochimaru's lab is located within the Root, which operates under Denzo, is essentially an extension of the Hokage's Anbu, with authority surpassing the police force. Under normal circumstances, the police force has no right to interfere with Root's affairs. However, it's not entirely impossible for the police to get involved. For instance, if there were clues suggesting a missing person's trail led back to Root, it would give them an opening. But such a move would surely provoke a fallout, and this tactic should be saved for a moment when it would yield the greatest benefit. Fugaku's face shifted between uncertainty and determination. Finally, he sighed and said, I guess we'll leave it for now. I was hoping we could deal with Orochimaru right away, clearing the path for Minato to become Hokage. I think we should keep this as a card to play at a critical moment, striking both Denzo and Orochimaru with a decisive blow when the time is right, Akira suggested. Fugaku nodded. That's reasonable. As long as the third Hokage is in power, there's no guarantee this would significantly impact Denzo. Back at home, Akira summoned the Ninja Cats, entrusting them with the task of locating Karen and Jago. With the project on cloning now moving forward, it was time to search for them to prepare for the Chimera Jutsu. The Ninja Cats serve as a valuable source of intelligence for the Uchiha clan. Scattered across the world, they naturally gather information. If they pay attention, they can uncover many things that aren't heavily concealed. Akira has confidence in the Ninja Cat's capabilities. After all, the people he's searching for are not within the 5 great shinobi villages, so finding them should be within the cat's abilities. Although Karen hasn't been born yet, her mother likely has already settled in Hidden Grass Village. Akira plans to wait patiently until she surfaces. Jago, however, poses more of a challenge to locate. His unique transformation trait might not be exclusive to him but could be a bloodline trait. Since Akira doesn't know which village Jago originated from, he has only been able to describe Jago's characteristics post-transformation to the cats, hoping they'll come across any clan with similar traits. Time passed swiftly. 3 months later, it was already August. During this period, the Uchiha clan's newly acquired company, Shinten Biotech, established its base on the outskirts of Hidden Leaf Village, officially kicking off its research operations. The Uchiha clan, renowned across the shinobi world, quickly attracted a wave of talent once it opened applications. Both Hidden Leaf Village's name and the Uchiha reputation brought in a large number of qualified researchers in no time. Hidden Leaf Village is currently one of the safest places in the ninja world. With 3 wars fought over the past few decades, rogue ninjas have become common. Ordinary people are naturally inclined to settle somewhere secure. However, entering Hidden Leaf Village is no small feat. It isn't a place just anyone can move into. Now, with the Uchiha setting up their company headquarters here, civilians see it as a rare opportunity. Shinten Biotech is now advancing 3 major projects: cloning, directed cloning, and the secret Senju Hashirama cell transplant project, cleverly disguised under the title Organ Transplant Rejection Research. Aside from these 3 core projects, the company has retained its original pharmaceutical research line. However, with its expanded recruitment, the focus has shifted slightly, developing medicines aimed more at shinobi than civilians. Ninja-oriented products, after all, have a higher potential for profit. That said, research on civilian-targeted drugs hasn't ceased either. To Akira's surprise, Yakushi Nano displayed a remarkable depth of knowledge in biological cloning. Although she claimed to have only a basic understanding, she quickly won over her project team within a month and became the leading figure in the cloning initiative. Meanwhile, news spread throughout Hidden Leaf Village that the third Hokage was preparing to step down, paving the way for the fourth Hokage election. Surprisingly, only 2 candidates had been nominated, Orochimaru of the legendary Sannin and the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze. To the surprise of many villagers, Jiraiya of the Sannin chose not to participate in the election. With this announcement, Hidden Leaf Village was abuzz with activity, as preparations for the fourth Hokage election took over the village's atmosphere. Although minor skirmishes continued along the Fire Country's border, the war had mostly subsided, and peace seemed imminent. As Hidden Leaf Village eagerly prepared for a new Hokage, a new dawn was breaking for the Akatsuki organization in the Land of Rain. On a high cliff overlooking a canyon, Denzo observed the scene below with a cold gleam in his eyes and a brief, smug smile. After months of scheming, he had finally set things into motion and now planned to reap the rewards. Now, let's see the power of the Rinnegan, Denzo thought with a sinister smirk. 3 months earlier, he had come to the Land of Rain to disrupt peace negotiations, sending his root operatives to pose as rogue shinobi from other villages and cause chaos across the countryside. To his surprise, Hanzo hadn't sent his forces to stop the chaos, leaving the root members free to continue. Instead, a rising organization known as Akatsuki emerged, mobilizing to protect the citizens of the Land of Rain. During an ambush, Denzo had made a startling discovery. One of the leaders of Akatsuki possessed the legendary Rinnegan, the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. After witnessing the monstrous summons of the Rinnegan, Denzo conceived a new plan, to incite conflict between Akatsuki and Hanzo's Hidden Rain village, hoping to eliminate either Hanzo or the wielder of the Rinnegan. For 2 months, he worked toward this goal, first bribing Hanzo's deputy Kansa, then having root agents attack Hidden Rain shinobi, finally arriving in person to frame Akatsuki. Everything had gone so smoothly, Denzo could hardly believe it. Hanzo, that old fool, had bought it all without a second thought. In the pouring rain, down in the canyon, Yahiko and Nagato stood facing each other, both weary yet resolute. High above, on an elevated platform, Hanzo held Conan in his grip, his eyes icy as he looked down at them. Hanzo's voice cut through the downpour, his gaze fixed on the red-haired youth surrounded by rain shinobi. You, with the red hair. Kill Yahiko, and I'll spare you and release the girl. Chapter 29, The Rebirth of the Akatsuki. Yahiko looked at Nagato, trembling as he clutched a kunai, a bitter smile on his face. It was only now, in this critical moment, that he realized just how naive his ideals had been. Jiraiya-sensei. Can peace really be achieved through mutual understanding? Yahiko's heart was filled with uncertainty and doubt. He let out a sigh, resignation in his eyes. It doesn't matter anymore. Right now, nothing is more important than ensuring Nagato and Conan survive. With that thought, Yahiko turned to Nagato and spoke firmly, Nagato, kill me. Yahiko. Nagato's single exposed Rinnegan glimmered, his grip on the kunai shaking as he struggled within himself. The next moment, in a swift motion, Yahiko appeared beside Nagato, forcing the kunai into his own chest. As Nagato's eyes widened in shock, Yahiko managed a faint, pained smile. In a weak voice, he whispered, Nagato, you and Conan must live on. You are the world's savior. Maybe you really. Yahiko. Nagato murmured, staring blankly at Yahiko's lifeless body on the ground. Seeing Nagato frozen in place, Hanzo roared, attack now. At his command, the Hidden Rain village shinobi threw kunai, shuriken, and other weapons, hurtling them toward Nagato. Hearing the weapon slice through the air, Nagato instinctively raised his right hand. An invisible barrier formed around him, and the thrown weapon shattered as if colliding with a solid wall of iron. That's the Rinnegan. Hanzo muttered, narrowing his eyes as he noticed the distinct patterns in Nagato's eyes. So he's no ordinary kid. In an instant, Nagato vanished, appearing next to Hanzo. But Hanzo, as if anticipating the move, went away. Just as Hanzo escaped, the ground where he had stood began to writhe, and dozens of yellow explosive tags surged toward Nagato, attaching themselves to his lower leg. Boom. With a thunderous explosion, Nagato's leg was left scorched and bloody, raw flesh exposed. Seeing this, both Hanzo and Denzo motioned for their shinobi to swarm Nagato like a storm. Summoning Jutsu, demonic statue of the outer path. With a single command, Nagato summoned the massive humanoid statue that tore through the earth. Its gigantic hands swung down, smashing into the surrounding shinobi like swatting flies. Black rods emerged from the statue, piercing into Nagato's body, and a faintly glowing purple chakra dragon materialized. Wherever the chakra dragon passed, it sucked out the chakra and souls of those it touched, leaving them dead on the spot. Sensing danger, Denzo immediately retreated with his root shinobi as soon as the statue appeared. With the chakra dragon unleashed, the Hidden Rain village shinobi were nearly wiped out, leaving only Hanzo, who managed to evade with his incredible speed. In a shadowed corner, Obito and Zetsu observed the scene below, hidden from view. Wow, Nagato really did summon the husk of the 10 tails, White Zetsu remarked in an oddly comical tone. Obito, the Judo statue is consuming Nagato's life force. Won't this complicate capturing the tailed beasts? Black Zetsu's raspy voice asked. No matter. Obito, under the guise of Madara, smirked beneath his swirling mask. This only makes it easier to control him in the long run. But won't this injury slow down the tailed beast captures? Hanzo's explosive tags crippled his leg, Black Zetsu commented. It's fine, Obito replied calmly. I'll teach him the 6 paths jutsu. He can use the jutsu to create puppets to move on his behalf. Black Zetsu reminded him, but puppets created by the 6 paths jutsu won't be as strong. Splitting up his Rinnegan abilities may hinder him against the 8 and 9 tails. Not an issue, Obito scoffed. If it comes down to it, I'll step in. The tailed beasts are mere beasts before the power of the Mangekyō Sharingan and wood style. Obito turned to leave, casting a final look at Nagato and Conan's departing figures. Confidently, he said, after this, Nagato will no longer reject me. I can feel it. Yahiko's death has changed something fundamental within him. Meanwhile, Denzo and his root shinobi fled more than 20 kilometers away. Once they confirmed they weren't being pursued, Denzo ordered his men to stand guard. Denzo, in his Jonin vest with a sharp gaze in his visible left eye, spoke with a glint of ambition. To think the Rinnegan's power would be so overwhelming, even surpassing the Sharingan and Byakugan. It truly is the eye of the Sage of 6 Paths. Denzo's high-ranking member of the root, Shikoro Barame, wearing dark glasses, approached and quietly asked, Denzo-sama, what should we do next? We're done here. The Land of Rain is no place for us now. Our goal has been achieved, and things are only going to get more chaotic here, Denzo replied. Let Hanzo and the Akatsuki tear each other apart. Denzo-sama, do you think Hanzo might fall to the Akatsuki leader with the Rinnegan? Shikoro inquired thoughtfully. Denzo contemplated this. Hanzo may be aging, but he's still a formidable shinobi, once known as a demigod. He even granted the title of the 3 legendary Sannin to Hiruzen's 3 disciples. I doubt he'll go down so easily. But we could take advantage of the chaos in the Land of Rain, Denzo continued, a sinister gleam flashing in his left eye. The Uchiha clan has too many talented individuals rising lately, and it's unsettling. Shikoro understood. You're thinking of pitting enemies against each other? Exactly. Denzo nodded. Obirama-sensei always said the Uchiha clan is a naturally malevolent clan. They've never been content, and as their geniuses grow, they may be nurturing ideas they shouldn't. But how would we lure the Uchiha into conflict with Hanzo and the Akatsuki? Shikoro asked, pondering. That's simple, Denzo replied, a smirk crossing his lips. As long as Hiruzen remains Hokage, this can be easily arranged. Shikoro didn't press for details, knowing his place. As Denzo's right-hand man, he was well aware that some things were above his clearance, and if Denzo didn't elaborate, it likely involved hidden matters tied to the 3rd Hokage. Chapter 30, Drive Out Wolves to Devour Tigers. 3 days later, Denzo quietly returned to Hidden Lee Village with his root. In the Hokage residence, Saratobe Hiruzen sat at his desk, head bowed as he worked through a pile of documents. Though close to retirement, Hiruzen found himself busier than ever. At that moment, a familiar sound of footsteps approached. Recognizing the steps, Hiruzen knew his old friend had returned. As expected, Denzo's shadow appeared in the doorway. Why hasn't the peace treaty with Hidden Sand Village been signed yet? Hiruzen's face darkened as he took the initiative. It's been months. What exactly have you been doing in the Land of Rain all this time? Hiruzen, there's been a change in circumstances. Denzo's expression remained unfazed, showing no hint of surprise. It's not that I don't want a peace agreement with Hidden Stones Village. Someone is meddling, disrupting our relations with them, hoping to keep us at war. What are you implying? Hiruzen frowned, taking a deep draw from his pipe. Is Hanzo obstructing our peace talks with Hidden Stones Village? Instead of answering directly, Denzo posed another question. Hiruzen, have you heard of a new organization in the Land of Rain recently? A new organization? Hiruzen looked at Denzo with curiosity. Hiruzen wasn't too concerned about upstart groups from a minor country like the Land of Rain. As Hokage, especially near the end of the war, he had bigger issues on his plate. This organization advocates for mutual understanding and dialogue over warfare, claiming that true peace can be achieved through such understanding, Denzo explained briefly, summarizing the ideals of the Akatsuki. Hiruzen frowned. The ideology felt oddly familiar. Wasn't it similar to Jiraiya's beliefs? Young people might be naive, but their intentions seem well-meaning, Hiruzen nodded. If their principles are sincere, they might even bring some positive change to the Land of Rain. Is there a problem with this group? That's just the surface. Outwardly, They're shiny and idealistic, but underneath, they're wolves in sheep's clothing, Denzo sneered. Surely, as Hokage, you understand this, Hiruzen? Hiruzen's expression hardened. What exactly have they done? The organization, calling itself the Akatsuki, disguises itself as shinobi from various villages, marauding and pillaging across the Land of Rain, even attacking our shinobi. Their objective? Denzo's tone grew icy. They don't want the 5 great shinobi countries to make peace. And Hanzo? What is he doing about this? Why isn't he keeping this organization in check? Hiruzen asked gravely. Hanzo was defeated, Denzo replied nonchalantly. Hiruzen was taken aback. Hanzo was defeated? Has the Akatsuki's strength reached that level? Denzo's eyes narrowed, his expression serious. Indeed. I witnessed it with my own eyes. My root division lost 3 teams. Considerable casualties. What condition is Hanzo in now? Hiruzen pressed. I'm not certain of the specifics. I know he wasn't seriously injured, Denzo mused, though he should be able to hold out for a while longer. Seeing Hiruzen deep in thought, Denzo continued, the situation in the Land of Rain is growing more complex, Hiruzen. This Akatsuki organization has ambitions that can't be ignored. How much intelligence do you have on them? Hiruzen asked. Almost nothing, Denzo shook his head. Almost nothing. Hiruzen exhaled a cloud of smoke and frustration. Hiruzen, Denzo said gravely, we can't allow such a dangerous organization to run unchecked. Though Hanzo is aging, he's still formidable. Even if we can't eliminate this group, we should at least gather intelligence on them. Isn't covert intelligence work precisely what Root specializes in? Hiruzen glanced at Denzo. Now would be the perfect time for Root to show its value. Hiruzen, don't you think the Uchiha clan has been getting a bit too influential lately? Denzo shifted the topic to the Uchiha. Hiruzen's brows furrowed slightly. What are you trying to say? With Fugaku leading them, Shisui rising in prominence, and now even a new talent, Akira Uchiha, emerging. I've also heard that Fugaku's son, Itachi, is a remarkable genius. He went to war alongside Fugaku before even starting his academy training. Doesn't it feel like the Uchiha are thriving just a little too much? Denzo's tone held a veiled message. In contrast, on our side, we only have the Yellow Flash and the Sannin. Veterans, without much promising new talent. The emergence of talent within the Uchiha clan is a good thing for Hidden Leaf Village, Hiruzen replied calmly. Shisui is a descendant of Kagami. He is different from the others, carrying the will of fire. I've observed Itachi as well. He has a mindset that aligns closely with the village's ideals, which is also beneficial for us, Hiruzen continued. As for Akira. Hiruzen tapped his fingers on the desk thoughtfully. He's harder to read. I'm not certain about his intentions. Hiruzen didn't mention Fugaku specifically. Both he and Denzo understood Fugaku's temperament well. He was indecisive, to say the least. With Minato around, no troublemaker would dare raise their head, Hiruzen said confidently. Denzo let out a cold chuckle. The Yellow Flash has been getting rather close to the Uchiha, hasn't he? Kushina Uzumaki and Mikoto Uchiha share quite a close bond. You might want to remind him to keep things in check. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. Minato is fully aware of his responsibilities. I don't need to remind him. Let's focus on deciding who to send to the Land of Rain to gather intelligence on that organization. Who better than the Uchiha? Denzo said, his tone calm. The Uchiha are strong, ideally suited to collecting information in the current state of the Land of Rain. The Uchiha. Hiruzen nodded slowly. That might work. I propose we call Shisui back from the front lines and have him accompany Akira on this mission to gather intel on the Akatsuki, Denzo suggested. No, Hiruzen shook his head. Shisui is still young. This type of mission requires experience. Shisui may be strong, but he lacks the necessary experience. I intend to bring him into my Anbu upon his return to further immerse him in the will of fire. Then Akira it is, Denzo said. I've heard he managed to fend off the Six Tails alone. His strength is almost on par with Hanzo's. Sending Akira would serve Denzo's purpose in ridding the village of an unpredictable Uchiha. That sounds reasonable, Hiruzen nodded. Akira has the skill to investigate the Land of Rain. Chapter 31, The Mission. Denzo narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on Hiruzen. Are you planning to send him alone? According to your information, the Akatsuki is at war with Hidden Rain Village. The Land of Rain is incredibly dangerous right now, even a Jonin would face significant risk there. We can't afford to waste the lives of Hidden Leaf Village's shinobi in such peril, Hiruzen replied calmly. That's unwise. Denzo's eyes narrowed further. You don't truly understand Akira Uchiha. Who knows how much loyalty he really holds toward Hidden Leaf Village. What if he drags his feet once he's in the land of fire? Hiruzen considered Denzo's point, a pensive expression crossing his face. You're right, it wouldn't be wise. He'll need a team to support him. Do you have anyone in mind? Hiruzen looked up at Denzo. Denzo thought to himself. Out loud, he said, just go with a standard team composition. But I'd like to place one of my own root agents with them to ensure that they stay focused on the mission once in the Land of Rain. Any specific recommendations for Akira's team? Hiruzen asked mildly. You're the Hokage, I won't meddle in your decisions. Denzo said with a hint of sarcasm. Humphrey. Hiruzen scoffed, not meddling? Then your root members can stay out of this. Hiruzen, you. Denzo was momentarily speechless, his smile faltering. Tell me which of your root members you want to send, Hiruzen said impassively. Denzo cleared his throat. Shiga Borame. A skilled jonin from the Borame clan. Alright. You're dismissed, Hiruzen said, waving his hand in a clear sign for Denzo to leave. Denzo took a deep breath, feeling a surge of frustration. He knew his old friend was far from pleased with the lack of progress Root had made in negotiations over the past 3 months. Now, Hiruzen was venting his pent-up frustration. As Denzo left, Hiruzen's gaze lingered on his retreating figure, his eyes narrowing. His instincts told him Denzo was still hiding something. What is he keeping from me? Hiruzen murmured, before reluctantly shaking his head. His personal ambu were already scattered across the other great countries, gathering intelligence or eliminating foreign shinobi infiltrating the Land of Fire. That left him little room to monitor the smaller countries. Knock, knock. Hiruzen tapped the desk lightly, and an ambu with a dog-shaped mask appeared before him. Hiruzen instructed, inform these shinobi to come to the Hokage's office at their earliest convenience today. Yes, Hokage-sama. The ambu disappeared as quickly as he came. Not long after, Akira Uchiha entered the Hokage's office. Though he had until the end of the day, respect for the Hokage warranted promptness. Lord Hokage, I'm here, Akira said as he stepped in. Ah, Akira. Glad you came. Hiruzen looked up from his desk, a warm smile on his face. I have a mission that requires your attention. Though Akira was curious, he knew better than to question it. When a mission came directly from the Hokage, refusal wasn't an option. Not that he was in a position to refuse anyway. I understand, Lord Hokage. I will carry out my duty to the village, Akira replied firmly. The situation is this. A group called Akatsuki has been stirring trouble in the Land of Rain. Disguising themselves as shinobi from various major nations, they've been attacking villages, provoking conflicts. According to reliable sources, Hanzo is struggling to hold his ground against them. Hiruzen succinctly summarized the information Denzo had provided. So I need you to lead a team of elite Hidden Leaf village shinobi into the Land of Rain to gather intelligence on Akatsuki, Hiruzen stated, watching Akira's reaction closely. Akira's eyes widened in shock. This was nothing like what he'd anticipated. Could the butterfly effect have altered things this drastically? The third Hokage already knew about Akatsuki? In his memory, Hiruzen only learned about the organization on the night of the Uchiha massacre, when Itachi revealed he'd gone undercover in a dangerous group. Wasn't Akatsuki supposed to be a group that embodied Jiraiya's ideals, aiming for peace through understanding? How had they transformed into a group impersonating foreign shinobi and disrupting peace? What could have gone wrong? Akira thought, his mind racing. Could Denzo be twisting the truth to suit his purposes? Seeing Akira's stunned expression, Hiruzen assumed the news was a lot to take in. Akira, I know this is difficult, but I couldn't find anyone else in Hidden Leaf Village suited for a mission in the Land of Rain right now, Hiruzen explained apologetically. Jiraiya has vanished again, heaven knows where. If we wait for him, it'll be too late. Minato and Orochimaru are preparing for the Hokage election, and the other candidates aren't suitable. Lord Hokage, leave it to me. I will complete the mission, Akira said with determination. Hiruzen's face softened into a smile. Then I can rest easy. With you on this, I feel reassured. Am I to go solo, or will I have a team accompanying me? Akira asked. Hiruzen took a drag from his pipe, filling the room with swirling smoke, his voice carrying through it. This is a dangerous mission, so I've assigned you a standard team for support. Thank you, Lord Hokage, Akira said, feigning gratitude. Inwardly, he thought, just don't give me any dead weight, please. More shinobi didn't always mean more power. Sometimes they just held each other back. Alone, he could act freely, completing the mission as he saw fit. At worst, he'd reveal only as much about Akatsuki as needed. Now that he was assigned teammates, he'd have to maintain appearances, at least for show. With his Mangekyō Sharingan, Akira could always cast a Genjutsu to keep his teammates occupied. Chapter 32, Research progress Shiga Burame, Takebutsu Jonin, expert in the Burame clan's secret insect jutsu, Hugakuri, Takebutsu Jonin from the Hyuga branch family, skilled in gentle fist, Yamanaka Juro, Takebutsu Jonin with expertise in the Yamanaka clan's mind-body switch jutsu and strong sensory abilities. After introducing Akira's three teammates, Hiruzen Sarutobi turned to him and said, "These three are exceptional ninja, more than capable for this mission." Akira nodded. Judging by their profiles, they were indeed qualified. Being Takebutsu Jonin meant their abilities were no joke. Stronger than a typical Anbu, who were often only Chunin level, with the elite reaching Jonin. When he had returned to Hidden Leaf Village earlier, Akira himself had only been a Chunin. Of course, by now, he had been promoted to Jonin. At that moment, the sound of several footsteps echoed through the hallway, and three figures entered the Hokage's office. One wore a black hooded cloak and dark sunglasses, giving off an aura of cold indifference. The second, a girl in a white kimono with black hair and white eyes, appeared around 16 or 17, her expression calm and distant. The last figure, a man in his 20s with orange hair, wore a Jonin vest and looked stern. "Lord Hokage," they greeted in unison. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at them solemnly. "I've called you here for a very serious mission. There's an organization emerging in the Land of Rain called the Akatsuki. This organization..." He briefly summarized the mission objectives, then continued, "Akira Uchiha here will lead this mission. I'll give him the full details, and you can discuss it further on the way." Hearing this, the three turned to Akira with varied reactions. Shiga Burame and Hugakuri showed no change in expression, as if nothing could disturb their calm. But in Yamanaka Juro's eyes, a glint of intrigue flashed. Akira's reputation had long spread across the 5 great countries and was especially well known within Hidden Leaf Village. If he was the mission leader, it was clear the mission posed significant risks. "Yes, Lord Hokage." The three answered respectfully. "Good," Sarutobi nodded. "Prepare for the mission. You depart tomorrow." After acknowledging his instructions, they left the Hokage residence. Back at the Uchiha compound, Akira summoned the ninja cats and asked them to relay a message to Granny Cat, requesting her assistance in preparing some ninja tools and explosive tags. Afterward, he visited Fugaku's residence to inform him about the mission details. For a mission of this scale, it was important to report to the clan head. Fugaku looked at Akira, his face serious as he warned, "You'll be investigating a group capable of defeating Hanzo. Be cautious." "I understand," Akira nodded. Though he was strong enough to face tailed beasts, he wasn't entirely confident about facing Nagato yet. If Nagato had defeated Hanzo, it likely meant he had already perfected the Deva Path and mastered the 6 paths of pain and yin-yang release. While Nagato might not yet be at his peak, such as when he would later assault Hidden Leaf Village, Akira wasn't overconfident. He wouldn't miss any opportunity to take down Nagato if one presented itself. The Land of Rain, with its constant rainfall, provided an environmental advantage for Akira. "Just be careful," Fugaku reminded him again. "Denzo spent several months in the Land of Rain. Who knows what kind of traps he might have set there. I'll be extra cautious this time." "Please don't worry, clan head," Akira replied. He then added, "By the way, while I'm away, could you oversee the progress on the Shinten Biotech project? It should be nearing some results by now." Usually, Akira monitored Shinten Biotech's progress himself, while Fugaku handled clan affairs. Fugaku's expression brightened. "So it's almost ready?" "Yes," Akira said thoughtfully. "Nano Yakushi has been more capable than we anticipated. Under her leadership, we've overcome several hurdles in cloning. In a few more months, we should be ready to start trials." Fugaku smiled. "It seems we've really found a valuable asset in Nano. She's talented." "Absolutely," Akira agreed. "But we'll need to be cautious of Denzo. He's bound to make a move on her orphanage to force her back into his ranks. I fear he'll resort to underhanded tactics." "I'll keep an eye on things," Fugaku assured him. "I'll station people to protect her orphanage and ensure her safety." Nano had become highly valued to the clan, especially as her work neared completion. Even without her involvement in transplanting Hashirama cells, her advancements in cloning would be significant for the Uchiha. In particular, success in targeted cloning could prevent future Mangekyō Sharingan blindness. "Any progress on Hashirama cell integration?" Fugaku asked. It was something he was keenly interested in. The potential of combining wood style with the Sharingan was an exciting prospect. "We're still exploring. All our animal trials have failed so far," Akira shook his head. "No surprise, given it's the first Hokage," Fugaku mused. "Even his cells are powerful enough to cause death at an exceptionally high rate." It was true that, typically, a shinobi's chakra allowed them to survive transplanted organs or cells from others, as seen with Kakashi's Sharingan or Mist Jonin as Byakugan. But Hashirama's cells were different, with a staggering fatality rate of 99.99%. Moving past the subject, Akira asked, when does the third Hokage plan to step down? The situation seems clear. Orochimaru is no match for the Yellow Flash, and most of the Jonin in the village support him. Fugaku pondered a moment. There's no set timeline yet, but I'd guess within a month or two. It's only a matter of officially consulting the daimyo. Are you thinking of making a move against Denzo after Minato becomes Hokage? Fugaku asked. That's the plan, Akira confirmed. Chapter 33, beginning the mission. This isn't something we can rush. Even if the third Hokage steps down, Denzo still holds the title of Hidden Leaf Village Council, wielding significant influence. And as long as the third Hokage remains, we may not be able to bring him down completely, Fugaku said in a low, serious tone. He looked over at Akira. If we want to act, we should wait until Minato has full control over Hidden Leaf Village. Otherwise, he'll be restrained and unable to act freely. I understand, Akira nodded. Once Minato takes office, he'll have the full support of the Uchiha clan, along with the backing of the Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimaki clans. It won't take long to consolidate control over Hidden Leaf Village. Denzo's hostility toward our clan is too strong. We can't let him control the position of Hidden Leaf Village Council and leader of Root anymore, Fugaku continued. The only reason he's been able to do as he pleases is because of the Root's autonomy from the Anbu and his position as Hidden Leaf Village Council. Take those away, and he will not pose a real threat to the Uchiha. Exactly. Look at Mitakato Hamura and Utatane Koharu. They're just councils, with limited power and no real control over Hidden Leaf Village's affairs. They only hold influence because they're friends of Hiruzen. But Minato is not Hiruzen. Once he takes office, their words won't carry the same weight. You're right, Fugaku agreed. We need to find a way to remove Denzo from his position as Hidden Leaf Village Council, and to disband the Root. He's simply too dangerous. The only question is whether the Yellow Flash has the resolve for this, Akira said. Fugaku shot him a knowing look. Trust me, Minato has the resolve. His determination now is far stronger than that of the aging third Hokage. Akira nodded, reassured. Fugaku had far more experience dealing with Minato than he did, and if Fugaku had faith in Minato's resolve, Akira did too. That night, the tools Akira had ordered from the Granny Cat's store arrived. A stout dubby cat, nearly half his height, licked its paw and mumbled, "The Granny Cat wanted me to tell you that we've got a lead on the person you asked us to find." Akira immediately understood and reached into a drawer, taking out a pouch of dried fish treats to hand to the cat. Is it someone from the Uzumaki clan? Or perhaps someone from that clan with the sage transformation abilities? The cat pulled the pouch closer, then lazily replied, "The Granny Cat said it's in Uzumaki. Apparently, she's in Hidden Grass Village. A young woman with exactly the abilities you described. Her life force is immense, and she has the ability to heal others by letting them bite her. Our ninja cats have memorized her scent. Once you arrive in Hidden Grass Village, one of us will guide you to her," Cat added, stretching languidly. "I understand. Thanks for the information." Akira smiled. The cat looked at him seriously and said, "The Granny Cat said this info costs 3 million ryo. She'd like you to send the payment soon. Wait here." Akira stepped into his room. Shortly after, he returned holding a scroll. "There's 4 million in here. Please make sure the Granny Cat receives it. Are all you ninja this rich?" The cat muttered, amazed. Even though he was just a cat, he knew that 4 million ryo was a massive sum. "I could live off the finest dried fish for 10 years with that much," he mused to himself. "Where there's a will, there's a way." Akira chuckled. Money might be hard to come by for others, but for him, it was a breeze. With his Sharingan, he could easily acquire funds from various companies, organizations, or underground markets. After all, as a transmigrator, he had no qualms about taking from those sources. And with the power of the Sharingan's Genjutsu, Akira would never find himself short of money. The next morning, Akira and his 3 temporary teammates gathered at the Hidden Leaf Village gates. Akira looked at the group and started the introductions. "Akira Uchiha. I specialize in fire, lightning, and wind style." "Shiga Barame," said a figure in a hooded coat and dark sunglasses. "I specialize in the Barame clan's insect manipulation techniques." "Hugakure," spoke the next, a stunning woman with a cold, refined demeanor that made her seem almost unapproachable. "I specialize in the gentle fist." "Yamanaka Jiro," said the last, a serious-looking man. "I use the Yamanaka clan's mind-body switch jutsu and other secret techniques." Each was dressed inconspicuously, with no signs indicating they were from Hidden Leaf Village or even specific clans. For an infiltration mission into Hidden Rain Village, they couldn't afford to openly wear their Hidden Leaf Village uniforms. Even Kori had wrapped her forehead in a cloth to cover the caged bird seal. Here are the details of the mission, Akira said, passing a scroll to Shiga. Read it carefully, and ask any questions now if you have them. The three read the scroll quickly. The mission was classified as S rank by Hiruz and Saratobi, with no third-party client. This meant they'd each receive at least 100,000 ryo in compensation. Any questions? Akira asked, noting their silence. If not, we're moving out. No questions, leader, Kori replied, her voice as cool as a spring breeze. Akira nodded. Then let's get moving. During the mission, follow my orders closely. Understood. The three responded, each putting on a mask. Akira gave a slight nod and donned his own mask, which bore a tiger stripe pattern. With a swirl of leaves falling around them, the four figures vanished, heading straight for Hidden Rain Village. Not long after Akira and his team left Hidden Leaf Village, word reached the route. Lord Denzo, Akira Uchiha has departed for Hidden Rain Village with his team, a masked route member reported, kneeling respectfully before Denzo, who sat high on a raised seat in the hall. Understood. Denzo nodded slightly. Immediately inform our team stationed in Hidden Rain Village. Leak some of the details of our previous operations to the Akatsuki, along with information about Akira Uchiha. Yes. With that, the operative disappeared in an instant. Good. Now, we'll sit back and watch the spectacle, Denzo murmured, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Chapter 34, Nagato. A day had passed since Akira and his team entered the Land of Rain. So it was Hidden Leaf Village's Anbu, disguised as shinobi from other major countries, who committed atrocities here in the Land of Rain. Deep within a towering building, Nagato's emaciated form stood ominously, black rods protruding from his back. His purple Rinnegan eyes glowed coldly as he stared down. At his feet lay a shinobi clad in Hidden Leaf Village's Anbu gear, a cat face mask obscuring his lifeless face. So Hidden Leaf Village conspired with Hanzo to come after us, Conan said icily, a deadly glint in her eyes as her anger surged. Hidden Leaf Village. Nagato's gaze turned murderous as he remembered Yahiko's brave sacrifice. Conan turned to Nagato, asking, Nagato, has the human path uncovered any more information? Nagato's lips curled into a cold smile. Yes. Hidden Leaf Village is at it again. The third Hokage has dispatched an elite team to the Land of Rain to aid Hanzo in wiping out the Akatsuki. Helping Hanzo to eliminate us? Conan's expression grew darker, and her eyes filled with lethal intent. Who's leading this team? The team is led by someone from the Uchiha clan named Akira Uchiha. Other than him, the rest are not worth our attention, Nagato replied indifferently. Akira Uchiha. Conan nodded thoughtfully. I've heard he made quite a name for himself on the Hidden Leaf Village Hidden Mist Village battlefield, single-handedly taking down 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist. He's not to be underestimated. Nagato nodded. Indeed. According to Madara, Akira even defeated Hidden Mist Village's Six Tails Jinchuriki, which led to the Six Tails breaking free and falling into Madara's hands. Nagato, what should we do now? Conan asked, casting a worried look at his frail figure. Can you handle him in your current state? Just then, footsteps echoed from the doorway. In strode Obito, disguised as Madara Uchiha, with the white and black figure of Zetsu beside him and the Deva Path Pain at the forefront. Conan, Pain's voice was detached, almost cold. Hidden Leaf Village's shinobi have come at a perfect time. Madara has just taught me the 6 paths jutsu, and Akira Uchiha will be the ideal test for its effectiveness. Are you sure? I heard that a full 6 paths of pain requires 6 bodies. Right now, we only have Deva, Animal, and Naraka path. It's risky going up against someone capable of defeating a powerful Jinchuriki, Conan cautioned, her gaze fixed on Nagato. Conan. Nagato looked up, his expression unwavering. Trust me. With these eyes. The Rinnegan of the legendary Sage of 6 Paths. I have transcended humanity. I am now a god, and no mere mortal can stand against a god. Nagato, let me remind you of something, Obito interrupted. Akira Uchiha might not be an ordinary Uchiha. He may have awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. Mangekyō Sharingan? Nagato's gaze shifted to Tobi, who was wrapped in his Akatsuki cloak. Is that similar to your eyes, Madara? Humphrey. Obito chuckled dismissively. Not quite. My eyes are the pinnacle of Uchiha power. The eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, far superior to an ordinary Mangekyō. So the Sharingan has levels too, Conan murmured, taking it all in. Of course. Obito smirked. Though the Mangekyō is formidable, wielding unique abilities upon awakening, it pales in comparison to the eternal Mangekyō. It's a force that even a Kage would fear. His Sharingan eyes gleamed red as he cautioned Nagato, don't underestimate him, Nagato. Every Mangekyō grants 2 powerful techniques, unique to each user. Rest assured, Madara, Nagato replied coolly. No matter the abilities, they're insignificant before the godly power of the Rinnegan. Then, we'll await your report. With that, Obito vanished, his form fading from view. As he disappeared, Zetsu spoke up. Nagato, I'll handle the intel for this mission. Then he, too, melted into the shadows of the building, vanishing from sight. Konan watched them leave, her gaze lingering as she turned back to Nagato. Nagato, I still find it hard to trust this so-called Madara Uchiha. The true Madara was said to be a demon on the battlefield. It's hard to believe he'd hide behind a mask like this. It doesn't matter, Konan, Nagato replied, shaking his head. Ours is a relationship of mutual convenience, and we both know it. Once we capture the tailed beasts, that's when the real confrontation will begin. Nagato looked at Konan, his tone firm. Madara seeks the tailed beasts for himself, and he needs our help to capture them. Meanwhile, I need his yin-yang release, his six paths jutsu, and his intelligence network. Konan was silent for a while before saying, Nagato, I hope you're keeping an eye on this so-called Madara. He's not to be trusted completely. Of course. Since Yahiko's death, you're the only one in this world I can trust absolutely, Konan, Nagato said in a low, solemn voice. Konan's face softened with sorrow, remembering Yahiko's tragic death. Their unhealing wound. Seeing her pain, Nagato spoke firmly, Konan, Yahiko's dream will be realized by us. People can't understand each other because they lack shared experiences and haven't endured the same suffering. If we resurrect the Ten Tails and bring true pain to the five great countries, only then can they understand the suffering of small countries like ours, and peace can be achieved. Nagato. Konan's face showed a hint of uncertainty as she listened to him. After Yahiko's death, Nagato had changed, transforming Jiraiya's teachings on mutual understanding into something entirely new. Inwardly, Konan sighed. She had long realized the ideal of peace through understanding was a naive fantasy. Understanding others does not erase desires, prevent conflict, or make hatred disappear. Setting her thoughts aside, Konan looked back at Nagato. Nagato, in your condition, it's best if I go with you this time. Nagato didn't refuse her suggestion. His own health was indeed in poor shape. Ever since summoning the Jado statue and unleashing the Chakra dragons, his life force had been severely drained, and he had yet to recover. More crucially, his legs had been permanently damaged by Hanzo's exploding flame formation, leaving him unable to move without assistance. Nagato turned to Konan. Konan, let's go. According to our latest intel, Akira Uchiha's team has already entered the Land of Rain. Chapter 35, Nagato's attack elsewhere. Akira led his temporary team through the Land of Rain. For this mission, Hiruzen had provided key areas and directions for their investigation. They were to first cover the designated sites before conducting free reconnaissance. Boom. The Land of Rain rarely sees clear skies, and now the heavens were lit by flashes of lightning, thunder rumbling as rain poured down relentlessly. Akira's team had been soaked through since entering the country. After a full day spent combing Saratobi's marked areas, they still hadn't found anything. Any luck with your insects? Akira, his Sharingan eyes glinting red, looked to Aburame Shiga. The Aburame clan was renowned for their insect-based jutsu, cultivating various kinds of insects with unique abilities that often proved invaluable. Pushing up his sunglasses, Shiga replied calmly, as bugs crawled over his shoulders, nothing. There's no trace of anything unusual. And you? Akira turned to Kori. Anything with the Byakugan? No, Kori's cool voice replied. The battle traces here are at least 2 months old. Nothing recent or significant. Akira nodded. Let's move on to the next marked location. As the team departed, a pale white Zetsu emerged from the muddy ground, watching them with a low chuckle. Just insects and the Byakugan. They'll never see through the mayfly jutsu. Hey, I'd better notify Nagato. He's been tracking them all day. With that, White Zetsu sank back into the earth, disappearing to relay his message. Soon after, he appeared before Nagato and Konan, who were moving swiftly through the rain-drenched countryside. Nagato, we've located Akira Uchiha. He is in the northern Black River Mountain area. Nagato gave a slight nod and turned to Konan. Black River Mountain isn't far. We'll head straight there and lie in wait. This time, let's let the Deva Path handle them. Dressed in her dark cloak patterned with red clouds, Konan nodded, then turned to White Zetsu. Get the signal relay in place first, we'll need it. Got it. White Zetsu nodded and sank back underground. Nagato and his paths required signal relays to maintain control. If the distance was too great, his connection to the paths would weaken. Elsewhere, in the rain-lashed region of Black River Mountain, Akira, Shiga, Kori, and Juro were moving swiftly through the deluge. According to their intel, this area was a potential hiding spot for an Akatsuki outpost. Suddenly, Kori came to an abrupt stop, her expression tense as she focused on a point at their 9 o'clock. Akira, 3 people are approaching from that direction. Their chakra levels are enormous. They're fast. Almost here, Corey said, her voice tight with urgency. Prepare for battle, Akira commanded firmly. Understood, his team responded in low voices. Within seconds, 3 figures clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds appeared in their line of sight. Leading them was a man with spiky orange hair, a scratched-through Rain Village headband, and black piercings in his nose. His expression impassive, inhuman. The figures flanking him included a man with a spiked orange ponytail and a similar scratched headband, with a black piercing in his forehead. The last was a large, burly orange-haired figure with sharp black rods protruding from his ears and face. Akira felt his pulse quicken as he recognized them. The Devapath of Pain, here in person. The figures beside Devapath, Akira guessed, were likely the Animal Path and the Naraka Path. Not an easy fight, he thought, casting a subtle glance at the storming skies above, though he remained calm. By his estimation, Nagato had only recently fallen to darkness and started collaborating with Obito Uchiha. His skill with the 6 Paths Jutsu was still developing. Not nearly as formidable as it would later become. Rinnegan. 3 pairs of them. Akira's teammates were visibly shaken, their eyes wide with astonishment at the unique jutsu in their enemies' eyes. What's the plan? Jiro asked in a low, tense voice. If a fight breaks out, I'll take the one in the center. You 3, keep the other 2 busy, Akira replied with calm authority. The 3 nodded in agreement. Their sensory skills had confirmed that the one leading them had the largest chakra reserves and likely the greatest strength. As Akira finished assigning roles, Nagato, controlling the 3 pains, moved within striking range of the team. Without a word, the Animal Path made a hand seal and activated a jutsu. Summoning Jutsu. Smoke billowed as a giant chameleon emerged, its body fading into invisibility almost immediately. Summoning Jutsu. Another puff of smoke, and a massive, winged 3-headed hellhound appeared, charging towards Akira's team. Watch out. The invisible summoning creature is coming. Corey's Byakugan flared, veins pulsing around her eyes as she tracked the chameleon's movements. Stick to the plan. Akira's voice was steady. If the weather changes suddenly, prioritize retreat. As Akira finished speaking, he vanished, his body turning into a streak of blue lightning that shot across the rain-soaked battlefield. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared beside the Naraka Path, wielding his lightning-coated blade, ready to deliver a fatal strike. Among the 6 paths, the Naraka Path was key, it could revive the other paths. Only by taking it down could Akira's team have a true shot at defeating Pain. Shinra Tensei. A chilling voice echoed as the Devapath raised his hand. In an instant, an immense force hit Akira, sending him hurtling back dozens of meters, where he crashed into a pile of rocks. Bracing himself with his blade, Akira skidded to a stop, his Sharingan narrowed as he steadied himself, slightly disheveled. Although he had managed to reduce the impact somewhat, he had still borne the brunt of the Devapath's attack. The intensity of the Shinra Tensei had left him feeling a bit shaken, his breath slightly ragged. Not as strong as I expected, but even with my endurance, I can't take many of these head-on. I'll need to dodge as much as possible. In an instant, he was gone, his figure a bolt of blue lightning slicing through the battlefield. Akira aimed directly for the Devapath this time, counting on the 5-second cool-down window of the Shinra Tensei to catch his opponent off guard. Chapter 36, The Naive 6 Paths of Pain. What incredible speed! A glint of surprise flashed in Pain's eyes. Though the Rinnegan was indeed more powerful than the Sharingan, it lacked the extraordinary dynamic vision of the latter. The Sharingan's ability to track motion was in a league of its own. Yet, Devapath wasn't alone on the battlefield, the Naraka Path was there too. Though Naraka Path had distanced himself initially, he still remained within the Rinnegan's shared field of vision. Together, they barely managed to track Akira's attack trajectory. Without hesitation, the Devapath reached into his wide sleeve, producing black receivers. Gripping it firmly, he thrust it forward to counter the blindingly fast, lightning-charged Akira. Clang! The sharp clash rang out as Akira's sword descended, its immense force sending Devapath flying over 10 meters back. Before he could fully recover, Akira was upon him again, his leg crackling with lightning as he delivered a powerful kick to Devapath's shoulder. Boom! With a resounding impact, the Devapath was sent crashing into a rocky outcrop. Even with the pouring rain, dust and debris were thrown into the air. The commotion drew the attention of Yamanaka Jiro, Aburame Shiga, and Hyuga Corey, who were locked in battle with the Animal Path. Though the Animal Path's summoned beasts were formidable, the trio managed to hold their ground through teamwork. They'd even gained a slight upper hand at the start. Shiga's parasitic beetles had infiltrated the hellhound, breeding rapidly and draining its chakra from within, effectively neutralizing its ability to split endlessly. With Corey's Byakugan revealing the position of the camouflaged chameleon, It fell swiftly under the combined attacks of Yamanaka and Hyuga clan techniques. However, the animal path wasn't defeated so easily. With a puff of smoke, a massive rhino and giant drill-beaked bird emerged onto the battlefield. Trouble. Juro muttered, unable to distinguish whether his face was covered in sweat or rain. Against foes like these, his mind-body switch jutsu was all but useless. Our mission is to stall him, keep him from interfering with Akira. Shiga adjusted his sunglasses. A swarm of insects burst from his body, forming a cloud that rose toward the sky, targeting the crow that circled above, dropping explosive eggs. Gazing at the animal path standing atop a colossal crab, Corey's eyes gleamed with frustration. Her gentle fist seemed almost useless against the thick-skinned summons. We'll just have to hold out as best we can. Juro said, resigned. These giant beasts are a nightmare for us. Meanwhile, having just kicked the Deva path away, Akira narrowed his eyes. This path's body is tougher than expected. He thought to himself. Deva path's speed and strength were no match for his own, but Deva path's durability was remarkable. Akira realized that simply using taijutsu might not be enough to bring down the Deva path. Fine, he muttered, let's bait him into using Shinro Tensei. Quickly forming seals, he unleashed, wind-style, compressed tempest. Akira exhaled a dense, silvery sphere of compressed wind that shot forward, exploding outward in a storm of razor-sharp wind blades that sliced through the earth, tearing the rain and the ground apart in its wake. Such a large-scale wind style. In the debris, the Deva path's eyes narrowed as he clasped his hands together. Shinra Tensei. With a powerful gesture, an invisible force radiated outward, obliterating the windstorm and leaving a wide crater where he stood. Not good. Suddenly, the Deva path's face shifted, and he dashed toward the hell path. By then, Akira Uchiha had already reached the Naraka path and was launching a fierce assault. Among the 6 paths of pain, only Deva possessed truly formidable taijutsu and an incredibly resilient body. The other paths lacked such enhancements and could be severely damaged by conventional jutsu. Electricity crackled as Akira's sword descended in a lightning-swift strike. With a flash of light, Naraka path's body was cleaved, rendered inoperative. Damn it! From a cave miles away, Nagato let out a low growl. What's wrong, Nagato? Conan asked, concerned. Nothing, Nagato replied, voice steady but with an edge. I was careless, and Naraka path was destroyed by Akira Uchiha. Conan frowned. Nagato, perhaps we rushed into this. We should have waited until all 6 paths were ready. It's fine, Conan. It was just a lapse in focus. From here on, I'll handle him seriously. Hearing this, Conan fell silent, leaving him to concentrate. Back on the battlefield, Corey, Shiga, and Juro were struggling to fend off the onslaught from the massive summon beasts. The sheer size and power of these creatures made them formidable adversaries. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Corey's hand thrust forward, sending a powerful shockwave into the sky that intercepted one of the crow's explosive eggs, detonating it midair. A hint of satisfaction appeared on Karu's face. Akira took down one of them. Finally, some good news, Juro said with a weary smile. His attempts to use the mind-body switch jutsu on the summons had yielded nothing but silence, as though he was targeting something lifeless. Chasing the crow, Shiga's normally stoic face flickered with surprise. Akira Uchiha's strength is astonishing. He's only just begun and has already taken down one of the Rinnegan bearers. Behind his sunglasses, Shiga's gaze sharpened. On the other side of the field, Deva Path stared at the defeated Naraka Path, his calm facade cracking as fury surged within him. The one who called himself a god could no longer hold back. In an instant, he extended his hand toward Akira Uchiha. Bansho Tenin. Chapter 37, The Realm of Lightning Too Slow. A faintly disdainful voice echoed as Akira's figure erupted in a burst of lightning, vanishing from sight amidst an invisible gravitational pull. Unlike Shinro Tensei, Bansho Tenin has a gradually intensifying effect. When Nagato used it against Kakashi during the attack on Hidden Leaf Village, Kakashi initially resisted but was eventually overpowered as the gravitational pull strengthened, drawing him in. Akira, however, had anticipated this. Right from the start, he unleashed his power to break free from the pull of Bansho Tenin. Seeing Akira disappear without a trace, Deva Path's expression darkened. His opponent was not only incredibly fast but also a seasoned fighter. Unlike himself, whose mastery over the 6 paths techniques was not yet perfected, Akira exploited this weakness. Atop a mountain peak several miles away, Obito stood with Zetsu, gazing toward the battlefield. Zetsu, what's the situation over there? Obito asked in a deep voice. With the Byakugan present on the battlefield, Obito couldn't get too close himself. But Zetsu could evade detection, even by the Byakugan. It seems Nagato is at a disadvantage, Zetsu replied with a faint smile. At a disadvantage? Obito narrowed his eyes. Is Akira really that strong? Zetsu shrugged. His speed is impressive, and Nagato's command over the six paths isn't quite refined. Plus, his battle experience is limited. At this rate, Akira will take him down. Madara-sama, are you planning to intervene? Zetsu's voice turned gruff as Black Zetsu spoke up. No rush. Let Nagato struggle a bit, Obito chuckled. Besides, Devapath isn't weak. Akira won't be able to defeat him that easily. When the time is right, I'll step in, just to keep Nagato's ambitions in check, Obito added, his voice firm. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Juro, Kori, and Shiga were struggling against three massive summon beasts, barely holding their ground. Of the three, Kori was in the best condition. With her Byakugan and skill in taijutsu, she deftly navigated the beast's relentless attacks. Juro, on the other hand, was faring poorly. Lacking the physical strength to withstand such heavy attacks, he already bore several injuries. Shiga was managing slightly better, but the giant drill-beaked bird's swift aerial maneuvers kept his insects from keeping up. Meanwhile, the animal path, wary of Shiga's insects after an earlier encounter with the hellhound, was keeping its summoned creatures well out of reach. Boom! A massive crab swung its colossal claw, smashing through the ruins around them. Debris scattered as the giant claw struck downward toward Juro and Kori. Damn it! I can't dodge in time. Juro's heart raced as he saw the huge shadow fall over him. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. A cold voice rang out as an invisible air projectile blasted toward the descending crab claw, knocking it off course. Crash! The claw slammed into the ground, sending tremors through the earth. The animal path, perched atop the giant crab, was now exposed in front of Juro. An opening. Amidst the dust and debris, Juro's eyes gleamed as he quickly formed a seal. Mind-body switch jutsu. In an instant, his consciousness projected into the animal path's mind. Got you. Juro felt a surge of triumph. But his elation was short-lived. A moment later, his vision blurred, and he found himself in an eerie place made of black and purple lines. Overhead, a pair of giant Rinnegan eyes stared down coldly. What is this? Suddenly, a vast, chilling presence surged from the Rinnegan, crushing his will with overwhelming power. Before he could react, his mind was shredded to nothingness. Outside, Juro screamed in agony before collapsing to the ground, completely drained. What just happened? Kori's eyes widened as she took in the scene. Just then, 2 massive crab claws raised once more, aimed directly at Juro's fallen body. Kori moved to help him, but her instincts kicked in, and she leapt back just in time. Crash! The enormous drill-beaked bird dove like a spear toward where Kori had been moments before. The impact shook the earth, sending a thick cloud of dust into the air. Through her Byakugan, Kori could see that Juro had been reduced to a bloodied pulp, unmistakably dead. This is bad. She muttered, a deep dread settling in her chest. Then she sensed something amiss, and her gaze shifted toward where Akira and Devapath were fighting. A massive shift was occurring in the sky above them. Dark clouds were swirling, and lightning crackled in ominous arcs as a vortex of energy began converging above the battlefield. In the heavens, the storm clouds roiled, as if some dreadful creature lurked within them, unleashing thunderous roars that sent tremors through Kori's heart. The heavens are shifting. She shouted, immediately retreating. Nearby, Shiga heard Kori's warning and quickly followed suit, putting distance between himself and the battlefield. Now standing on a high ridge, Akira looked down on the Devapath, sparks of lightning flickering around him as his gaze turned cold. This should be enough. Let's see if the power of the storm can bring down this path. With that thought, Akira raised his right hand. Realm of Lightning. ZZZZZT. The air crackled as blue light surged from his hand, merging with the swirling black clouds above. Boom. In an instant, torrents of lightning cascaded down, each strike crashing toward the Devapath. Within moments, the entire area became a domain of lightning, blindingly bright and fiercely charged. From several kilometers away, Nagato's eyes widened as a sense of foreboding gripped him. His opponent was using the natural storm to amplify his power. An unimaginable level of devastation awaited. Chapter 38, Heaven's Wrath Shinra Tensei. On the battlefield, the Devapath pressed his palms together, summoning an invisible repulsive barrier that enveloped him. Countless bolts of lightning descended, crashing against the spot where the Devapath stood. They struck something unseen, ricocheting away as if repelled by an invisible force. Through the blinding flashes of lightning, a faint ring-shaped barrier could be seen encasing him tightly. Let's see how long your Shinra Tensei can hold. Akira smirked coldly at the sight. He scoffed at Nagato's lack of mastery over his Rinnegan techniques. He'd only sent 3 paths to the field. Here in the terrain of Hidden Rain Village, even if all 6 pains came at him, Akira would face them head-on. This fight. It's all in my favor. Not good. Feeling the growing intensity of the lightning, Nagato's heart sank. His Rinnegan flared, and he sent a surge of potent chakra through his unseen link to the Deva path. Ha! The Deva path's eyes widened, and a burst of terrifying repulsive force erupted from him, expanding the Shinra Tensei barrier to create a brief, 10-meter-wide safe zone, forcing the dense lightning strikes away. Interesting. Akira muttered, a slight smile tugging at his lips. Crackle. In the next instant, the sky erupted in chaos, as lightning cascaded down from the clouds like a torrential waterfall of electricity. What the? How is he able to control natural lightning with such precision? In a distant cave, Nagato's brow furrowed in a sweat. With no time to dwell on it, he sent more chakra to the Deva path. This body, Yahiko's body, could not be lost. Within the barrier, the Deva path's expression twisted, as if under extreme strain. The unending river of lightning clashed against his Shinra Tensei, compressing the repulsive field to a 2-meter radius. Thin streams of lightning pierced through, striking the Deva path's blackened red Akatsuki cloak and scorching it with charred marks. As smoke rose from his form, Deva's Rinnegan flared wider, and a more powerful wave of repulsion surged outward. The river of lightning shattered, splintering into countless arcs of electricity, which dispersed into the skies. Taking advantage of this brief reprieve, the Deva path dashed forward at his highest speed, pushing to escape the radius of the lightning storm. He knew he had to break out of this thunderous assault, or he'd be slowly worn down. Seeing this, Akira extended a finger, directing another bolt to streak down from the clouds, unleashing another wave of relentless lightning strikes that doggedly pursued the Deva path. Barely evading the strikes, the Deva path struggled to withstand the barrage. Meanwhile, the animal path dared not enter the lightning zone, hovering anxiously at its edge. It abandoned its pursuit of Ibarame Shiga and Hugakuri. The Deva path's safety had taken precedence. A few kilometers away, Obito, his single Sharingan gleaming red, watched the thundercloud-covered battlefield. His gaze flickered with unease as he observed the endless lightning strikes converging upon the battlefield. Even with Madara's teachings, Obito had rarely encountered such a vast, awe-inspiring ninjutsu. This technique. He is harnessing nature itself. Even if Madara Uchiha were here, he'd have no choice but to withstand it, Obito muttered gravely. In this rare alignment of natural forces, his own Kamui could protect him, but others were less fortunate. The speed of lightning was among nature's fastest forces. Avoiding it was nearly impossible. Looks like the Deva path Nagato created is finished, murmured Black Zetsu. Obito, it's too late to intervene now. Lightning moves even faster than your Kamui. It's too soon to say that, Obito replied coldly. Remember, Nagato can still summon the Judo statue. With it having absorbed the 6 tails, it should withstand this level of attack. Hey! Black Zetsu chuckled darkly. This kind of attack could never destroy the Judo statue. It doesn't even come close. Obito cast a sidelong glance at Black Zetsu. The Judo statue is essential for becoming the 10 tails Jinchuriki. It's the key to the infinite Tsukami. I don't want it damaged. Don't worry, Black Zetsu replied confidently. At most, this would only leave the Judo statue with minor damage. Once we capture more tailed beasts, it'll restore itself. This Akira Uchiha is not to be underestimated. I'll have to find a chance to eliminate him. Obito's gaze filled with icy resolve. Back on the battlefield, the sky stirred as another transformation unfolded. Lightning surged in torrents, as if preparing for something ominous. The storm's radiance filled the battlefield as enormous bolts crashed down around the Deva path. Tendo's Akatsuki cloak had been scorched away, leaving his upper body bare, his orange hair singed black. Within the lightning field, countless bolts rained down like divine swords. His only hope was to rely on instinct, predicting the strikes before they fell. Reacting after the lightning had already descended was impossible. The speed was almost half that of light, and no shinobi could evade it at that point. Yahiko's body. I can't lose it here. Nagato's heart sank as he noticed the gathering storm above. He realized this was the enemy's ultimate technique. From above, thunder rumbled. Amid the flashing lightning, a colossal sword began to form. A blade forged of pure lightning, barely visible yet teeming with destructive energy. As it absorbed more and more lightning, it swelled in size before compressing, then expanding again as it continued to feed on the storm. After this cycle repeated a few times, the gigantic sword loomed, emitting an aura of utter annihilation as it towered over the battlefield, radiating its power across the heavens and earth. Chapter 39, The Emergence of Obito Uchiha. From miles away, within a shadowy cave, Nagato let out a low, guttural roar as powerful chakra erupted from his body without restraint. Within the thunderous landscape of the lightning, the Deva path let out a shout, pressing both hands forcefully to the ground, summoning, demonic statue of the outer path. Boom. With a thunderous burst of smoke, a monstrous figure, as large as a mountain, shattered the ground and emerged in the heart of the lightning. Half buried in the earth, the creature's upper body loomed above, towering even over tailed beasts like an impromptu peak jutting from the landscape. Lightning cascaded from the sky, striking it continuously, yet only leaving thin, scorched marks on its massive form. The beast roared to the heavens as soon as it appeared, stretching forward and spreading two gaunt hands wide, enveloping Tendo Pain within its shadow. Demonic statue of the Audiopath? Akira's gaze sharpened as he took in the colossal figure. Enough of this, Akira muttered. So what if it's the demonic statue? Let's see how it withstands the force of nature itself. Standing on the mountaintop, Akira waved his right hand, and in an instant, the divine sword in the sky vanished. The next moment, an intense blue light burst forth, connecting heaven and earth. An endless torrent of lightning exploded outward, transforming into a devastating storm that spread in every direction. The landscape disintegrated into dust beneath the lightning's touch, with the dust itself dissolving into blue smoke, which was then consumed by the endless light. Within a heartbeat, the expanding lightning formed a massive blue sphere, kilometers in diameter, enveloping the ground below. Only then did the resounding boom echo across the heavens and earth, causing the entire landscape to tremble. Clouds dispersed under the force of the explosion, allowing the land of rain to glimpse clear skies once more. Miles away, Kori and Shiga hid in separate locations, but the disturbance above left them both shaken. Kori, with her Byakugan, could see the vast power gathered above, its magnitude humbling her deeply. With a deafening roar, Kori felt the mountains behind her tremble intensely. Crack, crack. The sound of splitting earth echoed as black fissures fractured the surrounding landscape, with fragments of stone whipped up by the relentless storm. Kori felt a surge of awe. Such power. If I had this kind of strength, maybe I could break free from the caged bird seal. After a while, the lightning storm subsided, and calm returned to the battlefield. Amidst the dissipating dust, a gigantic figure stood, unscathed, on the devastated landscape. Amid the scorched earth, Akira's body bore slight burn marks, his expression tense as he focused on the massive form emerging from the smoke. A behemoth as large as a mountain. A gust of wind, as if from nowhere, swept across the battlefield, clearing the smoke and revealing the creature's charred form. The demonic statue stood in a massive crater, looking like a colossal piece of charred debris, thick smoke rising from its form. Its fingers, partially melted, had lost most of their length, with skeletal branches on its back worn down to mere stumps. Beneath the statue, the Devapath lay sprawled, blackened and motionless. Scattered around the statue were heaps of smoldering debris. Chunks of its form left behind by the lightning's fury. Akira's eyes narrowed as he observed the demonic statue's state. He knew it wasn't truly defeated. The vast chakra still rising within it proved that much. A terrifying sight, he mused to himself. As expected of a husk of the tentails. Even as an empty shell, it still clings to life. Thud. Suddenly, the statue disintegrated into a massive cloud of smoke, leaving only the charred remains of the Devapath within the crater. At that moment, Obito appeared out of nowhere, clad in his distinctive bio-armor, lunging toward Akira with a sharp wooden spike in hand. But Akira, as though anticipating the attack, ignited with lightning and reappeared several meters away in an instant, evading the strike. Obito scowled. Damn. Standing a short distance away, Akira eyed Obito, his gaze sharp. A Sharingan? And hiding in the shadows like a coward. Who are you? Though he knew the man's identity, Akira played along, biding his time to reveal the truth. Hey. Obito chuckled lightly, his tone indifferent. Who am I? I am Madara Uchiha. Akira let out a mocking laugh. Hiding in the shadows and calling yourself Madara? The Uchiha legend would never stoop to such cheap tricks. TCH. Has the Uchiha clan become this naive? Ninja aren't bound by honor. Since the era of the first Hokage, there's been no place for the Uchiha among the Hokage. Akira snorted. If you're really Madara, you'd know why the Uchiha were denied the Hokage title. His gaze was piercing. And anyway, what does our clan status have to do with a skulking shadow like you? Even if you were Madara, you're still nothing more than a rejected relic. Brat, you have a sharp tongue? Obito's Sharingan glinted with anger. Stop fooling yourself, Akira scoffed. You think you're Madara? I'd say you're deluding yourself as much as you are others. Obito's tone grew colder. People are prisoners of their perceptions, always limited by their own narrow vision. Akira laughed dismissively. Then let's make it simple. Show your face if you're not afraid. Obito sneered. Why should I prove myself to the likes of you? Akira shrugged casually. Of course. A coward hiding in the shadows, relying on borrowed power, can't risk revealing himself. Fixing his gaze on Obito, Akira's voice turned serious. Without that mask to hide behind, what are you but a shadow? Chapter 40, Retreat. Let's see if your strength matches that big mouth of yours, boy. Obito sneered, a dark fury rising within him, his tone icy. Haha. Akira laughed mockingly. If you were truly Madara Uchiha, or had even a fraction of his power, would you really waste time on all this chatter with me? You'll see my power soon enough. Obito's eyes narrowed as he swiftly formed a series of hand signs. Fire style, blast wave wild dance. With Kamyu's space warping power, Obito's fire jutsu merged into a swirling vortex, twisting space itself. A raging, spiraling inferno burst from his mouth, flames twisting in the storm's spiral, forming an enormous cyclone of fire that rushed toward Akira. Akira, however, had no intention of meeting Obito's attack head-on. Though his battle with the Deva Path had been brief, controlling heavenly lightning had drained a significant amount of his chakra and energy. Engaging Obito now wasn't necessary. After acquiring Madara's full legacy and donning the mask of Tobi, Obito had become an even more formidable foe than Pain. His ability to wield wood style had been augmented by Mangekyō Sharingan, reaching levels that were difficult to gauge. Judging by Yamato's abilities in the original story, Obito's wood style was at least on par with Yamato's enhanced capabilities, making him a formidable opponent. One Akira could not easily counter. In terms of defense, Obito barely needed any. His Kamyu was his strongest shield, making it clear that Akira's plan was never to face Obito head-on. A flash of lightning crackled across the ravaged battlefield as Akira's figure reappeared dozens of meters away. TCH. Obito scowled, frustrated. He quickly realized Akira had no intention of direct confrontation. A low rumble echoed from the sky, and the clouds, dispersed moments earlier by an explosion, began to gather once more. Thunderheads thickened, lightning flickering in the dense clouds. Damn it, Obito cursed internally. In this rain country weather, even if I go all out, I might not be able to take him down. Akira stood silently, rain pouring over him, watching Obito carefully without making a move. The two stood in a tense standoff until a pale white Zetsu emerged from the ground. Lord Madara, the Zetsu clone addressed Obito, Nagato needs you to help bring the Deva Path back. Obito's expression was unreadable as he gave a slight nod. The animal path and its summoned beasts had already been reduced to ash under Akira's attacks. Fine. For now, we'll pull back. Under the current conditions in Rain Country, Akira's power has reached frightening levels. Even I can't take him down easily, Obito thought, his eyes flashing red as he vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared next to the charred Deva Path. Before Akira could react, both Obito and the Deva Path had vanished into thin air. Kamyu's activation speed was nearly instantaneous, with no delay or rippling effect like a stone disturbing water. Not even Karen, with her sensory abilities, could detect Kamyu's movement. The technique was simply too swift, appearing and disappearing in a flash. Obito, completely unconcerned about his safety at this point, used Kamyu without restraint. There was no technique in the entire shinobi world that could counter such a swift and precise space-time jutsu. After Obito disappeared from the battlefield, Akira did not relax his guard. He knew Obito's nature well enough to suspect he might return with a surprise attack. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, Obito and the charred Deva Path reappeared in front of Nagato and Konan. Seeing the scorched body of Yahiko, Nagato's face twisted with guilt. He looked toward Obito. Thank you, Madara. Without you. This might have gone very differently. Obito merely nodded in acknowledgement, scrutinizing Nagato briefly before speaking. You were too careless this time. Don't let your guard down again. You've yet to fully harness the power of the Rinnegan. Yes, I understand, Nagato replied, bowing slightly. He seemed to lose some of his previous confidence as he humbled himself before Obito. Be vigilant from now on. Things in Rain Country are about to heat up. Hidden Leaf Village won't take this lying down, Obito warned, casting a sidelong glance at both Nagato and Konan. It would be wise to secure control over Rain Country quickly, otherwise, Hanzo will undoubtedly side with Hidden Leaf Village. Nagato fell silent for a moment before finally responding. We'll handle Hanzo soon. Nagato then turned to Obito. By the way, Madara, the lightning jutsu Akira used earlier was incredibly powerful. Is the Judo statue alright? Obito waved dismissively. The Judo statue is fine. After sealing the 6 tails, it's slowly recovering. The damage from the lightning attack will heal soon. Nagato looked at him, uncertain. Why didn't you take down Akira? With your wood style, he shouldn't have stood a chance. Nagato's question echoed the memory of when he, overconfident with his newly created Deva Path, had once challenged Madara. Obito had crushed him with a single, massive wooden statue, a sight Nagato would never forget. In Rain Country, The weather works in Akira's favor, Obito replied calmly. Judging from his chakra reserves, he still has energy to harness the storm and unleash more lightning-style jutsu. My true abilities should remain hidden for now, it's not yet time. Elsewhere, over 10 minutes passed, and Obito showed no signs of returning. He seemed to have genuinely left. Akira finally let out a slight sigh of relief, though he remained vigilant, cautious of any surprise attacks. With his guard raised, he wielded his ninja blade, carefully scanning the battlefield. Eventually, he paused before a massive, charred log over 10 meters long. A flash of bright steel cut through the log, splitting it open to reveal the blackened remains of a withered wooden fragment. Part of the Judo statue that had broken off under the lightning's wrath. Akira inspected the branch-like remnants thoughtfully, then stored it in a scroll. This artifact would undoubtedly prove useful. Chapter 41, Ambush. After searching for a while, Akira stopped moving. He had blasted apart several massive charred logs, each nearly 10 meters tall, but he hadn't found any sign of the statue's body. Everything had been shattered into blackened wood by his lightning style. How many lightning strikes would it take to create this? Akira mused, looking at the scattered, burned wood around him. Then, his expression shifted subtly as he glanced in a certain direction, his face quickly paling, as if he had taken a serious hit. Soon enough, hurried footsteps approached, and two figures quickly came into view. It was Kusagakure and Shiga. As she arrived, Kori immediately looked toward Akira. "Are you alright?" Akira's lightning-style technique had a range beyond even the Byakugan's perception, so she hadn't been able to see how things were unfolding on the battlefield. "I'm fine, just a bit injured," Akira replied, shaking his head as he glanced at them. "Where's Juro?" Kaoru lowered her head slightly, her voice tinged with sadness. "Juro. He didn't make it." Akira nodded, a trace of regret flashing across his face. "Has the enemy been dealt with?" Shiga asked, scanning their surroundings cautiously. "Only temporarily repelled. Don't let your guard down yet," Akira warned, shaking his head. The lightning-style technique just now was massive. It still didn't kill them. Shiga's eyes narrowed behind his dark glasses, astonished. Kori's usually gentle face was filled with shock as well. She could hardly imagine a jutsu powerful enough to withstand Akira's lightning style. Even the third Hokage, known as the strongest Hokage, would have been reduced to ashes, she thought. "What kind of opponent are we dealing with?" Kori muttered, glancing at Akira. "Is the person with the Rinnegan really that powerful?" Hearing her question, Shiga turned his gaze toward Akira as well. "Yes," Akira nodded, his tone serious. "From what I could tell, he's not fully accustomed to the Rinnegan's powers yet. He's still rough around the edges. But I can say for certain, this person will only grow stronger. Even more powerful?" Shiga's usually impassive face twitched slightly. Akira shot him a glance and nodded. Indeed. He looked to be about 15 or 16. Clearly, he still has significant room to grow. "But don't worry too much," Akira said with a calm tone. "My lightning style injured him quite severely. He won't be recovering anytime soon, not in the next week or two." Then he added, "You too, clean up the battlefield." "Yes." Shiga and Kori replied in unison. As they began to clear the area, Akira moved over to some broken rocks. A faint green glow appeared in his hand as he pretended to heal himself. In his mind, he suspected that one of his teammates might be a spy working for Denzo. It had to be either Shiga or Juro. He had no intention of letting this spy return alive. His feigned injury was part of his plan. To lure the spy into making the first move so he could neutralize them without suspicion. If no one attacked, he would eventually use Genjutsu to probe their thoughts. Meanwhile, Shiga seemed focused on cleaning the battlefield but was actually observing Akira intently. "He doesn't look like he's only lightly injured." Shiga's eyes, hidden behind his sunglasses, flashed coldly. As a member of Denzo's route, Shiga had received secret orders before this mission. If the opportunity arose, he was to kill Akira Uchiha. This was his real mission. Seriously wounded? My chance should be coming soon, Shiga thought, his peripheral vision catching Akira discreetly coughing up a bit of blood. The Rinnegan's power is terrifying. I must warn Lord Denzo when I return to Hidden Leaf Village. Shiga's insects continued to chew through the charred remnants of the statue's body, their movements filling the air with a faint buzzing sound. Suddenly, his gaze froze on a piece of half-meter-tall charred wood. His insects were sending back strange sensations. Fear and submission. What did that lightning-style strike hit? Why would my insects feel such fear? Shiga peeled back a layer of charred wood, revealing a branch about a foot long. A branch? Shiga was taken aback, completely unprepared to find something like that. Perhaps. This is my chance. His eyes flickered over to Akira, who was still intently healing himself. Shiga raised a hand, signaling to Akira. "Akira, I found something over here. Akira's eyes opened as he looked in Shiga's direction, his voice echoing back. What did you find? There's a branch buried in this charred wood, come take a look, Shiga called out. I'm on my way, Akira responded. Hearing the exchange, Kori, who was keeping watch, glanced over toward Shiga's location. She'd noticed that her Byakugan couldn't fully penetrate a few of the larger pieces of charred wood. This bothered her, but she chose to stay silent. It was a limitation of the Byakugan, after all. As a member of the branch family, she didn't want to give anyone ammunition to use against her or her clan. As Akira drew closer, Shiga maintained a neutral expression, showing no sign of his true intentions. This is what I found, Shiga said, pointing to the branch wrapped in charred wood, now glistening under the rain. Akira observed it closely and then asked, what do you think it is? Could it be a wood-style jutsu? It's not wood-style, it's something the enemy summoned. I'm not sure what it is myself. Akira stepped closer, bending down to examine the branch more carefully. Shiga, watching Akira closely, allowed his eyes to flash with a chilling glint beneath his sunglasses. He subtly stepped closer, putting on an act of scrutinizing the branch as he spoke. Could it be a unique summoning creature? I'm not sure, Akira replied, studying the branch intently. Akira, just now In mid-sentence, Shiga's hand flashed as he drew a kunai, driving it straight into Akira's abdomen. Got him. The feel of the kunai hitting flesh brought a smile to Shiga's face. But in the next instant, his smile froze. With a crackling sound, the figure of Akira transformed into a burst of lightning that enveloped Shiga in a blinding flash. Chapter 42, Subtle Moves Lightning Style, Shadow Clone. Shiga managed to force out the words, his voice strained, his body enveloped in sparks of electricity. In the next instant, a pair of scarlet Sharingan eyes met his gaze, and then his consciousness faded. So, you couldn't hold back, could you? Akira murmured with a cold smile, looking down at the collapsed Barame. At last, I've caught Denzo red-handed. Not far away, Kori's elegant face was filled with shock. This turn of events was beyond her expectations. Shiga had suddenly attacked Akira, but it was as if Akira had anticipated it all along. In the blink of an eye, he turned the tables, neutralizing his opponent with ease. She even suspected that Akira had intentionally provoked Barame into making the first move. Just as Akira was about to interrogate Shiga, the fallen shinobi's body began to bulge, strange lumps swelling under his skin. Moments later, a scratching, gnawing sound emanated from within. Akira's expression darkened. So, he had a backup plan. The insects inside Shiga had turned on him, consuming his flesh from the inside out. Now, he was nothing more than a shell, his innards completely devoured. Within seconds, black insects burrowed through his skin, spilling out. Denzo sure is thorough. Akira let out a breath and quickly incinerated the crawling swarm with a fire-style jutsu, reducing the insects to ashes. Nearby, Kuri hesitated, watching Akira expertly erase any trace of the incident. She thought about running. But her instincts told her it was too late. Her speed was no match for Akira's. Kori, you saw it yourself. Shiga made the first move, Akira's voice broke the silence. Kori nodded. Yes. Shiga was the one who attacked first. Akira nodded, unbothered by what Kori thought. Now, Kori, could you use your Byakugan to scan the area? See if there's anything hidden like that branch from before. Understood. Kori activated her Byakugan, and with her help, Akira retrieved 2 fragments of a Ten-Tails husk, each about a foot long. What's next? Kori asked after they'd finished clearing the site. Should we continue the mission? She made no mention of what had just transpired, as if it had never happened. Akira considered it for a moment. Let's find a place to rest first. That fight wasn't exactly a walk in the park. Hidden Rain Village had been left in ruins by the Third Shinobi World War, caught in the crossfire of major powers. Following Kori's Byakugan, they located an abandoned village with some cover from the rain. As they rested, Akira watched Kori across the fire and asked, Kori, how do you plan to report today's events? Kori fell silent, contemplating his question. After a pause, she asked, how would you like me to report it? Just report it as you saw it. There's no need to overthink it, Akira replied casually. Report it as I saw it? Kori looked at him, puzzled. During their time together, she'd gathered a sense of who a Barame Shiga truly was. If her hunch was correct, he was one of Denzo's operatives, part of the route. Not an ordinary shinobi. Despite being from a branch family of the Hyuga clan, she knew of the long-standing tension between Denzo and the Uchiha clan. That's right. Akira nodded. Report exactly what you saw. There's no need to hold back. I'll report the mission as it happened as well. If he'd managed to capture Shiga alive, Akira might have handled it differently. But now that he had no concrete proof, there was no way the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, would act against Denzo without evidence. Corey looked at Akira, her gaze steady, and finally nodded. Understood. I'll report the details of the mission as they happened. After a long silence, Corey broke it again. Akira, do we continue the mission? What do you think, Corey? Akira replied, turning her question back to her. I think returning now might look as if we're not taking this S-rank mission seriously. What do you think? A faint smile played on Corey's lips as she met Akira's eyes. Akira considered her words, musing aloud, it seems you're not too eager to return to Hidden Leaf Village, are you, Corey? The air grew tense, silence hanging between them. After a moment, Corey's voice, cool and steady, broke through. You're right. I don't want to go back. Outside the village, on missions, I can taste a bit of freedom. Even if it's fleeting. Returning to Hidden Leaf Village means stepping back into my cage. Akira rubbed his chin thoughtfully. You've never considered breaking free from that cage? Free. Corey's serene face turned hard, her voice laced with bitterness. Easier said than done. The Hyuga clan is rigidly hierarchical. The branch family may sound honorable, but in reality, we're just slaves to the main house. Slaves can't break their cages. Corey's pale eyes glanced over Akira coldly. Akira, it's best if you don't meddle in Hyuga affairs. Denzo may not be easy to take down, but neither is the Hyuga clan. Akira gave a small, apologetic smile. My apologies, Corey. I overstepped. He noted her intense desire for freedom under her resentment toward both the Hyuga main house and even the Hyuga clan itself. He couldn't help but think she might be useful to him someday. Corey, with a Hidden Rain village being so dangerous. Enemy territory, after all. I think it's in our best interest to head back to Hidden Leaf Village. Don't you agree? Akira remarked, his voice dropping back to a casual tone. Funny, Corey replied, tilting her head with a sly smile. Didn't you say before that it'd take them at least a week to recover? Akira shrugged. Well, between us, we didn't even encounter the real threat. Corey's expression turned serious, Akira's words sending a chill through her. It was beyond what she'd imagined. If that's the case, we'd better leave the Hidden Rain village immediately. Corey gave Akira a sharp look. This organization's strength far exceeds the village's expectations. Staying here would be a huge risk. The following night, the two returned to Hidden Leaf Village and reported to the Hokage's office, detailing the mission's events. Chapter 43, Mission Report. You're back already? Hiruzen looked up in surprise as he saw them enter. Akira responded gravely, the situation was unexpected. We felt it was crucial to report this immediately. Unexpected? A serious expression crossed Hiruzen's face, a foreboding feeling settling over him. He glanced over the two, then realized something and asked, Yamanakajiro and Aburame Shiga. Have they fallen? Our opponent was formidable. Yamanakajiro gave his life in battle, Akira answered solemnly. Ah. Such a loss. Hiruzen sighed before looking around, and where is Aburame Shiga? Why isn't he here? Akira's voice was steady. Lord Hokage, Aburame Shiga may have been a spy for a foreign country. After our encounter with the enemy, he attempted to ambush me. When that failed, he took his own life. As much as he suspected Denzo's involvement, it was better to leave that unspoken. At least until they had concrete proof. What? Hiruzen's eyes went wide with shock, wondering if he had misheard. He quickly turned to Corey. Is it true, Joan and Corey? Is this how it happened? Yes, Lord Hokage, Corey replied with a respectful bow, her tone grave. Just as Akira described, Aburame Shiga attempted an ambush but ultimately took his own life. Damn Denzo. Hiruzen muttered darkly, clenching his jaw. He could easily guess who might have orchestrated this. Hiruzen's face softened slightly as he looked at Akira. Akira, I apologize deeply for Aburame Shiga's actions. I failed to see his true nature. I'm just grateful you're safe. No need to blame yourself, Lord Hokage. Who could have predicted that someone from the Aburame clan would defect to an enemy country? Akira replied calmly. Yes. I'll have the Aburame clan head stay vigilant on this. Hiruzen picked up his pipe, taking a deep drag before exhaling in frustration, as though trying to dispel his anger. Akira and Corey exchanged a glance before each laid a scroll on Hiruzen's desk. Lord Hokage, these contain the full details of the mission. Reviewing them will give you a clearer picture of what we encountered. Good, let me take a look. I need to understand what happened. Hiruzen opened Corey's scroll first, scanning its contents. His expression quickly shifted to one of intense shock, as though he'd read something inconceivable. The Rinnegan? He muttered, the lines on his face deepening with unease. Setting Corey's scroll aside, he opened Akira's and continued reading. Another Rinnegan user with different abilities. The last one we encountered had summoning abilities, but this one can manipulate repulsive and attractive forces. As he read on, Hiruzen's frown deepened. repulsion, attraction, summoning colossal, unidentified beasts. Even enduring the force of lightning across miles. The more he read, the heavier his heart grew. Madara Uchiha. Hiruzen's hand shook as he read about a man claiming to be the legendary Uchiha. Did he really call himself Madara Uchiha? Hiruzen's tone was dead serious as he locked eyes with Akira. Yes, he did. I suspect he possesses space-time jutsu. His arrivals and departures were abrupt and seemingly effortless, Akira replied calmly. Space-time jutsu. Could Madara Uchiha have wielded such a power? Hiruzen murmured, visibly troubled as he continued reading the intelligence Akira had gathered on the enemy's abilities. Rinnegan with immense repulsive power. 5-second intervals. An unknown interval for attraction. Limited battle experience, likely young. Possibly a puppet, not the true body. Hiruzen muttered the words aloud, feeling the weight of the situation sink in. After a long, contemplative silence, he thudded a fist on his desk. In an instant, 3 Anbu operatives appeared, kneeling before him. Notify the counselors, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Minato, and the heads of each clan. Have them convene in the 3rd floor meeting room within the hour. Yes, Lord Hokage. The Anbu vanished as swiftly as they had appeared. Akira, Kori, I want you both to attend the meeting as well, Hiruzen instructed. Half an hour later, the meeting room was filled with the Leaf Village's highest-ranking members. Once everyone was seated, Hiruzen passed out copies of the mission scrolls. This intelligence was gathered in Hidden Rain Village. I ask that each of you review it. Hidden Rain Village. Jiraiya's expression shifted, his thoughts drifting to his former students. I wonder how Yahiko and the others are doing. With them there, I'd hoped things were improving. But as he opened the scroll and read its contents, Jiraiya froze, as if struck by lightning. Shock and disbelief filled his face. This can't be. Orochimaru and Minato exchanged a puzzled glance, intrigued by Jiraiya's reaction. So Jiraiya has a connection to the Rinnegan user. It seems they may share a complex history, Orochimaru thought, picking up on the implications. Jiraiya-sensei appears to have a deep bond with this Rinnegan user, Minato mused. Jiraiya's reaction hadn't gone unnoticed by the others, who watched him intently. While the Rinnegan's appearance was startling, it hadn't yet matured, and the village might still have ways to address it. Hiruzen's voice cut through the silence, now tinged with frustration. Jiraiya. But Jiraiya, lost in his thoughts, didn't respond. Jiraiya. Hiruzen's voice boomed, his chakra flaring with such intensity that the room itself seemed to tremble. Hiruzen was still at his peak, his chakra was notably powerful, even among Kage-level shinobi. Hiruzen glared at him, visibly irritated. What's going on, Jiraiya? Do you know the one wielding the Rinnegan? Chapter 44, The Meeting Lesson, I. Jiraiya looked up and caught sight of Hiruzen's furious expression, and instantly froze. When Hiruzen got angry, he could still be incredibly intimidating. Hiruzen spoke in a low, steely voice, you'd better explain everything clearly. The Rinnegan is said to be the Sage of Six Paths Eyes. In some sense, that suggests the legends about the sage might not be just myths. Who knows what potential lies in someone with these eyes? Hiruzen, the matter of the Rinnegan also involved the so-called Madara Uchiha, Denzo interjected, narrowing his eyes as he looked at Hiruzen. We must understand this, or we'll be at a severe disadvantage. Akira Uchiha. Jiraiya glanced between Denzo and Hiruzen before turning toward Akira, who stood by Fugaku Uchiha. With a troubled expression, he asked, is the Akatsuki leader really named Nagato? Yes, he is called Nagato. Akira nodded. The man who claimed to be Madara Uchiha told me so. Upon hearing Akira's confirmation, Jiraiya sank heavily into his seat, looking utterly dejected. Bang! Hiruzen slammed a fist onto the table, his eyes blazing, leaving a deep handprint in the thick wooden surface. Jiraiya, you'd better explain yourself, Hiruzen said coldly. I may be old, but taking care of internal threats is still well within my capability. His gaze bore into Jiraiya, intense and unyielding. No one in the room reacted outwardly to Hiruzen's outburst, they simply waited in silence, observing the scene. Jiraiya let out a long sigh, propping himself up weakly on the table as he began his explanation. During the Second Shinobi World War, after Orochimaru, Tsunade, and I fought Hanzo. There were 3 kids. As Jiraiya's story unfolded, the people in the room exchanged looks of surprise, unsure of what to make of it. There was just so much to take in that they didn't even know where to begin. Orochimaru, remembering the past, gave a low chuckle. Hey! I suggested we kill those 3 back then. If we had, none of this would be happening now. Orochimaru. Jiraiya shot him an angry glare. Why didn't you bring them back to Hidden Leaf Village, Jiraiya? Hiruzen's voice was frigid, and his gaze was heavy with reproach. You knew they were extraordinary talents. One of them even possessed the legendary Rinnegan. Why let them roam freely in the hidden rain village? Hiruzen clenched his fists, nearly trembling with anger. Was it because of some prophecy? A child of prophecy nonsense? Now look where we are. This child of prophecy you spoke of has joined forces with someone claiming to be Madara. You know who Madara Uchiha was, don't you? He scoffed bitterly, his eyes flashing with a mixture of despair and frustration. So, is that what the prophecy meant? Bringing peace to the world by wiping everyone out until no one's left to fight? Hiruzen's heart ached, thinking of the Rinnegan. This was the Sage of Six Paths' legacy, a power that could have been hidden leave villages, now poised against them. Sensei. Jiraiya's lips moved, but no words came out. It was too late. Nagato was already their enemy. Nothing could change that now. Don't even think about fixing your mistake, Hiruzen said, sensing Jiraiya's thoughts. Even if you could defeat him, don't forget. There's still this so-called Madara. Sensei, Jiraiya slumped over the table, utterly defeated. What a disgrace, Koharu Uchiha scowled at him, then looked to Hiruzen. Hiruzen, what should we do now? My suggestion, Denzo interjected, is to eliminate this threat before it fully matures. If the Rinnegan's wielder is still developing his power, we might be able to crush him now. But if he unlocks its full potential, Hidden Leaf Village may not be able to stop him. Hiruzen didn't respond to Denzo directly but turned to Jiraiya, asking, how much do you actually know about the Rinnegan? What kind of abilities do these eyes possess? Jiraiya hesitated, then, after a long pause, admitted with some embarrassment, honestly, I don't know. The room fell silent, an incredulous air settling over the group. They had trained under Jiraiya for 3 years, yet he didn't know the abilities of the Rinnegan, the eyes of his own student. Of course, no one voiced this thought. Jiraiya was, after all, one of the legendary Sannin, a highly respected figure in Hidden Leaf Village and Hiruzen's student. You don't know? Hiruzen fought the urge to smack Jiraiya. What kind of answer was that? Jiraiya hung his head, muttering, I'm sorry, sensei. I truly don't know. Hiruzen sighed, then turned to Akira Uchiha, who was standing beside Fugaku. Jonin Akira, you're one of only 2 people here who have faced the Rinnegan. What's your assessment? Akira's tone was grave. Without a doubt, the Rinnegan surpasses our Uchiha clan's Mangekyō Sharingan. Its immense ocular power is beyond comparison. What about you, Jonin Kori? Koharu turned to Hyuga Hisashi's side, where Kori stood. Kori spoke calmly, my abilities don't let me measure the full extent of his ocular power. But even the puppet he sent had ocular power that far surpassed my Byakugan. Hamura Midokado and Koharu exchanged a glance. Then, Hamura, his expression serious, looked to Akira. So, Akira, are you saying that if the Rinnegan's wielder fully matures, his potential could even surpass Madara's? Akira nodded. It's possible. No one in the room doubted Akira's words. As a clan with Kekkei Genkai Dujutsu, the Uchiha understood ocular power well. This revelation set off a ripple of murmurs through the room. Madara Uchiha was a legend, his strength was on a different level from that of the current generation of shinobi. The only ones who ever matched him were the first Hokage, Hashirama Senshu, and Madara himself. And what's your view of this Madara Uchiha? Hiruzen asked, rubbing his aching forehead as he looked at Akira. Chapter 45, a new research project. Judging by his reluctance to show his true face, I don't think he's really Madara Uchiha, Akira said, his face contemplative. However, he's definitely awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan, so he must be connected to Madara in some way. Maybe even as his successor. What about his abilities? Hiruzen pressed for more details. In our brief encounter, it was clear his fire-style skills are exceptional, and his reflexes are incredibly sharp. Definitely not just an average ninja. Akira then looked at Minato no Mikaze. On top of that, he has a space-time ninjutsu similar to yours, Minato. He is quite proficient in it. Troublesome. Space-time ninjutsu. Hiruzen muttered, feeling a vein throbbing in his temple as he sensed his blood pressure rising. Space-time jutsu opponents rendered many defensive measures ineffective. Minato's fame largely stemmed from his mastery of the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Against an enemy with similar abilities, it was nearly impossible to prevent their escape. There's no ceiling barrier in the ninja world that can fully counter space-time ninjutsu. Koharu turned to Hiruzen with a serious expression. Hiruzen, what do we do? Hiruzen shook his head, unable to come up with a plan on the spot. Gathering an elite force to storm the Hidden Rain Village was out of the question. The Akatsuki's base location was unknown. Such a move would only alert them, pushing them to hide deeper underground. A troublesome outcome indeed. After pondering for a while, Hiruzen had to admit that Hidden Leaf Village currently had no effective countermeasures. He looked around the room at the Jonin assembled and asked, "Does anyone have any ideas?" The Jonin exchanged glances, but no one spoke. Handling an enemy with space-time ninjutsu was no small feat. If they had pinpointed the Akatsuki's base, a surprise attack might work. Especially if they could separate their targets and neutralize the ninja with the Rinnegan. But without knowing their location, the plan was unworkable. The meeting concluded without any concrete results. In the end, Hiruzen could only remind each clan to stay vigilant around Hidden Leaf Village's perimeter and instructed the Uchiha to strengthen their patrols. As for Jiraiya, Hiruzen decided to temporarily restrict his movements, keeping him from leaving Hidden Leaf Village. How long that would last depended entirely on Hiruzen's judgment. For now, Hidden Leaf Village didn't need Jiraiya out in the field. Keeping him here would prevent him from charging into the Hidden Rain Village and meeting a premature end. Instead of returning to the Uchiha compound right away, Akira headed to the Shinten Biotech, where he had his own lab. Here, he stored rare items he had obtained, like the severed tail of the 6 tails and the shell of the 10 tails body he had taken. This lab was restrict, only he had access. He gazed at the budding divine tree on the table. A massive, gnarled branch, seemingly composed of blood and flesh from the demonic statue of the outer path. Akira stroked his chin, his eyes thoughtful. After a moment, he cut a fist-sized piece of the 6 tails flesh from a container nearby and placed it on the half-meter-long branch. Then, he activated his scarlet Sharingan, watching intently. After a few moments, he muttered to himself, "Just as I thought. The branch formed from the statue's flesh has a natural tendency to absorb chakra." Through his Sharingan, he could clearly see the 6 tails flesh, as though drawn by an invisible vortex, being absorbed into the branch. Bit by bit, the flesh turned into chakra, melding into the branch. 30 minutes passed, and the piece of 6 tails flesh had completely vanished, as if it had never existed. The branch from the statue appeared unchanged, looking no different from any ordinary piece of dead wood. What would happen if I allowed this branch to absorb chakra from all 9-tailed beasts? Could it revive the 10 tails? Would that grant me the power of the 6 paths? Akira rubbed his chin thoughtfully, sensing the potential in this line of experimentation. He wasn't expecting to cultivate an actual divine tree, but the possibility of acquiring 6 paths power was tempting. If it came down to it, he could follow in the footsteps of the Gold and Silver brothers, consuming 10 tails flesh directly to become a pseudo 10 tails Jinchuriki. A pseudo 10 tails Jinchuriki. Such an entity would wield power akin to a true 10 tails Jinchuriki, possessing the strength of the 6 paths. Their might and very essence would be on an entirely different level. With this in mind, Akira took the half-meter-long branch and went to find Nano Yakushi, who was busy working in the lab. "Akira, did you need something?" Nano looked up, noticing the large branch Akira was holding, and seemed curious. Instead of explaining directly, Akira asked, "Are you managing your workload all right?" "It's manageable. Compared to my time as a spy, this is nothing. At least now, I still have time to care for the children," Nano replied with a gentle smile. "Good," Akira nodded. "If you have time, I'd like you to assemble a new team to study this branch. Your goal is to analyze its properties thoroughly, and, ideally, see if it can be revived and made to grow." Nano took the branch from him, inspecting it carefully before nodding with resolve. "I'll put together a new team right away. But how soon we'll understand its properties?" "That, I can't promise." Akira nodded. "I understand. Just focus on the research. If you need more people, reach out to HR. Have them keep hiring as needed." "Got it. Rest assured, the research won't lag due to lack of personnel," Nano said with determination. Chapter 46, The Scroll of Seals. The events that unfolded in the Hidden Rain Village had not spread throughout Hidden Leaf Village, nor had the other great nations learned of the intense battle that took place there. Although Hidden Leaf Village hadn't signed a peace treaty with any of the factions, the scale of conflicts had lessened rather than escalated. Peace had come. Time passed, and 1 month later, Hidden Leaf Village's selection for the 4th Hokage proceeded as scheduled. The process was neither elaborate nor grand. After the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, gave a speech within the village, he announced his abdication and introduced the candidates for the 4th Hokage position. Then came the Jonin vote, which was essentially a formality. With a vote of the Jonin, Minato no Mikaze, the Yellow Flash, defeated Orochimaru by a wide margin to become Hidden Leaf Village's 4th Hokage. Following the daimyo of the Land of Fire's approval, Hiruzen Sarutobi officially stepped down, and Minato assumed the title of Hokage during the latter half of Hidden Leaf Village's 50th year. Minato held a grand speech in Hidden Leaf Village, marking his formal ascension as the 4th Hokage, taking charge of the most powerful ninja village and reaching the pinnacle of authority. After becoming Hokage, Minato immediately set up his own personal guard and restructured the Anbu. However, most of the 3rd Hokage's Anbu units remained under Hiruzen's control. The power wasn't fully transferred to Minato yet. This aspect is depicted in the manga. Building a new Anbu unit wasn't easy. It required careful selection and rigorous training, a process that couldn't be completed in just a few days. In the Hokage's office, Minato sat at his desk, staring at the pile of documents stacked before him. After a long moment, he sighed, shaking his head. Too many obstacles, he murmured, reflecting on recent events, his blonde hair seeming somewhat dimmed. Moments ago, he had just finished a tense argument with Hidden Leaf Village's 4 counselors. In establishing a new Anbu, Minato had originally planned to integrate members of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans into his ranks to build a strong base. However, to his surprise, Koharu Utatane, Denzo Shimura, Hamura Mitakato, and Hiruzen Sarutobi all voiced strong opposition, expressing fervent objections with an unyielding stance. They even went as far as to label the Uchiha as a clan of innate evil. Minato was taken aback by such a statement. The Uchiha have contributed immensely to Hidden Leaf Village's prosperity. How can the 3rd and the others harbor this kind of thinking? Minato felt both frustration and a sense of helplessness. Forget it. I can't rush this matter. Better to fulfill my earlier promise first. With this thought, Minato knocked on the desk. Immediately, an Anbu member wearing a mask knelt down before his desk. Summon Akira Uchiha to the Hokage's office, Minato instructed. Yes, Lord Hokage, the Anbu replied and vanished swiftly. Half an hour later, Akira entered the Hokage's office, where he saw Minato immersed in paperwork. Lord Hokage, Akira greeted respectfully. Looking up, Minato gave a warm smile and took out a large scroll from his drawer. This is the Scroll of Seals. As I promised, you're free to choose 2 jutsu from it. Have a look at the jutsu you're interested in and let me know when you've decided. I'll unseal it for you, Minato said, sliding the scroll across the smooth surface of the desk. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Hearing this, Akira suddenly recalled the promise and moved the scroll to a nearby table to examine its contents. Although he had nearly forgotten about it, Akira already had an idea of what jutsu he wanted. With the escalation of power levels in the shinobi world, only taijutsu, sage mode, sealing jutsu, space-time ninjutsu, and a few unique jutsu remained relevant. As a conventional shinobi, the 8 gates technique, though powerful, wasn't suited to him, so he dismissed it first when considering taijutsu options. Enhanced strength? Akira paused, eyeing a chakra control technique from the Senju clan. Technically, it's taijutsu, he mused, reading the description with interest. The technique involved precise chakra control, where chakra was gathered into any part of the body and released in an explosive burst for immense power. With proficient control, the force released could be staggering. Someone like Tsunade could summon devastating power with each use, making her like a human-sized summon. This strength technique could still be valuable during the peak of the shinobi world's power, Akira thought. He marked enhanced strength as a backup choice. The Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Akira noted, nodding slightly. Space-time ninjutsu had enduring value. It never seemed to lose relevance. From the 2nd Hokage Dobirama Senju to Boruto, space-time techniques were always top tier. Although he now had a Mangekyō Sharingan with Kami, which theoretically made the Flying Thunder God Jutsu unnecessary, this Sharingan wasn't his original and wasn't eternal either. Issues with his eyes' powers might arise later. Thus, he marked the Flying Thunder God as another backup. Yin Seal? I'll skip that. After glancing at its description, Akira passed over this S-ranked jutsu. While the Yin Seal could store a large amount of chakra, Akira, being an Uchiha, didn't particularly lack chakra. Ever since he arrived in this world, he hadn't once fought to the point of exhausting it. Spirit Transformation Jutsu. Akira's eyes lit up at this jutsu. This was another powerful S-rank technique. Its origins were unknown, and in Hidden Leaf Village's history, only Dankato had mastered it. The jutsu separated the mind from the body, allowing the user to move as a spirit capable of delivering instant kills. Beyond that, it functioned as an unrestricted sensory technique. Regardless of distance or prior knowledge of an enemy's location, the spirit could sense and reach any target, even transferring chakra if needed. The applications didn't end there. The technique offered various methods of spirit and soul manipulation. In its spirit form, it held similarities to the Flying Thunder God Jutsu but with a broader and more versatile scope. Chapter 47, Choosing Jutsu. After some time spent reading, Akira finally reached the end of the Fuinjutsu section. Truly forbidden techniques, like the reanimation jutsu, weren't documented in this particular scroll. Jutsus like the multi-shadow clone jutsu, despite being labeled forbidden, were actually recorded here. This indicated that in the second Hokage's view, the multi-shadow clone jutsu didn't qualify as a true forbidden technique. The scroll was packed with jutsu, igniting a fire of excitement within Akira. Among them, the sealing techniques he had long dreamed of were indeed listed. Though his current skill in sealing was basic, limited to the Uchiha clan's traditional Uchiha flame formation, he believed he had a knack for it. Learning the technique had come smoothly, without major obstacles. Despite his interest, Akira decided against making sealing jutsu his top priority. He had confidence that he could acquire sealing techniques without using up his limited choices here. After all, he was planning to bring Karen's mother from Hidden Grass Village soon, and she might have Fuinjutsu techniques from the Uzumaki clan. And if not, there was always the chance Kushina Uzumaki might teach him a few techniques as a gesture of gratitude for reuniting her with two clan members. What should I choose? Akira pondered, eyeing the spread-out scroll, caught in a moment of indecision. Originally, he had intended to select the Flying Thunder God and Spirit Transformation Jutsu as his primary choices. But after spotting the Strength of 100 Jutsu, a secret skill for enhancing physical power, he began rethinking his options. Nearby, Minato noticed Akira's contemplative look and refrained from interrupting, a small smile forming. He remembered his own awe when Jiraiya had first brought him to choose techniques from the scroll. A moment that had, thankfully, led to the right choice and paved the way to becoming the fourth Hokage. With Kamui already in hand, Flying Thunder God can wait for now, Akira decided after some thought. He ultimately chose to pursue the Strength of 100 Jutsu and Spirit Transformation Jutsu. Of course, choosing was one thing, mastering them was another entirely. With all S-rank jutsu, most ninja lacked the capability to learn them. Opting for the Spirit Transformation Jutsu wasn't a hasty decision but a carefully considered one. From the description, the jutsu seemed closely related to yin release, an area where the Uchiha's Sharingan excelled. Plus, being a transmigrator, Akira's spiritual strength was naturally higher than the average Uchiha's. However, he knew that only a rare few could master such high-level jutsu, so he didn't expect guaranteed success. He merely saw his chances as slightly better than most. The scroll's recorded jutsu weren't meant for everyone, they were crafted for the gifted few. But Akira felt confident in mastering the Strength of 100 jutsu. His chakra control was excellent, and the technique promised a notable power boost. Hokage-sama, I've made my choices. Akira carefully rolled the scroll back up and approached the Hokage's office. I'll go with the Strength of 100 Jutsu and Spirit Transformation Jutsu. Spirit Transformation? A glimmer of surprise flickered in Minato's blue eyes. He hadn't expected Akira to choose that particular jutsu. Cautioning him, he said, "Are you sure? There's no one in Hidden Leaf Village currently who knows that technique. All you'd have are the notes left by previous users." "I'm certain, Hokage-sama," Akira confirmed with a nod. "Very well, give me a moment." Minato laid the scroll out, his hands glowing with a faint blue light. Pressing down on the scroll, he unsealed the techniques Akira had chosen and handed the scroll back to him. The seals for the Strength of 100 Jutsu and Spirit Transformation Jutsu are now open. You may copy them, but don't pass them on to others. For someone with the Sharingan, recording jutsu is child's play. With a quick scan, Akira's Crimson Sharingan memorized both techniques, imprinting them into his mind. When he'd finished, he returned the scroll to Minato and said, "If there's nothing else, Hokage-sama, I'll return to start training." "Wait a moment." Minato called out. "Akira, here's a scroll with the notes left by Kato-dan, the only shinobi in the village who mastered spirit transformation. Take it with you, it might help." Akira accepted the scroll solemnly. "Thank you, Hokage-sama. As Hokage, this is the least I can do. Mastering the spirit transformation jutsu will be thanks enough." Minato replied with a smile. Back at home, Akira pulled out 2 blank scrolls and copied down the Strength of 100 Jutsu and Spirit Transformation Jutsu, studying them in detail. Although he had memorized both techniques perfectly, he preferred the feeling of reading from a physical scroll. A sense of ritual he found essential. The Strength of 100 Jutsu wasn't particularly difficult for Akira. His high level of chakra control made it straightforward to learn. For those with poor chakra control, however, the technique could lead to injury or worse. Uncontrolled chakra bursts could easily leave one crippled. Or worse, completely obliterated. Following the instructions, Akira gathered chakra in his fingertips and pressed them lightly to the ground. Crack. With a sharp sound, the ground around him split into a web of cracks. Satisfied, Akira smiled. Not too hard. His next step was to raise his mastery of the technique until he could release chakra from any part of his body at will. Having tested it, Akira turned his attention to the Spirit Transformation Jutsu. While copying it down earlier, he'd only glanced at it, now he could focus. As he read further, A slight smile crept onto his lips. He murmured, "No wonder others couldn't master this technique. It's all about mental strength." Indeed, to learn the spirit transformation jutsu, one's spirit had to be unusually strong. Only with sufficient spiritual strength could one begin to form a spirit body. A feat that required a power few could attain. Kododan had succeeded because his natural spiritual strength far exceeded that of most shinobi. "Well, I have a naturally strong spirit myself. Far stronger than most ninja." After a brief attempt, Akira already felt as though the jutsu was tailor-made for him. Chapter 48, Uzumaki Rika. Of course, he knew it was impossible to determine its origins. This jutsu was ancient, with roots lost to time. The essence of the spirit transformation jutsu lay in turning the mind into a spiritual form. Once this was achieved, mastering it was simply a matter of practice and refinement. In this sense, it wasn't too different from other jutsu. This technique would be perfect for those in the Uchiha clan who have awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan, Akira mused after a brief trial. To him, spirit transformation was an ideal skill for the Uchiha clan members with the Mangekyō Sharingan. Undoubtedly, this technique belonged to the domain of yin release, much like the Sharingan itself. Moreover, the mental strength of Uchiha clan members increased after unlocking the Sharingan, though it wasn't their primary focus. Regardless, those who had awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan had far stronger spiritual power than most people. Compared to other ninja, the Uchiha clan had a much higher chance of mastering the spirit transformation jutsu. After Minato became the fourth Hokage, the shinobi world saw occasional skirmishes, but overall peace had returned. Though the five great nations hadn't signed a formal peace treaty, large-scale wars had ceased, allowing everyone to focus on recovery. Time passed quickly, and it was now the end of Hidden Leaf Village's 50th year. After relentless training, Akira had mostly mastered the strength of 100 jutsu and was now quite adept in it after sparring with his clan members a few times. Although the spirit transformation jutsu was challenging, he had reached a beginner level and could already convert his spirit into a spiritual form. While he hadn't yet mastered the advanced skills of this technique, such as spirit division, spirit regeneration, spirit sensing, or chakra infusing, he had at least reached a workable level. With the year drawing to a close, Akira planned to go to Hidden Grass Village to bring back Uzumaki Rika. According to the Ninja Cat's information, Uzumaki Rika was the name of a member of the Uzumaki clan residing in Hidden Grass Village. Akira believed that Rika was likely Karen's mother. Mikoto Uchiha was 3 months into her second pregnancy, and since Karen was about a month older than Sasuke, Rika's pregnancy preceded Mikoto's by about a month. It was best to bring Rika back to Hidden Leaf Village now while her movement was still manageable. Waiting until after the baby's birth would only complicate matters. Moreover, according to the Ninja Cat, Rika's situation in Hidden Grass Village wasn't ideal. Initially, her life wasn't too terrible. Her husband had been a chunin in Hidden Grass Village, providing her some care. Although she was used as a medicinal tool, her life was manageable. However, 2 months ago, her husband died in an accident, and her situation took a turn for the worse. Recently, people had discovered her ability to heal others by allowing them to bite her, making her essentially a living blood bag in Hidden Grass Village. At this rate, her survival was in serious jeopardy. Akira guessed that her ability likely involved redistributing her life force, which was limited. A small loss could recover over time, but excessive depletion would surely endanger her life. Thus, he decided to bring her back. With Minato in power, the Uchiha clan's situation in Hidden Leaf Village had significantly improved compared to the days of the third Hokage. Restrictions were far less severe, and Denzo's route had scaled back its activities, operating with much less visibility. Leaving the village undetected wasn't possible. Hidden Leaf Village's upper echelons would know he'd left. Without Senju Hashirama's cells, using Kamui recklessly could easily ruin his eye after just a few uses. Hidden Grass Village was a small ninja village, lacking the grandeur of Hidden Leaf Village and appearing rather primitive. Its streets looked untouched for decades, with a general atmosphere of lifelessness. The villagers wore shabby clothes, their gazes hollow, giving the whole place a feeling of decay. Suddenly, a commotion arose. 4 Hidden Grass Village shinobi with headbands dashed into the village, carrying several barely alive individuals. They immediately called out, "Quick! We have wounded. Get that red-haired woman over here, fast!" As they shouted, the bystanders turned their gaze toward the commotion. "Injured again? They're so careless. It's nothing serious. With that woman, a bite heals them up completely in no time. Yeah, ever since we got her, we don't have to be so cautious on missions. As long as we can make it back to the village, we'll survive." "You're right. That red-haired woman is truly a treasure for our village." As they spoke, their eyes drifted to a locked-up building in the corner of the street. In a flurry of activity, the shinobi carrying the injured opened the locked door and entered. Inside the dim room, A young woman with long, disheveled red hair sat at the edge of a worn-out bed. Her face was expressionless, her eyes devoid of life, like a soul trapped in a cage. Chains bound her arms and legs, keeping her confined. Her exposed, pale arms bore countless bite marks, scarred from repeated abuse. Seeing the intruders, the red-haired woman flinched, recoiling into the corner, as if trying to disappear. "What are you cowering for, huh?" One of them sneered, yelling, "Hurry up and get over here. Don't make us drag you." Trembling, the woman reluctantly stood and inched toward them. "Humphrey." The man who opened the door sneered, his gaze hardening. He grabbed the chain attached to the wall and yanked it forcefully. "Ah!" she cried out as she was pulled to the ground and dragged before the injured men. He seized her arm, roughly pressing it toward one of the wounded. At that moment, an orange tabby cat leaped through the window, brazenly entering the room. Its large yellow eyes took in the scene with a look of disdain. As the Hidden Grass Village shinobi prepared to chase it away, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed from the doorway. They turned, and their eyes widened as they saw a pair of scarlet Sharingan glowing in the shadows. In a series of swift, muffled thuds, all 7 people in the room collapsed to the floor. Chapter 49, Returning to Hidden Leaf Village. Akira appeared without wasting time on words. His gaze fell on the red-haired woman, whose face showed fear and shock. Without hesitation, he drew his sword and slashed through the chains holding her. With a loud clatter, the chains broke apart. Finally freed, the red-haired woman sprang forward and grabbed a kunai from a Hidden Grass Village ninja's pouch. She plunged the kunai into the neck of the fallen Hidden Grass Village ninja, stabbing repeatedly with a fierce look in her eyes. "Die, die, die," she muttered, her face twisted with grim satisfaction as she drove the kunai into the unconscious Hidden Grass Village ninjas one by one, their blood pooling around her. Akira looked at her, his voice steady. "Are you done venting? We need to move. Staying here could get us surrounded by Hidden Grass Village shinobi, and getting out with someone in tow would be troublesome." The woman took a deep breath, tossing the blood-stained kunai aside. She looked at him, a hint of apology in her eyes. "Forgive me." The anger took over. "I'm Uzumaki Rika. Did Hidden Leaf Village send you to rescue me?" "We'll talk once we're out of Hidden Grass Village," Akira replied, lifting her effortlessly and then vanishing in a flash of lightning with his lightning body flicker jutsu. Hidden Grass Village had already sounded the alarm. Shinobi were converging on their location, but Akira tore through their ranks with Rika in tow, moving with blinding speed. With his Sharingan enhancing his perception, and the stimulation of lightning style augmenting his speed and strength, he left a trail of chaos in his wake. Within moments, they broke free of Hidden Grass Village's perimeter. After about 10 kilometers, he set Rika down. "Thank you," Rika said immediately, still catching her breath, but grateful. "No need. Can you keep going? Do you have enough chakra to move?" Rika nodded resolutely. "Yes, I can manage." As they traveled, Rika glanced over at him and repeated her earlier question. "Did Hidden Leaf Village send you to rescue me?" "No." Akira shook his head. "This was my own choice." She paused, a faint look of disappointment crossing her face. After a moment, she asked quietly, "Are we going to Hidden Leaf Village?" "That's right." Akira nodded. "The Uzumaki clan and Hidden Leaf Village have deep ties. Once you're there, you'll have a new life. No one will see you as just a tool for healing." "Will Hidden Leaf Village really accept me?" Rika's face showed concern. She lowered her voice, hesitant. "Your actions go against the typical conduct of a Hidden Leaf Village shinobi. Won't the Hokage punish you for this? It could even create conflict with Hidden Grass Village." Akira shrugged, unconcerned. "Who's going to know I rescued you from Hidden Grass Village?" Seeing her lingering worry, Akira added, "Don't worry. The Uchiha clan can handle this." Rika still looked uneasy, though touched by his reassurances. "I hope so. I'd hate to bring trouble to you because of me." She felt deeply grateful to Akira. Without him, Hidden Grass Village would have drained her life force before long. Despite everything she'd been through, she remained gentle at heart. "You can relax," Akira assured her. "The wife of the Hokage is also an Uzumaki, just like you. She's from an important lineage of the Uzumaki clan." "Really?" Rika's eyes lit up with hope. "When did the third Hokage remarry?" Akira's expression tightened. "Actually, we're under the fourth Hokage now. The third has stepped down." "Oh, I didn't mean to offend your Hokage," Rika said, lowering her head apologetically. Her life in Hidden Grass Village had been sheltered, she only knew what her captor allowed her to know, which wasn't much. "No offense taken," Akira said with a shrug. "In fact, I think the Hokage will be pleased to meet another Uzumaki." "Is that really true?" Rika's expression softened with hope. The journey back to Hidden Leaf Village took them 2 days, given Rika's weakened state. Once they arrived, Akira didn't immediately inform Minato. Instead, he took Rika to Shinten Biotech for a thorough examination, making sure she was in good health. Quietly, he also had some of her cellular material collected for potential cloning, fulfilling one part of his goal. Finally, he sent a discreet message to Minato. The Hokage quickly arrived at the research center, and as planned, Akira and Rika had coordinated their story. She was discovered in a remote Hidden Leaf Village outpost, not taken from Hidden Grass Village. Minato listened without question, showing no hint of skepticism. Rika's presence was valuable to Hidden Leaf Village, both sentimentally and strategically, potentially as a future Jinchuriki candidate. Akira's actions were viewed as a significant gain for Hidden Leaf Village. Later that same day, Rika was granted permanent residency, officially becoming a part of Hidden Leaf Village. With Rika settled, Akira let the matter rest, trusting Minato to manage the details. His own reasons for rescuing her, rooted in his research interests, had already been quietly advanced. During her exam at Shinten, he'd secured her tissue samples for potential future cloning experiments. Not long after, Mikoto Uchiha appeared with a scroll in hand, her slight baby bump visible as she approached. "Good to see you, Mikoto-san," Akira greeted warmly. Mikoto nodded, smiling softly. "Kushina heard you were interested in Fuinjutsu, so she sent over her notes for you. It's her way of thanking you for bringing her kin back to Hidden Leaf Village." Akira accepted the scroll with a respectful nod. "Please thank Kushina for me. This is exactly what I need right now." "Of course." Mikoto nodded. Just then, they were interrupted by the sound of footsteps. Staff from the Hidden Leaf Village police force had arrived to speak with them. Chapter 50, The False Divine Tree. A messenger hurriedly approached Akira, saying, "Akira, the people over at Shinten Biotech asked me to inform you. They need you to come over. The director there has something important to discuss." Akira glanced at Mikoto and said, "Mikoto, I'll head over now." Mikoto nodded knowingly. She understood what was happening over at Shinten Biotech and assured him, "Go ahead. I'll take care of things with Kushina." Upon arriving at the Shinten Biotech lab, Akira went straight to the office of Yakushi Nano. As he entered, his gaze was instantly drawn to a small, vibrant potted plant on her desk, about 50 or 60 centimeters tall. It was a small tree, lush and teeming with an intense aura of life. Nano stood silently beside it, studying the tree. This tree? The life energy radiating from it. It's chakra. Akira instinctively activated his Sharingan, his eyes narrowing in surprise. "Akira," Nano greeted him as he entered. "So, you managed to get that branch I gave you to sprout?" Akira inspected the small tree closely. He hadn't expected her to bring life back to the piece of flesh he'd obtained from the Jado statue. "More or less," Nano replied, glancing at the plant with a strange expression. "What you gave me wasn't just any branch, was it? It's more like the flesh of a living creature, right?" Akira looked at her, nodded, and said, "You're correct. It's not a simple branch. It's actually the transformed flesh of a certain creature." Hearing his confirmation, Nano nodded as if in sudden understanding. "That explains it. Using biological cultivation techniques would naturally cause it to sprout and revive." Then, after a quick glance at the door, she lowered her voice. "Could this be the flesh of the first Hokage?" Akira chuckled. "No, it's not. Don't worry." "Good," Nano exhaled in relief. During her research, the various traits of the branch had repeatedly reminded her of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, its intense vitality, chakra absorption, rapid growth, incredible healing abilities, aggressive nature, and even the emergence of wood-style properties. The similarities to Hashirama's cells were uncanny. "Why would you think it's from the first Hokage?" Akira asked, curious. "Is it really that similar to his cells?" "It's beyond similar." Nano smiled dryly. "At times, it feels as if this thing was derived from his very body." "So you're saying that the traits it exhibits are almost identical to those of Hashirama's cells?" Akira looked at her in surprise. "Not identical," she clarified thoughtfully. "I once participated in the roots cell transplantation experiments with the first Hokage's cells, and this sample seems even more potent than his." "In other words, the sample I gave you is stronger than the first Hokage's cells?" Akira asked, sounding as if he was confirming a hypothesis. "Essentially, yes," Nano nodded. "Of course, we haven't fully explored its properties yet, but from what we've seen so far, it does seem like a more powerful variant of the first Hokage's cells." Akira considered this. "Then, in theory, if one were to successfully transplant these cells, they could potentially gain wood style?" "In theory, yes," Nano agreed, then added cautiously, "however, given its traits, the transplant process would likely be even more difficult than with the first Hokage's cells. I've actually conducted some preliminary transplant experiments with animals, but unsurprisingly, they all failed," she added, her tone growing serious. Nano paused for a moment, then continued gravely, moreover, what we've discovered so far only scratches the surface. There's more to this substance than just these overt characteristics. It's hiding a lot more. Akira nodded slowly. He understood why Nano was telling him all this. She was cautioning him, advising him against following the path that Hidden Leaf Village once took in attempting dangerous human experiments to gain wood style. As Hidden Leaf Village's most prominent clan, the Uchiha had access to the resources of the police force and could, in theory, conceal such experiments for quite some time. Then, Akira's Sharingan fixed on the small, green tree. He murmured, "It's growing awfully fast." In the time they'd been talking, the tree had shot up another 10 centimeters, growing faster than bamboo. Noticing it too, Nano turned to the plant, exclaiming, "It wasn't this fast before. What's going on?" "The chakra within it is increasing, gathering at the top of the tree," Akira muttered. Then, as if a thought crossed his mind, he murmured, "Could it be preparing to bloom and bear fruit?" "Bloom and bear fruit?" Nano echoed, puzzled by his observation. Though she was confused, Nano didn't hesitate. Her hands glowed green as she pressed one to the trunk, focusing her chakra to examine it. As soon as she touched the tree, the green glow of her chakra vanished as if it had been sucked into an invisible vortex within the plant. Nano gasped, pulling her hand back, staring at the plant with alarm. It could absorb chakra before, but nowhere near this level. "Let's just observe it for now," Akira suggested, stopping her from making any further moves. Hearing this, Nano stepped back, respecting his authority as the one in charge at Shinten Biotech. 1 minute passed. 2. 10. Eventually, the small tree had grown to about a meter. At the top of its densely leafed trunk, a dark purple bud, roughly the size of a fist, began to form. As time passed, the purple bud slowly blossomed, eventually revealing a small, dark red fruit about the size of a baby's fist. The surface of the fruit was dark red with faint, black, tomoe-like markings. Nano stared at the dark red fruit at the top of the plant, astonished. It really did bloom and bear fruit. Akira wasn't as surprised. He looked at Nano and said, "Run some tests on this fruit. It might have some unique properties." He certainly didn't think this was a true divine tree fruit. That was impossible. This was just something grown from a part of the Jado statue's body. However, if chakra from all 9 tails beasts was poured into a sapling like this, it might indeed produce something with some of the chakra fruit's properties. As things stood, though, it was simply a unique fruit, one that likely held unusual qualities. Chapter 51, Ascendance Elixir. Time flowed by, and in a blink, Hidden Leaf Village entered the 2nd month of its 51st year. Through extensive research, Nano Yakushi had finally uncovered the true function of the pseudo-divine tree fruit cultivated from the Jado statue's tissue. The fruit's effects were indeed extraordinary. It could break innate limitations on one's body and spirit, raising the upper limit of chakra capacity. However, the improvements were modest per dose, requiring multiple rounds of consumption to yield a significant boost. Direct ingestion of the pseudo-divine tree fruit, however, was lethal to ordinary shinobi. Doing so was akin to suicide. The real power of the fruit lay in a specific substance within it, which could only be extracted and refined into a special elixir. As Akira read Nano's report, a smile crept across his face. The research facility's efforts had finally borne fruit. One fruit can only yield a single dose of the elixir, so mass production is out of the question for now, he murmured, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. According to the experiment data, achieving noticeable improvement required a half-year cycle. The regimen involved taking 1 dose every 3 days, over 6 months. This protocol would significantly boost an individual's chakra threshold. However, to maximize its effect, continued use over 3 years was necessary. Turning to Fugaku, who wore a similar look of satisfaction, Akira asked, "Clan leader, do you think we should sell the Ascendance Elixir?" The Ascendance Elixir was the official name for the serum created from the extracted essence of the pseudo-divine tree fruit. Fugaku shook his head after some thought. "Not for now. According to the lab, daily output is only 10 to 15 vials. Our Uchiha clan can easily use all of that ourselves." The Jado statue's tissue had produced only a limited number of pseudo-divine trees. Just over a dozen. Although most bore fruit when infused with ample chakra, some had yet to yield any. The reason behind this inconsistency was still unknown. "True," Akira nodded. "We could leverage this elixir to forge valuable alliances. Rumor has it this year will see the birth of many heirs to the great shinobi clans. This elixir, with its potential to push personal limits, will definitely be popular," Akira added with a slight grin. "But there isn't nearly enough for all of them," Fugaku cautioned. "I'm only planning to prepare a dose for Minato's child. We'll decide on others based on circumstances." Akira agreed. The Hokage's child is indeed worth the investment. As they strategized the elixir's distribution, news reached Obito in the Hidden Rain Village. A white Zetsu scout embedded in Hidden Leaf Village had sent critical intelligence. With half of his pale body emerging from the ground, White Zetsu informed Obito, "Our scout reports that the 4th Hokage's wife, Kushina Uzumaki, is pregnant, with her due date expected around October." The other half of Zetsu, Black Zetsu, turned to Obito and warned, "A Jinchuriki's seal weakens during childbirth. This could be our chance. Minato no Mikaze is a serious threat. If he survives, he'll undoubtedly hinder our plans." Obito scoffed. "I don't need you to remind me of that. Do you think Hidden Leaf Village is defenseless? There's an opportunity, but one wrong move, and we're done." As Minato's former student, Obito was well aware of the threat the 4th Hokage posed, especially with his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique. Even with his Kamui ability, Obito doubted he could defeat Minato easily. "Our current high-level forces are stretched thin," Black Zetsu's raspy voice continued. "It's just you and Nagato against the entirety of Hidden Leaf Village." Obito nodded grimly. "I'm considering battle plans. Given our current resources, I'm not enough on my own. Nagato in his current state isn't much help, either. The 6 paths of pain can't operate far from his body, and with Hidden Leaf Village's Byakugan users and Sensor Shinobi, exposing his location would be a huge risk," Black Zetsu warned. "I know," Obito replied, his tone grave. "I plan to restore Nagato to full health. Once he's recovered, both he and the 6 paths can fight alongside me, which will finally give me the strength to confront Minato." Restoring Nagato wouldn't be difficult for Obito. Overuse of the Judo statue had drained Nagato's life force, leaving him frail and emaciated. Additionally, his legs had been crippled by Hanzo's explosive traps, leaving him physically disabled. The solution was simple: graft Senju Hashirama's cultivated cells onto Nagato's legs. This procedure would not only restore his vitality but also allow him to walk again. Given Obito's mastery, implanting Hashirama cells posed no issue. Black Zetsu issued a stern reminder, "Obito, remember, you're not the real Madara. If Nagato becomes too strong, he could slip out of our control." "TCH. Zetsu, Madara should be more worried about that than I am," Obito sneered. "His Rinnegan is in Nagato's hands, and Madara's resurrection relies on Nagato's cooperation. You, as Madara's will, should be the one fretting." "Hey." Black Zetsu chuckled softly, "Obito, you've grown quite a bit in just a year." "Ha." Obito laughed. "In some ways, I hold the upper hand now. As Nagato grows stronger, my chances improve." Obito continued, "Even without the Rinnegan, I wield both Uchiha and Senju power, so I, too, can control the Judo statue and use the 6 paths Ten-Tails coffin seal, becoming the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki." While the Rinnegan was necessary to summon the Judo statue from the moon, it wasn't strictly required to become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki or to cast the infinite Tsukami. The technique could be executed in 2 ways, either through Kaguya Otsutsuki's Rin Sharingan or the Divine Tree itself. After a pause, Black Zetsu conceded, "Fine, Obito, this round goes to you." For Black Zetsu, the only goal was to create a Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. Who actually became the Jinchuriki was secondary. With a smirk, Obito declared, "As for Nagato, let's ensure he stays loyal. Plant a binding curse on him to secure our control in the future." Chapter 52, Nagato's health in a dimly lit cave. Nagato was deep in concentration, using yin-yang release to enhance the Deva path of pain. "Nagato." Obito appeared beside him without a sound. Nagato glanced at the suddenly materialized Obito and asked, "Madara, is something the matter?" Obito's gaze bore into him as he spoke in a low voice, "Nagato, moving around must be difficult for you now, isn't it?" Nagato was silent for a moment before replying, "Madara, when I forcibly summoned the Judo statue, it drained my life force. Because of that, my legs are beyond any hope of recovery." Recalling that fateful day, Nagato remembered how the Judo statue had left him weak and emaciated, a shell of his former self. "I'm aware," Obito nodded. "While restoring life force would be near impossible for most people, it's not so difficult for me." Nagato's head snapped up, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. "Really, Madara?" With his legs useless, Nagato had been dependent on Conan's care until he crafted the 6 paths of pain. The chance to regain his health was an opportunity he wouldn't let pass. Only in full health could he wield the true power of his Rinnegan. The 6 paths technique was a compromise, a way to use the Rinnegan's abilities by dispersing them. But the full power of the Rinnegan was meant to be wielded by the body that housed it. "Of course it's true." Behind his tiger-masked face, Obito's mouth curled into a smirk. "All you need is a transplant of Hashirama Senju's cells. They'll replenish your lost life force." "Hashirama Senju's cells?" Nagato looked skeptical. Isn't he the first Hokage of Hidden Leaf Village? His cells are that powerful? Absolutely. Hashirama cells carry immense vitality. Once transplanted, they can even grant the user wood style. Obito's tone turned wistful. Hashirama's wood style was the ultimate testament to his life force. He could heal from any injury in an instant, no medical ninjutsu needed. His chakra surpassed even the tailed beasts, and under his wood style, they were nothing more than playthings. God of Shinobi was a fitting title. Hashirama Senju was that powerful? Nagato murmured in awe. Indeed, he was my only true rival. Obito said, his voice tinged with nostalgia. Looking at Obito intently, Nagato finally said, please, Madara, help me. That goes without saying. Obito's eyes glinted with satisfaction. Prepare yourself. I'll get you new limbs, your legs won't do, so we'll have to replace them. After Obito left, Konan emerged from the shadows, her face etched with worry. Seeing her concern, Nagato reassured her, Konan, don't worry too much. Even if there's a trap, nothing can escape my Rinnegan. This so-called Madara. He reeks of malice. He's nothing like a normal person, Konan replied, her worry evident. It's all right, Konan, Nagato said, his voice calm but steely. Once I'm healthy, I'll grow stronger than him in time. When that day comes, his plans won't matter. In this world, strength is the only language that truly matters. Nagato's voice turned cold and unyielding. Konan glanced at him, her worry deepening. Since Yahiko's death, Nagato had changed drastically after unlocking the Rinnegan's full powers. His transformation had been so complete that it had taken her a long time to adapt. A while later, Obito returned, carrying Nagato, whose body was riddled with black chakra rods, into the depths of the dark cave. Konan watched with apprehension as the doors shut, her eyes never leaving the sealed entrance. 2 hours later, the doors opened, and light footsteps echoed from within. In Konan's expectant gaze, Nagato emerged from the chamber. His red hair was vibrant again, and his once skeletal frame was now robust and healthy. He looked even better than he had before. Nagato. Konan quickly stepped forward, reaching his side. How do you feel? Konan. Nagato looked at her with a broad smile. I've never felt this good. I'm even better than I was before. The effects of Hashirama Senju's cells are that strong? Konan asked, almost in disbelief. Yes. Nagato nodded, stepping forward and clenching his fist. The first Hokage's cells are even more powerful than I imagined. Also, Konan, look. As he spoke, Nagato swiftly formed hand signs. Crack. A fissure split the rocky floor as a sprout emerged, growing into a tree as tall as 3 men in mere seconds. Wood style? Konan's eyes widened in amazement before filling with excitement. To think that transplanting the first Hokage's cells would have such a bonus effect. It's not exactly a bonus. Nagato shook his head. Madara knew I'd gain wood style and taught me its techniques immediately after my recovery. Madara taught you wood style? Konan was astonished. Isn't he worried that you'll slip out of his control? Oh, he's not that generous. Nagato sneered. He insisted I master wood style quickly because he's planning something against Hidden Leaf Village and will need my power. Against Hidden Leaf Village? Konan frowned. Hidden Leaf Village is powerful. They have nearly 10 Kage-level shinobi. This is incredibly risky. Nagato, you should find a way to refuse him. You haven't reached your full potential yet, and we can't let hatred cloud our judgment, Konan said firmly. Don't worry, Konan. Nagato shook his head. If his plan truly seems foolish, I won't go to Hidden Leaf Village with him. Hearing his words, Konan breathed a sigh of relief. She had feared that Nagato's desire for vengeance over Yahiko's death might lead him to act recklessly. Meanwhile, in Hidden Leaf Village. In the Uchiha clan head's residence, Fugaku stood with arms crossed, looking at his young son Itachi with a stern expression. Itachi. Though only 4 years old, Itachi held a quiet, mature demeanor, appearing far beyond his years. He gazed steadily at Fugaku. Fugaku's voice was serious. Starting tomorrow, you'll visit the Uchiha clan's Shinten biotech every 3 days. Follow all instructions once you're there. I understand, father, Itachi replied, nodding solemnly. The purpose of sending Itachi there was to have him receive the newly developed Ascendance Elixir. Chapter 53, Preparations in advance. The elite Jonin of the clan would naturally be the first to use the elixir, followed eventually by the most gifted of the younger generation. As the son of the Uchiha clan leader, Itachi Uchiha was already recognized for his exceptional talent and had even accompanied Fugaku to the battlefield. His skills placed him far above his peers, not just within the Uchiha but even among the new generation in Hidden Leaf Village. With such talent, it was only fitting that he would be granted access to one of these precious potions. Fugaku intended to carefully nurture this exceptional child, hoping to mold him into a future Hokage candidate. He believed Itachi had the potential to achieve this ambition. As Fugaku was pondering Itachi's future, he heard a knock at the door. Opening it, he was greeted by Akira. "Well, look who it is." Fugaku greeted him with a smile. "Akira, what brings you here? Weren't you busy researching Fuinjutsu?" Akira chuckled. "I just thought of something and figured it was worth discussing with you, clan leader." Fugaku's expression grew serious as he led Akira into his study. "What's so important that you felt the need to come all the way here?" "It concerns the Hokage," Akira replied. "The Hokage?" Fugaku looked at him with a puzzled expression. "I heard that the fourth Hokage's wife is expecting a child," Akira inquired. "That's right, she is." "Why? Is there a problem?" Fugaku asked, looking at Akira with a hint of curiosity. "It's well known that a Jinchuriki's seal weakens somewhat during childbirth, correct?" Akira said. Fugaku nodded, his brows furrowing. "That is true. Akira, don't do anything rash." Akira waved his hand, sensing Fugaku's caution. "Don't worry. I'm more concerned that someone else might try to take advantage of this timing." He continued, "Clan leader, I think it would be wise to alert the Hokage to this vulnerability. It's best if as few people as possible know about the timing of her delivery to avoid any unwanted surprises." Akira had his reasons for wanting the Hokage and his wife, Kushina Uzumaki, to remain safe. As long as Minato was around, dealing with threats like Denzo or the Akatsuki in the future would be much easier. With Minato at the forefront, Akira could focus on his own plans, developing his abilities without interference. "You think that supposed Madara Uchiha might try to exploit the childbirth?" Fugaku asked in a low voice. "Yes," Akira nodded. "Even if he isn't the real Madara, he's certainly connected to him." Madara harbored a deep grudge against Hidden Leaf Village. If not for the first Hokage, he would have destroyed the village himself. Whoever this person is, they might carry on Madara's will, and if they get the chance, they might try to unleash the Nine Tails. That could spell disaster. Fugaku nodded solemnly. "Yes, this is definitely something we can't overlook. The power of the Nine Tails is too great. If it were unleashed, we'd be in serious trouble." Fugaku added, "I'll speak with Minato about this tomorrow. We can't afford to be careless." There wasn't much more Akira could do concerning Minato and Kushina's situation, given that he didn't have a personal relationship with them. This was why he wanted Fugaku to relay the message. He could only hope that Minato would take Fugaku's advice seriously and keep Kushina's delivery date under wraps to prevent Obito from seizing an opportunity. "Let's hope it works," Akira thought with a sigh. He couldn't be sure how well they could keep Kushina's delivery a secret. White Zetsu's stealth abilities were simply too strong, making him nearly undetectable within the entire village. Akira pondered, "I've done what I can. Now I need to prepare for the worst." As his thoughts wandered, Fugaku suddenly spoke up. "Akira, what do you think of Itachi?" Akira snapped back to the present. "There's no doubt. Itachi is a true genius." Fugaku looked at him thoughtfully. "I'm thinking of having him study under Minato. What do you think?" Akira stroked his chin. If Itachi could indeed become Minato's disciple, it would certainly be beneficial, especially if they could get through the impending Night of the Nine Tails attack unscathed. With Minato as his mentor, Itachi would naturally become part of the Hokage's inner circle, bolstering his future as a Hokage candidate. After all, becoming Hokage would require connections within the Hokage's faction. Unless some major upheaval happened in Hidden Leaf Village, the Hokage's circle would never easily hand over the title to an outsider. Having Minato as his master would definitely be a good thing, Akira agreed. "I think there's a fair chance Minato would accept him," Fugaku mused. Fugaku had complete confidence in Itachi's abilities. Whether it was ninjutsu, ganjutsu, or taijutsu, Itachi mastered every skill he learned with ease. In Fugaku's eyes, Itachi was the most gifted ninja he'd ever known. Surely, Minato would recognize such talent and not turn him away. Besides, Fugaku's wife, Mikoto, was close friends with Kushina, which could help smooth things over. He could always rely on Mikoto to bring it up casually with Kushina, further increasing the chances. "But I'm not planning to bring it up to Minato just yet," Fugaku said with a hint of anticipation. "I'll wait until after Minato's child is born. By then, Itachi should be about ready to start his training. I'll ensure he graduates early so he can study under Minato as soon as possible." Akira wished him luck. Given the current state of Hidden Leaf Village, there was a high likelihood Fugaku's plan could succeed. Even if the Nine Tails attack did occur, Hidden Leaf Village was still powerful enough to subdue it. The next day, Fugaku went to the Hokage's office to meet Minato and share Akira's concerns. Chapter 54, Mastery of the spirit transformation jutsu. After hearing Akira's update, Minato looked serious. Fugaku, I owe you for reminding me. I've been a bit too lax in watching over Kushina lately. It's only right. If Akira hadn't reminded me, I wouldn't have thought of it either, Fugaku replied with a smile. Thank him for me, Minato said gratefully. As he watched Fugaku leave, Minato thought to himself, I really should tighten up Kushina's security. I'll reach out to the third Hokage and ask for help from his Anbu. Minato made his way to the counselors and explained his concerns briefly. This is indeed not a matter to overlook, Hiruzen nodded solemnly. I'll assign 2 Anbu squads to guard Kushina in rotation. Thank you, Lord Third, Minato said with a relieved smile, bowing in gratitude. Minato, a voice called out. It was Koharu Udatane, one of the counselors. I must caution you, the Uchiha clan can't be fully trusted right now. They have a history of attempting coups. It's fine to work with them, but when it comes to something as important as the Jinchuriki, you need to be cautious. Minato felt a flicker of irritation, though he kept his expression neutral. In his view, the Uchiha were a loyal and honorable clan. Despite the rebellion attempt under the second Hokage's rule, they had proven themselves over the years. Constantly doubting them after so long seemed unfair. Besides, Minato was confident he could keep any dissenting voices under control. He nodded. I understand. I'll make sure they don't get involved with Kushina. Koharu gave a satisfied nod. A certain level of vigilance is still necessary. The Jinchuriki's safety is no small matter. Exactly. Hamura, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. His gaze was intense as he addressed Minato. Kushina's protection is our responsibility, Minato. The Uchiha clan must not be allowed any involvement. With a tone as cold as her gaze, Koharu added, and I've heard Kushina has been spending time with Mikoto Uchiha. Minato, in these sensitive times, she needs to limit her contact with Mikoto. Now isn't the time for personal matters. Minato felt a twinge of helplessness but nodded. Understood. I'll speak with Kushina about maintaining some boundaries. Good. Don't let your guard down, Koharu said approvingly. As the months passed, the year reached July 51. At the end of the month, Fugaku's second son was born. Fugaku named the child Sasuke. The child's birth didn't cause much of a stir, life in Hidden Leaf Village remained calm. Half a year later, with the support of the Uchiha and the Inoshikacho clans, Minato was no longer merely the Hokage in name. He had gained full authority over Hidden Leaf Village. Finally, I've truly mastered the spirit transformation jutsu. Akira let out a long breath. After half a year of intensive training, he had finally reached mastery in this powerful, high-level S-rank jutsu. Now to test its practical use, he thought, making the necessary hand signs before sitting cross-legged. A faint, shimmering white light emerged from him, and in the next instant, a semi-transparent version of Akira stepped out of his physical body. This was Akira's spirit form. So this is the spirit state, Akira mused, gazing at his ethereal body. While his Sharingan still functioned, he noted that he couldn't perform any other jutsu. His form was surrounded by a soft white glow and felt almost weightless, as though he could reach any place in the world in an instant. A moment later, Akira's spirit form vanished, like a streak of light across the sky. In a flash, he had left Hidden Leaf Village. Once the spirit transformation jutsu transformed his spirit, he couldn't teleport, but he could travel at speeds almost comparable to light. When he reappeared, he was on the battlefield where Hidden Leaf Village had once clashed with Hidden Mist Village. Activating his sensory abilities, Akira began searching for the Six Tails. He had previously encountered the Six Tails and acquired some of its chakra, which meant that as long as it was still in the shinobi world, he could sense its presence with his spirit form. As I suspected, I can't sense the Six Tails anymore. It's likely been sealed into the Judo statue by Obito, Akira thought, unsurprised by the outcome. Well, then let's see if I can locate the Judo statue itself. He extended his senses further. Moments later, he detected a familiar chakra far off in the direction of the Land of Rain. The Judo statue's chakra was vast and overwhelming. In Akira's spirit sense, it was like an endless ocean, boundless and full of violent, frenzied intent. Incredible. Akira marveled. Even with just one tailed beast sealed inside, the Judo statue's power was enough to make Akira's heart race. Is that Obito? And the Six Paths of Pain? And Nagato? Akira's expression shifted subtly as he realized something unusual about Nagato. Since chakra from the Six Paths of Pain was linked to Nagato, Akira could identify him from his previous encounter. Something's different about Nagato's chakra now. It's similar to Obito's. Did he also transplant Hashirama's cells? Akira wondered, putting the pieces together quickly. In his sensory view, Nagato's chakra now had a similar vitality to Obito's. a quality he had only seen before in Hashirama's cells. So Nagato has regained full mobility, Akira thought, feeling a flicker of concern. Although he couldn't visually see what was happening, he could pinpoint Nagato's location. Judging by his speed, Nagato's legs had definitely recovered. It looks like Obito has given Nagato a major upgrade. This could be trouble if Nagato reaches his full potential. Akira mused. With the power of the Rinnegan, Uzumaki's vast chakra reserves, and the added strength of Hashirama's cells and wood style, Nagato's potential was now beyond anything Akira could predict. Chapter 55, Fate's Cruel Hand. After observing the scene, Akira immediately dismissed the idea of taking down his enemies in spirit form. The Pretapath of the Rinnegan could easily counter spirits, and with Nagato in peak condition, rushing in recklessly might spell disaster. Entering spirit form didn't make him invincible, nor could it ignore obstacles like the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Barriers could intercept or trap his spirit form, and the Rinnegan had powers to directly affect souls. Launching a surprise attack on a stationary Nagato held promise, but to assault him when he was fully capable, bolstered by Hashirama's cells and powerful abilities. Not worth the risk. Maybe targeting Obito is a better option, Akira mused, feeling a surge of anticipation. Obito didn't possess the Rinnegan, making a surprise attack on him potentially more feasible. Forget it, let's play it safe, he eventually decided. After all, he still had Obito's other Mangekyō Sharingan in his possession. With that, he was confident Obito would fall to him one day. But an attempt like this could only be used once. Fail, and there would be no second chance. Akira knew he had to strike at the perfect moment, ensuring there'd be no chance for Obito to recover. Now was clearly not the time. That's the 8 tails Jinchuriki. The 2 tails Jinchuriki. The 4 tails, and the 5 tails. They're all still here. Akira sensed the chakras of several Jinchuriki he recognized from the battlefield. He had memorized their chakra signatures, allowing him to identify them through his spirit form. If he hadn't familiarized himself with these particular chakras in advance, he wouldn't have been able to detect them now. Back in Hidden Leaf Village, Akira opened his eyes, returning to his physical body in his meditative position. He was pleased with his initial experiment with the spirit transformation jutsu. Perhaps Orochimaru got his inspiration for the living corpse reincarnation from this technique, Akira thought. Days turned into months, and soon October had arrived. I've finally mastered the sealing techniques from Kushina's training notes, Akira smiled, feeling a sense of achievement. He had acquired those notes more than half a year ago and had spent much of that time learning sealing techniques. While it was technically Kushina's notebook, it also contained insights from Minato, reflecting both of their thoughts and analyses on sealing techniques. Although it didn't include complete techniques, Akira could reverse engineer many of the seals after thorough study. Now, Akira's proficiency in sealing techniques was at a high level. There were few in all of Hidden Leaf Village who surpassed him in this field. Still, Minato and Kushina's mastery was beyond his reach. With the notes, he could figure out the 4-symbol seal, but he wasn't capable of combining 2 of them into the 8-trigram seal like Minato could. With my current skills, I can still seal away a tailed beast if needed, he thought. As thoughts of the tailed beasts crossed his mind, Akira remembered, if I'm not mistaken, Naruto's birth is set for this October. I wonder if Hidden Leaf Village's higher-ups took my warning seriously. The thought left him a bit uneasy. He decided to bring it up with Fugaku, so he could alert Minato to strengthen security. Akira went to the clan leader's residence and informed Fugaku of his concerns. Upon hearing him out, Fugaku gave a rare, wry smile and replied, Akira, let it be. The higher-ups are extremely wary of the Uchiha. Last time I spoke to Minato about this, he mentioned that Kushina's safety during childbirth was now in the hands of a few select high-ranking ninja. Her delivery is imminent, so our presence might do more harm than good. Is that so? Akira paused, then chuckled. Well, if that's how things stand, we'll leave it at that. We don't have much choice, Fugaku sighed, sharing in Akira's frustration. He'd done all he could, the rest would depend on Minato and Hidden Leaf Village's counselors. The days passed, and October 10th finally arrived. The 10th. Today is Naruto's birthday in the original timeline. Let's hope the butterfly effect is strong enough to prevent the 9 tails incident, Akira murmured to himself as dusk settled. Standing on his rooftop, he gazed at the clear, moonlit sky, ever vigilant and ready to act. Time ticked by until it was well past 9. Akira glanced at the full moon, letting out a breath of relief. Past 9. Seems like that disaster isn't going to happen after all. But fate had other plans. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a roar of fury echoed from the heart of the village. Akira spun around, his face darkening as he saw a colossal, mountain-like orange fox standing at the village's center. A pillar of dark red chakra shot skyward, gathering into ominous crimson clouds that spread across the sky. In an instant, All of Hidden Leaf Village was shrouded in a dense, red chakra fog, casting everything into a hazy glow. In the fox's eyes blazed a sinister Sharingan. It was clearly under a Genjutsu's control. Onlookers could see two figures standing on its enormous head. One wore a single-eyed mask with a tiger pattern, cloaked in black, a lone Sharingan gleaming in his eye. The other figure had red hair, a cold expression, and the distinctive purple Rinnegan glinting in his eyes. Boom! The massive Ninetales moved, rising onto its hind legs. Each swipe of its claws shattered the ground, reducing houses to rubble. The sounds of terrified screams filled the air. Damn it! Akira cursed under his breath as he sped toward the chaos. All around him, other high-ranking Uchiha had already burst from their homes, racing toward the Ninetales location. Chapter 56. The Ninetales breaks free. As Akira reached the gates of the Uchiha clan compound, he met up with Fugaku and several other clan members. Together, they sprinted toward the place where the Ninetales had appeared. Fugaku's face was grim. This was the worst-case scenario for the Uchiha clan. He had warned the village council, fully expecting them to keep the Jinchuriki under the strictest protection. But things hadn't turned out as he had hoped. Just as the group neared the Ninetales location, only about a kilometer away, 3 masked Anbu members appeared in front of them, blocking their path. The leader of the group spoke up. The Hokage has ordered that the Uchiha are to protect non-combatants during the evacuation. You are not permitted to engage on the battlefield. At these words, the Uchiha turned to Fugaku, their gazes seeking direction. Before he could respond, Akira stepped forward, his crimson Sharingan spinning as he glared at the 3 Anbu. Without giving them a chance to react, Akira unleashed his Sharingan's full power. Within seconds, the 3 Anbu fell under his Genjutsu, their expressions blank. Fugaku opened his mouth to say something but closed it, seeing the situation was under control. Akira demanded, "Who sent you?" "Lord Denzo," one of them replied, his voice hollow and mechanical. "So, you're passing off Denzo's orders as the Hokage's?" Akira pressed. "It was an agreement between Lord Denzo and the 3rd Hokage," the lead Anbu responded, still under the Genjutsu's influence. The Uchiha were assigned to protect the non-combatants. The Uchiha around them bristled with outrage. This assignment was a blatant insult to their clan. Falsifying the Hokage's orders. "Take them away," Akira ordered, looking at Tech Uchiha. "Tekka, keep an eye on them. The rest of us head for the battlefield." "Let's go," Fugaku shouted, leading the charge toward the battlefield. Without hesitation, the Uchiha followed Fugaku and Akira, racing toward the site of the Ninetales rampage. Soon, they arrived at the heart of the chaos. Hiruzen was there, leading a group of Hidden Leaf Village's elite jonin in a fierce struggle against the Ninetales. "Where's Obito? Did Minato take him away?" Akira scanned the battlefield with his Sharingan, but he saw only the Ninetales and Nagato. The Hidden Leaf Village shinobi were relentlessly attacking the Ninetales, but it was clear their jutsu weren't inflicting any real harm. The beast's chakra shield remained unbroken, no matter what they threw at it. Realizing the Uchiha had arrived, Hiruzen felt a glimmer of relief. Initially, he'd followed Denzo's suggestion to assign the Uchiha to evacuation efforts. But once he arrived at the scene and saw the Ninetales accompanied by a shinobi wielding the Rinnegan, he immediately regretted that decision. This unforeseen opponent had thrown all his plans into disarray. Just as Hiruzen moved to suppress the Ninetales, Nagato intercepted him, forcing Hiruzen to fall back. It was painfully clear the Hidden Leaf Village shinobi couldn't do any lasting damage to the beast. Their ninjutsu was barely scratching the Ninetales, as though it were nothing more than an itch. Now wasn't the time to question why the Uchiha had shown up. Hiruzen needed every ounce of power they could muster to subdue the beast. Akira and Fugaku exchanged a determined glance, then nodded to each other. In a flash, crackling electricity surged around Akira, his chakra flaring like a boiling cauldron. In the blink of an eye, he vanished. Nagato, locked in a brutal clash with Hiruzen, sensed the surge of chakra. His Rinnegan focused, and he shouted, "Shinro Tensei!" A massive repulsive force erupted, forming an invisible barrier around him. Boom! The air echoed with a deafening blast as Akira's fist, charged with immense power, slammed into the barrier. Nagato's eyes widened, struggling to believe someone could withstand his Shinro Tensei. Akira's chakra roared to life, crackling with energy. The force of his strike began to crack the barrier, the sound of shattering invisible walls reverberating across the battlefield. Not good. Nagato's Rinnegan pulsed, unleashing his full power. A blinding flash exploded from the clash, sending both Akira and Nagato flying back. Seizing the moment, Hiruzen transformed into a dark blur and leapt into the air, wielding the black staff formed from Enma's transformation. He aimed a crushing blow toward the place where Nagato had landed, perfectly timing his strike to coincide with Shinro Tensei's cool down. Nagato narrowed his eyes, extending his hand as thick, gnarled roots sprang from the ground, forming a massive wooden shield. He's mastered wood style as well? Hiruzen narrowed his eyes, increasing the strength of his swing. With a thunderous crash, Hiruzen shattered Nagato's wooden shield into splinters. But in that instant, Nagato used the shield's protection to put some distance between himself and Hiruzen. Earth style. Fire style, dragon flame bullet. Before Nagato could recover, Hiruzen's jutsu was upon him. A surging river of molten earth and a roaring fire dragon. Remaining calm, Nagato extended his hand. Blocking jutsu absorption seal. The oncoming river of earth and the fire dragon were absorbed instantly, vanishing without a trace. He can absorb ninjutsu? Hiruzen's eyes narrowed as he ceased preparing his next attack. Akira emerged from a pile of debris, steadying himself after the clash with Shinra Tensei. The impact had left him reeling, but he was ready to continue. Don't use ninjutsu against him, Akira, Hiruzen warned gravely. I understand. Akira nodded, his gaze fixed on Nagato with unwavering focus. The strength Nagato had shown was beyond their expectations. His growth was alarming. A tense standoff settled over the battlefield as Akira and Hiruzen faced Nagato. On the other side, Fugaku's Sharingan flared, his Mangekyō Sharingan activating with a complex, hypnotic pattern. He focused his gaze on the rampaging Nine Tails, unleashing the full power of his ocular jutsu. In an instant, the Nine Tails froze mid-attack, its eyes mirroring Fugaku's Mangekyō Sharingan pattern as it fell under his Ganjutsu. Hidden Leaf Village's shinobi erupted into cheers, seeing the mighty Nine Tails temporarily subdued. But the relief was short-lived. As the cheering subsided, a dark crimson aura of chakra erupted from the Nine Tails, swirling around it in a chaotic storm. Its eyes returned to their original slitted shape, breaking free from the Ganjutsu. Uchiha scum. Did you think your petty Mangekyō could control me? The Nine Tails roared, lifting a massive claw and bringing it down toward Fugaku with earth-shaking force. Chapter 57, The Nine Tails and Nagato Susanoo. Fugaku's eyes narrowed as the power of his Mangekyō Sharingan surged. A massive, dark yellow chakra burst from his body, forming a towering, skeletal figure that surrounded him in a protective shell. The 10-meter-tall Susanoo, though impressive, still appeared small beside the mountain-like presence of the Nine Tails. With a thunderous roar, the Nine Tails swung one of its massive claws, crashing down on Fugaku's Susanoo with overwhelming force, sending the protective chakra shell flying backward. Boom! The ground shook as the impact echoed across the village. Fugaku's Susanoo hurtled back hundreds of meters, demolishing houses along the way, reducing them to rubble. Yet, the Nine Tails wasn't done. It let out an excited roar and, without missing a beat, charged toward Fugaku, its massive steps shaking the earth. In a flash, it closed the distance. Roar! The beast's wild eyes glimmered with fury and a desire to crush the one who had dared try to control it, even if only for a moment. From within the rubble, Fugaku's Susanoo rose once more, expanding and transforming in seconds. The skeletal frame grew into a colossal, 20-meter-tall armored figure. Muscles and sinew of chakra wrapped around it, followed by layers of hardened tang armor, and a massive chakra sword formed in its hand. The fully formed third-stage Susanoo swung its sword down at the oncoming Nine Tails. Through the cloud of dust, a dark yellow sword energy sliced through the air, producing a low hum as it parted the wind. Shing! The Nine Tails' pupils contracted as it unleashed a fiery red chakra blast from its mouth to counter the strike. Boom! Boom! The two energies collided, triggering an explosion that shook the entire battlefield. Fugaku knew he couldn't give the Nine Tails any chance to gather its strength. The tailed beast bomb was powerful enough to break through even Susanoo's defense. His Susanoo surged forward, chakra sword swinging down again with blinding speed. But the Nine Tails was prepared. Its tails whipped out like massive tendrils, entangling the chakra sword and holding it back. The beast's mocking expression only intensified as it glared at Fugaku. Then, the Nine Tails opened its jaws wide, gathering an ominous blue and black chakra, the unmistakable signs of a tailed beast bomb forming in its mouth. Fugaku's eyes widened in alarm. Without hesitation, he formed another massive chakra blade in Susanoo's free hand and slashed downward at the Nine Tails' head. The blow came so swiftly, the beast barely had time to react. Boom! A blinding flash of light and heat erupted as the sword struck, sending waves of energy tearing through the ground. A towering mushroom cloud rose from the impact, and the entire village trembled. As the light faded, Fugaku's Susanoo returned to its skeletal form, his breathing labored, blood trickling from his eyes. Yet, the Nine Tails merely bore a few scorch marks, and they were already fading as its powerful chakra began to heal its injuries. Several dozen meters away, Fugaku's heart sank as he took in the scene. Where is Minato? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Fugaku knew that his power alone wasn't enough to face the Nine Tails head-on for long. Sage Art, Massive Rasengan. A powerful shout rang out as Jiraiya hurled a massive blue Rasengan, nearly 10 meters wide, toward the Nine Tails. Ridiculous. The Nine Tails growled, swinging its tails with brute force. In an instant, Jiraiya's Rasengan collided with a beast's tails, and the energy exploded, propelling Jiraiya back, carving a deep trail in the earth as he slid to a halt. Perched on his shoulders were the two elder toads of Mount Myabaku. So, this is Sage Mode? Impressive, but it seems unstable, Fugaku mused, observing how Jiraiya's transformation appeared incomplete without the help of the two toads. Little Jiraiya, how did the Nine Tails get loose? Asked Shima, the elder toad, eyeing the beast warily as Hidden Leaf Village's shinobi fought to contain it. And where's that Minato kid? Why isn't he here? Fukasaku, the other elder, chimed in with concern. Jiraiya shook his head. I'm not sure what's going on either. I was under house arrest until this all happened. Fukasaku looked over to where Fugaku's Susanoo clashed with the Nine Tails. Is that an Uchiha's Susanoo? Didn't think anyone could still wield that power in this era. Elders, I need your help. Normal jutsu barely scratched the Nine Tails, I'll have to use that sage art, Jiraiya said, glancing toward the chaos. You mean the sage art, Goemon? Shima and Fukasaku nodded, understanding. This was a potent composite jutsu, combining oil, wind, and fire sage arts into a single devastating technique. We should clear the Jonin out of the area, or they'll get caught up in it. Jiraiya thought, only to suddenly feel a tremor spreading through the ground. What is this? Wood style, at this scale? Jiraiya and the two toads turned, eyes wide, as massive tree roots burst from the ground, spreading in all directions and overtaking the battlefield. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Akira Uchiha darted nimbly between the roots, narrowly avoiding being ensnared. In moments, the battlefield transformed, becoming a dense maze of sprawling roots. The two combatants, along with Fugaku and Jiraiya, found themselves converging in the same space. Nagato. Jiraiya murmured, a flicker of recognition in his eyes as he looked at the figure walking toward them. He shook himself back to the present, his expression hardening. After nearly a year in confinement, he had come to terms with many things. The Nine Tails paused, narrowing its eyes as it observed the scene, especially the approaching figure. Its attention lingered on Nagato, tension filling the air. So, the Sage of Six Paths' eyes. I didn't expect to see them in this era, the Nine Tails thought warily. Its primal instincts sensed a deep, unsettling threat in those Rinnegan eyes. In that tense moment, a strange, uneasy standoff emerged between the three powerful factions. Chapter 58, Three-Way Standoff. You alright? Akira asked, looking intently at the breathless Fugaku. Fugaku was battered, his eyes bleeding slightly, and his clothes were charred and torn. I can keep fighting, it's nothing serious, Fugaku replied in a deep voice. Suddenly, the sound of something slicing through the air filled the silence. A figure, surrounded by a glowing green aura, sped toward them and landed nearby. Might Dewey glanced at Hiruzen and spoke with resolve. I'm sorry, Lord Hokage. I went against your orders. Hiruzen's orders had been clear. All Chunin and Geinin were to stay out of the front lines, focusing on evacuating civilians and maintaining safety. It's fine, Dewey, Hiruzen replied, shaking his head. This isn't the time to dwell on that. Akira looked at Hiruzen. I think we need to reassess our strategy for dealing with the Nine Tails and Nagato. At Akira's suggestion, all eyes turned to Hiruzen. Even though he had stepped down as Hokage, in critical moments, his words still held weight. Gripping the black staff Tenma, Hiruzen surveyed the Nine Tails and Nagato, then, after a brief moment of contemplation, said gravely, Nagato's Rinnegan allows him to absorb ninjutsu, rendering typical techniques useless. Taijutsu will work, and perhaps sage techniques, if we have any. He then looked toward the Nine Tails. The Sharingan of the Uchiha has a restraining effect on the Nine Tails, and the Rinnegan is even stronger. My suggestion is that Fugaku and Akira temporarily engage the Nine Tails while the rest of us focus our efforts on Nagato. Akira and Fugaku exchanged a look and nodded. Hiruzen's plan was sound. With their combined efforts, they might be able to subdue Nagato swiftly. As for the Nine Tails, Akira and Fugaku, with their Mangekyō Sharingan, had yet to reveal their full capabilities. Lord Hokage, Akira said, his gaze serious, if it comes to it, I'll use my Mangekyō's power to kill the Nine Tails. At his words, the others felt a chill. Akira's confidence hinted that his Mangekyō technique was deadly enough to kill the Nine Tails. The most formidable of the tailed beasts, a feat few Mangekyō Sharingan users could achieve. Hiruzen paused, then finally nodded. If it truly becomes necessary, kill the Nine Tails. If Hidden Leaf Village can't have it, then no one else should. While Hidden Leaf Village was preparing to deal with the Ninetales and Nagato, thoughts stirred in the minds of their opponents. This wood-style technique has a faint echo of Hashirama, the Ninetales mused, narrowing its enormous eyes as it watched Nagato standing among the sprawling forest. Memories of its past encounters with Hashirama flickered, reminding it of the strength that once forced it into submission. Its mind brimming with memories of the Rinnegan and wood style, the Ninetales felt a growing urge to retreat. Surrounded by enemies who could subdue it, facing the Rinnegan, wood style, and a powerful Uchiha, escaping became an enticing option. The Rinnegan was fearsome, but Nagato lacked the finesse of a true master, and the wood style here wasn't strong enough to bind it completely. If things get rough, I'll make a run for it. Hidden Leaf Village doesn't have anyone left who can catch me, the Ninetales resolved internally. Meanwhile, Nagato, sensing the increasing number of Hidden Leaf Village ninja and the presence of Hiruzen and others, grew wary. Despite his growth over the past year, he wasn't yet at his peak, and facing so many high-level opponents was daunting. In his recent clash with Hiruzen, he had realized the older man's strength might even surpass Hanzo's, especially with that black staff weapon of his. Where's Madara? Nagato wondered. Could he have been taken down by the fourth Hokage? Just then, he sensed movement beside him. Obito, wearing his tiger-striped mask, appeared, his cold gaze fixed on the direction of Hidden Leaf Village. Madara's chakra seems to be waning. Looks like he struggled against the fourth Hokage, Nagato speculated. Looking toward Hidden Leaf Village, he saw Minato no Mikaze, the fourth Hokage, arriving, carrying a red-haired woman, who, in turn, held a newborn child. So, another Uzumaki, Nagato noted, narrowing his eyes. It was his first time seeing another member of his clan. Elsewhere, those who noticed Minato's return looked relieved. Minato, how did it go over there? Hiruzen asked urgently. Minato, his face set, gazed warily at Obito, the masked man beside Nagato. The man calling himself Madara Uchiha possesses both wood style and the Mangekyō Sharingan. His space-time jutsu surpasses mine, and without a unique countermeasure, he's nearly unbeatable. Hiruzen's expression darkened. Is he really Madara? I don't think so, Minato replied, shaking his head. Though he countered my Flying Thunder God jutsu to a degree, he wasn't aware of my second stage. Reflecting on their fierce battle, Minato recalled that his opponent's knowledge of the Flying Thunder God jutsu had been dangerous, but ultimately he'd managed to break the Ninetales summoning contract and gain the upper hand. Even so, though he took a direct hit from the Rasengan, he didn't seem too badly hurt. Minato's expression grew stern as he continued to watch Obito. What's your plan, Minato? Hiruzen asked, realizing Minato might be their only counter to the masked man's space-time abilities. I'll handle him, Minato said firmly. I've figured out his abilities, and he bears my Flying Thunder God jutsu mark. When the moment's right, that imposter Madara won't escape. His gaze sharpened, his face hardened with a deadly resolve. Hiruzen smiled with a hint of relief. If the masked man bar Minato's Flying Thunder God mark, then victory was almost certain. Meanwhile, Akira and Fugaku exchanged a determined look. Chapter 59, Planetary Devastation. Fugaku turned to Minato, a serious expression on his face. Minato, there's something important I must warn you about. Minato met his gaze solemnly. Please go ahead, Fugaku. With a grim expression, Fugaku explained, the enemy, who calls himself Madara Uchiha, might be capable of using a forbidden technique called Izanagi. One of our clan's secret arts. This technique can turn a situation to the user's advantage, even avoiding death itself, by rewriting reality to favor them. The duration of the jutsu depends on the user's skill. Minato, you must stay vigilant and watch for the rat, boar, and ram hand signs. This knowledge had been shared in a brief, silent exchange between Fugaku and Akira Uchiha through Genjutsu just moments ago. Akira felt it essential that Minato understood the potential threat of Izanagi. Things couldn't be allowed to follow the original path, not if Minato was at risk of falling to Izanagi's deceptive power. There's a jutsu like that? Minato wasn't the only one unsettled. Hiruzen and Jiraiya also looked deeply concerned. Isn't there any technique to counter this? Hiruzen asked, his face darkening as he looked at Fugaku. Fugaku shook his head. No. This is one of the Uchiha clan's forbidden techniques, and the cost of using it is the Sharingan itself. Hiruzen fell silent. Fugaku, Minato continued in a grave tone, if this so-called Madara uses the technique, how long could he maintain it? I can't say for certain, Fugaku replied, shaking his head. The effects of forbidden techniques vary widely based on the user. However, given he possesses the Mangekyō Sharingan, he might sustain it for anywhere from 2 to 5 minutes. I understand. Minato took a deep breath, glancing over at Kushina, who was weak and breathing heavily as she cradled their newborn child. Seeing her like that, Minato's expression hardened. Everyone, we can't delay any longer. We must deal with the enemy and seal the Nine Tails once again. Kushina looked up. Minato, let Fugaku and the others drive the Nine Tails here. I can still help restrain it. Kushina. Minato's voice trembled slightly, words catching in his throat. While I still have strength left, let me help, Kushina said, her voice strained but resolute. Minato turned to Fugaku and Akira, his voice steady. I'll leave the Nine Tails to you both. We understand. Fugaku and Akira nodded in unison. Suddenly, the Nine Tails stirred. It opened its massive jaws, chakra swirling as black and blue energies rapidly condensed into a gigantic tailed beast bomb over 10 meters wide. Not good. Minato's eyes narrowed, and he vanished from his position, reappearing in the air directly in the tailed beast bomb's path. Flying Thunder God, guiding thunder. A vast net of teleportation seals spread out, swallowing the dark mass entirely. The next moment, an earth-shattering explosion filled the distance, as bright as a second sun, illuminating the battlefield in stark detail. The Night Tail squinted its eyes, taking in the blinding light, then turned and charged towards the edge of the village, trying to escape the conflict. Seeing this, Akira transformed into a streak of blue lightning and instantly appeared before the beast. Damn Uchiha! The Night Tails growled, swiping at Akira with a massive claw. The claw smashed down, ripping up roots and earth into a whirlwind of debris. The Nine Tails roared, only to stagger as a fierce blow struck its left paw, sending it reeling back. Arg! The Nine Tails howled in fury, swiping wildly at Akira as he darted around it, narrowly avoiding each attack. Minato watched from a distance, breathing a small sigh of relief. If Akira could hold off the Nine Tails, it would buy him enough time. Meanwhile, Obito Uchiha, his lone Sharingan gleaming with murderous intent, turned to Nagato. Nagato, I'll handle the fourth Hokage. You take care of the Leaf's forces. Be careful. I understand, Nagato replied solemnly. The battle erupted once more as Minato, Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and Might Dewey surged forward to confront Obito and Nagato. Within seconds, Minato and Obito flickered in and out of sight, taking their clash to a new battlefield. Jiraiya looked at Nagato, his heart heavy. Nagato, how did you end up like this? Have you forgotten everything I taught you? It's not too late to turn back. Nagato, his Rinnegan cold, glanced at Jiraiya. Sensei Jiraiya, I haven't forgotten what you taught me. Then why have you allied with someone like Madara? Why do this? Jiraiya demanded, anger flaring in his voice. It's precisely because of what you taught me, Nagato replied coldly. Your teachings, when put into practice, failed. Nagato. Jiraiya faltered, taken aback by the conviction in Nagato's voice. Sensei, Nagato said, his tone indifferent. When we meet on the battlefield, don't hold back. Our paths have diverged completely, and I've found the true path to peace. What exactly is your path to peace, Nagato? Jiraiya demanded, meeting Nagato's gaze. Are you targeting the tailed beasts? Nagato's face remained expressionless. Sensei, if you survive this day, you'll come to understand. Wood style, advent of a world of flowering trees. Nagato clasped his hands, and roots on the battlefield began to writhe and pulse, sprouting giant buds that bloomed into enormous flowers within seconds. Damn it, even a flower forest. Hiruzen muttered angrily. Don't breathe it in. Use wind style to blow the pollen away. The leaf shinobi responded immediately, summoning gusts of wind from all directions. Wind style, gale palm. Wind style, turbulent dance. Wind style, great breakthrough. A fierce windstorm tore through the battlefield, carrying the pollen far away. Nagato's Rinnegan narrowed as he watched. As expected, even this isn't enough against Hidden Leaf Village's elite. With a chilling glint in his eye, Nagato pressed his hands together. Then let's end this, once and for all. Planetary devastation. Chapter 60, Divine Power. A black sphere, no larger than a thumb, rose high into the sky from Nagato's clasped hands. Crack. Crack. As the black sphere ascended, a relentless cracking sound echoed across the battlefield. Massive tree roots tore through the earth, wrapped around enormous chunks of stone, and lifted them skyward. All around, debris floated up, as if gravity itself was unraveling, and it was impossible to gauge the true extent of this jutsu's reach. Many Hidden Leaf Village shinobi were caught in the immense pull, helplessly drawn upwards. Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and Yui felt the surge of gravitational force pulling them toward the sky as well. Even with their considerable strength, they could not resist it. The ground beneath them split and crumbled, and inch by inch, they too were pulled toward the heavens. Damn it! This is a sealing technique of the Rinnegan. Nearby, the Nine Tails also felt the force tugging at him. They were within the range of Nagato's planetary devastation. This planetary devastation may be nothing compared to the sage's, but it'll still be a hassle if I get pulled in. The Ninetales' mind raced as it prepared a powerful counterattack. It knew exactly where the weak point of this jutsu lay. Nearby, Akira halted his attack on the Ninetales, as he too was affected by the gravitational force. Seeing the growing sphere in the sky, his Sharingan flared red. He looked over at Fugaku and shouted, "Clan leader, aim for the black sphere in the sky." "I understand." Fugaku narrowed his eyes, channeling chakra into his right eye. With a steely gaze, he uttered, "Amaterasu." Boom. In an instant, the inextinguishable black flames of Amaterasu ignited on the black sphere, turning it into a massive ball of dark fire. It's no good. Amaterasu isn't burning fast enough. Noticing the gravity's relentless pull still intact, Fugaku's expression hardened as his skeletal Susanoo morphed into a half-bodied form. Seeing the black sphere ablaze, Hiruzen Sarutobi immediately understood what they were attempting. He shouted, "Everyone! Use your strongest jutsu to strike that sphere in the sky." With a swift hand sign, Hiruzen summoned 4 shadow clones. 5 elemental jutsu, wind, fire, lightning, water, and earth, surged into a single, powerful blast, hurtling toward the black sphere above. Sage Art, Go Aemon. Jiraiya, along with the 2 elder toads on his shoulders, unleashed a massive attack toward the gravitational core. The technique painted the sky a blazing red. Might Dewey had already opened the 7th gate, the Gate of Wonder. With a roar, he unleashed a flurry of punches. Daytime Tiger. A large white tiger surged forth, colliding with the burning gravitational core, adding another force to the assault. Meanwhile, Fugaku launched another attack, Yasaka Beads. The massive beads, infused with his chakra and formed from his Mangekyō Sharingan, flew at the gravitational core. The successive onslaughts struck the core, resulting in a massive explosion. Boom. Under the combined force of their attacks, the gravitational sphere shattered, sending fragments of black flame raining down like celestial fire. In moments, the entire ground below was ablaze with the black flames of Amaterasu. "Troublesome," Nagato muttered, frowning at the spreading black flames. Breaking the planetary devastation didn't surprise him, but the Amaterasu fire did. In this situation, even his wood style wouldn't be effective. "TCH, Amaterasu," scoffed the Ninetales, as a burst of powerful chakra surged from its body, creating a storm that cleared a large area of the black flames from the battlefield. Seeing the Ninetales' actions from a distance, Nagato's eyes gleamed. He clasped his hands and muttered, "Shinro Tensei." A forceful repulsive wave burst out, sending the surrounding Amaterasu flames flying outward. Many Hidden Leaf Village shinobi couldn't withstand it and were thrown back as well. Jiraiya and the others darted through the battlefield, dodging stray flames as best they could. Breathing heavily, Dewey turned to Hiruzen and Jiraiya. "Lord Hokage, Jiraiya, we can't keep dragging this out. We need to end this quickly, or the battlefield will only grow. Our Hidden Leaf Village shinobi are suffering too many losses." With that, Dewey unfastened his green vest, letting it fall to the ground. Hiruzen's eyes widened, instantly understanding Dewey's intent. "Dewey, you can't use that move. It's not time yet. Hokage-sama, there's no more time. Lady Kushina won't hold out much longer." Dewey shook his head, a faint smile on his face. "This is the moment my youth was meant for. I have no regrets. If anything, this is what I wanted all along." "Dewey, you." Jiraiya opened his mouth to protest but couldn't find the words. It was their lack of power that forced such desperate measures. Elsewhere, Minato and Obito clashed, each relying on their space-time techniques in a fierce, unending battle. Despite his frustration, Minato struggled to find an opening for a decisive blow against the man calling himself Madara Uchiha. "Minato, it's over," Obito taunted, grinning. "Kushina's life is hanging by a thread. You've lost your chance to defeat me. Your flying thunder god is completely exposed." Minato glanced toward the battlefield, obscured by the towering black flames of Amaterasu. Though he couldn't see the situation, he maintained his resolve. "Madara, it's too soon to decide victory. I believe in my comrades." "Oh? Then let's see how that works out." Obito sneered, hurling his chain at Minato. "Let's see indeed." Minato retorted, flinging a special kunai in response. Meanwhile, Akira moved beside Fugaku, both panting from the exertion. Their Sharingan eyes flashed as they communicated within a shared Ganjutsu. "Clan leader, we've reached the critical point. I'm going to attempt a direct assault on the Ninetales with my eye technique." Fugaku nodded. "How should I support you? I still have some chakra left. I can assist. Could you briefly control the Ninetales with your Mangekyō Sharingan?" Akira asked. "Barely, but I'll manage," Fugaku replied. The Ninetales, sensing their intentions, lunged at the two Uchiha, aiming to crush them beneath its massive claws. In an instant, Fugaku's Susanoo flared to life, growing from a skeletal frame into a fully armored warrior nearly 20 meters tall. Susanoo raised its sword, striking down on the Ninetales' massive claws, sending it reeling back several meters. Mangekyō Sharingan. In the next moment, Fugaku's Mangekyō Sharingan locked onto the Ninetales, momentarily freezing it in place. Seeing his chance, Akira's left eye transformed into the Mangekyō form, targeting the Ninetales' head. Kami. Chapter 61, The Ninetales loses a limb in plain sight. A series of swirling ripples began to distort the space around the Ninetales' head. It was as if a vortex had suddenly appeared on the surface of a calm lake. The fox's head twisted, nearly snapping under the pressure of the invisible whirlpool. Roar. The Ninetales let out a blood-curdling scream, its enormous body recoiling in fear. At the very last second, it managed to break free from Fugaku's Mangekyō Sharingan Genjutsu. It pulled its head out of Kamyu's range just in time. Space itself was twisting. The Ninetales felt a chill of terror. That attack just now, if it had landed, could have killed it outright. No defense of its own could withstand an assault like that. Seeing the Ninetales break free, Akira immediately shifted his strategy. He refocused his gaze on its front right leg, his left eye narrowing, channeling chakra and ocular power into his Sharingan. Akira was determined to cripple the fox's movement, knowing that if he succeeded, it would pose little threat even if drawn into Kamyu space. Only by some impossible stroke of luck would it fall onto Obito's phasing body within the Kamyu realm. Meanwhile, Fugaku's right eye locked onto the Ninetales' head, pouring chakra and ocular power into his right eye. Amaterasu. With a loud whoosh, intense black flames burst forth, engulfing the Ninetales' head. Fugaku's attack struck so fast that the fox couldn't evade. Roar. The Ninetales roared in anger as scarlet chakra gushed from its body like a geyser. The fiery black Amaterasu flames continued to burn until the fox swung its head around like a windmill, using its chakra to fling the flames away bit by bit. Soon, the flames dispersed, but before the Ninetales could breathe a sigh of relief, it noticed a swirling vortex forming around its right front leg. Roar. The fox let out a piercing scream as its massive body toppled forward. Akira's Kamyu attack had snapped the Ninetales' leg, severing it cleanly and causing it to crash heavily to the ground. Watching this, Fugaku couldn't help but marvel. So, this is Akira's ocular power? The ability to warp space. A truly remarkable jutsu. The Ninetales let out a roar filled with fear and anger. For a moment, it had genuinely thought it was going to die. Hearing the Ninetales' pained screams, those on the other battlefields couldn't help but glance toward the source of the sound. Although the field was cloaked in Amaterasu's black flames, they could still catch glimpses of the beast's fallen form. Hiruzen Sarutobi, hearing the Ninetales scream, felt a shiver down his spine. So, things have reached this point? Did Akira Uchiha's Mangekyō Sharingan Jutsu fail to kill it? On another front, Dewey, preparing to open the 8th gate, cracked a smile. Looks like they've given the Ninetales quite the beating. I'd better step it up on my end too. Nearby, Obito's eyes narrowed as he let Minato's attacks phase through him, glancing in the direction of the Ninetales' pained cries. It seems there's a powerful Uchiha on that battlefield who's given the Ninetales a serious wound. Madara, Minato said, his gaze steely as he addressed Obito. See? I told you. I trust my comrades in Hidden Leaf Village, Obito sneered. Hokage, you're celebrating too soon. Don't forget, once the Ninetales is extracted, Uzumaki Kushina is as good as dead. At this, Minato's gaze turned cold, his killing intent like a winter chill. Kushina was his greatest weakness. Suddenly, a change overcame him, orange markings appeared around his eyes as he entered Sage Mode. I may not use Sage Mode often, he said, but the power boost it grants is just what I need to finish this masked Madara off. With a thought, Minato sent a flurry of flying thunder god kunai hurtling toward Obito, each wrapped in razor-sharp wind chakra. Sage Mode, huh? Sensei, you've kept more than a few tricks up your sleeve. Obito thought, feeling a jolt of unease. He knew all too well the power boost of Sage Mode. Several times greater than normal. Sensei's speed. He is faster than before. Obito's heart sank as he allowed Minato's attacks to pass through him. I might try to use Izanagi to fake defeat and lure Sensei into a trap. Or maybe I'll just feign defeat myself. After clashing with Minato for a couple of exchanges, Obito made up his mind. I'll go with feigning defeat. If word about Izanagi's effect reached Hidden Leaf Village, Sensei might be on guard. Better to take a calculated risk with a surprise attack. In their first clash, he'd been outplayed by Minato's Flying Thunder God and had even been marked by it. At the time, he hadn't noticed, but after bonding with his Zetsu armor, the two chakras had blended enough for Zetsu to uncover the marking. With this newfound knowledge, Obito devised a bold plan, to use the marking itself as a weapon against his former teacher. You never imagined, Sensei, that your own flying thunder god mark would become the key to your downfall, Obito thought with a dark smile, confident in his ability to deceive. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield with the Nine Tails, Akira wiped a trail of blood from his left eye, smiling as he looked at the unsteady fox. With one leg down, taking the beast down had become far simpler. All that's left is to reseal the Nine Tails back into Kushina, then join Minato in dealing with Obito. Once Obito's out of the way, Nagato will be trapped with no way out. With this in mind, Akira's spirits lifted. If they could deal with Obito and Nagato, peace might finally be within reach. Chapter 62, The Strike of the Gate of Death. As the Nine Tails struggled to rise, Akira's eyes flashed with intensity, and the power in his left eye surged once more. In an instant, a spiraling ripple appeared at the base of the Nine Tails' right hind leg. With a roar that shook the heavens, the Nine Tails' leg twisted violently, snapping off and collapsing onto the ground. The sight of the Nine Tails was pitiful. It lay there with both its front and hind right legs severed at the base. Blood gushed from the wounds like a crimson waterfall, pooling into a small, scarlet lake. Within this lake of blood, red bubbles emerged, and trails of tailed beast chakra rose, transforming into a mist that drifted into the air. Not far from the scene, Akira clutched his eye, feeling an intense pain. This was the second time he'd used Kami, and now, for the first time, he felt real agony. Although the chakra drain wasn't overwhelming, the searing pain in his eye was nearly unbearable. Even his usual tolerance, which could withstand gouging out his own eye, was tested to its limit. After a few gasping breaths, Akira sensed the excruciating pain in his eye slowly begin to subside. When he regained his composure, he looked down at the now helpless Nine Tails, nodding to himself. With this, the Nine Tails has lost all ability to move. At that moment, the sound of footsteps approached. Fugaku arrived at Akira's side, staring at the fallen beast. What do we do now? Even like this, we'll need to guard the Nine Tails closely. We can't all head off to help Minato and the others. Clan leader, let's bring the Hokage's wife over here and seal the Nine Tails back immediately. As for the rest. Akira suddenly turned, looking sharply toward the distant battlefield where Sarutobi Hiruzen and others were fighting. Though it was far from them, he could feel an immense, terrifying aura surging toward them like a tidal wave, bending even the black flames of Amaterasu's firewall under its pressure. That is. Fugaku's face paled as he looked in the same direction. Such a fearsome presence. Is that the eighth gate, the gate of death? In the distance, a rolling shockwave pressed the flames of Amaterasu close to the ground as a brilliant red light shot up into the sky. The unmistakable source was Might Dewey. Akira murmured, such terrifying power. Eighth gate of death? Muttered Obito, locked in combat with Minato, watching the unfolding scene with alarm. He knew that nightfall was approaching, making it even harder to retreat. No choice. Nagato, you're on your own now. Obito's eyes narrowed as he briefly glanced at Minato, who was waiting for an opening. He thought, the world Nagato's trying to create might hold some chance for me too. Meanwhile, Nagato's face turned pale as he looked at the blood-red steam radiating off of Dewey's body. The aura of death surrounded him from every direction, and he knew that if he couldn't defend himself against this strike, survival was out of the question. All his chakra is gathered in his heart. The eighth gate of death, only one strike. Nagato's eyes narrowed, and he braced himself. Facing Dewey, who was preparing to unleash his final attack, Nagato released all his chakra in a roar, wood-style, tree world wall. A rumbling sound echoed as the ground split open, and thick, interwoven tree roots formed 5 massive walls between Dewey and Nagato. However, even this formidable barrier brought Nagato no sense of security. With a shift in his hand seals, he shouted, "Wood shield, barrier." A massive, grotesque shield resembling a demonic face emerged from the earth, closing around Nagato to shield him completely. In the span of a few heartbeats, Nagato unleashed 2 advanced wood-style techniques. At that same moment, Dewey completed his preparations. Glaring at the towering wall of wood before him, blood-red steam burst from his body, and he let out a low growl, "Night guy." A blinding red light erupted on the battlefield. In an instant, the seemingly unbreakable wooden walls shattered like paper, leaving a massive hole in their wake. With a deafening crash, the red streak of light pierced through all 5 walls, slamming directly into the demonic, fang-faced shield. Boom. The resounding explosion echoed across the entire battlefield, audible throughout the Hidden Leaf village. The barrier was said to be the ultimate defense of Hashirama Senju, once able to withstand Madara Uchiha's blade without a scratch. But Dewey's power, though not on par with Madara's Susanoo, was overwhelming compared to Nagato's skill in the technique. Cracks spiderwebbed across the demonic shield surface, ready to shatter at any moment. Seeing the impending collapse of his shield, Nagato pressed his hands together, unleashing the full power of his Rinnegan. Shinra Tensei. With a shattering crack, the barrier finally broke, colliding head-on with the powerful force of Ryui's red-hot strike. Though weakened after piercing through Nagato's numerous defenses, the red aura still clung to Ryui, his blood-red steam enveloping him as he pressed forward. Nagato, now struggling, his face twisted in concentration, grit his teeth as he felt the full force of the attack. Damn! Nagato's eyes widened, his body twisting to evade the attack. With another deafening crash, the force from Ryui's red-hot foot struck Nagato's left chest. He coughed up blood as his body was sent flying, crashing into a pile of rubble. Amid the rubble, Nagato lay with a large depression in his chest, blood pouring from his mouth, though he remained alive, albeit severely injured. Having transplanted Hashirama's cells, his recovery and resilience were greatly enhanced, and Ryui's attack, having lost strength after passing through several barriers, could no longer kill him. Nearby, Ryui's body lay charred, lifeless, wisps of white steam rising from him. Seeing this, Hiruzen and Jiraiya acted immediately, rushing toward the rubble where Nagato lay. Now was the perfect opportunity to take down Nagato and not let Ryui's sacrifice be in vain. Summoning Jutsu. From within the rubble came Nagato's weakened voice. With a puff of smoke, 6 figures leaped from the smoke, surrounding and shielding Nagato. It was the 6 paths of pain. Close enough that they didn't need to set up a signal tower. One of the figures, an orange-haired woman, pressed her hand to the ground. Summoning Jutsu. A massive, large bird-like creature emerged from the smoke, carrying Nagato away toward Obito's location. Chapter 63, The Battle's Turning Point. Nagato, badly injured, was rushing toward Obito's location on the massive bird, while the remaining 6 paths of pain stayed behind to fend off Hiruzen and Jiraiya. He knew that if he stayed, there was a high chance that Hiruzen and Jiraiya would take the opportunity to finish him off in his weakened state. 8 gates. Even a mere Genin is capable of this level of power. Nagato muttered, clutching his chest as he struggled to breathe. On the battlefield below, Hiruzen and Jiraiya had engaged in fierce combat with the 6 paths of pain. Giant Rasengan. Jiraiya, wielding an enormous Rasengan, lunged at the Deva path, aiming to crush him. Preta path. The burly Preta path leapt in front of Deva, lifting his hands to absorb the massive Rasengan in Jiraiya's grasp. As he did, the powerful Rasengan visibly shrank, drained by the path's chakra absorption. Seeing this, Hiruzen swung his black staff Tenma at the Deva path, his strength sending the staff rocketing toward them. The Deva path stepped forward, stretched out his arms, and commanded, Shinro Tensei. An invisible force burst forth, sending Jiraiya hurtling backward. Yet, Hiruzen's staff held firm, blasting through the barrier and pushing the Deva path back several paces. Damn, that old man is strong. Nagato's eyes widened, realizing he had underestimated Hiruzen's strength. Is that all you've got? Hiruzen narrowed his eyes, and with a low growl, his chakra flared, amplifying his power. Muscles rippled under his armor as he swung Enma with renewed force, shattering the force field and striking the Deva path, sending him tumbling into a pile of rubble. With a sweeping blow, Hiruzen's staff struck Preta path with such force that his body twisted grotesquely and fell motionless. Summoning Jutsu. A plume of smoke erupted as Animal Path summoned 4 colossal creatures. A 3-headed hellhound, a rhino, a crab, and a chameleon. The creatures surged forward, offering the remaining paths a momentary reprieve. Despite the temporary distraction, the beasts were soon vanquished under the relentless onslaught of Hiruzen and Jiraiya's synchronized attacks. Casting a glance toward Nagato, who was inching closer to the battleground where Minato and Obito clashed, Hiruzen took a deep breath. Humphrey. Without a puppet to absorb ninjutsu, let's see how you handle this. 4 shadow clones materialized beside him. 5 elements. Simultaneously, Hiruzen and his clones unleashed a torrent of elemental attacks. Wind, fire, earth, lightning, and water. Rushing forward in a massive wave, consuming the surrounding wasteland in a violent tsunami of raw energy. Meanwhile, Jiraiya unleashed his own technique. Sage Art, Go Amen. A devastating combination of oil, fire, and wind. The deadly blast was as formidable as Hiruzen's. The Deva path strode forward, inhaling deeply before extending his hands. Shinra Tensei. The invisible force surged forth again, splitting apart Hiruzen's and Jiraiya's combined attacks, creating a shield that held firm against the incoming storm of jutsu. Behind him, the remaining paths. Asura, Animal, Human, and Naraka. Scattered, aware that grouping together would only spell disaster. But their retreat came too late. Sage Art, Giant Rasengan. From above, Jiraiya, wielding an enormous blue sphere of energy, drove it down onto the animal path. At the same moment, Hiruzen swung his staff at Azura Path, who was forced to halt and defend. With immense speed and force, Jiraiya's Rasengan crashed into the animal path, creating a deep crater where his body lay still. Though Hiruzen didn't manage to take down the Azura Path, he immediately turned his sights on the Deva Path, who was caught in the cooldown of Shinra Tensei and unable to react. As the Enma staff descended, a puff of smoke erupted, and the Deva Path, along with the remaining paths, vanished. "Damn it," Hiruzen muttered in frustration. They broke the summoning. Nagato, aware that his weakened state made it impossible to fully utilize the 6 paths, had chosen to withdraw rather than risk losing them all. As a bird carried him to the edge of the battlefield where Obito and Minato clashed, he breathed a sigh of relief. It would take Hiruzen and Jiraiya time to reach him here. The moment the animal path dissipated, a bird vanished as well. Yet, undeterred, Nagato formed a quick series of seals mid-fall. Summoning jutsu. In a flash, a bird reappeared, and Nagato continued to circle the battlefield. Minato noticed Nagato lurking at the edge and immediately shifted his tactics. With a determined expression, he hurled several flying thunder god kunai toward Nagato. Watching the incoming kunai, Nagato took a deep breath and clapped his hands together. Shinra Tensei. The kunai clinked and flew off course under the expanding force of Shinra Tensei. A glint of golden light flashed as Minato dodged Obito's wood-style spike and appeared at a distance. Without hesitation, he unleashed another barrage of flying thunder god kunai, each one charged with wind nature chakra. It was clear that his priority was to eliminate Nagato. Nagato is critical. I can't let him die here, Obito thought, narrowing his eyes. But perhaps his presence could be useful. If I time this right, I can use him to finish off Sensei and secure Nagato's loyalty. Damn. Nagato's face twisted in alarm as Minato's relentless teleportation closed the gap. Despite his best efforts to evade, each Shinra Tensei cooldown left him vulnerable for a crucial 5 seconds. After another Shinra Tensei cooldown, Nagato sensed an attack from behind. Turning, he saw a flying thunder god kunai speeding toward him, filling him with an intense sense of dread. Chapter 64, The Sacrificial Gambit. Just when Nagato thought it was the end for him, Obito Uchiha appeared at his side out of nowhere. Obito reached for Nagato, intending to pull him into the Kamui space. Perfect timing. Minato Namikage's eyes flashed coldly at the sight. He knew that to absorb someone, Obito had to be fully tangible. An opening he could exploit. In the next instant, Minato, holding his flying thunder god kunai infused with wind chakra, vanished. Splat. Blood sprayed in front of Nagato's eyes in a vivid crimson arc. Minato had struck Obito's shoulder with the wind-infused kunai, slicing open a deep wound. Ugh! 2 gasps of pain echoed. One from Obito, who was in the middle of absorbing Nagato, and the other from Minato, who had just torn through half of Obito's body. At that same moment, a sharp wooden spike stabbed into Minato's left chest, while countless jagged roots burst from behind him. This wooden spike was a Burame's wood-style, piercing plant jutsu, striking at Minato just as he injured Obito. Much like Obito's need to be tangible during absorption, Minato was also vulnerable when launching an attack. Madara sacrificed himself to save me? Nagato's face showed utter disbelief as he was dragged into the Kamui space. What a cunning plan. Using Nagato as bait to lure me in. Minato coughed up a mouthful of blood. Summoning the last of his strength, he activated the Flying Thunder God Jutsu and disappeared. Though the so-called Madara Uchiha was seriously injured, Minato had been watching closely and saw no signs of Izanagi. This meant that the Madara just now had indeed taken a real injury. After Minato vanished, Obito also spat up a mouthful of blood. Half of his body was practically torn apart. A grievous wound. This time, I win, sensei. He muttered in pain, with a hint of satisfaction, and transported himself into the Kamui space. Despite his cells from Hashirama Senju, even Obito needed immediate treatment for such an injury to survive. On the other side, Minato appeared next to Uzumaki Kushina. His face was pale, he could feel his life force rapidly fading. The wood-style, piercing plant jutsu had almost hit his heart, but he barely managed to shift, avoiding instant death. He pulled out an intricately patterned talisman and placed it on his forehead. Thick sage chakra flowed from the talisman, filling him with a warm, white energy. This was a sage talisman, a rare creation from Mount Myabaku. Only true sages could craft them, and it was rumored that Mount Myabaku possessed a genuine talisman capable of resurrecting the dead. However, the one Minato had was only an imitation, though still powerful. While it couldn't fully heal his current injuries, it could extend his life a bit. Just enough for him to complete his last tasks. There's no way I can make it. A few minutes at best, he murmured. Kushina. Kushina's face was streaked with tears as she looked at him in his weakened state. Kushina, don't cry. We still have work to do. Minato smiled faintly, casting a glance at the child in her arms. I've entrusted the future to Naruto. Our son will surpass us and become a great shinobi. Minato. Kushina sobbed, gazing at him as he endured the pain. Bearing the agony, Minato lifted her into his arms, vanishing once more. When they reappeared, they were by Fugaku Uchiha and Akira Uchiha. Seeing Minato in such a state, Fugaku and Akira were visibly shaken. Minato, you. Fugaku moved to support him. Fugaku, Akira, now isn't the time. Minato looked at them gravely. Madara is gravely injured. Help me seal the Nine Tails into Naruto. Not far away, the enormous Nine Tails lay sprawled on the ground, its massive body pinned down. To avoid having Akira snap another leg, it lay there like a giant cat, head turned toward them, eyes flashing with mocking glee. Turnabout is fair play, eh? The Nine Tails sneered, chuckling. None of the four paid it any mind. Akira took Naruto from Kushina's arms and laid him on a large rock. Struggling to stand, Kushina looked from Naruto to Minato's pale face, her heart heavy with sorrow. Today was supposed to be a joyous occasion. Suddenly, Akira's eyes widened as he turned sharply toward the Nine Tails. At that exact moment, the beast sprang to its feet. What? How did the Nine Tails regrow 2 legs? Fugaku's eyes widened with shock. Indeed, 2 new legs had formed, while the previously snapped legs lay motionless on the ground. Rap! The Nine Tails let out a triumphant roar. In the next moment, an intense, dark red chakra erupted from the severed legs, forming twin beams of light shooting into the sky. Then, the blood that had pooled on the ground began writhing, encasing the severed legs, which grew into massive, scarlet spheres. The atmosphere was thick with life energy as the spheres pulsed. The transformation happened so quickly that Fugaku and Akira had no time to react. Damn it! When did the Nine Tails plant this trick? Fugaku's face darkened, realizing they had been outwitted by the beast. Boom! Boom! The crimson spheres exploded, releasing a storm of malevolent chakra that pushed Amaterasu's flames flat against the ground. From within the chakra storm emerged 2 small Nine Tails, identical to the original but about 20 meters tall each. Can the Nine Tails really do this? Akira, taken aback, realized this was outside his knowledge. Ha! The Nine Tails let out an exultant roar. Uzumaki Kushina, Minato no Mikaze, you damn Uchihas. Now let's see what you'll do. Kushina and Minato were gravely wounded, nearly spent. Fugaku's chakra was almost depleted after the prolonged battle, and Akira had exhausted his Mangekyō techniques. Confident it had an advantage, the Nine Tails grinned inwardly, thinking, the great Kurama's got this one in the bag. Chapter 65, The Division of the Nine Tails. Nine Tails, don't get ahead of yourself. As long as I'm here, you won't have free reign. Kushina's gaze turned steely as the sound of clanking metal filled the air. Chains materialized behind her, extending and weaving through the air. The Nine Tails' smug laughter abruptly halted as the chains closed in. Recognizing the danger, it bolted across the battlefield, but Kushina's cold voice echoed, too late. In the next instant, the Nine Tails felt a tightness wrap around its body, pulling it off balance and sending its mountain-like form crashing to the ground. In mere moments, the chains bound the Nine Tails, wrapping around it like a tightly tied package. Curse this damned adamantine ceiling! The Nine Tails roared in frustration, damn you, Uzumaki clan! Damn you, Kushina Uzumaki! I will not be subdued! It struggled furiously, but with every movement, Kushina's face grew paler, the chains showing signs of strain. Seeing this, Kushina had no choice but to retract the chains pursuing the 2 smaller Nine Tails fragments, directing them to reinforce her hold on the main body. With the additional chains wrapping tighter, the Nine Tails thrashing finally ceased. This sealing technique was one of the Uzumaki clan's exclusive arts, a power either awakened by birth or learned over time, perfected to counter the tailed beasts. Kushina coughed lightly as she secured the Nine Tails, her face pale. Looking over to Fugaku and Akira, she spoke, Fugaku, Akira. I'll leave the 2 small fragments of the Nine Tails to you. My guess is that it divided part of its consciousness into these fragments, creating separate beings from its own body. The Nine Tails can really do that? Akira asked, almost reflexively. Kushina managed a weak smile. The Nine Tails chakra holds immense life force. Tailed beasts are beings of pure chakra, after all. Dividing its consciousness isn't too difficult. Likewise, creating these fragments of itself isn't out of its reach. Please, take care of the rest, Kushina continued, looking at Minato. Minato, let's seal the Nine Tails into Naruto now. Like Minato, she had faith in their child, in the village, and in her friends to care for Naruto, allowing him to grow up healthy. She had already steeled herself for what was to come. Minato nodded, bending with difficulty to lift Naruto before he and Kushina walked toward the fallen Ninetales. Exchanging a glance, Akira and Fugaku swiftly rushed toward the two smaller Ninetales fragments, each planning to break the adamantine ceiling. Mangekyō Sharingan. Their gazes sharpened, and their eyes turned crimson, meeting the eyes of the fragments. The two creatures froze in place, their eyes transformed into the same Mangekyō pattern. Though their Mangekyō Sharingan couldn't hold the true Ninetales for long, these fragments were far weaker mentally. Controlling them with Genjutsu wouldn't be an issue. Meanwhile, on the battlefield's edge, a break in the wall of Amaterasu flames appeared, and the blazing flames flowed like water into a scroll on the ground. In short order, the majority of the fire had been absorbed. Beside the scroll, Jiraiya and Hiruzen looked anxiously into the clearing. Their eyes widened in shock as they took in the scene, and without hesitation, they leapt through the gap, rushing toward Minato and Kushina. Minato. If only I had arranged better defenses, taken greater precautions. Hiruzen's voice quivered, filled with regret as he saw the gruesome wound on Minato's back. Jiraiya looked as though he'd lost a piece of himself. Minato. If I had stayed by your side while Kushina was giving birth. Sensei, Lord Third, it's not your fault. You both did everything you could. Minato managed a faint smile, a hint of guilt in his eyes. In my battle with the masked man, I underestimated him. He set the stage perfectly. And he managed to outplay me. Minato, you did everything you could. None of this is on you. Hiruzen sighed deeply, his heart aching. To lose such a promising young leader was a devastating blow. Jiraiya, desperate, turned to the two great toad sages on his shoulders. Is there really no way to save him? No, Shima shook her head, visibly saddened by the loss of such a talented summoner. Sensei. Minato looked at Jiraiya. Thank you, but it's time. Minato. Jiraiya's spirit seemed to wane, his vitality dimming. Minato was his chosen one, his hope, the one he thought would fulfill the prophecy. Straining to keep a smile, Minato joined Kushina as they reached the bound Ninetales. They stood side by side, facing the beast. Watching the couple, Akira could only sigh helplessly. He knew Kushina could survive if they sealed the Ninetales back into her. But both Kushina and Minato understood there was no way for Minato to live through this night, and without him, Kushina felt no drive to keep on living. They had made their choice, and nothing he could say would change their minds. Kushina turned her gaze toward the struggling Ninetales, her voice cold. Ninetales, stop your pointless struggle. You know you can't escape my adamantine ceiling. Kushina. Minato broke the silence. I won't make it, but you can stay with Naruto as he grows up. Minato. Tears filled Kushina's eyes. Naruto needs you, Kushina, Minato said softly, smiling despite his pain. He's already lost his father. He can't grow up without his mother. A childhood without a mother. It's bleak, Kushina. Promise me, you'll live. I will, Minato, Kushina whispered, nodding firmly, tears streaming down her face. I'll be there for Naruto. You can rest assured. Chapter 66, The Ninetales' Revenge. Not far away, Akira overheard their conversation, feeling somewhat surprised. He had thought that with Minato's inevitable passing, Kushina would also choose to leave this world. But unexpectedly, she had listened to Minato's words and decided to continue living. Well, at least after all that has happened, there's some difference in the outcome, Akira thought to himself. But what will Minato do next? If he doesn't use the dead demon-consuming seal, how does he plan to split the yin and yang halves of the Ninetales? Or will he reseal its whole form? Or maybe just a fragment of the Ninetales is enough? Lost in thought, Akira studied the couple, his mind churning with possibilities. The dead demon-consuming seal was a forbidden technique. Using it would mean the Shinigami would devour the target's soul. In this case, the yin half of the Ninetales would be swallowed by the Shinigami. Akira found it a steep price to pay, especially since the fragment would be taken beyond reach, disappearing from the living world. Kushina turned to Minato, asking, Minato, what do you plan to do? Without much hesitation, Minato replied, I'll seal the main body of the Ninetales into our child and place the fragment in you. The fragment will be enough to keep me alive, Kushina nodded. But, Minato, don't you think this is too much of a burden for our child? We have no other choice. Minato shook his head grimly. Inside that Sharingan of Madara Uchiha's lies an unimaginable darkness. I have a feeling that to stand a chance against him, we'll need the power of the Ninetales. And then there's Nagato. He's an enormous threat too. The Rinnegan, eyes that once belonged to the Sage of Six Paths. If fully unleashed, they hold godlike power. Kushina fell silent, a hint of sorrow in her gaze as she looked at Minato. Minato, you're a pretty lousy father, you know that? He's just been born, and you're already giving him this weight to carry. Roar. Just then, a deafening roar shook the area as the Ninetales surged with ferocious energy, struggling more violently than ever before. Kushina's face turned pale, the chains encircling the beast clanking under the strain, pulled taut to their limit. Ninetales, stop struggling. Kushina's voice broke off as a scarlet chakra tendril shot up from the ground, piercing her abdomen, leaving a massive, bleeding wound. In the next instant, the tendril dissipated, scattering into nothingness. The sudden attack left everyone in shock. They hadn't expected the tightly bound Ninetales to still have such a move left. Haha. How does it feel? The Ninetale sneered, his laughter echoing through the air. This is the taste of my long-planned revenge. Before anyone else could react, the chains of the adamantine ceiling chains tightened further, suspending the Ninetale's midair, entirely immobilizing it. Minato. Kushina whispered, blood pouring from her lips as she gazed at him with a resigned sadness. I won't be there to watch Naruto grow up. Minato sighed deeply, his voice low. Kushina. As he spoke, he began forming a sequence of hand signs, chanting, 8 trigram sealing style. In the next moment, countless black sealing markings radiated from him, spreading across the massive form of the Ninetales like a web. The markings transformed into an intricate 8 trigram seal that covered the entire beast. Only the Ninetale's eyes could move now, watching in terror as the seal tightened around him, its enraged roar echoing one final time, Minato. With that, the seal closed in, forming a solid black sphere around the beast, faint red light flashing from within. The sphere began to shrink as it floated toward Naruto, condensing until it was the size of a fist. Hovering above Naruto for a brief moment, the black sphere then descended into his abdomen. A burst of red light erupted as the sphere disappeared into Naruto, and an 8 trigram seal took shape on his belly, before quickly fading from view. The seal complete, Minato and Kushina knelt on the ground, their life force fading as they looked lovingly at their newborn son. Minato glanced at the 4 approaching figures. Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Fugaku, and Akira. Speaking with a weak voice, he said, Lord 3rd, Jiraiya-sensei, Fugaku, Akira. Please, look after Naruto for us. I'm sorry to burden you all. We will protect Naruto, Hiruzen answered firmly. Tears flowed down Jiraiya's face as he nodded, choked with emotion. Fugaku's expression was somber as he nodded in agreement, and even Akira felt a pang of sadness at the scene before him. Please. Keep Naruto's identity a secret. I have too many enemies. They may come after him. Tell him who he is only when he's strong enough to protect himself. Minato's voice grew fainter as he spoke his final words. As for the remaining fragments of the Ninetales, 3rd Hokage, Jiraiya-sensei, Fugaku, Akira. I'll leave them to you. And with that, Minato fell silent, his head bowed. The 4 remaining shinobi knew that the leaf's yellow flash, the 4th Hokage, had passed. With Minato's departure, Kushina's life also faded, and she too fell still. The 4 men looked at the couple's lifeless forms, sadness filling the air, especially in Hiruzen and Jiraiya's sorrow-filled gazes. Fugaku watched in silence, his hopes for the future scattering like dust. Akira, too, sighed, reflecting on the inevitable conclusion they'd reached. Let's discuss how to handle the remaining fragments of the Ninetales, Hiruzen finally said, his voice heavy with weariness. Chapter 67, The Jinchuriki. In this tense gathering, only one person held the standing and authority to address this topic. With him present, it was inappropriate for anyone else to speak up. Seal it away. After all, it's still part of the Ninetales and carries its power, Akira stated firmly. Hiruzen nodded, pleased with this answer. But who will be chosen as the Jinchuriki? Becoming a Jinchuriki requires someone with exceptional strength and resolve. Who in the village has that potential? Jiraiya, lowering his voice, said, wasn't there someone from the Uzumaki clan that Akira recently brought back? I heard she had a child a few months ago. The Uzumaki are well suited to being Jinchuriki. Hiruzen shook his head. I know about Uzumaki Rika, but she only just arrived in Hidden Leaf Village. We don't fully understand her background yet. What about her daughter, Karen Uzumaki? A newborn can hardly be a spy with ulterior motives, Jiraiya suggested, despite his recent confinement. He still kept up with events in the village. Being the 3rd Hokage's student had its privileges. Hiruzen considered this but hesitated. Trusting someone who had only been in Hidden Leaf Village a short time wasn't easy. At that moment, Akira and Fugaku exchanged glances, entering a world of Genjutsu for a private conversation. Clan leader, why not let Sasuke become the Jinchuriki for a part of the Ninetales? Akira suggested. Better to be prepared. The power of the Ninetales is the closest to the Tentales. If we can wield that power, it'll save us from scrambling later when we might need it. Fugaku looked shocked. Sasuke? Does he even have what it takes? Becoming a Jinchuriki isn't something just anyone can handle. Don't underestimate Sasuke, Akira assured him. With his abilities, he can more than handle becoming a partial Jinchuriki for the Nine Tails. Sasuke, after all, was the reincarnation of Indra's chakra. His potential was undeniable. But why Sasuke? Fugaku asked, his curiosity piqued by Akira's reasoning. With the fourth Hokage gone, Hiruzen will likely return to power. And as he ages, Denzo will only grow bolder. The Uchiha clan needs a way to keep Denzo and the other leaders in check, Akira explained. A fragment of the Nine Tails might not be enough to intimidate Denzo or the council, Fugaku said, shaking his head. Unlike the original beast, the split Nine Tails could still be managed by others. This is just one of our strategies. The Uchiha need more cards to play. We can't let our hand grow weaker over time, Akira continued. The fourth Hokage, along with his wife and Might perished. They've lost 3 major assets. After our recent confrontation, they must start seriously considering the Uchiha's proposals. Fugaku nodded. If that's the case, then we'll let Sasuke become a Jinchuriki for one of the Nine Tails fragments. And the other fragment? Fugaku asked. Let the village decide. If they can't find anyone else suitable, I'll step up to take on the role, Akira offered without hesitation. You? Fugaku was taken aback. Akira's willingness was unexpected. The conversation ended as they emerged from the Genjutsu world. Akira stepped forward and addressed Hiruzen and Jiraiya. Lord Third, Jiraiya, I have a candidate, Akira said. Oh? Hiruzen looked at him, intrigued. Please, go ahead. Clan leader Fugaku's second son has the qualifications to become a Jinchuriki, Akira suggested. Fugaku also stepped forward. For the village's sake, I am willing to let Sasuke take on the responsibility of becoming a Jinchuriki. Hiruzen's expression shifted as he fell into thought. What are they planning? Are they aiming to control the Nine Tails' power? He hesitated, instinctively wanting to reject the proposal. But the words wouldn't leave his mouth. First, the village currently lacked a suitable candidate to bear the responsibility. Second, the power that the Uchiha had recently demonstrated was formidable. Within Hidden Leaf Village alone, there were 2 Uchiha who had achieved Kage-level strength. And Shizue Uchiha, renowned for his body flicker jutsu, was stationed at the border. The Uchiha clan possessed at least 3 Kage-level fighters. Their suggestions couldn't be dismissed lightly. Hiruzen began, but was interrupted by a grunt of pain from Fugaku. Clutching his eye, blood began to trickle between his fingers. What happened, Fugaku? Hiruzen and Jiraiya rushed to his side, concerned. Despite tensions, the Uchiha were still part of Hidden Leaf Village. Losing another Kage-level fighter after the 4th Hokage would be a severe blow. My visual power is nearly exhausted. We need to make a decision about the Nine Tails fragment soon. I can't keep it under control for much longer, Fugaku said through gritted teeth, his face twisted with pain. Hiruzen and Jiraiya's expressions darkened. Without the Sharingan's power to control the fragment, it could break loose, sparking another battle. Akira, can you hold out? Hiruzen asked, turning to him. I can manage a little longer, Akira replied. The Nine Tails fragment was less spirited than a full-tailed beast, having only been temporarily split from the original. Fugaku had intentionally shown his strain to push Hiruzen to decide quickly. Very well. Sasuke will take on one fragment of the Nine Tails as a Jinchuriki, Hiruzen agreed, nodding. And the other? Lord Third, Uzumaki Rika's daughter, Karen, is still our best choice, Jiraiya urged. Will Rika agree? Hiruzen asked, reluctant. The fate of a Jinchuriki isn't an easy burden. Initially, Hiruzen had opposed this idea, but realizing the village had few other options softened his stance. If anyone else could take on the role, it would have to be another Uchiha, and one fragment in Uchiha hands was already pushing his limits. I'll talk to her. If she refuses, we'll reconsider, Jiraiya offered. Alright, Hiruzen sighed. Then, who will oversee the sealing? Hiruzen asked. A standard sealing technique won't be enough. Even a fragment of the Nine Tails surpasses an ordinary tailed beast. I will handle it, Akira volunteered. Are you sure your sealing techniques are up to it? Hiruzen asked, his concern evident. I'm confident, Akira said. Watching the 4th seal the Nine Tails taught me a lot. Then I'll leave it to you, Hiruzen agreed. Though Hiruzen had some skill in sealing, dealing with the Nine Tails required expertise beyond his own. Chapter 68, The opportunity arises as they spoke. Jiraiya approached the wall of Amaterasu flames and performed the fire sealing method, sealing a large portion of the fire to create a passageway. After that, he passed through the opening and left. The matter concerning the Jinchuriki was sensitive information within the village, not something to be widely known. At least until the Jinchuriki matured, it wasn't wise for too many people to be aware of their identity. Thus, Jiraiya didn't plan to let any other Hidden Leaf Village Jonin outside the fire barrier in. Meanwhile, within the firewall, all the regular Jonin had fallen in battle. After Jiraiya's departure, Hiruzen turned to Fugaku and spoke gravely, "Fugaku, hold on a little longer. Jiraiya is already on his way." Fugaku nodded, though his expression twisted in pain. The strain of repeatedly using the Mangekyō Sharingan was taking its toll. His eyes weren't just aching. They were starting to blur. Still, he could push through a bit longer. Roughly 10 minutes after Jiraiya left, there was movement at the edge of the firewall. A gap suddenly opened in the roaring black flames of Amaterasu, and Mikoto Uchiha, cradling 3-month-old Sasuke, entered through it. Moving swiftly, she quickly approached the group. Upon seeing the bodies of Minato and Kushina, Mikoto's face turned somber. She murmured sorrowfully, "Kushina." She stood in silence, gazing at their bodies for a while before moving to Fugaku's side. Seeing Fugaku in his current state, Mikoto spoke softly, "I've brought Sasuke. As the son of the Uchiha clan's leader, I believe he can endure the fate of a Jinchuriki." "Don't worry," Fugaku forced a slight smile, brimming with confidence. "The so-called tragic fate of a Jinchuriki won't exist for our Uchiha clan." Fugaku then turned to Akira and said gravely, "Akira, it's in your hands." Mikoto carefully placed Sasuke on a flat stone not far from the segment of the nine tails that Fugaku controlled. Akira nodded and, forming hand seals, stepped closer to Sasuke. By the time he reached Sasuke, he had completed the 8 trigram seal. Although Akira's skill in sealing jutsu wasn't advanced enough to overlay 2 4-symbol seals to form an 8 trigram seal, after observing Minato's use of the technique, he had found solutions to all his problems and mastered it. A web of densely packed sealing symbols spread from under Akira's feet, enveloping the segment of the 9 tails controlled by Fugaku. Akira's hand seals shifted, and the sealing symbols expanded, wrapping around the 9 tails segment, forming a nearly 30-meter wide black sphere. Within the sphere, faint red glows flickered. As Akira's hand seals continued to change, the massive black sphere shrank while moving closer to Sasuke. By the time it hovered over Sasuke, it had reduced to the size of a fist. With a final hand seal, the black sphere entered Sasuke's abdomen, emitting a faint red glow as the 8 trigram seal appeared on his belly. Then, everything fell silent, and the seal faded. The sealing was complete. Relieved, Fugaku and Mikoto, who had been watching with tense expressions, let out a sigh of relief. As Sasuke began to cry, Mikoto gently cradled him, soothing him with tender strokes. Seeing this, Hiruzen also exhaled in relief. It seemed that Sasuke, as a Jinchuriki, would be fine for now. The seal was intact, and with Akira here, there was no risk of the seal breaking later. After sealing this portion of the 9 tails, everyone present felt a weight lift from their shoulders. Some time later, Jiraiya returned, accompanied by Rika Uzumaki, who held her 4-month-old daughter, Karen, close to her chest. It was clear that convincing her hadn't been easy. Holding Karen tightly, Rika bowed her head slightly and greeted, "Third Hokage-sama." Hiruzen sighed, speaking gently, "I apologize for the burden we're asking you to bear." With red-rimmed eyes, Rika whispered, "Third Hokage-sama, as long as Hidden Leaf Village treats Karen well in the future, I'll be content." She understood little of what it meant to be a Jinchuriki. Childhood would rarely be joyful, shadowed instead by secrets and suspicion. "Rest assured," Hiruzen said seriously. "Hidden Leaf Village will keep the identity of the Jinchuriki strictly confidential. Only when the child truly comes into contact with the tailed beast's power will we reveal everything to her." "Then I can rest easier," Rika replied quietly. The sealing ritual concluded without any unexpected incidents, unfolding smoothly. With the black sphere merging into Sasuke, a red glow flashed briefly, and the 8 trigram seal manifested and vanished again. The sealing was complete, and the battlefield fell into a deep silence. "The matter of the Jinchuriki must remain confidential," Hiruzen instructed, looking gravely at the others. "This is of utmost importance. There are bound to be enemies who seek the Jinchuriki." The battlefield around the 9 tails had been crowded with Hidden Leaf Village ninja at the start. However, as the battle intensified, Nagato had used a Chibaku Tensei, and Fugaku's Amaterasu flames had scorched the land. Now, the area was nearly deserted, leaving only those few who knew the Jinchuriki's identity. "I must remind everyone," Hiruzen continued with a serious tone, "Nagato and Madara's aim may be to collect tailed beasts, so we can't afford any complacency here." "We're well aware of the stakes," Fugaku assured him. "The Uchiha clan won't reveal the Jinchuriki's identity." "You have my word, Third Hokage." "I trust the Uchiha clan," Hiruzen nodded. After completing the sealing, Akira meticulously sealed away the blood left behind by the 9 tails, ensuring nothing was left to chance. By then, it was past midnight. With the Amaterasu flames extinguished, the sheer extent of the battle's devastation became clear. Nearly a tenth of Hidden Leaf Village lay in ruins. An immense toll. The conflict had claimed the fourth Hokage and his wife, severely injured many Jonin, and left Hidden Leaf Village deeply wounded. Later that night, back in the Uchiha compound, Akira sat on the edge of the veranda, a deep frustration weighing on him. After everything I've done, this is the outcome? He thought, feeling helpless. It wasn't just Hidden Leaf Village's destruction that irked him. He had thought that, after all his efforts, this incident might end differently. Yet everything had come full circle, back to the starting point. Akira couldn't shake his discontent. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as an idea struck him. Maybe this is the perfect time to deal with Obito. Obito was gravely injured, having just fought Minato, likely feeling victorious and complacent. That complacency was exactly what Akira intended to exploit. Forming a hand seal, Akira used the spirit transformation jutsu. As his spirit expanded outward, he immediately sensed Obito's chakra far away in Hidden Rain Village. Chapter 69, The Attack on Obito. Uchiha, is he with Nagato? Or should we wait until he's alone to strike? Akira made his decision. Yes, Akira had resolved to launch a sneak attack when Obito was isolated, aiming to finish him off in one decisive blow. According to Minato, Obito had already sustained severe injuries and was weakened. After such an intense battle, he would certainly let his guard down, creating the perfect opening Akira had been waiting for. Meanwhile, in the Land of Rain, a heavily injured Obito emerged from the Kamyu dimension with an equally wounded Nagato. Despite the fact that they had both transplanted cells from Hashirama Senju, greatly enhancing their healing abilities, their injuries were too severe to be fully mended, even with Hashirama's regenerative powers. Most of the force behind Might Dewey's kick had been blocked, but the remaining shock was still substantial. Moreover, Minato's attack had been a lethal strike aimed directly at Obito's life. Though Obito had meticulously prepared for the battle, he had still sustained near-fatal wounds. Nonetheless, his healing was stronger than Nagato's, thanks to the half of his body infused with Hashirama's cells, along with his unique biological armor, Zetsu. So, not only were Obito and Nagato gravely injured, but even Zetsu, the special white being, was also badly damaged. "Madara, are you alright?" Nagato asked, pale and concerned, as he looked at Obito. From Nagato's perspective, Obito had risked himself to save him. If not for that, Obito wouldn't have been so grievously injured. Underneath his mask, Obito's face was slightly pale, but he felt oddly pleased. Judging by how things stood, Nagato had fully submitted to him, Minato was as good as dead, and their assault on Hidden Leaf Village had been a resounding success. My battle with Hashirama left me in a worse state than this. These injuries won't kill me. I'll recover after some rest, Obito said confidently. Nagato sighed in relief and replied, "Thank you for saving my life." "It's nothing," Obito replied, shaking his head slightly. "You're the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths, destined to be the savior who will bring peace to this world. Saving you was the right thing to do." Seeing Nagato's look of gratitude, Obito smirked under his mask. He knew Nagato's trust in him was solidifying. Nagato coughed, blood seeping from his mouth, and spoke weakly, "I still lack strength, or I wouldn't be in this condition. You're young, there's no need to rush. Once you've fully mastered the Rinnegan, you'll surpass even Hashirama, becoming a god walking the earth," Obito assured him. "I'll strive toward that goal," Nagato replied earnestly. Obito then began coughing, which startled Nagato. Obito's wounds appeared severe. His body was split open in places, and Nagato suspected it was being held together by little more than sheer will. "Nagato, I need to tend to my wounds. Your medics aren't quite up to the task, so I'll handle it myself. In the meantime, keep an eye on things here, and make sure Conan stays vigilant," Obito instructed. "Understood." Nagato nodded solemnly. A moment later, Obito vanished from Nagato's sight. Not long after he left, Conan rushed in from the darkness of the cave, her face filled with shock at the sight of Nagato's condition. "Nagato, what happened? Didn't Madara say this plan was foolproof?" "Conan," Nagato responded, shaking his head weakly. "If Madara hadn't sacrificed himself to save me, I'd likely be dead by the fourth Hokage's hand right now." "He sacrificed himself for you?" Conan asked, skeptical, as though she hadn't heard him right. "Madara might not be as heartless as we thought," Nagato said softly, recounting the events in Hidden Leaf Village to Conan. After listening, Conan frowned, unconvinced. She couldn't easily believe Madara would act so selflessly. Sensing her doubt, Nagato spoke gently, "Conan, maybe time will reveal Madara's true nature. We might understand him better as things unfold." "Maybe," Conan replied, not wanting to argue. "For now, though, focus on healing." Your injuries are severe, you shouldn't delay any longer. I'll be fine, Nagato insisted, shaking his head. With the cells of the first Hokage, my regeneration is vastly enhanced. These wounds aren't fatal. Conan shot him a look of disapproval. You call this fine? Look at yourself. Go let the medics tend to you. Sighing in resignation, Nagato finally relented. Alright, I'll go. Elsewhere, Obito appeared in a dark cave. Now separated from Zetsu, both of them bar identical injuries. Unlike Obito, however, Zetsu showed no signs of discomfort and remained as lively as ever. Zetsu cocked his head, allowing his torn shoulder to dangle loosely, and watched Obito as he tended to his wounds. Hey, Obito, does being hurt feel like needing to go to the bathroom? Despite his lack of skill in medical ninjutsu, Obito had some knowledge, enough to treat his own injuries. Annoyed by Zetsu's chatter as he worked, Obito snapped, "Shut up, Zetsu, or I'll turn you into waste." Uh-oh, Obito's mad, Zetsu yelped, jumping back with a mock look of fear. Scary. Fine, I'll go bother little black Zetsu instead. Good. Now get lost, Obito growled, clearly irritated. Watching Zetsu leave, Obito didn't worry at all about his companion's survival. Zetsu was unique, a life form birthed by the god tree itself, with a healing ability surpassing even Hashirama's. Within a few days, his wounds would heal on their own, without the need for any treatment. Whatever, Obito muttered, I'll go to the Kamui dimension to finish healing, away from Zetsu's. Just as Obito activated Kamui, a faint, misty white glow caught his attention. Spirit transformation jutsu. The thought barely formed in his mind when a blurry white light penetrated his body with a speed too swift to react to. Chapter 70, restless even in death. After the white light entered Obito's body, he froze in place, standing like a statue. Within the starry void of his mental realm, Obito faced off against Akira. Strangely, even here in the mental realm, Obito kept his mask on, hiding his true face. It was clear that the identity of Madara had etched itself deeply into Obito's psyche. Obito's expression was grim. The surprise attack from Akira just now had caused significant damage to his spirit. If not for inheriting Madara's yin-yang release and awakening the Mangekyō Sharingan, both of which had transformed his mental strength, he would have been finished. Anyone else with the Mangekyō Sharingan would have been killed instantly by that strike. Obito could only survive because of his extraordinary mental resilience and mastery over yin-yang release. Nevertheless, he was still shaken, having barely escaped death. The spirit transformation jutsu. I didn't expect you to have mastered that, Obito muttered darkly behind his mask. Akira looked at Obito, surprised he could counter the sudden attack. Yet, upon reflection, it wasn't unexpected. After all, Obito was no ordinary person. With Madara's legacy and the Mangekyō Sharingan at his disposal, his mental strength was formidable. Looking at Obito's spirit, which now seemed faint and unstable, Akira smirked. It's not surprising that you reacted in time. What's surprising is how you hide your face, even in a place like this. Afraid to show yourself? Akira's gaze swept over him. Guess you really can't face anyone, huh? By now, Akira had no illusions about killing Obito here in his own mental space. Though Akira's spirit was stronger than Obito's, this was still Obito's territory. A prolonged battle would give Obito the advantage. Predictably, Obito's temper flared at Akira's words, his Sharingan evolving into the Mangekyō's distinct pattern. With the surge of his ocular power, Akira felt a tremendous force pressing him from all sides. Humphrey. You're lucky this time. Akira spat before letting the repelling force expel him from Obito's mental realm. In a dark cave, a faint, barely perceptible glimmer of white light flashed briefly. In the blink of an eye, Akira's spirit returned to his body in Hidden Leaf Village. After that hit, Obito won't risk healing out in the open. Now I just need to wait for him in the Kamui dimension. Without hesitation, Akira activated his left eye, causing ripples to form in space as a dark dimensional portal appeared. He stepped through it and vanished. The entire process, from his spirit attack, return to his body, to entering the Kamui dimension, took less than 2 seconds. Back in the cave, Obito moved at last, his eyes narrowing. He's mastered the spirit transformation jutsu. Looking around the dark cave, Obito felt the ever-present threat of another ambush from Akira. Although Madara's teachings hadn't included the S-rank technique, there were notes about it in his legacy. With the spirit transformation jutsu, the user's spirit could move nearly at the speed of light, making it almost impossible to dodge at close range. Unlike the Flying Thunder God jutsu, it required no prep. Once targeted, there was little escape. Staying out here to heal is too risky, Obito thought grimly. Only in the Kamui dimension am I truly safe. Obito's mind shifted, activating Kamui, and he vanished into the darkness. Within the Kamui dimension, Obito appeared amidst endless stone pillars, feeling a sense of security wash over him. Here, he was invulnerable, no attack could reach him in this secluded dimension. Even if Akira had mastered the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, he couldn't find me here, Obito muttered. Suddenly, shink. A cold, excruciating pain exploded in his chest. Looking down, he saw a kunai infused with wind chakra piercing through his left chest from behind. No, he can't sense my mark here with the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, but what if he simply followed me in? A chilling voice sounded behind him. Obito, stricken with disbelief, struggled to turn his head, and saw a hole in the ground, where Akira had apparently emerged from below to deliver the fatal strike. Akira smirked at the sight of Obito's blood seeping from beneath his mask. How I got here isn't something you need to know. It's over, Obito. Obito's eyes widened, his body trembling before he could even respond. With a swift flash, Akira's blade sliced through Obito's neck, leaving a thin red line. Blood sprayed out in a fountain as Obito's masked head fell to the ground. With Obito seemingly defeated, Akira stayed cautious, his gaze sharp. Though it was unlikely, he remained on high alert for the possible use of Izanagi. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Finally, after waiting for a full 10 minutes without any change, Akira allowed himself to relax. He summoned a shadow clone, which removed Obito's mask to reveal a face twisted in anguish. A look of true restlessness, even in death. Chapter 71, Speculations on Awakening the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Haha. Akira laughed heartily, watching Obito's lifeless face, frozen in disbelief. After a while, Akira exhaled deeply, finally feeling a sense of satisfaction. At last. Things are finally taking a different turn. This was the biggest change he had influenced so far. One of the masterminds in the shadows was now dead by his hand. With Obito gone, a hidden threat has been neutralized. Akira was in a great mood as he reached down to take both of Obito's eyes. Yes, Obito had both eyes, though only the right one was his Mangekyō Sharingan. His left eye had merely been used as fodder for casting Izanagi. Caught off guard during Akira's ambush within the Kamui dimension, Obito had no chance to weave signs or activate Izanagi in time. Akira placed the left eye in a container and then replaced his own eye with Obito's right Mangekyō. What a shame, he muttered as he finished the procedure, a tinge of disappointment in his voice. The experiment to transplant Hashirama cells hasn't yielded any breakthrough yet. Without those cells, I can't use Kamui as freely as Obito did. Without Hashirama cells, Akira knew he couldn't use Kamui extensively. If he tried to rely on it like Obito had, he'd go blind in no time. Oh well, better save it for emergencies, Akira thought, glancing back at Obito's corpse. An idea sparked. Half of Obito's body is made up of Hashirama cells. I should take it back to the research team and see if they can glean anything useful from it. Akira unsealed a scroll, placing Obito's headless corpse inside. As for the head, he incinerated it on the spot. With Obito out of the way, my next objective is to awaken my own Mangekyō Sharingan. Within the Kamui dimension, Akira fell into deep thought. To acquire the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, one must first awaken a Mangekyō Sharingan of their own. Even if he transplanted another pair, he could never gain the eternal Mangekyō without his own base. Only by using his own Mangekyō as a foundation could he merge it with another and gain the eternal light. So Obito's Mangekyō would only serve as material for the fusion process, much like how Sasuke had merged his with Itachi's. This understanding had come from the sacred stone tablet he'd read in the Uchiha shrine. Interestingly, the tablet specified that the eternal Mangekyō didn't require the eyes of a blood relative. Any Mangekyō pair could theoretically be used. However, achieving the eternal Mangekyō was a perilous process. In Uchiha history, many had attempted it, but only Madara had succeeded. According to the original story, only Madara and Sasuke had managed it. The two successful cases shared notable similarities. They each transplanted a sibling's Mangekyō and were reincarnations of Indra. The tablet suggested that the key to awakening the eternal Mangekyō lay not in the blood relation of the donor but in the presence of Indra's chakra. Akira speculated that only Indra's reincarnations could truly awaken it, which meant he would need Indra's power to succeed. Of course, it was possible that the sharing of blood did matter or that both conditions were required. Still, Akira trusted the information on the tablet. If the tablet didn't specify the need for a blood relation, then it likely wasn't crucial. Despite Black Zetsu's tampering, Akira believed the tablet contained vital truths about the Rinnegan's awakening, so he doubted Black Zetsu would fabricate information here. After all, Black Zetsu was aware of the requirements for awakening the Rinnegan. He likely expected the eternal Mangekyō to be unlocked only by Indra's reincarnation. For Akira, Achieving the eternal Mangekyō was one of his most crucial goals. Once successful, he'd be able to handle most of Hidden Leaf Village's threats with ease. The eternal Mangekyō can wait for now. My first priority is figuring out how to awaken my own Mangekyō Sharingan, Akira reminded himself. He knew that awakening a Mangekyō required intense emotional trauma, either positive or negative. But as a transmigrator, Akira couldn't think of anything in this world capable of stirring him so deeply. Frankly, Akira didn't feel that anyone's loss or any event could bring him to the emotional threshold necessary for the Sharingan's evolution. Still, perhaps there's a way around it. He mused. With the spiritual transformation jutsu, I can split off a blank mental entity. I could implant memories into it, stage a realistic tragedy. After pondering for a while, Akira decided on a plan involving the spiritual transformation jutsu. This technique allowed the splitting of one's spirit, a task he could manage with relative ease. To gain the Mangekyō, Akira was willing to endure some spiritual damage. Plus, the damage was reversible. Once he reabsorbed the spirit fragment, he'd be restored. I'll have to plan this carefully. The Sharingan reflects the spirit, and the dojutsu it grants mirrors the emotions felt at its awakening. I need to be cautious with the memories and scenario I create. Otherwise, I might end up with something useless like Amaterasu or Tsukami. He shuddered at the thought of awakening Amaterasu or Kagutsuchi. Amaterasu was a simple attack. If his target wore enough armor, they could just shed it and escape. And Kagutsuchi? It was little more than a fire show, controlling Amaterasu's shape. Not even worth looking at. Tsukami was somewhat better, but it was still limited. Later in battles, it was mostly useful for flashy displays rather than serious combat. To Akira, Amaterasu wasn't fit for battle at all. It was far more suited for teaching. Being able to control the time flow in an illusionary world at will. Using it for combat would just be a waste. Chapter 72, the post-battle meeting. The next morning, Hidden Leaf Village was shrouded in a somber silence. After word spread of the chaos caused by the Nine Tails and the tragic loss of the fourth Hokage and his wife, the people of Hidden Leaf Village could scarcely believe it was true. They found it hard to accept that the fourth Hokage, who had been like a warm, shining sun guiding them all, was gone. Among the shinobi, disbelief ran even deeper. In their eyes, Minato no Mikaze, the man known as the Yellow Flash, was almost untouchable in his strength. Every time he appeared on the battlefield, his golden streak would strike terror into their enemies and turn the tide in Hidden Leaf Village's favor. Even as the Nine Tails broke free of its seal last night and an unknown enemy emerged, all of Hidden Leaf Village's shinobi still believed their Hokage would prevail, as he always had. Yet the morning's abrupt news hit hard, too sudden and harsh to fully sink in. The Hidden Leaf Village Cemetery, a sacred resting place for those who had died defending the village, became a site of mourning. Here lay the first Hokage, Hashirama Senshu, the second Hokage, Tobirama, and countless Hidden Leaf Village shinobi. The cemetery held deep significance for the villagers, a place where they could feel close to their fallen heroes. As a light rain fell, shinobi in black mourning attire lined up in orderly rows. At the forefront stood Hiruzen Sarutobi, also dressed in black. Behind him gathered the heads of Hidden Leaf Village's prominent clans, followed by the village's elite jonin. Today wasn't just the funeral for the fourth Hokage and his wife. It was also a memorial for all those who had lost their lives in last night's battle. Every fallen shinobi would be laid to rest here, honored as heroes of Hidden Leaf Village. The farewell ceremony lasted until noon. That afternoon, in the Hokage residence conference room, the heads of Hidden Leaf Village's major clans convened for a crucial meeting. The previous night's rampage by the Nine Tails, coupled with Nagato's devastating Chibaku Tensei, had left Hidden Leaf Village in ruins, with severe casualties and extensive damage. The losses primarily affected the jonin who had fought on the front lines. Non-combat personnel, thanks to swift evacuations, were largely spared. Hiruzen stood before a large map of Hidden Leaf Village, pointing with a staff to various locations as he said, "We'll rebuild a commercial district here, and over here we'll restore the food market as it was. These are our plans for the areas damaged last night. Any objections?" When no one spoke up, Hiruzen nodded. "If there are no further issues, let's adjourn. Keep your guards up, the enemy possesses space-time jutsu, so we cannot afford to be complacent." Wait. Denzo suddenly stood, his gaze sharp as he turned to Fugaku Uchiha. "Why didn't the Uchiha clan assist with the evacuation of non-combatants last night? Are you defying orders from the Hokage? Are you planning a rebellion?" The room was silent as the clan heads turned their attention to Fugaku. The night's battle had been brutal, with everyone fighting intensely from the start. As the battle grew fiercer, Nagato unleashed large-scale wood-style techniques, making it hard for most to intervene. But they had all seen the Uchiha clan's efforts firsthand. The clan had fought with everything they had. Hokage's orders? Fugaku eyed Denzo, frowning. Counsel Denzo, what are you talking about? The Uchiha clan never received any directive from the 4th Hokage to handle the non-combatant evacuation. In fact, we detained a few Anbu who were impersonating the Hokage's orders. They claimed you sent them, Denzo. Fugaku rose, his voice icy as he stared down Denzo. Care to explain why you issued false orders on the Hokage's behalf? Do you see yourself as the Hokage? Fugaku, how dare you? Denzo's voice trembled with anger as he looked to Hiruzen. Hiruzen, the Uchiha clan is out of control, ignoring even your commands. This situation demands a severe response. Unmoved, Fugaku met Denzo's fury with a cold smile. With 3 Kage-level shinobi in their ranks, the Uchiha clan had gained a new level of confidence. Though they didn't outnumber the Hokage's supporters, the Uchihas were no longer easy to intimidate. Hidden Leaf Village would have to consider their stance on any major decision. Enough, Denzo, Hiruzen interrupted, his tone dismissive as he cast a sidelong glance at Denzo. Last night, the Uchiha clan displayed extraordinary valor. Without their aid, who knows what state Hidden Leaf Village would be in right now. Turning to Fugaku, Hiruzen added apologetically, Fugaku, I assigned Denzo to oversee evacuations last night, so this must be some kind of misunderstanding. Reflecting on last night's events, Hiruzen felt a chill. In retrospect, it was a grave misjudgment to let Denzo sway him. Without the Uchiha clan's intervention, Hidden Leaf Village's losses would have been much worse. He himself might not have made it out of the battle unscathed. So that's how it was, Fugaku said with a slight smile, resuming his seat. Hiruzen, you. Denzo looked stunned, barely able to believe Hiruzen would brush off his concerns. This matter is settled, Hiruzen replied coolly. You'll regret this, Hiruzen. Denzo snarled as he stormed out, his face dark. Watching Denzo's retreating figure, Hiruzen spoke under his breath, Denzo, I am the Hokage. The others in the room watched the exchange in silence, well aware of the complex relationship between Hiruzen and Denzo. They had clashed many times, yet somehow always returned to an uneasy alliance. After Denzo's departure, Hiruzen addressed the room. This meeting is adjourned. As for the Hokage position, I will consult with the daimyo and discuss it further with all of you. News of the attack on Hidden Leaf Village by Madara Uchiha and Rinnegan-wielding Nagato spread quickly across the ninja world, stirring a wave of shock and fear. Both names carried a weight that was hard to ignore. The Rinnegan, the legendary eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, was a power of unimaginable scope. From the intelligence Hidden Leaf Village had gathered, the Rinnegan user who attacked them was young and nowhere near his potential. But even at just 15 or 16, his strength had already surpassed many Kage. With time, who could imagine what heights he might reach? And then there was Madara Uchiha. His name alone echoed through the shinobi world like thunder. If he hadn't suddenly turned against Hashirama Senshu, who knew what the world would look like today? He was nothing like the more temperate Hashirama. Madara was a fierce warrior and an ambitious man, peace would never satisfy him. Chapter 73, Turmoil after the battle in the Sushi Kage's office, Hidden Stones Village. Onoki squinted at the intel report his team had submitted, his aged face creased with tension. A flicker of fear appeared in his eyes as memories surfaced. Memories he would never forget. He could still recall the time he accompanied his mentor, the second Sushi Kage, to negotiate in Hidden Leaf Village. That was when he first encountered Madara Uchiha. The man's power was overwhelming, paralyzing Onoki with a mere glance, freezing him to the spot with fear. That image of Madara had long since embedded itself as a demon in Onoki's heart. Madara Uchiha. Rinnegan. Hidden Leaf Village. Hey, he muttered under his breath, a smirk breaking through despite the lingering terror. Nearby, Kitsuchi, his son, looked at him, bewildered. Just moments ago, Onoki had been visibly shaken, yet now he was laughing? Onoki cast his foolish son a sidelong glance, uninterested in explaining himself. Madara Uchiha had reappeared, and the fourth Hokage and his wife had fallen because of it. Surely Sarutobi Hiruzen was far more troubled by these events than he was. As a Hidden Leaf Village shinobi, Sarutobi would understand Madara's strength better than anyone. So why should Onoki, Sushi Kage of Hidden Stones Village, be the one trembling in fear? A gleam of satisfaction crossed his face. The attack on Hidden Leaf Village involved not only Madara but also another formidable ninja with the Rinnegan. And both of them. Hidden Leaf Village's enemies. Onoki's smile widened as he looked at the ever-confused Kitsuchi. Though his son had some talent, he was far too dim-witted to take on the mantle of Sushi Kage. Is Orochimaru still in charge of guarding Hidden Leaf Village's border? Onoki asked. Yes, father. According to our information, he's stationed along the borders of the Land of Grass and the Land of Waterfalls, Kitsuchi replied respectfully. Onoki stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. Good. Let's send our agents to infiltrate those areas. I'd love to see Sarutobi Hiruzen scrambling to keep control, he said with a sinister chuckle. Understood, father, Kitsuchi replied, preparing to leave. Hold on, Onoki interrupted. And tell the intel department to hurry up with gathering information on this so-called Nagato. So far, the hidden villages had little concrete information on the Rinnegan, only that its wielder was known as Nagato. The Rinnegan, the legendary eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. And now they've surfaced again in this era. Could we see the rise of someone as powerful as Hashirama Senju? Onoki frowned. If that's true, Hidden Stone's village needs to be ready. Maybe I'll even witness the end of the great nations. In the Raikage's office, Hidden Cloud's village. What did you just say? Minato no Mikaze is dead? The Raikage, a mountain of a man, roared in disbelief, staring down at his blonde-haired secretary as she delivered a report. The secretary sighed and repeated, Raikage-sama, according to intel, the fourth Hokage and his wife were both killed last night. Impossible. Who could have taken him down? Raikage shook his head, extending his hand. Give me that report. I need to see who is capable of such a thing. Madara Uchiha. Are they kidding me? Raikage read the report, doubting his own eyes. Are you sure this isn't a mistake? He asked, giving his secretary a hard look. The secretary gave a bitter smile. Raikage-sama, I double-checked. There's no way this information is incorrect. So, a dead man really did come back to life. He muttered, continuing to read the report. His eyes narrowed. The Rinnegan? Even something like that's come into play now. He had to admit, in light of this, Minato's fall seemed almost understandable. With someone wielding the Rinnegan, even Hidden Leaf Village's yellow flash wasn't invincible. Madara Uchiha and the Rinnegan? If they're real, then maybe the old tales about the Sage of Six Paths are true too. And the stories of Kinkaku and Ginkaku having the sage's bloodline. Raikage frowned thoughtfully. After a pause, he looked at his secretary and said, send out the orders. I want the intel department to dig up every scrap of information on this Nagato. Madara reappearing, and now the Rinnegan. Something big is brewing in the ninja world, Raikage thought to himself, his gaze intense. If Minato is gone, maybe it's time to rethink my training approach for the chakra mode. Elsewhere, in the Mizukage's office in Hidden Mist Village. Loud laughter echoed throughout the Mizukage's building, audible even from the street below. The third Mizukage was laughing as if he'd never known joy before. When it came to Hidden Leaf Village, the Mizukage held nothing but hatred. Out of the 7 ninja swordsmen, 6 had fallen at Hidden Leaf Village's hands. Both the 3 tails and the 6 tails had been lost to Hidden Leaf Village's influence. And just when he'd come close to securing the Byakugan, his team had been wiped out in the final stretch. There was a blood feud between Hidden Mist Village and Hidden Leaf Village. Now, hearing of Hidden Leaf Village's misfortune, the third Mizukage was overjoyed beyond measure. Dead. They're finally dead. Ha ha ha. His laughter echoed, drawing curious looks from shinobi on the streets below. Elsewhere in the village, Fuki looked over at Yagura, who was barely the size of a child, and asked, Yagura, do you know what's got the Mizukage so happy? As one of the high-ranking shinobi in Hidden Mist Village, Yagura had his own sources and knew the news from Hidden Leaf Village. But instead of explaining, he simply shrugged. No idea. But if the Mizukage is laughing this much, it must be good news. We'll all know soon enough. PFFFT. Fuki grunted, giving Yagura an irritated look, before hefting his Seimata and disappearing into the mist. Watching him go, Yagura's face remained expressionless, but a cold smile crept onto his lips as he muttered, soon. Soon I'll end this era of bloodshed and bring true order to this village. In Hidden Sand Village, the Kazekage's office. Raza reviewed the intelligence he'd received with a broad grin. During the Third Shinobi World War, Hidden Sand Village had suffered a crushing defeat, even losing out on missions and resources to Hidden Leaf Village. Seeing Hidden Leaf Village in such turmoil now was, to him, deeply satisfying. It's about time. Too bad it's just the 4th Hokage and his wife. Hardly enough to truly cripple Hidden Leaf Village. Raza murmured to himself, grinning as he considered the implications. With Hidden Leaf Village in chaos following the Nine Tails attack, tensions rippled through the ninja world, and confrontations among the great nations began to flare once more. 3 days later, Sarutobi Hiruzen, having stepped down from the role before, returned as Hokage. Chapter 74, Discovering Obito's Disappearance. Hiruzen, that old geezer, actually returned as Hokage. Nagato scoffed upon hearing the news. After 3 days of recovery, Nagato had fully healed. Is Hidden Leaf Village really that desperate? Conan questioned, puzzled. The 4th Hokage is dead, but surely they could find someone else to lead? Why would they need to reappoint the third Hokage, who's already well past his prime? Nagato shook his head. No, Hidden Leaf Village has plenty of capable candidates. There's Jiraiya-sensei, Orochimaru, Tsunade, even Fugaku Uchiha, the Uchiha clan head. Any one of them could be Hokage. Most likely, it's just Hiruzen clinging to power, Nagato sneered. Conan sighed. These old-timers are all the same. Hanzo was like that, and Hiruzen is no different. Hearing this, Nagato's face darkened, remembering Yahiko's fate. His tone turned icy. Hanzo. I'll take care of him soon enough. Keeping him alive is just. Conan nodded. Might as well. While we're at it, we can bring Hidden Rain Village under Akatsuki's control. The people there have suffered too much under Hanzo's rule. Hanzo lets ninja from other great nations trample through Hidden Rain Village as they please, Nagato sighed. It's already hard enough for the people to survive, how can they dream of a better life? Our rule will make Hidden Rain Village a better place, Conan said reassuringly. Without question, Nagato replied confidently. Hanzo's greed and incompetence are no match for us. After a moment, Nagato turned to Conan, finally voicing a matter he'd been pondering. Conan, I'm thinking of recruiting more rogue ninja with considerable strength. Right now, our organization is lacking in top-tier power. If we're going to go after the tailed beasts, we'll need more support. Conan gave him a gentle look. Nagato, you're the leader of Akatsuki. You don't need my approval for this. Nagato fell silent for a while, then shook his head. No, in my heart, Yahiko will always be the true leader of Akatsuki. At that moment, footsteps echoed from down the hall. Nagato and Conan turned to see Zetsu, with his pitcher plant-like appearance, approaching. Is something wrong, Zetsu? Nagato asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. Madara may be in trouble. Zetsu said abruptly, delivering the bombshell. Since the night Obito returned from Hidden Leaf Village claiming he needed to heal, Black Zetsu hadn't sensed any trace of him. It was as if Obito had vanished from the face of the earth. At first, Black Zetsu assumed Obito was still recovering from his wounds. But as days passed, an unsettling feeling grew. Sensing something was wrong, Black Zetsu immediately sought out White Zetsu, asking what had happened that night. Obito, cautious around Black and White Zetsu, hadn't let White Zetsu leave spores on him. Otherwise, Black Zetsu wouldn't have been in the dark. Obito was Madara's proxy, a key player in his plans. If anything happened to him, it could jeopardize Madara's revival. White Zetsu explained that Obito had gone off alone to heal and was seeking a moment of solitude, so he wasn't with him that night. Hearing this, Black Zetsu's suspicions grew. Obito must have encountered trouble. Obito's role in Madara's plan was crucial, a vital piece in ensuring Madara's resurrection. Yet for Black Zetsu, Obito's fate wasn't a pressing concern. The Judo statue was already summoned to the shinobi world, and now what mattered most was having someone collect the tailed beasts and become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. For Black Zetsu, Nagato was the prime candidate. As long as Nagato continued capturing tailed beasts, the Ten Tails would be revived. However, in Madara and Obito's original plans, Nagato wasn't meant to be the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, so he was unaware of how to become one. Realizing this, Black Zetsu adjusted his own strategy, believing Nagato had the potential. So, as soon as Black Zetsu confirmed Obito's disappearance, he sought out Nagato, intending to help him grow stronger. Faster. For Black Zetsu, Obito's disappearance wasn't necessarily a setback, rather, it provided more freedom to act. Madara's in trouble? Nagato stared at Zetsu, shocked. That's hard to believe. He's probably just temporarily occupied, maybe still healing. Nagato couldn't imagine Madara, who had seemed perfectly fine, disappearing so abruptly. Unlike Nagato, Conan was secretly pleased by Zetsu's news. A blessing in disguise, she thought. Madara, that scheming man, finally met with trouble. How fortunate. Nagato's view of Madara had been shifting recently, and Conan doubted Madara would play such a trick. From what she'd seen, Nagato was clearly crucial to Madara's plans. Even if Madara had some ulterior motive, Nagato's role was undeniably significant. So, Conan didn't think Madara would fake his disappearance. Zetsu shook his head as Black Zetsu's voice emerged. By all accounts, 3 days should have been more than enough for him to recover. Given his personality, he wouldn't go silent for so long. Nagato frowned, looking at Zetsu with suspicion. Zetsu, weren't you supposed to stay with Madara? Why weren't you guarding him while he recovered? Hey. Black Zetsu chuckled. Madara doesn't like having people around while he heals. Even I'm sent away. Regardless, it's clear Madara has disappeared, Black Zetsu stated, looking directly at Nagato. I haven't sensed his presence anywhere in the shinobi world these past few days. He must be in trouble. Could it be that Madara encountered trouble in his own space-time dimension while healing? Nagato wondered, recalling how Obito had saved him by pulling him into a strange dimension. That place is inaccessible to us. If anything happened, it would have been while he was healing in the outside world, Black Zetsu surmised. Nagato fell silent, then said, "Let's wait a bit longer." With Madara's strength, it's hard to imagine anyone managing to take him down without a trace. Looks like Obito made quite an impression on Nagato that night, Black Zetsu thought, amused. He's really earned Nagato's trust. What a shame. Black Zetsu shrugged. Alright, we'll wait. Maybe he really is just temporarily held up. For Black Zetsu, there was no rush to reveal his real plans to Nagato. In time, Nagato would see for himself that Madara Uchiha's disappearance was indeed real. Chapter 75, Uchiha's new planned location, Hidden Leaf Village, underground of the Uchiha clan shrine. Why did that old man Hiruzen take office again? Shouldn't we be holding an election for the 5th Hokage? Exactly. This old guard was in charge of protecting the Jinchuriki, yet the childbirth time still got leaked. And he has the nerve to keep being Hokage? Hiruzen is clearly clinging to power. Really, it should be the clan head Fugaku or Orochimaru contending for the title of 5th Hokage. When the Nine Tails broke loose, our clan was right there on the front lines. But this 3rd Hokage. He stepped down and then came back like nothing happened. In the underground chamber of the Naka Shrine, the gathered clan members seethed with resentment, their Sharingan eyes gleaming with an eerie red light in the dim room. Standing before the clan's ancestral stone tablet, Fugaku himself looked deeply displeased. The news had not gone down well with him. Even if Hiruzen had recalled Orochimaru and convened a new Hokage selection, Fugaku wouldn't have been so unsettled. But Hiruzen stepping back into power outright was beyond Fugaku's expectations. After all, Hidden Leaf Village wasn't short on capable candidates for the position of Hokage. Everyone, settle down. Fugaku exhaled, his voice steady. What's done is done. We must now consider the path forward for the Uchiha. A brief silence followed, only to be broken by a new wave of muttering and discussion. The Uchiha had gambled on the 4th Hokage, and by all measures, it had seemed like a sound investment. But with the 4th's unexpected death, that investment had become awkward. They had achieved a form of success, only to lose out before seeing a full return on their efforts. The resources, time, and manpower poured into Minato's election had barely had a chance to yield any results. As time dragged on, the conversations in the shrine went nowhere, only circling around the same frustrations. With Hiruzen back in power, the clan's options for political maneuvering felt increasingly limited. For now, it was clear there'd be no immediate solution. Although the Uchiha still hadn't reached the desperation of a full-on coup, the unjust treatment was impossible to ignore. Many still hoped that, through legitimate means, the Hokage title could ultimately fall into their hands. Watching his restless kin, Fugaku sighed inwardly. It was frustrating. Some of the clan members were so agitated that they proposed assassination. Taking down the Hokage in secret and having Fugaku ascend. The more extreme voices even suggested triggering a war, positioning the Uchiha as a divine force, striking down enemies and winning glory, so that the Hokage title would be theirs by merit alone. This mindset wasn't unique to just one or two individuals. The desire for progress was strong. Such ambitions made sense, considering the clan's current strength. With 3 Kage-level fighters and numerous skilled Jonin, the Uchiha could indeed wield immense influence in a large-scale conflict. Alright, enough for now. Fugaku raised a hand to dismiss the crowd, his tone tinged with impatience. Meeting adjourned. Then, he looked toward a particular Uchiha in the crowd. Akira, stay for a moment. Akira, who had been preparing to leave with the others, paused and turned back. Soon, the shrine's basement was empty, leaving only Fugaku and Akira behind. Once the others had left, Fugaku's stern expression softened, and he managed a weary smile. I still can't believe Minato is gone just like that. Life's unpredictable, Akira murmured, shaking his head. Who would have thought someone as bright as the rising sun, like Minato, would fall so suddenly? Fugaku gave a bitter chuckle. With Minato gone, we're right back where we started. If today's meeting was any indication, Hiruzen will undoubtedly let Denzo back into the fold to keep us in check, Fugaku said, looking deeply troubled. Hidden Leaf Village's leadership didn't trust the Uchiha, not completely. And with the clan's current strength, 3 Kage-level shinobi and a roster of powerful Jonin, they posed a formidable force. Hiruzen would certainly seek to balance that by keeping Denzo close. Akira's eyes narrowed, a hint of a cold glint in them. Maybe we should just take Denzo out. With my Mangekyō, I could do it. Fugaku's eyes widened, and he quickly shook his head. Denzo's no pushover. He trained under the second Hokage and was part of his elite guard. He might not be on par with Hiruzen, but he's not someone you can easily dispose of. Plus, he's got his root, nearly as powerful as the Anbu. It'd be a drawn-out struggle to eliminate him, Fugaku warned. Seeing that Akira was still considering the idea, Fugaku added, "We've already gathered some leverage against him. When the time's right, we'll use it to bring him down for good." Akira scratched his chin thoughtfully. "Fine. But when the time comes, we can go all in. Even if things go sideways, I can handle Denzo if I have to." Fugaku nodded, satisfaction clear in his gaze. "Our ace is proof of Denzo's and Orochimaru's human experimentation. That's not something to play casually. When we make our move, it has to shake Hiruzen's hold on power to its core, maybe even force him to step down." Akira raised an eyebrow. "Do you want to be Hokage, clan head?" Fugaku was silent for a moment, then shook his head. "I'm not suited for it." Then, his gaze sharpened as he looked straight at Akira. "But if the opportunity arises, I want you to take that seat." Originally, Fugaku had planned for his elder son, Itachi, to apprentice under Minato, gradually building up merit to compete for the Hokage position. But Minato's untimely death had disrupted everything. Now, with options running out, Fugaku realized he had no choice. Given the council's distrust, there was little hope of the Uchiha ever securing the title through normal channels. Only under exceptional circumstances, using unconventional means, could they ever place one of their own in the Hokage's seat. The Uchiha clan had the strength now to make it happen. "Me?" Akira was taken aback. He hadn't seen this coming. Becoming Hokage? He had little desire for the title. Research at his Shinten Biotech was his priority, and his current life suited him just fine. Holding the Hokage position would mean facing endless responsibilities, a weight he wasn't particularly interested in shouldering. He preferred the simplicity of focusing on his own goals without the burdens of leadership. In the Hokage's seat, he would have to answer to all of Hidden Leaf Village and the Land of Fire itself. Chapter 76, Amatsumae Kaboshi. "That's right," Fugaku nodded. "Your strength is impressive, and your cunning is no less. There's no reason you couldn't become Hokage. My achievements aren't enough. If I were to take the Hokage seat, it'd be hard to gain everyone's support." Akira shook his head and continued, "Besides, there's still Jiraiya and Tsunade. Even if the third Hokage retires, they'd still be viable candidates." "Humphrey." Fugaku scoffed. "Jiraiya has his connection to Nagato. He'll never be Hokage with that stain on his record. As for Tsunade, she's already lost faith in the higher-ups. You don't need to worry about her. And achievements? Do they even matter?" Fugaku narrowed his eyes with disdain. Back when Hiruzen Sarutobi succeeded as Hokage, what accomplishments did he have? His ascension was entirely the second Hokage's decision, without following any formal process. Didn't he still secure the Hokage title? Akira pondered aloud. "Now that you mention it, that's true." Previously, Akira hadn't given much thought to the position of Hokage, so he hadn't considered these details. "You don't need to worry about reputation. That can be grafted afterward." Fugaku smiled. Akira also smiled. He'd never entertained the thought before, but with Fugaku's words, he could now see the possibilities. Wasn't Hiruzen's reputation as the strongest Hokage or god of shinobi just a product of clever propaganda? Every seasoned shinobi knew that. What? Tempted now? Fugaku grinned. From his observations, Fugaku had long sensed that Akira wasn't particularly power-hungry. He was content either way. For someone like him, if the chance arose to become Hokage, he'd give it his best shot. If it didn't work out, he'd maintain his calm and move on. Akira laughed. "It's still the Hokage seat. The pinnacle of power in the ninja world. It's tempting, that's for sure." Hearing Akira's response, Fugaku knew he had planted the seed. "Then we'll wait for the right moment to cast Hiruzen aside and make him a relic of the past." Fugaku's voice brimmed with confidence. After Akira left, Fugaku's lips curled into a smile as he thought to himself, "So, my decision to mentor Akira after using my right eye's Jujutsu, Amatsumae Kaboshi, was the right one." After unlocking his Mangekyō Sharingan, Fugaku gained two unique abilities. One was Amaterasu, hailed as the ultimate fire-style technique, which he could use freely as long as his eye power sufficed. The other, Amatsumae Kaboshi, allowed him to glimpse into potential futures. But unlike Amaterasu, its cooldown depended on how much he observed and drained his eye power. Even peeking at just one possible future would result in a cooldown of several months. The distance into the future, the specific events, and even the clarity of the glimpses were all random and unpredictable. When he first unlocked these abilities, Fugaku was uncertain about the future of the Uchiha clan. As clan leader, he had no idea where to lead them. After much thought, He used Damitsu Mikaboshi in hopes of finding a way forward. Through this ability, he witnessed many potential futures. Among them was an image of Minato no Mikaze donning the Hokage's robe descending to the position. Because of that vision, he had placed great hopes on Minato. The reason he focused on Akira was due to another vision. Akira ruthlessly dominating the battlefield. Though the glimpses were fragmented and disconnected, they convinced Fugaku to train him carefully. At an opportune moment, Fugaku met Akira and, naturally, began teaching him various jutsu. Too bad that Amatsu Mikaboshi is so random. And its cooldown is ridiculously long. Fugaku shook his head. The last time he'd glimpsed the future, the dojutsu had taken 8 years to recharge. I suppose knowing the future doesn't guarantee the right choices. These glimpses are limited, and there's a risk of misinterpreting them. Better not to rely on it. With that, Fugaku left the shrine. After Hiruzen resumed power, Denzo's route reactivated in response to escalating border conflicts. Ever since Minato no Mikaze's death, the other hidden villages had been growing bolder, sending squads into the Land of Fire to cause destruction along the border. Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Stones Village were the most active, as they had managed to preserve much of their strength during the Third Great Ninja War. With the extensive border of the Land of Fire, Hiruzen had no choice but to dispatch large numbers of shinobi to defend against their provocations. Even these small incursions were enough to give Hiruzen a headache. In Hidden Rain Village, atop the tallest tower, Nagato gripped Hanzo's throat with cold detachment. "You've grown much stronger. I underestimated you." Hanzo's weak voice rasped from behind his gas mask. "Yahiko was the one who misjudged you." Nagato's Rinnegan glowed with murderous intent. "He believed in you, and that led us straight into your trap." Nagato tightened his grip, and with a sickening crunch, Hanzo's body went limp as life left him. Staring down at the corpse, Nagato murmured, "This old man's body is stronger than I expected. He might make a better Devapath." Despite his age, Hanzo's physical condition far exceeded that of Yahiko. With his own growing power, Nagato had sensed that Yahiko's body, even strengthened by yin-yang release, was struggling to keep up as the Devapath vessel. Hanzo's superior constitution and higher potential made him an ideal replacement. "Rest in peace, Yahiko. I'll carry out your dream," Nagato whispered. At that moment, he looked toward the entrance, where Zetsu's figure slinked into the room like a pitcher plant. Chapter 77, Passing the Flame. Have there been any updates on Madara, Zetsu? Nagato asked. It had been a month since they discovered Obito's disappearance, yet he remained utterly untraceable, as if he had vanished from the face of the earth. By now, Nagato had all but confirmed that Madara was missing. Having Zetsu continue the search was little more than a faint hope. Zetsu shook his head and said, "No. It appears Madara has indeed met with misfortune." Nagato fell silent for a long time. Finally, he sighed and said, "It's hard to believe that someone of Madara's strength could die without a trace. It feels unreal." "Life is unpredictable," Zetsu replied calmly. "One can never know which will come first, tomorrow, or an unexpected turn of fate." Nagato nodded, contemplating. "I suspect Madara was ambushed while recovering from injuries. With his strength and his time-space ninjutsu, no one in the shinobi world should have been able to take him down otherwise. Zetsu," he continued, "you're well versed in the world's jutsu. Are you aware of any techniques that could kill someone as powerful as Madara without leaving a trace?" Zetsu paused, then replied, "Techniques like that are rare. However, Hidden Leaf Village does possess one jutsu that could do the job." "Oh? Which jutsu?" Nagato pressed. "Spirit Transformation Jutsu," Zetsu explained. "It's a formidable S-rank technique. This jutsu allows a user to transform their spirit into an ethereal form that can latch onto an enemy, completely erasing their mind. Although it's not a time-space jutsu, the speed of a spirit form is truly blinding. Light speed, even. And the spirit can not only kill, it also has incredible sensory capabilities. No matter the distance, it can detect previously marked targets and even relay information." Nagato frowned, his expression darkening. Could it be? Madara was killed by a Hidden Leaf Village shinobi with the Spirit Transformation Jutsu, and his body was taken back to Hidden Leaf Village by an infiltrator in the Land of Rain? Zetsu nodded. It's possible. Since they couldn't always be with Obito, Nagato knew the scenario he described wasn't out of the question. This Spirit Transformation Jutsu sounds terrifying. Perhaps even more so than the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, Nagato said gravely. It is terrifying. If someone marked with chakra by a Spirit Transformation user doesn't prepare in advance, they're practically defenseless. But it's not without its weaknesses. After all, no jutsu is perfect, Zetsu noted. Oh? Enlighten me. Nagato's eyes lit up with curiosity. If Madara had indeed been killed by the Spirit Transformation Jutsu, then the technique posed a significant danger. If Madara could be ambushed, then so could he. Your Rinnegan and certain unique barriers, Zetsu replied. With Nagato playing such a crucial role in his plans, Zetsu couldn't afford to lose him without warning. So, he held back nothing. My Rinnegan? Nagato looked thoughtful, then turned to Zetsu. Is it the ability of the Naraka Path? Exactly, Zetsu confirmed. The Naraka Path's abilities directly counter the spirit transformation jutsu. As long as you have the Rinnegan, there's no need to worry about that technique. Nagato breathed a sigh of relief. Zetsu added, as for a barrier jutsu to guard against spirit transformation, I'll teach you one. Thank you, Nagato said earnestly. Though he felt secure, he knew his allies might still be at risk. The speed of a spirit form could allow an enemy to strike without warning if no countermeasures were in place. Think nothing of it. I am the inheritor of Madara Uchiha's will. Helping you is only natural, Zetsu replied solemnly. Madara. Nagato was silent for a long moment before finally muttering, I will avenge him someday. Madara, Zetsu murmured with a tone of satisfaction. Madara placed his faith in you, and it seems he was not wrong. He even told me, should anything happen to him, to entrust everything to you. Nagato was visibly moved. Aside from Yahiko, Konan, and his former master Jiraiya, Madara was the first person who had trusted him this much. What did Madara want to entrust to me? Nagato asked seriously. He left you his legacy, Zetsu replied gravely, the true method for wielding the judo statue and Madara's ultimate dream, the infinite Tsukami. The correct way to use the judo statue? And Madara's dream. The infinite Tsukami? What is that? Nagato asked. Zetsu chuckled softly. I'll explain, one step at a time. Nagato nodded, listening intently. Let's start with the judo statue, Zetsu began, his tone deep and ominous. You already know its origin, the husk of the ten tails. Only when all nine-tailed beasts' chakra is united will it revive fully, transforming into the ten tails. But the true way to wield the ten tails isn't simply by unleashing tailed beast bombs in a reckless assault. It's through the six paths, ten tails coffin seal. By becoming the ten tails Jinchuriki, one achieves full sage transformation, wielding the power of the sage of six paths. Ten tails Jinchuriki. Sage transformation. The sage of six paths was the ten tails Jinchuriki? Nagato murmured, astonished. Exactly. The sage of six paths was the first Jinchuriki of the ten tails. Thanks to it, he became as powerful as a god. Zetsu's confirmation was as much truth as it was a manipulation. Imagine it, Nagato, with the power of the sage of six paths, making the world feel pain would be as easy as turning your hand. Nagato nodded. Indeed. With the sage of six paths power, one could make the world understand pain and, through that pain, nurture true peace. And what about Madara's ultimate dream, the infinite Tsukami? Nagato inquired. It's the ultimate Genjutsu, Zetsu explained, capable of casting every person in the world into an illusion. In this illusory world, each individual is shown a reality that perfectly caters to their deepest desires. This way, everyone can experience true happiness. It's the only way to achieve lasting peace. Nagato's gaze drifted as he imagined this future. He had to admit, it was a path to true peace. Ensnaring the world in a Genjutsu that crafted personalized realms would allow everyone to find happiness. Sensing Nagato's interest, Zetsu continued, surely you've realized it by now, this world is beyond redemption. Everyone lives in their own personal hell. The infinite Tsukami will transform that hell into paradise. Nagato sighed suddenly and said, but a Genjutsu is still just an illusion. Madara's vision is beautiful, yes, but it remains a dream. And dreams eventually come to an end. Chapter 78, A Breakthrough in Research. My dream ended the day Yahiko took his life by my hand, Nagato declared, his voice growing stronger with each word. Now, all I can do is carry on Yahiko's dream. Using my own methods to make the world understand pain, so people will come to understand one another, and ultimately, find peace. Turning to Black Zetsu, Nagato spoke calmly, so, forgive me, but I can't fulfill Madara's vision of the infinite Tsukami. Black Zetsu sighed in exasperation. Is that so? Such a pity. The infinite Tsukami is the only true path to peace, there's no doubt about that. Nagato shook his head. The infinite Tsukami is a denial of reality itself. If we negate our very existence, what's the point of peace? I won't do it. I'll bring peace my own way. Nagato's resolve was unshaken. Do you still believe in this world, Nagato? Black Zetsu pressed. Your methods will only breed hatred. People won't understand each other. They'll only know more suffering. Driven by his devotion to revive his mother in a perfect form, Black Zetsu was giving his all. You're right. Pain, hatred, suffering. They're intrinsic to humanity. As long as people exist, so will these things. They're not meaningless, they have purpose, Nagata replied firmly. Only by experiencing pain can we truly grow, and only through hardship can we come to cherish the peace that we achieve. Seeing the unwavering resolve in Nagato's eyes, Black Zetsu realized his persuasion had failed. Nagato was not like Madara or Obito. He didn't share the same mindset as the Uchiha, nor did he retreat from reality despite all he had endured. Very well. Black Zetsu sighed. If that's your choice, follow your path. Just remember, if it fails, you'll still have the infinite Tsukuyomi as a fallback. Nagata replied without hesitation, no matter what, I won't use the infinite Tsukuyomi to escape reality. If I fail, then I fail. Studying Nagato's unwavering expression, Black Zetsu smiled approvingly. Impressive. I believe Madara would be proud to see you like this. Despite his words, Black Zetsu felt a tinge of regret. Yet, there was no one else suitable for this task now. For thousands of years, they had come closer to reviving Kaguya Otsutsuki than ever before. He didn't want any more setbacks. Even without the infinite Tsukuyomi, Kaguya could still be resurrected through the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, though imperfect. But she could restore herself in time. With that, Black Zetsu handed Nagato a large scroll. This is Madara's legacy. The 6 paths, the Ten Tails coffin seal, and the infinite Tsukuyomi. It's all here. How you use it is up to you. Taking the scroll, Nagato felt a surge of mixed emotions. He had never imagined things would turn out this way. I'll make good use of this. And one day, I'll find out who betrayed Madara and make them pay. He said firmly. First things first, starting with Hidden Leaf Village. Nagato looked toward the land of water, his face hardened with resolve. Meanwhile, in Hidden Leaf Village, at the Uchiha clan's training grounds, Akira was training tirelessly. He'd never slacked off in his taijutsu training, recognizing that while ninjutsu could be countered, taijutsu was timeless. For Akira, taijutsu was indispensable. In truth, his path was closer to the hybrid of ninjutsu and taijutsu, unlike Ryui's pure taijutsu. The strength of 100 jutsu has reached its limit. To go further, I'd either need to enhance my chakra quality or gain a Kekkei Genkai like Boyle style. Akira surveyed the battered training area, flexing his wrist thoughtfully. Kekkei Genkai. Boyle style. He was deep in thought when he heard approaching footsteps. Impressive, Akira. Such destructive power. Kin Uchiha said, looking around the training ground in awe. Kin, is something happening with Shinten Biotech? Akira asked. Kin, who was in charge of security for Shinten Biotech, only sought him out when necessary. They're requesting your presence. Apparently, it's urgent, Kin replied. Sure enough, the one who'd requested him was none other than Yakushi Nano. In her office, Akira watched as Nano penned some notes. A breakthrough in research? He asked. Your intuition is as sharp as ever, Nano replied with a smile. Just 2 days ago, we finally achieved a breakthrough in cloning technology. Cloning? You've made it happen? Akira was taken aback. In just over a year, Nano's team had already mastered cloning. Indeed. The technology is ready for practical use, Nano replied, though her tone turned serious. I would advise caution. The science is sound, but there are significant moral and ethical concerns. I'm well aware, Akira replied with a small smile. That's why we're moving forward with selective cloning research. Nano nodded in agreement. True. After discussing it a while longer, Akira stepped out of Nano's office, only to be approached by another researcher. Akira-sama, Director Hoshi requests your presence. He says there's been a major breakthrough in his research, the researcher whispered. Mizutani Hoshi, the head of the secretive Senju cell transplantation project, wasn't like other researchers. Though he wasn't a shinobi, he was highly proficient with chakra, making him an unusual figure in scientific circles. Akira had hired him for his expertise, despite knowing of his ethical flexibility and past misdeeds that the Uchiha clan could hold over him. After Akira had killed Obito Uchiha, he'd handed Obito's body over to Hoshi for further study. Seeing Akira, Hoshi, a portly, middle-aged man, quickly approached, fawning. Akira-sama, the cell transfer project has made significant strides. What sort of breakthrough? Akira asked calmly. Thanks to the sample you provided us last month, we've made substantial progress. We discovered that the key to a successful transplant lies in achieving balance between the cells. Balance? Akira asked, intrigued. You mean yin-yang balance? Chapter 79, Rising Turmoil. Yes, Mizutani Hiroshi said ingratiatingly, his tone dripping with flattery. You're truly remarkable, pinpointing the core of the issue in an instant. Let's hear it. What exactly is going on? Akira asked, his expression calm and unbothered. He was fully aware that Mizutani's words were little more than sycophantic praise, deliberately leaving room for interpretation. Seeing Akira's composed demeanor, Mizutani chuckled nervously and explained, in simple terms, the mysterious cells you provided are brimming with an extraordinary vitality. From a shinobi's perspective, this would fall under the category of yang release. For such cells to function effectively, they need to be transplanted into a life form with an equally potent yin release attribute. As he spoke, Mizutani glanced cautiously at Akira and continued, for example, someone like you. Although he wasn't a shinobi himself, Mizutani was well versed in chakra manipulation and had a fair understanding of the powerful clans and their Kekkei Genkai. He knew that the Uchiha clan's Sharingan was a manifestation of yin release. The stronger the Uchiha, the more advanced the Sharingan, and, naturally, the more profound their yin release. As a researcher, Mizutani was confident in his analysis. If these cells were transplanted into my body, what are the chances of success? Akira asked calmly. Mizutani paused, furrowing his brows in thought before replying, for someone as powerful as you, theoretically, failure is not an option. May I ask? Have you awakened the legendary Mangekyō Sharingan? Mizutani asked hesitantly, lowering his voice. Akira cast him a sidelong glance before giving a faint nod. Just that glance was enough to make Mizutani break into a cold sweat. But when Akira nodded, he let out a sigh of relief and said, in that case, theoretically speaking, the yin release power of your Mangekyō Sharingan should be comparable to the yang release within these cells, creating an easy balance. Can you use cloning technology to create a test subject and verify this? Akira asked. Mizutani pondered the request for a moment before nodding. With our current cloning techniques, it's theoretically feasible. However, since we've never attempted to clone a shinobi with a Kekkei Genkai, the outcome remains uncertain. What about the body I previously gave you? Can pure Uchiha cells still be extracted from it? Akira inquired. Yes, that won't be an issue, Mizutani confirmed confidently. Then get started on this immediately, Akira ordered. I understand. I'll begin the experiments at once, Mizutani replied solemnly. Thanks to chakra's unique properties, the incubation period for the clone could be significantly reduced, making the process much faster than traditional methods. As Akira left the labs, he was in an excellent mood. In just one day, the organization had made significant breakthroughs in 2 key research projects. Cloning aside, if the transplantation of Hashirama's cells could be verified as viable, it would eliminate any lingering concerns Akira might have. With dual Kamyu enhanced by Hashirama's cells, he would become an unstoppable force in the shinobi world. But as Akira approached his home, just as he reached the front door, an Anbu operative appeared beside him and spoke urgently. Akira Uchiha, the Hokage has summoned you to his office immediately. Akira raised an eyebrow but wasted no time, heading straight to the Hokage's office. By all accounts, late in the year of Hidden Leaf Village's 51st year, there shouldn't have been any major incidents. Upon arriving, Akira found Hiruzen Sarutobi seated at his desk, his expression a mix of worry and anger. Akira, there's trouble at the border, Hiruzen said without waiting for Akira to speak. His voice was grave. According to the latest intelligence, Nagato, the one with the Rinnegan, has attacked the defensive line at the border. Nagato attacked the defensive line? Akira asked, his brows furrowing slightly. Hiruzen nodded. Yes. The latest reports indicate that our forces suffered heavy casualties. Shizue engaged Nagato to cover the retreat of the others. As of now, his status is unknown. Hearing this, a flash of killing intent passed through Akira's eyes. Although he wasn't particularly close to Shizue, the man was still one of the pillars of the Uchiha clan, an essential strength that could not be lost. Hiruzen met Akira's gaze and continued, I've already contacted Orochimaru and Jiraiya, who are stationed nearby, to assist Shizue. However, to ensure nothing goes wrong, I need you to head there immediately. I'll have Anbu sent in as backup. I understand, Akira said with a nod before vanishing from the office. As he left, Hiruzen narrowed his eyes, his face dark with intent. Nagato. After returning home, Akira immediately used the spiritual transformation jutsu. His consciousness transformed into a spiritual form, rapidly expanding his senses to locate Shizue. Recognizing Shizue's chakra signature wasn't difficult. Soon, Akira locked onto a faint, flickering presence near the border between the land of water and the land of fire. Like a candle in the wind. However, over 10 kilometers behind Shizue, Nagato's overwhelming chakra was closing in fast. Shizue is in critical condition, barely clinging to life. There's no time to waste. I have to use Kamyu now before Nagato reaches him. With that thought, Akira's spirit returned to his body. In the next instant, he activated Kamyu, disappearing from his home. When he reappeared, Akira found himself deep within a dense forest at the border. There lay Shizue, his state utterly miserable. His flak jacket was in tatters, his body bruised and bloodied, and trails of dried blood stained his face beneath his eyes. His chakra was so weak it seemed as if he could perish at any moment. Seeing Shizue in such a dire state, Akira exhaled deeply. Without hesitation, he hoisted Shizue onto his back and vanished into Kamyu's dimensional space. Facing Nagato head-on with a critically injured comrade was not a wise choice. Despite having dual Kamyu, Akira knew that without the enhancement of Hashirama's cells, he wasn't at full potential. Furthermore, Nagato likely had some knowledge of Kamyu's mechanics. If the fight dragged on, the outcome could be uncertain. Moments later, Nagato arrived at the site where Shizue had been. His expression darkened as he gazed at the empty ground. That speed. Was it a space-time ninjutsu? Could Hidden Leaf Village have acquired Madara's eyes? Expanding his senses, Nagato's scowl deepened. There was no trace of Shizue's chakra for hundreds of kilometers. Foiled again, Nagato muttered darkly, his face grim. Chapter 80, Shizue on the brink of death. The sudden attack on Hidden Leaf Village's defensive line at the Fire Country border had one true purpose, eliminating Shizue Uchiha and crippling one of Hidden Leaf Village's strongest pillars. Despite his young age, Shizue's name had already gained legendary renown. Given time, as his body matured, he was certain to become one of the most formidable shinobi of his era. On the night of the Nine Tails rampage, Fugaku Uchiha and Akira Uchiha had left a deep impression on Nagato. The two of them alone managed to hold off the Nine Tails, even dealing it significant damage. Such strength was rare, even among the Kage. In preparation for future plans to capture the tailed beasts, Nagato decided it was necessary to eliminate Hidden Leaf Village as top-tier combatants one by one. This served a dual purpose, paving the way for his grand scheme and avenging Madara Uchiha. If Hidden Leaf Village's forces have mastered Madara's Jujutsu, future attacks will need to be swift and decisive, Nagato muttered to himself. He took some solace in the knowledge that Shizue Uchiha was already at death's door. Even if Tsunade herself were to treat him, his chances of recovery are slim. Calling him as good as dead wouldn't be an exaggeration, he thought, his mood lifting slightly. This ambush had achieved its purpose. It's time to lie low for a while. Hidden Leaf Village will surely heighten its vigilance now. Another move like this might not work and could even backfire, Nagato mused. Meanwhile, far from the battlefield, on a remote coastline, Akira appeared with Shizue in tow. Without hesitation, Akira began using medical ninjutsu to stabilize Shizue's condition. After half an hour of effort, Akira frowned deeply, staring at the unconscious Shizue. His injuries were severe. Overuse of chakra and his Mangekyō Sharingan had drained an immense amount of his life force. This was beyond the realm of what conventional medical ninjutsu could heal. His condition reminded Akira of Nagato's state after forcibly summoning the Jido statue, his life force drastically sapped. But Shizue wasn't like Nagato, he didn't have the same immense reserves of life energy. What little remained could only barely keep him alive. This is bad. Akira sighed. The loss of life force was one thing, but what truly endangered Shizue was the strain on his Mangekyō Sharingan, which had pushed his mind to the brink of collapse. If his psyche shattered, Shizue's death would be inevitable. After a thorough examination, Akira concluded that Shizue's Sharingan was already close to blindness. Even if he did wake up, he would no longer be able to fight. He was effectively crippled. This is troublesome, Akira muttered, shaking his head. He hoisted Shizue onto his back and began sprinting toward Hidden Leaf Village. In his current state, there was likely no one in the shinobi world capable of saving him. Maintaining this precarious half-alive condition was feasible, but fully reviving him and restoring his strength? That was a near impossible task. After stabilizing Shizue's condition and deliberately delaying for 2 days, Akira finally returned to Hidden Leaf Village. He handed Shizue over to the Hidden Leaf Village hospital, instructing the Uchiha clan to guard him vigilantly, before heading to the Hokage's office to report. Upon learning of Shizue's condition, Hiruzen Sarutobi wasted no time and went to the hospital to see him personally. In the sterile hospital room, Fugaku stood by Shizue's bedside, conversing with the attending physician. Seeing the Hokage enter, Fugaku greeted him with little enthusiasm. "Lord Hokage. Don't mind me." Hiruzen's gaze fell on Shizue, whose face was pale as a sheet. A trace of sorrow flashed across his eyes. In Hiruzen's mind, Shizue was a true embodiment of the will of fire. An Uchiha who wholeheartedly dedicated himself to the village. He had inherited the spirit of Hiruzen's late friend, Kagami Uchiha. Given time, Shizue would have become a pillar of strength for the village. "How is Shizue's condition?" Hiruzen asked the attending physician quietly. The doctor responded calmly, "Shizue's condition is dire. The overuse of his chakra has resulted in significant loss of life force. Thanks to Akira's immediate treatment, his life was barely stabilized." Hiruzen frowned, his voice heavy. When will he wake up? Is there any way to restore his life force? The doctor shook his head. Whether or not Shizue regains consciousness depends on his ability to recover from severe mental trauma. As for restoring his life force, there's no known method. Mental trauma? Hiruzen's face darkened further. What do you mean by that? The doctor glanced at Fugaku and Akira. This matter is better explained by them. They understand it more thoroughly than I do. Hiruzen turned to the two men. I'll explain, Akira offered. Shizue fought Nagato to cover the retreat of the border forces. He overextended his Mangekyō Sharingan, causing significant strain on his psyche. Whether or not he regains consciousness is uncertain. Is there truly no way to save him? Hiruzen pressed. Akira gave a bitter smile. Unless we can restore his lost life force, allowing his body to heal his mind, there's little hope. Hiruzen sighed deeply. It was a vicious cycle. There was no way to restore life force, and without it, recovery was impossible. If such a method existed, shinobi would no longer have a concept of a prime. Their lives would extend far beyond a few short decades. Is there absolutely no way to restore life force? Hiruzen asked again, unwilling to give up. The doctor shook his head once more. Perhaps somewhere in the shinobi world, there are mystical techniques that can achieve this, but Hidden Leaf Village has no such resources. Faced with this grim reality, Hiruzen's spirits sank. The loss of Shizue felt like another heavy blow, coming so soon after the deaths of Minato and Kushina. A devastating loss for Hidden Leaf Village's strength. News of Shizue's condition spread quickly, casting a heavy shadow over the Uchiha clan. Tension simmered, unspoken but palpable. In the clan leader's study, Fugaku and Akira sat across from each other. Shizue's situation is truly regrettable. Fugaku sighed, then looked at Akira. I heard you went to the research lab today. Was there any progress there? The Shinten Biotech Lab had always been Akira's responsibility, and Fugaku seldom involved himself in its affairs. However, given Shizue's critical condition, Fugaku couldn't help but pin his hopes on the lab's potential breakthroughs. Shizue was a wielder of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Someone the clan couldn't afford to lose. If there was even a sliver of hope, Fugaku wasn't ready to give up. Chapter 81, A Method to Save. Akira nodded and said, significant breakthroughs have been made over there. Cloning technology is essentially perfected and ready for practical use. More importantly, there's been major progress in transplanting the cells of Senju Hashirama. I've already authorized transplantation experiments. Seeing the subtle change in Fugaku's expression, Akira continued, dropping the real bombshell. That's excellent news. Fugaku exhaled deeply, a look of relief spreading across his face. He turned to Akira and asked, transplanting Senju Hashirama cells into Shizue. Will it restore his lost vitality? If the transplant is successful, it will indeed replenish his lost vitality, Akira confirmed. Good. Fugaku sighed in relief. Every clan member who awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan was invaluable to the Uchiha clan and had to be protected at all costs. How long will it take for biotech to complete the verification experiments? Fugaku inquired. 3 to 5 months, I'd estimate, Akira replied. Since we're using clones for the experiments, biotech is employing various methods to accelerate their growth, significantly shortening the maturation period. That's not too long, Fugaku remarked, nodding in satisfaction. Shizue's current condition should hold out until then. After a moment of contemplation, Fugaku added, once the transplant is successful, he might develop wood style. If that becomes public knowledge, it'll be difficult to explain to the village. It's not the right time for us to reveal everything. There's no need to worry about that, Akira replied with a small smile. I've already mastered the spirit transformation jutsu. When the time comes, I can enter Shizue's mental space in my spiritual form. As long as we don't tell him about the transplant, he'll remain unaware of the truth. Since they wouldn't disclose it, Shizue would never know the specifics. You've mastered the spirit transformation jutsu? Fugaku looked at Akira in surprise, his joy evident. That's even better than I'd hoped. But can't you just use the spirit transformation jutsu to wake Shizue directly? Fugaku asked curiously. Shizue's current condition isn't something he can overcome with sheer willpower alone, Akira explained. His spirit is extremely weak. Even in my spiritual form, I can only enter his mental space and communicate with him. To wake him up, his lost vitality needs to be sufficiently replenished first. I understand, Fugaku said with a nod. Akira's explanation clarified the situation. If it were merely a matter of vitality depletion, Shizue might have had a chance of recovery. However, Shizue's current state, on the verge of collapse both physically and spiritually, was beyond the reach of willpower alone. We'll wait for results, Akira concluded. The attack on Hidden Leaf Village's border patrols near the national boundary soon spread throughout the ninja world. Along with this news came intel on Nagato, including information about the Rinnegan's abilities. This intelligence, undoubtedly leaked by Hidden Leaf Village, quickly found its way to the desks of the various Kage in their respective villages. Back during the Nine Tails attack, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya had faced off against Nagato and managed to gather a considerable amount of intel on the Rinnegan's capabilities. Hidden Stone's village, Sushi Kage's office Anoki frowned as he read the report submitted by the intelligence unit. The Rinnegan. Truly terrifying. As expected of the legendary Sage of Six Paths Eyes. It can absorb ninjutsu. This renders my particle style completely ineffective, Anoki murmured, pondering how to deal with such an adversary. After a long period of deliberation, he shook his head, realizing that he had no reliable method to counter Nagato. Particle style was countered, his flying technique was restrained by the Rinnegan's gravitational abilities, and close combat was out of the question. Troublesome Rinnegan. Anoki muttered under his breath. Hidden Cloud's village, Raikage's office absorbing ninjutsu? Gravitational push and pull? It seems my decision to change my training methods was the right call. The fourth Raikage, sneered. Perfect timing. I've just mastered my father's Hell Stab technique. Let's see if this so-called repulsion can withstand my Hell Stab. Initially, A's lightning-style armor differed from his father's. While the third Raikage focused on defense and strength, A prioritized speed. However, after Minato Namikage's death, A shifted his focus to enhancing his defense and power. In the past, A had fixated on surpassing Minato's speed. Now that Minato was gone, A was undoubtedly the fastest ninja in the world. By addressing his weaker defense and power, the fourth Raikage was poised to become an unparalleled Raikage, potentially even surpassing his father. Reactions in other villages varied, but all the Kage regarded Nagato and his Rinnegan with intense wariness. They increased the number of spies sent into Hidden Rain Village, more than ever before. Nagato and Konan, who now essentially controlled Hidden Rain Village, quickly noticed this development. Standing by the window, watching the rainfall, Nagato spoke calmly as Konan voiced her concerns. Nagato, what do we do about all these spies sent by the other villages? She asked. Let them roam in the land of rain, Nagato replied evenly. As long as they don't uncover Akatsuki's true operations, they'll eventually withdraw. Konan seemed thoughtful. You plan to let Hanzo maintain his public role as Hidden Rain Village's leader while Akatsuki remains hidden in the shadows? Exactly, Nagato confirmed. Our goal is the tailed beasts. With such a goal, Akatsuki can't afford to operate openly. Tailed beasts were strategic assets, treasures to the great villages. Any organization coveting them and possessing the strength to take them would inevitably become a target. But the major villages already know of Akatsuki's existence, Konan pointed out, her worry evident. No matter, Nagato said in his calm, steady voice. For now, we'll reduce Akatsuki's activities. Time will dull their vigilance. They don't have the resources to focus on us indefinitely. Having inherited the true legacy of Madara Uchiha, Nagato reflected on himself and recognized the need for a period of quiet training and consolidation. Don't forget about Hidden Leaf Village, Konan reminded him. From their counterattack on Shizue Uchiha, it's clear they have someone who has mastered both the spirit transformation jutsu and space-time ninjutsu. Be wary of their ambushes. Rest assured, I've prepared for that. Their spirit transformation jutsu will no longer be able to sense us, Nagato said confidently. Chapter 82, A Failed Experiment. As Nagato turned around, he waved his hand, sending a soft, white substance flying toward Konan. Catching the pliable, clay-like material, Konan examined it closely and asked, What is this? This is a spore clone created from white zetsu, Nagato explained. It can mimic the chakra of others. If you keep it with you, the spirit transformation jutsu won't be able to detect our chakra signatures. A clone from white zetsu with such an ability? Incredible! Konan exclaimed, carefully storing the spore away with a serious expression. The true extent of white zetsu's abilities is beyond what we ever imagined, Nagato said with a faint smile. After inheriting Madara Uchiha's legacy, he had only begun to understand the immense potential of white zetsu. No wonder it was created by the divine tree, Konan remarked in awe. Nagato had shared much ancient knowledge with Konan after receiving Madara's inheritance, including the origins and true nature of the Jado statue. Just then, a white zetsu emerged slowly from the ground nearby. After surfacing, the white zetsu addressed Nagato. Nagato, we've identified a suitable candidate to recruit into the Akatsuki. Oh? Who is it? What's their name? Nagato asked immediately. At present, the Akatsuki could only count on him as a true high-level combatant. He often found himself stretched too thin when attempting to carry out his plans. The person is named Kakazu, a bounty hunter who practices a secret technique called Earth Grudge Fear. It allows him to steal others' hearts to extend his life and wield the elemental chakra affinities of his victims, White Zetsu explained. He sounds formidable, Nagato said with a nod. White Zetsu shrugged. He is. He was once an elite shinobi from Hidden Waterfall Village. In the past, he was tasked with assassinating the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Although he failed, escaping alive from a confrontation with the first Hokage speaks volumes about his abilities. That's certainly impressive, Nagato acknowledged. Where is he now? He's been operating near the underground bounty exchange in the Land of Hot Water, White Zetsu replied. Understood. Nagato turned to Conan. Conan, I'll leave the matters in Hidden Rain Village to you for now. I'll return as soon as I can. Conan didn't respond verbally, merely nodding in silent agreement. In the Hokage's office in Hidden Leaf Village, Sarutobe Hiruzen took a deep drag from his pipe, his face clouded with worry. The borders of the Land of Fire were becoming increasingly unstable. Hidden Stones Village, Hidden Clouds Village, and Hidden Mist Village had all intensified their infiltration efforts almost simultaneously. Numerous shinobi squads had been stealthily invading the Land of Fire, pillaging and wreaking havoc in towns and villages along the borders. The daimyo of the Land of Fire was furious, demanding that Hiruzen devise a solution promptly. Failure to do so would lead to a significant reduction in Hidden Leaf Village's military budget. Desperate to resolve the crisis, Hiruzen had even dispatched Denzo to handle matters. This wasn't a mere skirmish anymore, it had escalated into a small-scale war. Hiruzen had already deployed all available forces. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Denzo were each overseeing different fronts. Despite their efforts, some regions remained inadequately defended, forcing the Uchiha and Hyuga clans to step in and fill the gaps. Yet Hiruzen refrained from sending Fugaku Uchiha and Akira Uchiha out of the village. With Hidden Leaf Village as top combatants dispersed, the village was vulnerable. Someone had to stay behind to guard the Jinchuriki. Moreover, Hiruzen harbored concerns about the Uchiha clan gaining too much glory. Excessive achievements could pose a threat to his position as Hokage. The Uchiha clan had always harbored ambitions toward the Hokage title. A prospect Hiruzen couldn't ignore. The position of Hokage could not fall into the hands of the Uchiha. Standing by the window, Hiruzen looked out over the village, silently praying, let the conflict not escalate further. But the course of events would not align with Hiruzen's prayers. While tensions with Hidden Stones Village remained contained, the situation with Hidden Clouds Village spiraled out of control. By the end of December in the 51st year of the Hidden Leaf Village calendar, war broke out. 1,000 shinobi from Hidden Clouds Village invaded the Land of Fire through the Land of Hot Water, clashing with the Hidden Leaf Village forces led by Jiraiya at the border. The invasion was led by Dodai, a trusted person of the Third Raikage. Wielding the Kekkei Genkai lava style, Dodai was a formidable opponent, though not on Jiraiya's level. Caught off guard, Jiraiya's forces suffered heavy losses. Thankfully, Jiraiya summoned the Toads of Mount Myabaku and entered Sage mode, turning the tide and preventing total annihilation. Despite the war, both sides restrained themselves, keeping the conflict at a relatively low intensity. Time passed, and by March of the 52nd year, the war between Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Clouds Village continued. The two forces clashed repeatedly along the borders of the Land of Fire. Though the conflict wasn't as intense as it could have been, the war had still caused Hidden Leaf Village's military budget to soar. The daimyo, who had planned to cut funding, had no choice but to increase it again. Meanwhile, Akira wasn't faring well. Moments earlier, Haoshi, who was overseeing the experiment to transplant Hashirama's cells, had informed him of the experiment's failure. The reason for the failure was unclear. The clone body couldn't perfectly replicate the original's traits. Not only did it fail to produce the Mangekyō Sharingan, but it couldn't even manifest the basic Sharingan. A clone without a Sharingan was obviously useless for experimenting with Hashirama's cells. The clone body of Obito Uchiha was no different from an ordinary Uchiha's body. It lacked the yin release prowess unique to Mangekyō Sharingan users. Looks like cloning technology isn't advanced enough yet. Akira thought to himself. He was certain that Mangekyō Sharingan could be cloned. It had been demonstrated in the Boruto era, where Orochimaru had successfully mass-produced clones with Mangekyō Sharingan. The current failure could only mean that the technology wasn't mature enough yet. But why is Hashirama's clone so perfect? Akira wondered, staring at the clone that bore an uncanny resemblance to Hashirama. The clone exhibited the same overwhelming life force as the original, a trait so potent that even an ordinary shinobi could sense it. Akira was sure that if the suppression on the clone's consciousness were lifted, it would develop rapidly, perhaps even surpassing expectations. What's the difference here? Akira mused, baffled. After pondering for a long time, he couldn't come up with an answer. This wasn't his area of expertise, after all. As the saying goes, a different trait is like a different mountain. Expecting himself to solve it was a fool's errand. Chapter 83, Preparing for the Transplant. Akira observed the cloned body of Obito, stroking his chin thoughtfully. His hands formed the seals for the spirit transformation jutsu with practiced precision. Once the jutsu was complete, his semi-transparent spirit form emerged and quickly entered the clone's body. The next moment, the clone's previously lifeless body sat up stiffly, moving with newfound vitality. It clenched its hands, flexing its fingers experimentally, then cautiously climbed down from the lab table. It began pacing around the lab, adjusting to its physical form as though familiarizing itself with a new vessel. Clearly, Akira had taken full control of the clone's body. With his mastery of the spirit transformation jutsu, such possession was a relatively simple feat. Sharingan. After a brief period of acclimation, Akira narrowed the clone's eyes, attempting to activate the Sharingan. In an instant, the black pupils turned a vibrant crimson, and a fully formed three-tomoe Sharingan manifested. Startled by the unexpected success, Akira paused. This was merely a casual test, yet the clone had managed to awaken its Sharingan. So, the clone's hardware is functional. It just lacks the proper driver, Akira murmured to himself, his tone contemplative. Mangekyō Sharingan. With a thought, he tried pushing the clone's abilities further, attempting to awaken the Mangekyō. However, this time, the three-tomoe Sharingan remained unchanged. Failed. Akira frowned, pondering the reason for the failure. After some deliberation, he muttered, "Perhaps this explains it." His analysis led him to two potential conclusions. He himself had never awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. The unique chakra required to activate it wasn't something he could provide. The Mangekyō he currently wielded had been activated by Obito and Kakashi. As a result, he could use it, but he lacked the specific chakra to awaken one anew. The clone, though genetically identical to Obito, still needed the special chakra surge triggered by its own awakening process. The cloning technology itself might be imperfect, leading to inherent limitations that prevented the clone from replicating the original's traits entirely. It's a pity I haven't truly awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. I can't test my theory, Akira lamented, shaking his head. He guided the clone back onto the lab table before his spirit exited the body. Next, his spirit entered the clone of Senju Hashirama. So much vitality. Such immense chakra. Akira exclaimed in awe as the clone's eyes opened. The moment he began extracting chakra, Akira was taken aback. This body seemed to produce chakra endlessly, with its energy reserves appearing bottomless. Chakra was a blend of spiritual and physical energy. For the first time, Akira found himself struggling with an imbalance. His typically strong spiritual energy was being overwhelmed by the body's boundless physical energy. As a transmigrator, Akira's spiritual energy was innately potent. Yet even he found this overwhelming, a testament to the sheer vitality of Hashirama's clone. No wonder they call Senju Hashirama the reincarnation of Asura. It seems he unlocked the full potential of his physical body, elevating it to Asura's level, Akira thought, marveling at the body's capabilities. Asura and Indra were fundamentally different. Indra inherited the Sage of Six Paths ocular powers, born with immense strength. In contrast, Asura, though unremarkable at first, cultivated his physical prowess through relentless training, eventually rivaling Indra's might. This overwhelming vitality. It must be a manifestation of Yang release, Akira concluded. After exploring the clone's capabilities for some time, Akira's spirit returned to his original body. To ensure no unexpected incidents occurred, he placed a consciousness sealing technique on both clones, preventing them from developing independent awareness. Leaving the lab, Akira headed to the Uchiha clan leader's residence. Shizue's condition had deteriorated to the point where further delays could be fatal. However, as the clan's current head, Fugaku Uchiha would have to make the final decision. "How are the experiments progressing?" Fugaku asked the moment Akira stepped in. Over the past weeks, Fugaku had taken a keen interest in the developments. Early that morning, he had noticed representatives from the lab visiting Akira's home. The results weren't ideal, Akira replied, shaking his head. He began explaining the situation regarding the clones, though he omitted the detail that the clone belonged to Obito, presenting it as his own. Fugaku frowned. "So, using clones for the transplant experiments isn't feasible?" "Correct. Such experiments won't yield meaningful results," Akira affirmed. Based on what he'd observed, it was clear that ordinary Sharingan alone couldn't balance the power of Hashirama's cells. Even Denzo had needed 5 Sharingan in one arm to achieve stability. "But Shizue's condition can't wait any longer," Fugaku said, his expression grim. "We don't have the time to perfect cloning technology. If we're determined to save Shizue, we'll have to bypass the experimental phase and transplant Hashirama's cells directly," Akira said firmly. Fugaku understood the implications of Akira's words. It was up to him, as clan leader, to make this decision. Shizui, being an orphan with no immediate family, placed the responsibility squarely on Fugaku's shoulders. What's the success rate? Fugaku asked after a long pause. Based on my calculations, the success rate exceeds 90%, Akira replied. That's sufficient. Fugaku nodded. In principle, I approve of the transplant for Shizui. However, he hesitated briefly before continuing. Akira, you must use the spirit transformation jutsu to explain the situation to Shizui yourself. He must swear absolute secrecy. If he insists on informing the village elders. Fugaku shook his head. Then forget it. Understood, Akira replied. The transplantation of Hashirama cells was no trivial matter. Should Hiruz and Sarutobi learn of it, the resulting conflict could be catastrophic. Given Shizui's close ties with the higher-ups of Hidden Leaf Village, any leaks would spell disaster. Shortly afterward, Fugaku and Akira made their way to Shizui. Shizui had been relocated to the facility 2 months prior as part of their preparations. In Shizui's room, Akira wasted no time, immediately deploying the spirit transformation jutsu to enter Shizui's mental space. The moment he arrived, Akira noticed the stark difference between Shizui's mental space and that of a healthy individual. Where there should have been a star-filled void brimming with life, Shizui's mind was a desolate black abyss. After searching for a while, Akira finally located Shizui's consciousness. Sitting there, knees hugged to his chest, was a nearly translucent Shizui, lost in his thoughts. Chapter 84, The Deadliest Weapon is the Imagination. Shizui. Akira's ethereal form quivered with a subtle energy. Seated cross-legged, Shizui seemed to sense something. He lifted his head, his vacant gaze fixed in the direction of the disturbance. Seeing Shizui's lifeless expression, Akira frowned and thought, has this kid gone brain dead? Fortunately, after staring blankly at Akira for a long moment, Shizui's dull eyes gradually regained their spark. Akira-senpai. Shizui's spiritual form trembled faintly as he spoke. Relieved that Shizui still retained some awareness, Akira let out a breath. Do you remember what happened? Shizui furrowed his brow, recalling the events. After a pause, he replied, I remember. The enemy with the Rinnegan suddenly attacked and effortlessly crushed the border defense forces. Pain and worry clouded his face as he murmured, the Rinnegan's abilities are overwhelming. Ninjutsu was useless against him. My body flicker jutsu was completely countered by his repulsive and attractive forces. He even had the power to extract souls from our shinobi with ease. His voice faltered as he added, I barely escaped having my own soul ripped out. In desperation, I had to push myself to use Susanoo in battle. I don't know how many of our comrades managed to escape. What's the situation now, Akira-senpai? Shizui anxiously turned to Akira for answers. It's been almost half a year, Akira replied. Thanks to your desperate resistance, most of the border forces survived. You can rest easy. Shizui let out a sigh of relief, a faint smile forming on his face. But as he glanced down at his current state, realization dawned. His expression grew apologetic as he said, I'm sorry. It seems this is as far as I go. I've caused trouble for you and the others, Akira-senpai. At this, Akira interrupted him firmly. The Uchiha clan needs your strength, Shizui. You can't die yet. Shizui froze and gave a helpless smile. But Akira-senpai, you know my situation. Using Susanoo pushed my mind and body far beyond their limits. I'm practically half dead already. Even if Lady Tsunade returned, it wouldn't make a difference, he added, his voice tinged with bitterness. Does the clan have some miraculous way to heal injuries like mine? You guessed correctly, Akira said, nodding with certainty. Shizui blinked in surprise before a thought occurred to him. Akira-senpai. This isn't some ordinary method, is it? It must involve some technique the village forbids. Otherwise, you wouldn't be the one coming to me about this. You're sharp, Akira acknowledged, gazing deeply at Shizui. It's not a forbidden technique, but it is unconventional. I need to explain it to you first. Your condition is dire, he continued. Your life force is on the verge of depletion, and you're being kept alive solely by the clan's medical equipment. The only way to save you is to transplant a type of cell I acquired by chance. A cell you acquired? Shizui's confusion deepened. The situation wasn't unfolding as he had expected. Akira nodded. Yes, it's a cell I obtained from a strange, humanoid life form. These cells are brimming with vitality. If it doesn't involve crossing the village's lines, the clan should go ahead, Shizui said, visibly relaxing. But is there some kind of risk? Not exactly a risk, Akira explained. But after the transplant, there's a chance you'll gain the ability to use wood style. What? Wood style? Shizui was stunned, his voice rising. What kind of life form cells can grant wood style upon transplantation? Judging by Shizui's reaction, Akira realized he wasn't aware of the experiments Hidden Leaf Village had conducted in the past to recreate wood style through Hashirama Senju's cells. It was a relief. Shishui, though strong, was still young and ignorant of many of Hidden Leaf Village's dark secrets. That's a good thing, Akira thought. He had no intention of revealing the true nature of the cells to Shishui. If Shishui found out later, it could always be passed off as ignorance on Akira's part. Have you ever seen a creature like this? Akira asked, projecting an image of white Zetsu beside him. I've never seen anything like it, Shishui replied, shaking his head. Then, as if struck by a thought, he asked, does it have anything to do with Madara Uchiha, the one who attacked the fourth Hokage? He could also use wood style, right? Highly likely, Akira affirmed. I see. Shishui nodded slowly, understanding why Akira had approached him in person rather than proceeding with the transplant directly. If the procedure succeeded and he awakened wood style, the consequences of discovery would be severe. Wood style was once exclusively Hashirama's domain. Now, only 2 individuals wielded it, and both were enemies of the village. One of whom was the Uchiha clan's former patriarch, Madara. For the Uchiha clan to suddenly produce another wood style user would undoubtedly raise suspicions of collusion with Hidden Leaf Village's enemies. Worse, it might lead the higher-ups to suspect that the Uchiha clan was behind the Nine-Tails attack on the village. Shishui shuddered at the thought. Such suspicions could destroy the clan. His lifelong goal had been to foster peace and integration between the Uchiha and Hidden Leaf Village, not to deepen the rift. I understand, Shishui said solemnly. If the transplant is successful and I gain wood style, I'll keep it a secret. I won't let anyone find out about this. Hearing this, Akira felt reassured. Shishui's imagination had led him exactly where Akira wanted. For the sake of peace between the Uchiha and the village, Shishui would take the secret to his grave. Wise men sometimes need a bit of misdirection, Akira thought to himself. If you awaken wood style, Akira advised gravely, use it sparingly, and never disclose the details of your treatment to the higher-ups. Some truths are better left unsaid. Human nature is unpredictable. Shishui took a deep breath and nodded firmly. I understand. I won't let the clan become a target of suspicion. Chapter 85, The Successful Transplant. You know it too well. Our clan's current situation isn't great. The village higher-ups have never fully trusted us. On the night of the Nine-Tails attack, the village's orders were for us to handle the evacuation of non-combatants. It's clear they don't trust us, Akira said with a hint of bitterness. Thankfully, clan head Fugaku was decisive enough to rush to the battlefield that night. Otherwise, our clan's situation would be even more precarious, Shishui added, a trace of relief in his voice. Alright, I've said what I needed to say. I need to make preparations now. Akira turned to Shishui. You should brace yourself, the success rate of this transplant isn't guaranteed. I understand. I'll be ready for failure, Shishui replied with a firm nod. Outside the chamber, Fugaku Uchiha stood guard over Akira's motionless body. One of the weaknesses of the spirit transformation jutsu was the vulnerability of the user's physical body. If discovered and harmed while the spirit was away, it could be catastrophic. This was exactly how Kato-dan met his tragic end. While his spirit wreaked havoc on the battlefield, his unattended body was fatally attacked, leading to his demise. The moment Akira's eyes fluttered open, Fugaku immediately asked, how did it go? What did Shishui say? Akira smiled faintly. Don't worry. Shishui has agreed to keep this a secret. Fugaku raised an eyebrow in curiosity. How did you manage to convince him? From what I know, the village holds considerable weight in Shishui's heart. In Shishui's heart, the clan holds just as much weight as the village, Akira replied with a smile. He then briefly recounted his conversation within Shishui's mental space to ensure Fugaku was aligned and wouldn't inadvertently reveal anything when speaking to Shishui later. After listening to the summary, Fugaku nodded slightly and chuckled. It's better not to tell him the whole truth. Shifting the origin of the cells to Madara Uchiha instead of the real source was a clever move. Fugaku glanced at Shishui's unconscious form on the bed, his body covered in tubes, and said, let's begin the procedure. The sooner we complete the transplant, the better. Akira nodded and retrieved a violet-prepared Hashirama cell transplant serum from his storage scroll. Without hesitation, he began the procedure, injecting the green serum into Shishui's body. The moment the serum entered Shishui's system, his body reacted. The injection site turned visibly pale, and the discoloration started spreading like a skin disease. The truth, however, was far more alarming. Shishui's cells were being aggressively consumed by the Hashirama cells, manifesting in the visible changes. This doesn't look good. Hashirama cells are far too invasive, Fugaku muttered under his breath. Could this fail? Akira frowned deeply, concern evident in his voice. Just then, Shishui's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, revealing dim Sharingan. At first, both men thought Shishui had woken up, but they quickly realized it was merely a reflexive response from his body. As Shishui's body reacted instinctively, The spreading pale discoloration began to recede. His skin gradually returned to its normal tone. Moments later, Shishui's body convulsed violently, as if enduring tremendous pain, and an unconscious groan escaped his lips. But soon, his trembling ceased, and his breathing became steady and strong. "He's stabilizing," Fugaku whispered. Akira observed carefully before nodding slightly. Barring any unforeseen issues, it looks like it worked. Both men noticed that Shishui's chakra reserves were beginning to recover, his depleted life force slowly replenishing. His once pallid complexion from overexertion was now returning to normal. About an hour later, Shishui bolted upright on the bed, his sudden movement startling both Fugaku and Akira. For a brief moment, Shishui seemed disoriented, blinking several times to focus on his surroundings. "Clan head Fugaku, Akira. I'm sorry to have caused so much trouble for the clan and for you both," Shishui said, his tone filled with guilt. "That's not important right now," Fugaku dismissed with a wave of his hand. "What matters most is your condition. Carefully check your body for any abnormalities." "Understood." Shishui nodded and closed his eyes to concentrate on sensing his chakra and physical state. Akira and Fugaku remained silent, giving Shishui the space to assess himself. After a while, Shishui opened his eyes, a stunned expression on his face. "Something wrong?" Fugaku asked, a hint of tension in his voice. "My vision. It's fully restored," Shishui exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. "After my battle with Nagato, I strained my Mangekyō Sharingan using Susanoo, and I was on the verge of blindness. But now, it's as if nothing ever happened." Fugaku's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is that true?" Shishui blinked a few times, his gaze darting around the room to confirm. Finally, he nodded. "It's true." Hearing this, Fugaku's face broke into a wide grin. This was nothing short of a miracle. The implications were immense. The transplant had not only restored Shishui's vision but had also stopped the inevitable decline of his Mangekyō Sharingan. In a way, it was as if he had gained a pseudo-immortal Mangekyō Sharingan, akin to a youthful version of the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Fugaku couldn't contain his excitement, his mind racing. With this, nothing in Hidden Lee Village can stop the rise of the Uchiha clan. "Anything else?" Akira asked, interrupting Fugaku's thoughts. "My chakra reserves have increased significantly, and the quality has improved as well," Shishui replied, activating his Sharingan. "Even my ocular power feels stronger. I think, if I use Susanoo again, it might evolve into something greater." Shishui clenched his fists, determination flashing in his eyes. "If I were to face Nagato again now, I wouldn't feel so powerless." Memories of his last desperate battle with Nagato surfaced. How he had narrowly escaped with his life despite giving it his all. That experience had left a deep scar on his pride. But now, with his newfound strength, Shishui felt ready to reclaim his honor. Chapter 86, Transplanting Hashirama Senju's Cells. Listening to his words, Fugaku's face was alight with a faint smile. Compared to wood style, Fugaku still preferred using the Uchiha clan's signature eye techniques. This was, after all, the essence of their clan. At this stage, as Uchiha, openly utilizing wood style wasn't an option. Besides, this wood style, gained through transplanting Hashirama Senju's cells, could never rival the power of Hashirama himself. To Fugaku, the ability to perform wood style was nothing more than a bonus. Its true value lay in preventing the Mangekyō Sharingan from descending into blindness. "Do you feel anything? Can you use wood style?" Akira asked. Shishui, after concentrating for a moment, nodded hesitantly. "It feels like I can, but I don't know the hand seals for wood style techniques. It might take some time to figure out whether I've truly gained it." "No rush. Take your time," Akira replied. "Exactly," Fugaku added with a nod. "For now, rest well. Leave the lab only after your body has fully recovered." "I understand," Shishui replied, his voice steady. Yet, as he watched them prepare to leave, he quickly spoke up. "Clan leader, Akira-senpai, if the third Hokage or others ask how I recovered, how should I respond?" After his earlier conversation with Akira, Shishui instinctively wanted to sever any connection between the Uchiha within the village and Madara Uchiha or Nagato outside. He didn't want to give the village leadership any grounds to suspect the Uchiha clan. "Just say you don't know. Push the matter onto clan leader Fugaku," Akira said nonchalantly. This was a plan he and Fugaku had agreed upon earlier. Let the matter fall on Fugaku's shoulders. Besides, Hiruzen Sarutobi wasn't shameless enough to push the issue too far. Fugaku could always come up with a convenient excuse to deflect any probing questions. Leaving Shishui's specially designed recovery room, Akira and Fugaku headed to Akira's private laboratory. The purpose of their visit was clear, transplanting Hashirama cells into Fugaku. Fugaku was desperate to restore his eyesight, His current condition couldn't support an intense battle, and in the event of an emergency, he risked going completely blind mid-fight. Akira understood Fugaku's urgency, as he felt the same. If Shizue could succeed under far worse conditions, then there was no reason for their attempts to fail now. Fugaku lay down on the operating table as Akira retrieved the prepared transplant serum and began the procedure without hesitation. Moments later, Fugaku's expression twisted in pain, beads of sweat forming on his forehead and soaking his clothes in no time. His body trembled uncontrollably, his agony evident. "Ah!" he groaned, his voice hoarse, his body convulsing under the intense pain. "So it's this painful? I guess it was a blessing Shizue was unconscious during his procedure," Akira murmured in surprise. In the throes of pain, Fugaku's Sharingan activated, first revealing its 3 Tomoe form before quickly evolving into the Mangekyō Sharingan. As his eyes activated, the strong yin release energy from his Sharingan clashed with the yang release energy in Hashirama's cells, rapidly achieving a balance. After what felt like an eternity, Fugaku's screams subsided. He lay gasping on the operating table, his face pale and drenched in sweat. Akira stood by silently, not rushing to ask questions. After a long 10 minutes, Fugaku finally sat up, his voice hoarse as he muttered, "That was horrifying. A pain worse than death. I barely made it through. How do you feel now?" Akira asked. Fugaku took a moment to sense his body before replying, just as Shizue described. "There's no difference. However," Fugaku continued, his tone shifting, "there's one thing Shizue didn't notice. Hashirama's cells significantly reduce the cool-down time for our Mangekyō Sharingan techniques." This revelation didn't surprise Akira, he had already anticipated this effect. Seeing Akira's composed expression, Fugaku let out a knowing sigh. "Of course. Your techniques don't even have cool-downs. I guess this doesn't mean much to you." Amused by Fugaku's conclusion, Akira didn't correct him and simply smiled. Once the operating table was cleaned, Akira lay down, ready to undergo the procedure himself. Administering the serum, he soon found himself in the same excruciating pain Fugaku had endured. His body felt like it was being torn apart, each cell screaming in agony. Instinctively, Akira activated his Sharingan, feeling a wave of cool energy wash over him. The pain, while still intense, became manageable. "So I don't even need to activate the Mangekyō," Akira thought, observing how his strong yin release energy seemed to stabilize the process effortlessly. "It seems the stronger the yin release, the smoother the transplant," he mused as his body began adapting. After half an hour, the pain subsided entirely, leaving Akira feeling more invigorated than ever. "How do you feel?" Fugaku asked eagerly. "Incredible. I've never felt this powerful," Akira replied with a grin. While the transplant didn't significantly increase Akira's already immense chakra reserves, it did substantially enhance his Mangekyō Sharingan's abilities. Wood style, though useful, was ultimately just a bonus. With his dual Kamui abilities and Hashirama's cells, Akira felt nearly unstoppable. Even Nagato seemed like a foe he could confidently face and defeat. However, he couldn't sense Nagato's chakra anymore, not even through the spirit transformation jutsu. It seemed Nagato had found a way to block his spiritual probing. Black Zetsu truly lives up to his reputation, Akira muttered to himself, recognizing the ancient entity's resourcefulness. At this point, Fugaku spoke up. "Akira, now that we've resolved our most pressing issues, I think it's time we deal with the village leadership. We need to force Hiruzen out and seize the position of Hokage." Chapter 87, Waiting for the Right Moment. "This is definitely something we need to prioritize," Akira said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "However, we still need the right opportunity. There's no rush for now." By this point, Akira no longer considered Denzo or Hiruzen as significant obstacles. As the saying goes, a man with a weapon in hand is quick to kill. Power stems from violence, and under certain circumstances, violence can directly translate into authority. In the current situation, Akira could easily take matters into his own hands and eliminate both of them, pinning the blame on the so-called Madara Uchiha. It wasn't an impossible option. Of course, that would be a last resort. Seizing the Hokage position through brute force would inevitably lead to an unstable foundation. Without solid public support, Hidden Leaf Village could face collapse. And if that happens, it's not as if Akira could kill everyone to maintain order. To secure the position of Hokage, Akira needed public favor. He needed the majority of Hidden Leaf Village's shinobi to support him. Only then could he ascend smoothly and solidify his reign. Fugaku nodded. "Indeed. Our clan needs a chance for you to build a reputation and earn the people's trust. For now, all we need to do is wait," Akira analyzed calmly. The major villages are all itching for conflict, and it wouldn't take much for war to break out. Hidden Leaf Village isn't capable of handling 2 wars at once anymore. Hiruzen's refusal to send Fugaku and Akira to the battlefield was telling. It was a deliberate move to prevent the Uchiha from gaining too much credit or public admiration. Personal reputation holds immense weight in the election of the next Hokage. Orochimaru's loss to Minato no Mikeji was a prime example. You're right, Fugaku said thoughtfully. Hidden Stone's village seems to be stirring as well. It likely won't be long before they make their move. As for dealing with Denzo, Orochimaru, and Hiruzen, Fugaku already had a plan. With Akira's assistance and the use of his Byakugan, they had pinpointed the secret location of Denzo and Orochimaru's lab, where forbidden experiments were being conducted. Currently, their research involved the transplantation of Hashirama Senju's cells. Armed with this incriminating evidence, dealing with those three wouldn't be an issue. After discussing business, Fugaku's expression softened slightly as a thought occurred to him. He turned to Akira with a faint smile. Akira, what do you think of Itachi? I'm considering letting him graduate early and become a ninja sooner. Itachi is undoubtedly exceptional. A prodigy, Akira praised lightly. Truthfully, Itachi's natural talent was among the best Akira had ever seen. Few could compare. Such individuals often grow rapidly until they reach the limits of their potential. However, Fugaku's poor approach to raising his son was lamentable. Itachi, who should have been the pillar of the Uchiha clan, ended up becoming someone else's weapon. A truly tragic outcome. But, Akira continued, his tone shifting, clan leader Fugaku, you need to improve your parenting. Spend more time with him. Otherwise, the higher-ups will seize the opportunity to influence him. Remember, the Hidden Leaf village leadership is always keeping an eye on Uchiha talents like Itachi. Fugaku's face grew troubled. Parenting was not his strong suit. At home, he was often stern and distant, his severe expression doing little to foster a close relationship. It wouldn't be surprising if Itachi's stoic demeanor and stiff facial lines were a direct result of imitating Fugaku. You're right, Fugaku admitted reluctantly. Mikoto interacts with him more than I do. I'm not very good at this. Just talk to him more. He's still young, there's time to guide him. But if you leave it for a few more years, once he forms his own worldview, it'll be much harder to change his mind, Akira advised. Itachi's talent isn't ordinary. If he's swayed by Hiruzen, and ends up aligning with them, it'll cause no end of trouble, Akira warned. Fugaku's expression hardened. He understood the gravity of the situation. This wasn't just about raising a child. A misstep could lead to a father and son standing on opposing sides in the future. This is a matter that requires serious attention, Fugaku said firmly. Don't let Itachi develop too favorable an impression of the higher-ups, Akira suggested. Fugaku nodded, mulling over the advice. Itachi is precocious and thoughtful. Perhaps we can subtly let him uncover some of the misdeeds committed by the Hidden Leaf village leadership. Exactly. Don't just leave him to grow unchecked because he's a genius, Akira reiterated. Keep a close eye on him. Don't worry. He's my pride and joy. He won't stray from our path, Fugaku said confidently. Akira smiled faintly at Fugaku's assurance, refraining from commenting. If Fugaku still failed to steer Itachi in the right direction, Akira wouldn't hesitate to step in and personally educate the prodigy. After all, one arrogant genius could destabilize the entire Land of Fire. Meanwhile, Hiruzen Sarutobi received word of Shizue Uchiha's recovery. In the Hokage's office, Shizue knelt respectfully before the seated Hiruzen. Shizue, it's wonderful to see you recovering, Hiruzen said with a warm smile. It's all thanks to the efforts of the clan head, Shizue replied calmly. Oh? Your injuries were no small matter. What methods did Fugaku and the others use to restore your vitality? Hiruzen inquired with curiosity. Shizue's recovery was puzzling. According to the medical ninja at the Hidden Leaf Village Hospital, Shizue's life force had been drained. A condition that could only be remedied by replenishing it. I'm not sure what methods they used, Shizue said, shaking his head. Hiruzen regarded Shizue thoughtfully but ultimately found his explanation plausible. Shizue was young and, despite his strength, unlikely to know all of the clan's secrets. Very well. Take some time to rest. You've been bedridden for a while. Focus on rehabilitation for now. There's no rush to return to missions, Hiruzen said with a smile. As Shizue left, Hiruzen's gaze turned contemplative. His thoughts drifted to the masked man who had claimed to be Madara Uchiha during the Nine Tails incident. Could it be that the masked man really is Madara Uchiha? Hiruzen muttered, his expression growing grave. Previously, they had dismissed the possibility. But if the Uchiha truly possessed a means of restoring life force, the likelihood of the masked man being Madara increased significantly. Chapter 88, Reassessing the Materials. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, Madara Uchiha naturally held all the clan's secrets. It wasn't surprising that he had a method to restore his vitality. Maybe Maybe the masked man really is Madara Uchiha, Hiruzen mused aloud. If he used Izanagi during his battle with the first Hokage, Hashirama, it could explain how he survived. He might have been hiding in the shadows ever since, biding his time. This thought gnawed at Hiruzen. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. It would also explain why he only uses Sharingan-based techniques and avoids employing Susanoo. If one of his eyes is blind, he wouldn't be able to manifest it. The hypothesis took root in his mind like wildfire. Could the Uchiha clan still have ties to Madara? But as quickly as the idea surfaced, Hiruzen dismissed it. No, that's unlikely. If they were truly colluding, the Nine Tails wouldn't have been left behind that night. Even so, the suspicion lingered, refusing to dissipate. Despite his rationalizations, the possibility of collusion was too significant to ignore. Even if the likelihood is slim, I must be vigilant. I should summon Denzo and Orochimaru back to the village. After deliberating, Hiruzen issued the order, sending it from his office to the borders. Currently, the conflicts along the Fire Country's borders with the Land of Earth and the Land of Water had stabilized. There was no need for high-caliber shinobi like Denzo and Orochimaru to remain stationed there. Shisui, while talented, is still an Uchiha. His loyalty to the clan outweighs his loyalty to the village. I cannot trust him fully. Hiruzen reflected grimly. Meanwhile, in Akira's private laboratory, several transparent tanks were lined up, each filled with a pale green liquid. Within the tanks floated 3 cloned bodies. One was cloned from Obito Uchiha, another from Hashirama Senshu, and the third from Hyuga Yuta, the former owner of a Byakugan captured during the Third Shinobi War. Each body was covered in intricate black sealing runes, designed to prevent the clones from developing consciousness. The clock was ticking. Only 4 years remained until Hidden Leaf Village Year 56, the year of the next solar eclipse. A vital celestial event for performing the Chimera Jutsu ritual. Initially, Akira had planned to complete the ritual during this eclipse to achieve a qualitative leap in his power. But the unexpected developments of recent years had altered his plans. Not only had he eliminated Obito Uchiha, acquiring dual Kamui Mangekyō Sharingan in the process, but he had also successfully transplanted Hashirama's cells. His strength had skyrocketed, placing him among the top-tier shinobi in the ninja world. Given his newfound power, Akira felt less urgency to complete the ritual. He could even afford to wait until the next solar eclipse if necessary. What truly intrigued him now was the potential to further refine his capabilities. If he could awaken his own eternal Mangekyō Sharingan by merging with clones of exceptional compatibility, his strength would once again leap forward. The success of such a fusion, however, depended on the quality and compatibility of the materials used. Akira stroked his chin thoughtfully. The Chimera Jutsu ritual can only be performed once. If I want the best results, I need to choose the fusion materials carefully. My previous selections now seem lacking. His initial choices: Hashirama's cells, a Byakugan from the Hyuga clan, the Uzumaki clan's vitality, the Kaguya clan's genetic traits, and Jugo's sage body, had been impressive at the time. But with his current resources, he could aim higher. If the fusion materials are of the highest quality and perfectly compatible, could the Chimera Jutsu ritual elevate me to 6 paths level strength? Or beyond? The thought sent a thrill through Akira. In the ninja world, methods to achieve 6 paths level power were rare. Becoming a Ten-Tails Jinchuriki or receiving power directly from Hagoromo Otsutsuki were the only confirmed paths. But Akira wasn't ready to rely on such uncertain means. Unlocking the Rinnegan or Tenseigan alone wouldn't guarantee reaching that level. They were stepping stones, close to the threshold but not quite crossing it. Perhaps combining such powers with enhancements like Sage Mode or Kurama's Chakra Link could bridge the gap. Hashirama's clone is essential. He represents the pinnacle of Yang release. If I awaken my own eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, I'll have the ultimate Yin release. The fusion of Yin and Yang. It could yield unprecedented results. His gaze shifted to the Hyuga clone. But a mere Byakugan isn't enough anymore. With my current abilities, obtaining a Tenseigan might be possible. I should prioritize exploring that avenue. The Tenseigan, equivalent to the Rinnegan in power, possessed devastating offensive capabilities and unique abilities, such as the Tenseigan Chakra Mode. Unlike the arduous process of awakening the Rinnegan, which required merging the chakras of Asura and Indra, the Tenseigan only needed the fusion of a Hyuga's Byakugan with the chakra of the Otsutsuki clan. It's time to make adjustments, Akira murmured, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. With the right materials, even the heavens might tremble at my power. Chapter 89, selecting based on Akira's speculation, the speed of awakening certain ocular powers might be connected to the chakra of the Sage of Six Paths or the Otsutsuki clan. According to the Sage of Six Paths, Madara Uchiha awakened the Rinnegan by fusing the chakras of Indra and Asura. This fusion drew out his latent chakra, allowing the Rinnegan to manifest. The Sage of Six Paths, known by his true name Otsutsuki Heigurumo, was the son of Otsutsuki Kaguya, making his chakra pure Otsutsuki in origin. Madara obtained Asura's chakra by transplanting a piece of Senju Hashirama's flesh into his body. However, the amount of Asura chakra within that flesh was likely minimal, and the chakra required to awaken the Rinnegan, essentially the sage's chakra, was vast. As a result, Madara needed many years to fully awaken the Rinnegan. Sasuke Uchiha's situation, however, was entirely different. After being directly imbued with the sage's chakra, he awakened the unique Six-Tomoe Rinnegan in mere moments. This was due to the sage directly transferring a significant amount of his power to Sasuke. Otsutsuki Tonari, though a descendant of Otsutsuki Hamura, had a remarkably pure bloodline. In terms of purity, his lineage far surpassed that of Heigurumo's sons, Indra and Asura, ranking just below Heigurumo and his brother. Even the main Otsutsuki clan acknowledged Tonari's legitimacy. Tonari's pure chakra allowed him to evolve the Hyuga clan's Byakugan into the Tenseigan. This suggested that, in theory, the sage's chakra combined with the Hyuga's Byakugan could also lead to the Tenseigan's evolution. Two known methods exist for obtaining the Tenseigan, combining the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan with Otsutsuki chakra. Merging a large quantity of Byakugan, thereby causing a qualitative transformation into the Tenseigan. Who's to say the giant Tenseigan isn't just another form of the Tenseigan? At this thought, Akira's eyes lit up. He tilted his head back, gazing at the ceiling as he murmured, Otsutsuki Tonari should have already been born, right? For me, there's no need to complicate matters. If I can obtain his genetic material, I could clone a body. By then, awakening the Tenseigan would be a simple task. Indeed, Akira's plan was to visit the moon and obtain some of Tonari's tissue samples for cloning. This was the orthodox method. Combining a Hyuga Byakugan with Otsutsuki chakra. Still, I need a backup plan, Akira mused. If the current cloning technology fails to perfectly replicate an Otsutsuki body, things could get troublesome. Cloning technology was still in its infancy, and its reliability was uncertain. Akira understood the wisdom of not putting all his eggs in one basket. He planned to validate both methods of awakening the Tenseigan. However, he aimed for a Tenseigan akin to Tonari's, not the giant Tenseigan. Therefore, the method of amassing Byakugan needed modification. Instead of piling up Byakugan indiscriminately, Akira intended to apply a fusion technique similar to the process of awakening the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. This process involved merging two Mangekyō Sharingan, where one eye absorbed the other's power to create a new set. If Sharingan could undergo such a transformation, what about Byakugan? Hyuga clones already have Byakugan, Akira thought. I'll test whether the fusion method for Mangekyō Sharingan works on Byakugan. With that decision, Akira immediately arranged for a surgical procedure on a Hyuga clone. Once the operation was complete, all that remained was to wait for the results. If the Byakugan fused into a single set with enhanced power, it would confirm the method's feasibility. If not, it meant his hypothesis was incorrect. As he observed the Hyuga clone in the containment chamber, Akira's thoughts drifted to Kusagakure, a kunoichi he had once worked with on a mission in Hidden Rain Village. She had left a favorable impression on him. Back then, during the incident involving the demonic statue's tissue samples, she had kept the secret well, ensuring that Hidden Lee Village never learned of it. Akira stroked his chin thoughtfully. I owe her for that. Maybe I should repay the favor when the opportunity arises. If he successfully evolved the Byakugan into the Tenseigan, the clone of Otsutsuki Tonari bearing the Tenseigan would occupy 2 slots for the Chimera Jutsu's fusion materials. Yet, Akira suddenly paused. While the Tenseigan seemed a perfect match for Tonari, the problem was that Tonari himself was born without eyes. Yes, despite his pure bloodline, Tonari lacked the Byakugan, a hereditary dojutsu. This meant his clone would likely share this trait, making the Tenseigan and a clone separate entities. So be it, Akira muttered. Tonari isn't the same as the Otsutsuki of legend. The Chimera materials would include Hashirama's clone, Tonari's clone, and the entity bearing the Tenseigan. With 3 slots occupied, only 2 remained. Jogo's Sage body will take one of those slots, Akira decided. The potential of Sage mode is immense. The original story didn't even come close to exploring its full capabilities. From ordinary Sage mode to the Sage of Six Paths mode, each was a leap in power. Late in the series, as ninjutsu lost effectiveness against the Rinnegan, Tentails, and Tentails Jinchuriki, only Senjutsu and Taijutsu proved effective. Even against the true Otsutsuki clan, Senjutsu retained some value. If only partially. This was due to its ability to amplify physical strength, enhancing Taijutsu significantly. Beyond combat, advanced Senjutsu also offered potent life-extending benefits. Achieving a permanent Sage mode could even lead to immortality. The animal sages of the 3 great summoning realms hinted at this. Gotso, the Great Toad Sage, and the White Snake Sage had lived for millennia. Even Fukasaku and Shima, the elder toads of Mount Myabaku, had lived close to 1,000 years, with no signs of their lifespans ending. If ordinary toads could extend their lives so drastically through senjutsu, Akira believed its potential for humans was even greater. Chapter 90, Storming the Hyuga clan. The longevity granted by attaining true sage mode is undeniably immense, an almost timeless existence. Akira's ultimate goal wasn't just achieving sage mode. It was becoming a true sage, capable of permanently maintaining sage mode. For this, Jugo's sage body was indispensable. Born with a natural affinity for absorbing and utilizing natural energy, Jugo's unique physiology provided the perfect foundation. Integrating Jugo's sage body into himself would significantly lower the difficulty of achieving his dream of eternal sage mode. There's only one slot left, Akira muttered, his gaze fixed on a massive cylindrical tank filled with a pale green liquid. Suspended within it was a large, irregularly shaped block of wood, measuring 3 to 4 meters in diameter. This was a fragment of the demonic statue's body Akira had obtained in the Land of Rain. After extensive experimentation, he had confirmed a crucial detail: if the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts were injected into this fragment, it would come alive. Currently, the inanimate fragment had limited utility, but once it awakened, it would possess the full power of the 10 tails. The strength of the Sage of 6 Paths. The possibilities were endless. The demonic statue's body wasn't even human, but Akira's chimera jutsu didn't restrict fusion materials to human subjects. Summoning creatures were often its initial targets. Thus, reviving this fragment made it an essential candidate for his final fusion material. With this, Akira finalized his selection of materials for the Chimera Jutsu, a clone of Senju Hashirama. A clone of Otsutsuki Tonarai. A body imbued with the Tenseigan. Jugo's sage body. The revived fragment of the demonic statue. Among these, the Hashirama clone was already prepared. However, the remaining 4 required significant effort. To acquire Tonarai's clone, Akira would have to venture to the moon and face the Otsutsuki family. Though challenging, Akira felt confident in his ability to obtain what he needed. The real concern was the moon's giant Tenseigan, a device that could drain chakra from anyone without Hamura's lineage. As for obtaining the Tenseigan and reviving the demonic statue, these were matters of timing and opportunity. If the original work is any indication, Hinata's younger sister, Hanabi Hyuga, has the most compatible Byakugan for awakening the Tenseigan. Akira mused. Unfortunately, Hanabi wasn't born yet, and even Hinata herself was only a few months old. I'll have to settle for Hinata's Byakugan, he decided. Hinata, hailed as the Byakugan princess, undoubtedly had Byakugan of exceptional purity. Akira suspected that Otsutsuki Tonarai didn't choose her in the original timeline because he needed to wait for his grand plan to destroy and recreate the shinobi world before selecting her as his partner. Hanabi's Byakugan might also have been more compatible with his chakra. No matter, Akira muttered. I'll use Madara Uchiha's identity for this. Retrieving a black cloak with red clouds and a tiger-patterned mask from the Kamui dimension, Akira donned the signature attire of the Akatsuki and vanished from his lab. Moments later, the Hyuga clan's grand compound, an ancient and imposing estate, came into view. The center of Hidden Leaf Village was quiet, yet the presence of vigilant guards hinted at the power within. Akira appeared silently in the compound of the Hyuga clan's head. His sudden intrusion did not go unnoticed. Enemy attack. The serene courtyard erupted with activity as numerous branch family members, all wearing Hidden Leaf Village headbands, emerged from the shadows to surround Akira. Impressive response time. The Byakugan's surveillance capabilities are indeed unmatched, Akira remarked, his Sharingan glowing crimson beneath his mask. His gaze swept over the gathered Hyuga as he strode deeper into the estate, ignoring the guards who encircled him. Don't let him through. Attack. A branch family member shouted. Wood-style, piercing spear. With a sharp swish, Akira extended a wooden spike from his hand, effortlessly piercing the nearest opponent. Blood splattered as the Hyuga fell lifeless to the ground. A faint chuckle escaped from behind Akira's mask. Futile. My target is not you. Do not waste your lives in vain. Despite his warning, several Hyuga charged forward, unwavering in their determination to protect their clan. For Akira, they were little more than obstacles. His wood-style techniques and Sharingan precision dispatched them with cold efficiency. One by one, Hyuga guards fell. The faint smell of blood filled the air, mixing with the tension as the remaining branch family members hesitated. Years of servitude and subjugation under the main family left many reluctant to risk their lives for a cause they didn't believe in. Even so, retreat was not an option. Open defiance would lead to punishment far worse than death. Among the hesitant, a few remained fiercely loyal to the main family and rushed toward Akira with relentless resolve. To them, Akira showed no mercy, each strike lethal and precise. In mere minutes, the once pristine courtyard was littered with bodies. Pools of blood reflected the pale moonlight as Akira, unfazed by the carnage, made his way deeper into the estate. The true challenge awaited in the depths of the Hyuga clan's stronghold. Chapter 91, taking the chance to expose secrets. Crossing the courtyard gate, Akira's scarlet Sharingan locked onto a figure standing silently behind Hayashi Hyuga. The person, cradling a baby in her arms, was none other than Kusagakure. Beneath his mask, Akira was a little surprised. So she's the one taking care of Hinata Hyuga, he mused, his gaze shifting subtly away from her and back to Hayashi Hyuga. Kori was, of course, not Hinata's mother. She was merely a member of the branch family. Far from being eligible to become the wife of the Hyuga clan head. Madara Uchiha. Hayashi's heart sank at the sight of Akira's current appearance. He vividly remembered the Nine-Tails attack on Hidden Leaf Village. Though he had participated in the battle, the opponent's sheer strength had kept him far from the true core of the conflict. Nevertheless, he had observed much of the fight using his Byakugan, especially the clash between Minato Namikaze and Obito Uchiha. Why would Madara Uchiha target the Hyuga clan? Hayashi thought, his mind racing for an answer. However, he could only focus on delaying Akira long enough for reinforcements to arrive. The Hyuga clan alone couldn't possibly fend off an enemy of Madara's caliber. Even so, as the clan head, Hayashi refused to retreat. Steeling himself, he stepped forward and addressed Akira gravely. Madara Uchiha, what is your purpose here? Akira smirked, unconcerned. Perhaps it's on a whim. Or maybe it's part of a long-laid plan. After all, the Byakugan is quite useful. Especially for tracking Jinchuriki. Akira's words were deliberate. This was his chance to leak information about the Akatsuki's goals, making their hunt for the tailed beasts more challenging. Hayashi's face turned pale as he yelled, "Get Hinata out of here immediately. She must not remain in this place." The realization that his daughter had become a target hit Hayashi like a thunderbolt. The very idea of Madara Uchiha coveting the Byakugan had never crossed his mind. Because of this, he hadn't prioritized evacuating Hinata. Besides, if the opponent was truly Madara, no place in the Hyuga compound could be safer than here. Too slow. In an instant, Akira's voice resounded next to Hayashi, sending chills down his spine. Before he could react, Akira appeared behind him. One scarlet Sharingan locked onto Kori just as she began to move. In the blink of an eye, Akira unleashed the power of his Mangekyō Sharingan. Kori froze, her expression vacant as she fell into the world of Genjutsu. Although the Byakugan's visual prowess granted some resistance against Genjutsu, the gap between an ordinary Byakugan and the Mangekyō Sharingan was vast. Especially after Akira had transplanted Hashirama's cells, his ocular power had reached extraordinary levels. With just a glance, Kori was subdued. The baby she held soon found its way into Akira's hands. Through his 360 degrees vision, Hayashi saw the scene unfold, and it felt as though the sky was falling. His face contorted with panic and fear, terrified that any wrong move could lead to the worst outcome. The Hyuga clan ninja, caught in a dilemma, didn't dare attack Akira directly. They could only stand by helplessly, unable to act. Holding the infant, Akira calmly extracted some tissue samples from the child, fulfilling his mission. At that moment, he turned his gaze toward a particular direction, sensing the rapid approach of Sarutobi Hiruzen's chakra. Hayashi finally made a decision. Listen carefully, he ordered. Based on intel, his body materializes when absorbing something. That's your best chance to attack. As the clan head, Hayashi had access to the latest intelligence on Madara's abilities. Even if it meant sacrificing Hinata, he couldn't let Madara leave with her. The risk of exposing the Hyuga clan's KK Genkai was unacceptable. A series of urgent footsteps echoed as Hiruzen and his Anbu team arrived. Rooftops surrounding the courtyard were suddenly filled with Hidden Leaf Village shinobi, their eyes locked on Akira. Not bad, Akira said with a chuckle, unfazed by the encirclement. Hiruzen, clad in black battle armor, shouted furiously, "Madara, you've sunk so low as to take a child hostage. Have you no shame in your old age?" "Hey!" Akira sneered. "Hostage? No, the Byakugan is invaluable to my plans. It's an excellent tool for locating things." He shook his head, almost regretfully. "Unfortunately, this child doesn't quite meet the requirements." Hiruzen's expression darkened at the revelation that Madara's true aim was the Byakugan itself. This was worse than simply abducting Hinata. This endangered the entirety of the Hyuga clan's legacy. If necessary, we must kill the child. Madara cannot leave with her. Hiruzen's eyes gleamed coldly. Akira laughed. "Ah, so that's what you're thinking, Hiruzen. Hayashi. You'd rather kill her than let me take her, right?" Neither Hiruzen nor Hayashi responded, but their chakra flared, ready for combat. Well, Looks like today's visit to Hidden Leaf Village has attracted quite the crowd. Akira suddenly turned his gaze skyward. An airborne chariot, muted yellow and wheelless, descended swiftly. The structure resembled a flat wooden platform with railings. Standing atop it was an elderly man clad in white robes and a turban, his eyes tightly shut. Surrounding the chariot were dozens of grey-cloaked figures with veils covering their faces, flying alongside it as they rode the wind. This look. No eyes? Could it be the Otsutsuki from the moon? Recognizing the newcomers, Akira's mind raced. Unknown to him, the Otsutsuki on the moon had been closely monitoring the Hyuga clan. Recently, their clan had witnessed the birth of a child with an exceptionally pure bloodline. Tests confirmed that the infant's lineage was remarkably close to their ancestor, Otsutsuki Hamura. Some even speculated that the child had the potential to awaken the Tenseigan. Chapter 92, The Otsutsuki on the Moon. The remnants of the Otsutsuki on the moon believed that the world created by the Sage of Six Paths had failed. To them, a failed world should follow the destiny set by their ancestor, Hamura, destruction, followed by recreation using the power of the Tenseigan. However, though the lunar Otsutsuki clan possessed the giant Tenseigan, they lacked the power to enact their interpretation of Hamura's will. Their diluted bloodline allowed them only partial access to its power, never unlocking its full potential. Until a boy named Otsutsuki Tonerai was born. Tonerai's pure lineage rekindled hope among the lunar Otsutsuki. If the boy were to receive a pair of suitable Byakugan, he could awaken the Tenseigan and use its power to fulfill Hamura's decree. Determined, the lunar Otsutsuki began secretly observing the Hyuga clan on Earth, seeking an ideal candidate. The Hyuga clan remained unaware that their every secret had been laid bare to the watchers from the moon. After careful scrutiny, the lunar Otsutsuki identified their target, Hinata Hyuga, the newborn daughter of the Hyuga clan head. Now, as someone else tried to abduct Hinata, the Otsutsuki in hiding decided to act. Their Byakugan was at stake. They couldn't let anyone else take it. Interesting, mused Akira Uchiha, the corners of his mouth curling into a sly grin beneath his mask. I hadn't expected the Otsutsuki on the moon to pay this much attention to Earth, let alone the Hyuga clan. As a three-way confrontation seemed imminent, Akira casually tossed the baby he held into the air before vanishing entirely. His goals had been achieved, securing Hinata's tissue samples and exposing Akatsuki's intentions. Hayashi reacted instantly, using the body flicker jutsu to catch his daughter. He quickly returned to Hiruzen and Saratobi's side, cradling the now sleeping Hinata. A weight lifted from Hayashi's heart. His clan's precious KK Genkai had not been stolen. Hiruzen, too, felt a momentary relief before turning his gaze to the mysterious Otsutsuki, who hovered in the air. "Who are you?" he demanded, his voice stern. The elderly figure, standing atop a cart-like platform, showed no intention of replying. Though blind, he seemed fully aware of the events unfolding. Realizing Hinata had been rescued, he wordlessly drove his platform away at speed, leaving no room for negotiation. Hiruzen's expression darkened as he watched the Otsutsuki retreat. They come and go as they please, ignoring Hidden Leaf Village entirely. Has our village's security truly fallen this low? Our shinobi failed to detect even a trace of their presence. His voice was heavy with frustration and anger. He turned to Hayashi. "Do you know who they are?" Hayashi's gaze lingered on the distant speck of the retreating Otsutsuki. After a long silence, he shook his head. "Hokage-sama, I truly don't know." Hiruzen's eyes narrowed. "You don't know? Then why did they appear at that precise moment, clearly intending to thwart Madara's actions? There must be a connection to the Hyuga." Hayashi felt a bead of sweat slide down his temple as Hiruzen's sharp gaze bore into him. "I assure you, Hokage-sama, I have no idea who they are or their purpose here," he replied, maintaining his composure with effort. Hiruzen stared at Hayashi for another moment before relenting. "Fine. Investigate this matter thoroughly. There must be some link between the Hyuga and these intruders. Report your findings to me." With that, Hiruzen departed, his Anbu escort following closely behind. Hayashi exhaled deeply, his cold gaze shifting to Kore, who had just shaken off a Ganjutsu. As Hinata's maiden bodyguard, Kore had failed spectacularly, allowing the child to nearly be abducted. Her failure would not go unpunished. Sensing Hayashi's icy glare, Kore lowered her head, her body trembling. Despite knowing it wasn't entirely her fault, Hayashi couldn't suppress the fury rising within him. The sound of approaching footsteps drew his attention. The rest of the Hyuga's main family, who had been observing from afar, finally dared to emerge now that the danger had passed. "Hayashi, what happened here?" demanded Hyuga Dike, an elder of a branch within the main family. "It's been dealt with," Hayashi replied curtly. "The intruders are gone." "And Hinata?" asked Hyuga Ayan, another elder. "She's fine, just a minor injury." Hayashi's tone was even, but his pale eyes betrayed a glint of anger. He had seen it clearly. Madara Uchiha had taken a sample of Hinata's tissue. At that moment, a scream of agony pierced the air. Kori was writhing on the ground, clutching her head, her screams echoing through the courtyard. A middle-aged elder from the main family, his hands forming the seal to activate the caged bird curse mark, stared coldly at the woman. "Useless trash," he spat. "If anything had happened to Lady Hinata, even death would be too lenient a punishment for you." The elder then turned his gaze to the gathered branch family members. "Don't think we're unaware of your hidden thoughts. This is the price of disobedience." With another hand seal, the branch family members collapsed one after another, clutching their heads in agony. The other main family members looked on impassively, some even wearing expressions of satisfaction. Not one of them moved to intervene. Not even Hayashi. Among those writhing in pain was his own younger brother, Hisashi. Chapter 93, Journey to the Moon. The main house must maintain its dignity. The elders of the branch family clearly harbored rebellious thoughts, and such insolence could not go unpunished. A harsh example was necessary to quell any further ambitions. As time passed, the agonized cries gradually faded, eventually giving way to silence. The defeated branch family members collapsed to the ground, unconscious and convulsing. Yet, the elder of the main house did not release the caged bird technique. His hands continued forming seals, mercilessly reinforcing the punishment. Only when the branch members teetered on the brink of complete mental collapse did he finally halt. They were experts in utilizing the caged bird. It was a skill honed to perfection. Lethal when they wanted it to be, but leaving the victim alive if they so chose. Hayashi turned to the terrified maids nearby. His tone was calm but commanding. "Take them away," he ordered. Meanwhile, Akira had returned to his laboratory. With precision, he began preparations for his next project, cultivating a clone of Hinata. This time, his goal was singular. Obtaining the Byakugan. Such a shame that targeted cloning technology hasn't been developed yet, Akira thought to himself. If it existed, I wouldn't have to go through the trouble of creating an entire clone just to harvest the Byakugan. As he completed the process, Akira's mind wandered to the events at the Hyuga clan and the unexpected appearance of the Otsutsuki from the moon. They showed up at just the right time. I've been wondering where exactly the moon Otsutsuki are hiding. This will save me some effort. Activating his astral projection, Akira's spiritual body separated from his physical form, enabling him to scout freely. The moon was vast, and while using Kamyu made reaching it simple, locating the Otsutsuki clan's hidden realm was another matter entirely. Akira knew that within the moon's core lay a separate dimension, created by Otsutsuki Hamura himself. However, pinpointing its location was no easy task. The sudden appearance of the moon Otsutsuki provided the perfect lead. Extending his sensory perception, Akira immediately locked on to the chakra signature of the Otsutsuki who had arrived earlier via a peculiar floating chariot. Impressive speed. Puppets, all of them. They look almost human, Akira mused, his sharp senses picking up on the truth. Through his sensory link, he discovered something remarkable, a hidden passage connecting the moon to the earth. So, the portal's here, Akira muttered with a smirk. In the southern region of the Land of Fire, the chakra signature had briefly vanished, reappearing moments later on the moon. The Otsutsuki had constructed a secret spatial corridor using the power of the Tenseigan, allowing seamless travel between the two realms. With this knowledge in hand, Akira's lips curled into a grin. I've found it. Their hidden sanctuary. In an instant, Akira vanished from his private laboratory, reappearing moments later in the moon's core. A vast expanse of space hidden deep within. The world within the moon was eerily silent. Akira, now wearing a tiger-striped mask and a black cloak adorned with red clouds, allowed only his crimson right eye to remain visible. The environment bore a striking resemblance to the architecture of the Hyuga clan, though the atmosphere was utterly devoid of life. A pale, stagnant light illuminated the deserted structures, evoking a sense of lifelessness. Looks like the moon Otsutsuki clan is on the brink of extinction, Akira muttered as he surveyed the ghostly settlement. He turned his gaze toward a distant point within the settlement, where his heightened sensory abilities detected 15 chakra signatures. Among them, 3 were exceptionally powerful. On par with or even surpassing Sarutobi Hiruzen. Before making his move, Akira's attention was drawn to a floating island suspended in the air. Perched atop the island was a majestic temple radiating an overwhelming presence. From within, Akira felt a terrifying concentration of chakra and ocular power. So, that's where the Tenseigan resides, he murmured, his voice tinged with awe. Such a treasure. It's a shame Naruto and Hinata destroyed it. A weapon like that would have been perfect for dealing with the Otsutsuki clan. He shook his head, knowing his current strength was insufficient to approach the Tenseigan. Those without Hamura's bloodline would meet certain death if they ventured too close. For now, he turned his focus back to the cluster of buildings. As he stepped deeper into the settlement, the silence shattered with a sharp, piercing sound. The Otsutsuki of the moon, though their Byakugan had been integrated into the Tenseigan, still retained the ability to monitor their domain. Akira's presence had not gone unnoticed. In an instant, shadows emerged from the surrounding buildings, rushing toward him. Within seconds, Akira found himself surrounded by at least 100 figures. Puppets? Akira was momentarily taken aback. So many of them. The Tenseigan truly creates the most formidable puppet masters. Compared to this, Sasori's skills seem almost amateurish. These puppets, enhanced by the Tenseigan, needed no chakra strings to function. They operated autonomously, attacking with precision and intelligence. Their movements were so fluid that distinguishing them from living beings was nearly impossible. As the puppets charged, their weapons gleaming and some even launching golden chakra orbs, Akira's crimson eye glowed with power. Activating Kamui, Akira's body entered a state of intangibility, rendering him immune to their attacks. "No physical attack can touch me now," he murmured. Assessing the puppet's strength, Akira couldn't help but nod in approval. They possess the speed and power of elite Jonin, and their combat experience is formidable. No wonder Tonerai dared to raid Hidden Cloud's village and abduct Hinata in the future. With a flick of his wrist, Akira unleashed his counterattack. Black lightning erupted around him, crackling with deadly intensity. Kamui. The devastating energy surged outward, consuming the surrounding puppets. Wherever the black lightning passed, parts of the puppets' bodies vanished, as if devoured by an unseen force. The battlefield was soon littered with mangled remains, the once terrifying army reduced to broken scraps. Akira surveyed the destruction with satisfaction. This technique, born from his fusion of Kamui and lightning style, was a testament to his ingenuity. A jutsu of absolute lethality. "There's no defense against this," Akira said softly, his figure disappearing deeper into the settlement. Chapter 94, Susanoo. In an instant, Akira Uchiha's newly developed jutsu, a fusion of Kamui and lightning style, obliterated the majority of the puppets on the battlefield. "The strain on my ocular power is significant. I can't compare to Kakashi when he had the support of Six Paths power," Akira muttered, his eyes narrowing. This technique had been a deliberate test of his new jutsu, and the results were undeniably impressive. However, the cost was steep, the enormous drain on his ocular energy. Even with Hashirama cells transplanted, a large-scale Kamui like this can only be used sparingly, he calculated. "At best, I can manage 3 to 4 uses in quick succession before exhausting myself." Just as his thoughts trailed off, a deep, droning hum echoed through the air. Streams of golden light streaked across the sky, as if cutting through the heavens. Dozens of golden energy spheres surged from every direction, sealing off all avenues of retreat. Akira didn't flinch. Standing his ground, he let the golden spheres crash down. His gaze locked firmly on 3 figures perched atop the rooftop several dozen meters away. Boom. Boom. A relentless chain of explosions erupted, swallowing Akira in searing light and heat. Everything within a 30-meter radius was reduced to ash, consumed by the devastating impact. When the dust settled, Akira stood unscathed, his piercing gaze still fixed on the trio. The 3 figures were peculiar. A couple and a middle-aged man, all dressed in white robes and turbans, with their eyes tightly shut. Despite their blindness, the powerful chakra emanating from them was palpable. Upon realizing their assault had failed to harm Akira, a flicker of shock crossed their faces. "So, you've finally shown yourselves," Akira sneered, studying them intently. "The Otsutsuki clan of the moon, I presume? From the looks of it, you're not as formidable as the legends claim." "Sharingan? A descendant of the Sage of Six Paths?" The middle-aged man exclaimed, as though he could somehow sense Akira Uchiha. "Who are you? And how do you know of the Otsutsuki clan?" "Who am I?" "Madara Uchiha," Akira declared with unrestrained arrogance, his voice laced with disdain. "Uchiha? Madara?" Confusion swept across the trio's faces. It was clear they had never heard the name. The Otsutsuki clan on the moon rarely ventured to the earth. Only a few years ago, when Madara Uchiha awakened the Rinnegan and summoned the demonic statue of the Outer Path, did the lunar Otsutsuki perceive the Sage of Six Paths world as a failure. Believing it was time to fulfill Hamura Otsutsuki's destiny, they prepared to act. However, they lacked the power to intervene. Until Tonerai Otsutsuki was born, his immense potential and ability to awaken the Tenseigan rekindling their ambitions. Despite their surveillance, their focus remained solely on the Hyuga clan. The rest of the shinobi world held no interest to them. A doomed realm unworthy of their attention. "You mean to tell me you've never heard of the great Madara Uchiha?" Akira laughed coldly. "Such ignorance. The descendants of the sage's brother are nothing more than frogs in a well." The insult struck a nerve. The middle-aged man's face darkened. "I don't care who you claim to be. You trespassed on the moon without our permission, and that makes you an intruder to be eliminated. We have no need for a dead man's name. Arrogant fools, Akira spat, his expression filled with disdain. Allow me to educate you on the power of Madara Uchiha. In the blink of an eye, Akira vanished, reappearing next to the young woman of the group. A kunai glinted in his hand as it aimed straight for her heart. Space-time ninjutsu? The trio's shock was palpable. Even among them, true mastery of space-time techniques was rare. Although blind, they observed the world through the power of the Tenseigan. The woman swiftly raised her hand, a colossal repulsive force erupting from her palm. Boom! The shockwave tore through the surroundings, leveling buildings in its wake. Yet, Akira's form phased through her entirely, his kunai passing harmlessly. At the same time, a green energy sphere shot from the hands of the other two, hurtling toward Akira. It, too, phased through him, detonating violently against the ground behind him. He's intangible? The trio grew increasingly wary, their faces grave. That repulsive force. Chakra orbs. Akira mused, his crimson Sharingan narrowing in contemplation. The techniques they wielded were unmistakably Tenseigan-based. Their combat style was far removed from that of typical shinobi, leaning closer to a godlike scale. These battles were no longer about ninjutsu, taijutsu, or strategy. They had evolved into clashes of raw power, with massive explosions and devastating forces reshaping the battlefield. Using only Kamu won't be enough to deal with them, Akira realized. Their abilities, derived from the Tenseigan, rivaled the Rinnegan's gravitational powers. Working in tandem, they were difficult to overwhelm. Moreover, their lack of eyes rendered them immune to visual ganjutsu. Even if Akira dragged them into Kamu's dimension, he couldn't trap them with illusions. A stark contrast to Obito's usual method of ensuring his victims were defenseless once absorbed. They're a nuisance, Akira thought, his Sharingan gleaming ominously. A moment later, his Mangekyō Sharingan flared to life, and a pillar of blue light erupted skyward. From the towering chakra surge emerged an immense figure. Susanoo. The colossal warrior, clad in armor, stood over 100 meters tall. Its blazing blue chakra shimmered like fire, a massive sword clutched in its hands. Seated at Susanoo's brow, Akira frowned. As expected, I still can't fully manifest the perfect Susanoo. My ocular power isn't strong enough. My Mangekyō Sharingan hasn't reached its peak. The current form, though massive and imposing, was incomplete. A scaled-up version of the fourth stage Susanoo, clad in armor but lacking the final refinement of the true perfect Susanoo. Even so, this will more than suffice to deal with you, Akira declared coldly. The three Otsutsuki stood frozen in terror, as though they could see the towering Susanoo looming before them. Chapter 95, One Punch. Such massive chakra. The middle-aged man at the front wore an expression darker than storm clouds. This level of power was far beyond what they could handle with the borrowed strength of the Tenseigan. The younger man beside him glanced at the middle-aged man in panic. What do we do, clan leader? The so-called clan leader took a deep breath, as if making a monumental decision. His voice was low but firm. There's no other choice. I must draw upon more of the Tenseigan's power to deal with this so-called Madara Uchiha. But the younger man's face grew even more anxious. If you do that, even if we defeat the enemy, your lifespan will be drastically shortened. Though they too bore the name Otsutsuki, their bloodline wasn't as pure. They could use the Tenseigan's power to an extent, but going beyond that threshold would harm them, causing their lifespan to plummet. We have to do it. His chakra hasn't stabilized yet. We still have a chance. The clan leader's expression hardened with resolve. It's pointless. Before this Susanoo, all resistance is futile. Akira's cold, emotionless voice echoed. The titanic Susanoo, resembling a war god, began to move. Amidst the grinding, teeth-aching sound, the colossal construct unsheathed a chakra sword towering dozens of meters high. With a sharp swing of the blade, a piercing boom resounded, and a faint blue light tore through the world. A streak of blue extended from near to far, racing to the horizon in the blink of an eye. Boom! Far away, at the mountainside in the distance, a blinding flash lit up. The ensuing explosion reduced the mountains to dust, scattering them into the wind. In the swirling chaos of smoke and debris, a faint green figure soared skyward, holding two unconscious and battered individuals. It was the young couple. Is this the Tenseigan chakra mode? Akira was visibly surprised as he watched the figure enveloped in pale green chakra. To think they could achieve this just by borrowing the Tenseigan's power. It was beyond his expectations. The figure bore a striking resemblance to the Tenseigan chakra mode in his memories. A chakra cloak adorned his body, a single horn sprouted from his head, and black tomoe marked the collar area. However, the resemblance was limited. This version had a faintly colored chakra cloak and lacked truth-seeking ball. The green light streaked across the sky as the figure, now in Tenseigan chakra mode, carried the young couple and disappeared beyond Akira's line of sight. Akira was momentarily stunned. He had assumed the man was preparing to engage him in an all-out battle. Who would have thought? He was running away? Just as Akira prepared to dismiss Suzuno and track down Otsutsuki Tonarai, a sudden burst of green light tore through the sky, hurtling toward him with unstoppable force. Boom! The clash was thunderous. The green light collided with Suzuno's chakra sword, shattering it into countless glowing fragments that scattered across the battlefield. Not bad, Akira said in a tone that mimicked Madara's arrogance. You're finally showing some semblance of being descended from the sage's brother. Can you go even further? Because that was nowhere near enough to thrill me. Back on the battlefield, the middle-aged man cloaked in Tenseigan chakra wore a grim expression. This descendant of the Sage of Six Paths was insufferably arrogant. Who were they? The descendants of Otsutsuki Hamura, once saviors of the world, tasked with watching over the shinobi world. If the world strayed too far from its path, they would become executioners, destroy the shinobi world, and use the Tenseigan's power to create a new one. Now, someone dared to mock them like this? Fury surged through the clan leader as he gritted his teeth. He had never been this enraged. Very well. He laughed coldly, his rage spilling into his words. You'll witness the power of the Otsutsuki clan. Let's see if you're still so cocky later. The next moment, green light surged. In the blink of an eye, the figure in Tenseigan chakra mode appeared beside Suzuno, slamming into it with immense force. Boom. The ground trembled violently as Suzuno staggered backward, unable to maintain its footing under the assault. Before Suzuno could stabilize, the green light spiraled upward, darting to the construct's forehead. The clan leader, wrapped in Tenseigan chakra, smirked as he locked eyes with Akira through the triangular mark on Suzuno's forehead. It seems you can't use that jutsu that nullifies ninjutsu anymore. He sneered. A glowing green orb formed in his hand, trembling before splitting into a series of smaller orbs that hovered like a bracelet. Vigor doesn't always mean better. Take now, for instance. Your so-called Suzuno is massive, but it's also unwieldy. The clan leader's smug grin widened. Let's see how you block this. Suzuno raised its colossal chakra blade once again to strike, but the clan leader bellowed, Silver Will Reincarnation Explosion. The green orbs began spinning furiously. A blinding white hurricane erupted as the clan leader pushed forward. In mere moments, the hurricane engulfed Suzuno, whipping through the battlefield with unrelenting force. It wasn't an ordinary wind-style technique. The hurricane seemed to cleave the world itself, carving deep scars into the earth wherever it passed. No way. The clan leader's expression froze in disbelief as he observed the impossible. Through the gray-white storm, the enormous Suzuno stood untouched, as if the whirlwind couldn't reach it. That ability to make all attacks pass through. He can extend it to his Suzuno? The clan leader's face darkened, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Does that mean I only landed hits earlier because he allowed it? Kamyu wasn't limited to intangibility for its wielder. It extended to anything they wielded. You're absolutely correct, Akira's voice resonated from Suzuno, calm and mocking. Sometimes, size isn't everything. Large things can lack agility, it's true. But? The clan leader's heart sank as Akira's voice seemed to whisper directly into his ear. But against someone like you, this clumsy Suzuno is more than enough. The clan leader barely had time to react, hastily forming a chakra shield with a Tenseigan's power. A massive fist from Suzuno crashed down with a deafening roar. Chapter 96, Strength's Boom. A muffled explosion rang out as a green streak of light tore across the sky. Crash. With a deafening roar, the green streak plummeted to the ground, colliding violently with the earth. The clash scattered the green Tenseigan chakra enveloping the middle-aged man, sending him crashing deep into the ground. The impact created a massive crater, its spiderweb-like cracks spreading out for hundreds of meters. At the bottom of the deep pit, the middle-aged man lay motionless, his life or death uncertain. Akira scanned the area with a calm glance, briefly sensing the surroundings before vanishing into thin air. He didn't immediately head to the deepest part of the space. Instead, he lingered in the Kamui dimension for a while, patiently waiting. Once the timing felt right, Akira reappeared in the moon's hidden inner world. Extending his senses, he felt a smirk tug at the corners of his lips beneath the mask. As expected. Once they realized their leader had fallen, they'd retreat to Hamura's shrine. It's the safest place they could choose. Opening his perception fully, Akira located the group rapidly heading toward the floating Hamura shrine. On this moon, the Otsutsuki clan possessed the power of the Tenseigan, making flight second nature to them. In an instant, Akira materialized in front of the group mid-flight. The sudden appearance of the masked intruder sent ripples of fear across the group. Those wielding the power of the Tenseigan had clearly observed the earlier battle. They understood that the man standing before them was far beyond their ability to contend with. Ancestors, if you can hear us from the Pure Land, please protect us. Grant us safe passage to your sacred shrine. A trembling voice prayed from the group. An elder stepped forward, his expression grave. Heiji, Maki. Take Tonarai to our ancestors' shrine. He is the hope of the Otsutsuki clan. Protect him at all costs. The rest of you, stay here and stop the enemy. This elder was the same one who had appeared in Hidden Leaf Village previously. Yes, elder. A young man and woman responded in unison. Without hesitation, they took a swaddled infant from a middle-aged woman and swiftly avoided Akira, heading directly for Hamura's shrine. We must hold him off. Under no circumstances can we let him pass. Elder roared, gripping a golden chakra prayer bead. The bead glowed brightly in his hand, transforming into a streak of golden light that shot toward Akira. The rest of the group followed suit, launching their own attacks. Hey! Akira chuckled, effortlessly parrying their strikes as he mused aloud. It seems that child is incredibly important to you. I wonder what makes him so special. Over my dead body. Someone bellowed, charging forward with a spear aimed at Akira. Unlike the Hyuga on Earth, the Otsutsuki on the Moon didn't rely on techniques like Gentle Fist. Instead, they preferred conventional weapons, which they wielded with precision and power. The more you resist, the more intriguing this child becomes. Akira smirked. Initially, I was just curious about the legendary Otsutsuki clan's prowess. But now, I might find an unexpected reward. His words only fueled the group's frenzy, their attacks growing increasingly desperate. Against the relentless onslaught of 10 Otsutsuki warriors, Akira activated his Kamui intangibility to maneuver easily through their strikes. Meanwhile, his attention occasionally drifted to the two young guardians carrying Tonarai, who were swiftly approaching the floating Hamura shrine. Akira remained calm, almost amused by the situation. This was all unfolding exactly as he had planned. The farther they took Tonarai, the more favorable it became for him. After all, distance was never a limitation for him. It's time. No need for Suzuno, Akira murmured, weaving through an attack with practiced ease. Kamui. In an instant, Akira vanished. The sudden disappearance stunned the 10 Otsutsuki, their faces filled with disbelief. They were helpless against Akira's ability to enter the Kamui dimension. His double Kamui activation was even faster than the truth-seeking balls of Six Paths Madara. These warriors, reliant solely on the borrowed power of the Tenseigan, were leagues apart from a true Six Paths powerhouse. Moments later, Akira reappeared in front of the two young guardians cradling Tonarai. Crackle! With a flash of lightning, both were sent flying, their bodies crashing to the ground. The swaddled infant slipped from their grasp, falling straight into Akira's arms. The baby had pale skin and hair as white as the moon itself, strikingly similar to Otsutsuki Kaguya. His ribcage bore 9 jet black Tomoe markings, but his most striking feature, or lack thereof, was his closed, eyeless sockets. As Tonarai wailed in his arms, Akira coldly achieved his goal. Extracting a sample of the infant's tissue for cloning, he smiled faintly. Release him. Elder's roar tore through the air as he charged toward Akira. Calm down, Akira said lightly, his tone almost mocking. If you force my hand, I might get a little careless. That could lead to some unfortunate accidents. You. Mari's hands trembled with rage as he pointed at Akira. You, a descendant of the Sage of Six Paths, would stoop to such despicable tactics. Threatening a helpless infant. Truly, the world created by the sage has failed. Akira chuckled, unfazed. I was simply curious why you value this child so much. Honestly, he doesn't seem all that remarkable. Aside from being born without ties, of course. Hearing this, Mari felt a flicker of relief. At least this intruder hadn't fully grasped Tonarai's significance. But deep inside, a scornful thought surfaced. This so-called descendant of the sage knows nothing. Tonarai's bloodline purity was nearly identical to that of Hamura himself. According to their records, the child's features mirrored those of Hamura and Kaguya. The same complexion, the same hair, and the same Tomoe markings symbolizing their lineage. Most importantly, Tonarai possessed pure Otsutsuki chakra. Unlike them, as long as Tonarai acquired compatible Byakugan, he could awaken the Tenseigan with ease. With it, he would gain the power to destroy the shinobi world and rebuild it anew. Chapter 97, The Aftermath. The elder, who went by the name Mari, began speaking, his voice carrying the weight of centuries. Our clan has always been sparse in number, and in this generation, only Tonarai was born. Naturally, he is of paramount importance to us. Take him back, then. Akira casually tossed the infant Tonarai into Mari's waiting arms. He sneered, his voice laced with disdain. How disappointing. I expected the ancient Otsutsuki clan to offer more surprises. Yet, you've declined to such a pitiful state. Compared to Hashirama, even your strongest doesn't measure up. Mari held Tonarai protectively, his expression grim as he glared at Akira, who stood before him wearing his signature tiger pattern mask. Hoping to provoke him, Mari declared, "If you're as capable as you claim, why don't you step into the temple of our ancestor, Hamura? There, you'll witness the true power of our clan." "Hey!" Akira let out a derisive laugh. "Do you take me for a fool? That place must be laden with traps set by Hamura Otsutsuki himself. Do you think I'd walk right into them?" Hearing this, Mari's heart sank. His plan had been to lure this self-proclaimed Madara Uchiha into the temple. Without Hamura's bloodline, Akira's chakra would have undoubtedly been drained by the golden Tenseigan within. Still, Akira continued, his tone growing colder, "I'm curious about the tricks your clan might still have up its sleeve. Rest assured, I'll enter this so-called Temple of Hamura one day. Let's hope your clan can produce a worthy opponent by then." Arrogant. Mari's voice grew icy as he spat back, "Are all descendants of the Sage of Six Paths so blind to their limits? The next time you show yourself here, we'll be ready to give you a proper welcome." "Oh, is that so?" Akira chuckled, his voice dripping with contempt. "Then I'll hold on to that expectation. Remember your words. If not, the next time I come, nothing will remain alive here." With that, Akira vanished, disappearing so suddenly that none could trace his movements. Mari stood motionless, staring at the spot where Akira had just been. His fists clenched tightly around Tonarai, his expression dark with fury. Akira's words had cut deeply. The once proud Otsutsuki, self-proclaimed guardians of Earth and arbiters of the Sage of Six Paths world, had never suffered such humiliation. They had wiped out their own main family. How could they allow mere descendants of the sage to threaten them? "Elder Mari, is Tonarai unharmed?" "Yes, he seems fine. But that intruder. Did he tamper with him in any way? The Sage of Six Paths world is a failure if his descendants have turned out like that man." Mari silenced the growing murmurs with a raised hand. "Tonarai is unharmed," he confirmed, but his voice grew quieter, laced with resolve. "It seems we can no longer wait for Tonarai to grow up before retrieving the Byakugan from Earth to awaken the Tenseigan." He looked down at the now calm Tonarai cradled in his arms and added grimly, "Once the clan leader recovers, we will find the right moment to descend to Earth, take a pure Byakugan, and transplant it into Tonarai. He must awaken the Tenseigan as soon as possible." "But Elder, will a Byakugan of sufficient purity truly enable Tonarai to awaken the Tenseigan? This must not be rushed. The awakening of the Tenseigan is no trivial matter." Mari responded firmly, "Do not worry. On Earth, the Hyuga clan has recently produced a pair of Byakugan of exceptionally high purity. One of them is highly compatible with Tonarai. When the time comes, we'll take it." He was, of course, referring to Hinata Hyuga's eyes. Originally, his plan had been to wait for the next generation of the Hyuga clan to see if an even better candidate appeared. Hinata herself was to serve a different purpose. As the progenitor of the new world Tonarai would create after the Sage of Six Paths world was destroyed. But circumstances no longer allowed for such patience. Even if Hinata's eyes weren't the optimal match for Tonarai, they were sufficient to evolve into the Tenseigan. It would just take more time. A resource the Otsutsuki could no longer afford to waste. Once Tonarai awakens the Tenseigan and grows strong, we can finally carry out the mission our ancestor Hamura left for us. Cheers erupted among the clan members, their spirits briefly lifted by the prospect of hope. The Tenseigan, born from Hamura's enhanced Byakugan, was said to possess the ultimate powers of destruction and creation. However, the jubilation was short-lived. "Elder Mari," one voice cut through the cheers, "we need to keep a close eye on Earth. That descendant of the sage is no ordinary person. What if others appear to obstruct our mission?" "Agreed," another chimed in. "The sage's descendants might still produce outliers of extraordinary power. We must remain vigilant." Mari nodded solemnly. "You're correct. Our arrogance and neglect allowed this situation to unfold. We'll increase our surveillance of the shinobi world and prepare for any unexpected threats." "But how did that man even reach us? Was it really space-time ninjutsu?" Mari's expression darkened. He recalled Akira's seamless use of space-time techniques. "It must be," he admitted. "As a descendant of the Sage of Six Paths, it's no surprise he possesses such unique abilities." "Then we must bolster our defenses," another elder proposed. "We can't afford to let Earth's inhabitants exploit any weaknesses." Their once proud arrogance had been shattered, leaving behind only fear and shame. Had Akira not spared them, the Otsutsuki might already be extinct. "For now, let's focus on healing the clan leader," Mari concluded. "Once they recover, we'll gather to make a final decision." Meanwhile, back in his lab, Akira smirked to himself. The cloning of Tonarai was complete. With the help of his shadow clones and his unmatched precision, the process had been almost effortless. The game was just beginning. Chapter 98, Hiruzen Sarutobi's Doubts Hokage office, Hidden Leaf Village. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind his desk in the Hokage's office, poring over the report submitted by Hayashi Hyuga. His brow furrowed deeply in thought. Madara intended to seize a Byakugan to locate the tailed beasts? Could his true aim really be the tailed beasts? Hiruzen muttered, a sense of unease gnawing at him. Theoretically, the Byakugan was an excellent tool for reconnaissance, making it plausible for such a purpose. The higher the purity of the Byakugan, the stronger its visual prowess. While ordinary Byakugan users could only perceive within a range of a few hundred meters, a high-purity Byakugan could extend its vision for kilometers, even up to 10 kilometers. A remarkable difference. If Madara's goal was to acquire a pair of high-purity Byakugan, then it made sense, at least on the surface. Within the Hyuga clan, the purest Byakugan naturally resided within the main family's lineage. Unlike the Sharingan, the Byakugan was always active upon awakening and could be used once extracted. Thus, Madara targeting Hinata Hyuga for her Byakugan seemed plausible. Yet, Hiruzen couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Is this a deliberate leak, or does he truly dismiss the power of the great nations, believing it doesn't matter if we know his objective is the tailed beasts? Hiruzen speculated aloud. If it really is Madara, he murmured, recalling faint memories of the man from his youth, his personality would align with such arrogance. Madara never regarded anyone as his equal except for the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Madara had always respected strength above all else. The weak were nothing to him. Hiruzen vividly remembered how Madara humiliated the second Tsuchikage, Mu, and a young Anoki during peace negotiations in Hidden Leaf Village. That memory had etched itself into his mind. If this truly is Madara, his disdain for the other villages explains his actions. But Hiruzen frowned. Why would someone like him stoop to kidnapping children twice? That doesn't fit his character. Madara's arrogance and ambitions were legendary, but even during his battles to destroy Hidden Leaf Village, he had never resorted to such underhanded tactics. Suddenly, footsteps echoed outside the office. Denzo Shimura entered, leaning on his cane. Hiruzen, I heard there was trouble with the Hyuga clan. Madara attempted to kidnap Hayashi Hyuga's daughter, Hinata? Denzo asked. Hiruzen nodded, handing Denzo the report. That's correct. According to this, Madara is after a high-purity Byakugan to locate the Jinchuriki. His ultimate goal appears to be the tailed beasts. Denzo scanned the report, his lips curling into a cold smile. Madara, that arrogant relic, hasn't changed. He truly holds no regard for the 5 great nations. Denzo's understanding of Madara's personality was evident. Denzo, Hiruzen said, leaning forward with his hands clasped, do you really think Madara would stoop to abducting children? It feels more likely that someone is using his name to sow chaos. Denzo let out a dry chuckle. People change, Hiruzen. The Madara of old might not have done this, but defeat at the hands of the first Hokage could have driven him to such desperate measures. Hiruzen exhaled deeply, taking a puff from his pipe. Perhaps. People do change. But as Hokage, I must tread carefully. The weight of Hidden Leaf Village rests on my shoulders. Denzo's expression darkened. That weight has made you soft, Hiruzen. Once, you were decisive. Now you hesitate? Hiruzen remained unfazed. You wouldn't understand, Denzo. You've never carried this burden. Denzo's face twisted in frustration, but he composed himself. Regardless, you should treat this as if it's truly Madara. Underestimating him would be a fatal mistake. I'm aware, Hiruzen replied, his tone firm. I'm not arrogant enough to dismiss the threat. But tell me, Denzo, why are you really here? Is the root so idle these days? Denzo's eyes gleamed with intensity. Hiruzen, this situation demands stronger measures. Let me take charge of the Jinchuriki's training. I can turn them into Hidden Leaf Village's greatest weapons. Absolutely not, Hiruzen shot back. Your methods are too inhumane. The root might break their spirit, but a perfect Jinchuriki needs emotional balance. Even Hidden Cloud's village has shown us that. Denzo's frustration was palpable. Hiruzen, my methods are effective. The Nine-Tails chakra is volatile and full of malice. Only someone devoid of emotion can handle it properly. Sentimentality is a liability. Hiruzen glared at him. And if the Jinchuriki loses control due to your methods? The Nine-Tails isn't a mindless beast. It's intelligent and opportunistic. If it breaks free, who will bear the consequences? You? Or me? Denzo gritted his teeth. You'll regret ignoring my advice, Hiruzen. Mark my words. Regret? Hiruzen's voice hardened. Denzo, I am the Hokage. Denzo fell silent, his frustration evident. Without another word, he turned and left, leaving Hiruzen to his thoughts and the ever-present weight of Hidden Leaf Village's future. Chapter 99, Nagato and Black Zetsu Land of Rain, Hidden Rain Village. There's news from Hidden Leaf Village. Madara-sama has been spotted in the Hyuga clan's territory. White Zetsu emerged halfway from the ground, reporting the latest intelligence respectfully. White Zetsu's stealth abilities were unparalleled in the current ninja world, making it virtually impossible for anyone to detect him. As a result, they were able to gather most of the ninja world's information, serving as the best intelligence operatives. Nagato's face was filled with doubt as he questioned, Madara appeared in the Hyuga clan? And he tried to abduct Hayashi Hyuga's daughter? White Zetsu's words left Nagato momentarily stunned. But something about it felt off. That's correct. The White Zetsu stationed in Hidden Leaf Village confirmed it. White Zetsu nodded. Nagato muttered to himself, strange. Could it really be the real Madara? He turned to White Zetsu and asked, do you have any intel on the other group that was there at the Hyuga clan? We don't know, White Zetsu replied, shaking his head. Nagato fell silent, pondering for a moment before instructing, keep a close watch on the 5 great shinobi villages. Locate the Jinchuriki as soon as possible, and report any unusual activity immediately. After White Zetsu left, the pitcher plant-like figure of Black Zetsu appeared before Nagato. Nagato glanced at him and asked, you're just in time, Zetsu. White Zetsu brought news that Madara appeared in Hidden Leaf Village and attempted to abduct the Hyuga clan heiress. This also exposed our plan to capture the tailed beasts. What do you make of this? It's fake, Black Zetsu replied decisively. We haven't sensed Madara's chakra. It must be an imposter. Madara's eyes were taken by the person who assassinated him, and this individual is intentionally exposing our plans. Be cautious, Nagato. Our plans are already compromised. The enemy likely knows our objectives from Madara's memories. We cannot afford to be careless, Black Zetsu warned gravely. In the ninja world, even the dead's minds weren't safe, as various methods existed to extract information from them. Nagato had hoped Madara would have destroyed his memories before death, but judging by the situation, Akatsuki's ultimate goal had been leaked. I understand. I'll proceed with greater caution from now on, Nagato nodded solemnly. You should prepare for the worst. The enemy may have obtained not just our information but also Madara's yin-yang release and 6 paths techniques, along with full knowledge of the Rinnegan's abilities. This must not be underestimated, Black Zetsu said earnestly. Nagato nodded. I understand. But even if the Rinnegan's secrets are exposed, it doesn't matter. As my strength grows, no amount of information will help them. I'm already ascending toward godhood, beyond human comprehension. Don't get overconfident. While you're powerful now, you're still far from the heights of Madara or Hashirama in their prime. Until then, any vulnerability in the Rinnegan could be dangerous, Black Zetsu cautioned. Nagato looked at him and asked, in your opinion, how far am I from Madara and Hashirama at their peak? Black Zetsu chuckled. Nagato, you're too impatient. At your current age, both Madara and Hashirama were only starting to make names for themselves. Your strength now isn't far from their peak, you just lack polish. With certainty, Black Zetsu added, at this pace, you'll reach Madara's level in 2 to 3 years. Oh? Does that mean Hashirama was stronger than Madara? Nagato asked, sensing a deeper implication. Black Zetsu nodded. Indeed. Hashirama surpassed Madara because of his Sage Mode. Sage Mode? Nagato recalled the state Jiraiya and Minato displayed when they had released the 9 tails. Exactly, as you've guessed, Black Zetsu said knowingly. Jiraiya's version of Sage Mode requires the help of Mount Myabaku's sages, but Hashirama's was different. He could enter Sage Mode at will, unaided. Nagato nodded, his thoughts lingering on the immense power Jiraiya displayed that night. A sudden idea struck him. Zetsu, do you know of any way to learn Sage Mode? Sage Mode was undeniably a powerful technique. Black Zetsu shook his head. Aside from the 3 great sage regions, there's no other place to learn it. Is that so? A shame. Nagato's expression revealed his disappointment. The 3 great sage regions weren't ordinary places. Even Madara had avoided them, as his legacy expressed great caution regarding those sanctuaries. It seemed unlikely that Madara himself had mastered Sage Mode, as his teachings contained no such techniques. At this moment, Black Zetsu said, still, if one's talent is exceptional, it's possible to develop Sage Mode independently, just as Hashirama did. Such self-developed techniques are often the most compatible and powerful. Develop it myself. Nagato muttered, understanding the difficulty of such a feat. Even Madara couldn't achieve this, leaving Nagato with little confidence. Sensing his hesitation, Black Zetsu offered encouragement. Don't force it. Sage Mode requires the right opportunity. If the time comes, perhaps even the 3 great sage regions could share their secrets. Nagato nodded, dropping the topic. He turned to another matter from White Zetsu's report. Zetsu, with your extensive knowledge, do you know the identity of the individual who appeared at the Hyuga clan? White Zetsu's report suggested the involvement of a third party. Someone with flight capabilities and a chakra signature of considerable strength. Nagato regarded this unknown entity with some caution. Black Zetsu exchanged information with White Zetsu, quickly analyzing the details. Black Zetsu mused, then said, "They are likely descendants of the Sage of Six Paths' younger brother, residing on the moon." Nagato's eyes narrowed in confusion. Descendants of the Sage's brother? The Sage of Six Paths had a sibling? This revelation was a blind spot in Nagato's knowledge. His understanding had always centered on the Sage of Six Paths, with no mention of a younger brother. Chapter 100, preparing to awaken the eye. Black Zetsu nodded and said, "That's right. The Sage of Six Paths' younger brother." In fact, the immortal and indestructible Ten Tails was not defeated by the Sage of Six Paths alone but through the combined efforts of him and his brother. Seeing the puzzled look on Nagato's face, Black Zetsu continued, "After the Ten Tails was subdued, the Sage's brother volunteered to guard its seal on the moon, ensuring that the beast would remain contained. That's why there aren't many legends in the ninja world about the Sage's brother, Otsutsuki Hamura. So, the Sage's brother. His descendants are the Hyuga clan?" Nagato speculated. "Correct," Black Zetsu confirmed with a nod. Hamura's lineage split into two branches, one remained on Earth as the Hyuga clan, while the other resided on the moon. The details about the lunar branch are unclear even to me. Hearing this, Nagato relaxed slightly. He knew what the Hyuga clan was capable of. They were no match for the Uchiha, a clan of unparalleled might. If the earthbound Hyuga were so unremarkable, the moon-dwelling branch likely wasn't much stronger. Noticing Nagato's dismissive expression, Black Zetsu warned him, "Nagato, I advise you not to underestimate Hamura's descendants. Hamura himself was incredibly powerful, rivaling the Sage of Six Paths before the latter became the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. You'd be wise to take them seriously." Otsutsuki Hamura's strength was truly that remarkable? Nagato asked in surprise, having assumed Hamura's reputation was merely overshadowed by his brothers. "He was undeniably strong," Black Zetsu replied. "Hamura and Hagoromo fought Kaguya Otsutsuki for 3 months, reducing the earth to ruins. In the later stages of the battle, their combined power surpassed Kaguya's, which led to the creation of the Six Paths, Chibaku Tensai, and her eventual sealing. To develop such a sealing technique in the middle of a life-and-death struggle speaks volumes about their strength." "I understand," Nagato nodded solemnly. "I'll take them seriously and won't underestimate them." Meanwhile, in Hidden Leaf Village, Hyuga clan compound in a spacious meeting room, a dozen Hyuga clan members sat rigidly, their expressions somber. Following the recent incident where Hinata was nearly abducted, the clan had delved into their ancient archives to uncover information about this mysterious third party. Their search bore fruit. Hayashi Hyuga scanned the room and said gravely, "Let's hear your opinions. Are the Otsutsuki on the moon hostile or friendly?" The room fell silent. The elders avoided his gaze, their expressions unreadable. Hayashi's anger simmered. The comfort and arrogance of the main branch had dulled their sense of responsibility. Sensing Hayashi's patience nearing its limit, an elder finally spoke, "Clan head, we know nothing about the lunar Otsutsuki. Perhaps they mean no harm? After all, we share the same ancestor." "Hamura." Another elder chimed in, "Indeed, Elder Yoichi is right. Since we are of the same lineage, they may have come to aid us. Why else would they appear when Hinata was nearly taken?" As more elders echoed this sentiment, the room grew noisy. Hayashi, however, felt only disappointment. No malice. Their intentions couldn't be clearer. If they were friendly, they wouldn't hide in the shadows. They'd approach openly and establish relations. Their target is likely Hinata. Hayashi thought, his worry deepening. These useless elders. Why do we even protect the main branch? The meeting ended without resolution. Days later, Shinten Biotech inside Akira's private lab, a Hyuga main branch clone lay on an examination table. After a meticulous inspection, Akira's expression showed satisfaction. It had been days since the white eyes had been transplanted into the clone, and the results were promising. Both eyes had fused into one Byakugan. From outward appearances, the experiment was a success. Forming hand seals, Akira used a spirit transformation jutsu to enter the clone's body. The moment he assumed control, he noticed a difference. Byakugan. The clone's veins bulged around its eyes, blood vessels prominent as its vision activated. The right eye's power has nearly doubled, Akira noted. Its range was previously limited to 1 kilometer, but now it reaches almost 2. His eyes lit up. As I thought, adapting the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan fusion method to awaken the Tenseigan is feasible. The next steps involved further fusions to determine whether the Byakugan, like the Sharingan, could only undergo a single fusion. If a single fusion isn't enough, then this experiment is a failure, Akira thought. But if a combination of clones from Matsutsuki Tonarai and Hinata Hyuga can't awaken the Tenseigan, then the alternative is to amass Byakuganized to form a giant Tenseigan. He was already prepared for this contingency. A giant Tenseigan may even surpass a regular one in power. Returning to his own body, Akira muttered to himself, "It's time to focus on awakening my own Mangekyō Sharingan." While he could perfectly wield Obito's Mangekyō, awakening his own would dramatically amplify his power. Even if I can't achieve the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, simply unlocking my own Mangekyō will be a significant boost, Akira mused. He already had a plan for how to awaken his Mangekyō. It was now time to put it into action. Chapter 101, The Eyes That Reflect the Soul. Akira had long since devised a plan to awaken his Mangekyō Sharingan. The solution? Stage a deeply personal, theatrical performance. Naturally, he wouldn't be the protagonist of this play but rather the one who orchestrates it. Splitting off a part of his spiritual essence to create another self. This spiritual clone would possess memories and personality traits carefully tailored by Akira himself. Before mastering the spiritual transformation jutsu, achieving such a feat would have been exceedingly difficult. Even for the Uchiha clan, known for their mastery of Genjutsu, it's nearly impossible to craft a blank slate spiritual entity through illusion alone. However, with the spiritual transformation jutsu, splitting off a part of his essence became relatively straightforward. This technique provided the framework for dividing one's spiritual energy, making it an attainable goal for someone of Akira's caliber. Of course, splitting his spiritual essence would inevitably cause damage to his main self, whether intentional or not. But to awaken the Mangekyō Sharingan, Akira considered such damage an acceptable price to pay. Once he succeeded in awakening his eyes, he could reabsorb and fuse with the divided spiritual entity, restoring himself. And perhaps even emerging stronger. The more challenging aspect wasn't the act of splitting but determining the personality and memories to instill in his spiritual clone. These elements were critical. The Sharingan was known as the eye that reflects the soul, and the unique abilities awakened upon achieving the Mangekyō Sharingan were directly influenced by one's personality, experiences, and emotions. Akira needed to proceed with utmost caution. The last thing he wanted was to end up with abilities like Amaterasu or Tsukuyomi, which would be, in his view, laughably unsuitable. For the birth of the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, one's original Mangekyō eyes had to serve as the foundation for merging another set. Using another's Mangekyō Sharingan as the primary set wouldn't work. This ruled out using Obito's Kamui eyes directly for the fusion. Still, Akira wasn't about to abandon Kamui. The Uchiha clan's history offered solutions. During the Warring States period, the clan had developed methods to transplant and integrate Mangekyō Sharingan abilities into their own eyes. Akira could, in theory, transplant Kamui into his Mangekyō Sharingan, granting each eye dual abilities. Such feats had historical precedent. An Uchiha woman named Hikaru had once fused Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi into her Mangekyō Sharingan, becoming a living weapon against the Senju clan. However, Hikaru's eventual fate, a collaborative sealing by the Senju and Sarutobi clans, was a grim reminder of the risks involved. Akira had briefly entertained the idea of seeking out Hikaru's sealed form but ultimately dismissed it. Her hatred for both the Uchiha and the ninja world at large, born from unspeakable suffering, made her an incredibly dangerous figure. Akira doubted his ability to sway her, even if he managed to locate her. In any case, transplanting abilities wasn't beyond Akira's reach. With his knowledge of the Uchiha clan's secrets, he was more than capable of performing the procedure. If it comes down to it, I'll just mimic Obito's setup, Akira mused. His mind had been spinning with potential personas and backstories for the spiritual clone, but none felt right. Half-heartedly creating a persona might result in undesirable abilities like Amaterasu. If nothing else, Kamui was a safe bet. It was versatile and undeniably powerful. The abilities granted by the Mangekyō Sharingan were tied to one's inner desires at the moment of awakening. However, they weren't entirely under one's control. From what Akira observed, the abilities seemed to be predetermined to some extent, almost like drawing from a fixed pool of possibilities. For Akira, the ideal abilities lay in time-space manipulation or other unique powers like Hikaru Uchiha's 8,000 spheres. Mundane elemental techniques, akin to fire or water-based abilities, were of little interest to him. It's like a Gaka system, Akira muttered, shaking his head in frustration. No one, not even himself, could fully predict the outcome. Finally, he exhaled deeply and resigned himself to chance. Whatever happens, happens. As long as I avoid something completely useless, I can work with it. With Kamui as a safety net, it won't be too bad. Forming the hand seals for the spiritual transformation jutsu, Akira's body began to glow faintly, the light spreading outward as a translucent figure emerged from him. Once outside, the spiritual entity started weaving its own hand seals. White specks of light drifted from its form, coalescing into a small, glowing orb. Pain etched itself across the entity's features as its essence twisted and contorted. This process of division would have been impossible without Akira's formidable spiritual resilience. Even so, it was far from easy. With the stage set, Akira was ready to gamble everything for his Mangekyō Sharingan.